Hello and welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain. It is the season finale of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024, the Bapco 8 Hours of Bahrain. Only once since 2012 has this track not featured in a World Endurance Championship season, but on multiple occasions there's been more than one race here, so there's a lot of knowledge in the grid, a lot of knowledge in the drivers and teams, and a lot of knowledge of this championship as well in its various different forms from the officials here. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to where we started very nearly. The season began in Qatar back in March, and we have rounded the world to return to the Gulf at the beginning of November for the grand finale. And with the headline Hypercar Championship for drivers and manufacturers still up for grabs, everything to play for at the front of the field. And of course, everybody will want to end their season and head into a winter break on a high. It's going to be a warm one, 33 degrees of air temperature, that will rise. Track temperature already 42 degrees. It's going to be punishing for the teams and especially for the drivers in their cars. And spare a thought as well for the track workers, the marshals and the officials who will be out in all weathers. Well, joining me in the booth, Anthony Davidson, a man who's won twice on this track in the Premier class.
Yeah, thanks Martin. No, it's great to be back here in Bahrain. This is a track where you can overtake. 5.4 kilometers, 3.3 miles long, clockwise circuit. We're going to take a look at some of the key corners, starting off at turn one. There's a headwind today. That's going to help overtaking. You've got the car in front giving you that free air behind you. It's all about that late braking into turn one. Turn four we look at next. There's a new gravel trap waiting for you on the outside here. Joy of joys, finally we won't see cars going off track anymore on the exit there, and will help hopefully to aid decent overtaking. Before you come down to turn 9 and 10, this one flow into these two corners, you send it through one of the tightest corners on the track. It's a mistake generator, easy to lock up, grab a front wheel into there and leave yourself exposed to cars attacking from behind.
Well, as I said, this track has been used a dozen times for the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the last time that Toyota did not win in the Premier class was back in 2016 when Audi was still competing. Looking down at our GT3 field, here's the best qualified of our Fords. The 88 car starts in 34th position on the grid. Roger Penske there with Antonella Coletta. Penske Porsche Motorsport looking to win the overall championship here. Ferrari, their closest rivals. Toyota just in the hunt as well. And around the grid, lots of team personnel enjoying the warm weather. Peugeot potentially able to spring a little bit of surprise in terms of performance here. Their race pace looked good. And Anthony Davidson, race pace and qualifying pace are very different. Race pace is really key, but a good starting position can help keep you out of trouble, can't it?
It really can help you keep out of trouble, and that's exactly what this team we're looking at here, Porsche Penske team, has to do today, particularly car number 6, who leads the championship.
Well, the third member of the team in the booth is Graham Goodwin. And Graham, BMW highs and lows this season, a 1-2 in Imola. These were the winners, and they've qualified best here.
They have indeed, and it's been a really steep hill for them since then. Darren Young there, their bronze driver. What's his next for the big guy? The local Falcons, beautiful, beautiful birds. Quite often see these on domestic flights between sporting events here in the Gulf region.
Who will be the bird of prey today out there?
Well, BMW, one of 6 manufacturers to have won. Unfortunately, Lexus yet to claim a victory.
Yeah, they've been quick here in the free practice. Didn't quite convert that for the qualifying session, but through the race, that could be quite something.
First pole of the LMGT3 era went to Tan Von Rompuy in the 81 Corvette. Didn't manage to repeat that, and the Corvette also looking to try and end the season with its first win of the year. So Corvette's GT3 program expanding in the World Endurance and in IMSA. And they will be rolling out across other GT3 campaigns as well in the coming years. They're ramping up what they're going to be doing with that car. The Iron Dames have had lots of luck this year. Not 1 ounce of it has been good. Christian Reed making sure it's a bad hair day as well.
Yeah, and some chapters to be written between the Iron Dames and Proton in other places in the future.
See the band of the Bahraini police, who will be playing our anthem for us, marching towards the grid with the national colours.
This three, of course, guys, getting a little bit of shade. This is one of their toys of the weekend. 54 car winner at Fuji with Thomas Fleur, Francesco Castellacci, Davide Rigon.
That was their 3rd win in Japan, the only track they've won at in World Endurance.
Expected to see, by the way, those 3 back again next year. And Ferrari coming on strong at the end of this season, guys. Pole position with the 55 car and the win for the 54.
Just saw team boss Batti Pregliasco there. Richard Mille ahead of the Sports Car Federation, who are planning this campaign. Now, the only man in either class to win from pole position this year has been in this car, Ian James, in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. They've qualified 6th today. Alex Malikin, 5th on the grid, and Anthony, that championship LMGT3 already tied up.
Yeah, they got the job done, didn't they, with a race to spare, did Alex Malikin. Here's the car that he'll be driving today. And he gave it his best in qualifying. Might be the last time we ever see him enter as a bronze-graded driver. A victim of his own success. It's been great watching him this year.
Battle on for 2nd place in the points, Manthey EMA and the 31 BMW we just saw from Team WRT. Both would like to take that for Manthey. Obviously a 1-2 in the teams would be a fantastic result. So the Bahraini colours unfurled. Let's move up a little further through our LMGT3 grid into the top 2 rows. 4th place, the Lamborghini, car number 85, the Iron Dames. And again, Sarah Bovey will be upgraded from bronze to silver next year. So lots of signatures going on to that car. It's been a real magnet for female fans.
The question is this the last time we see the Dames in a Lamborghini? That is one of the big ones here. They're going to want to go out here with a bang, but big plans for next season. More news to come.
Well, they won the last ever GTE race in the AM class last year in a Porsche, so there will definitely be Iron Dames participation in the future. Top 3 then, 55 Ferrari.
Yeah, this is the pole position car from Japan and the hands of Francois Areo. His race, though, went badly wrong from the very start. Cooling problems and gear shift problems for Francois. There he is. But they'll be looking to match the success of the sister car.
And the first ever front row lockout in LMGT3, and not from one of the expected front runners like Porsche or perhaps Ferrari, but from McLaren. And Anthony Davidson, what a place for McLaren to go 1-2 in qualifying.
Yeah, so here is the P2 car with James Cottingham. It's such a close fought fight, wasn't it, with the pole position claimed by just 0.02 of a second. And you must look through the data afterwards thinking, I could have lost it there, you take your pick. So it's a great fight watching them battling out at the front, and yeah, McLaren seem to be dominating so far. Yeah,
United Autosports, what a journey they've had through this season, struggled in the very early stages, and this car, the 95 on pole, and what a journey for Josh Cahill, from being airlifted out after serious injury in a British Superbike race to pole position in the FI World Championship. That's something to make everybody proud and put a smile on everybody's face. Fabulous stuff from the whole team.
Brand new programme this year for McLaren and for United Autosports. Last time United won here was an LMP2 victory with Felipe Albuquerque in the crew, and the tyres they're using, Anthony, will be the single dry choice.
Yeah, you got the left-hand tyre there, the yellow branded medium tyre. We haven't seen the medium plus all season long, so they're on the mediums. It's an easy choice for the Goodyear runners in the LMGT3 category, and I seriously doubt we'll be using any of those blue branded wet tyres as well.
Well, let's hope not. That would be a big shock. The sky is blue, and hopefully nothing else will come out of it. You just saw Vincent Vos, boss of WRT. The last time they were on the grid here, it was their 4th consecutive win, and Robert Kubica, who you saw him embracing, was in their LMP2 car. He shared with Rui Andrade, who's on the grid, and Louis Delatraz, who's not racing in the World Endurance Championship this year. So LMGT3 using the Dunlop tyres. In hypercar, beg your pardon, in hypercar it is Michelin. And of course, a great opportunity always, autograph sessions, to meet the drivers and to get in the long queue for Valentino Rossi signatures as well.
It's definitely busier here. I get the feeling it's busier here this year than it was last year. But yeah, the fans queue up to see some of their favourite drivers, get their autographs.
And this is the kind of access that you get in the World Endurance that you can't elsewhere. So Michelin, Anthony, with a selection of 3 different compounds, which ones are we using here?
So you only get a choice of 2 for the World Endurance Championship races. You get 3 obviously for Le Mans. So we are here on the medium and the hard tyres there right in the middle of your screen. Again, that will be the wets. And of course, you have the choice in hypercar to use any combination you want out of those 2 compounds.
Hards on this Peugeot. They're obviously looking for a bit of life in the tyre. They spent their entire time trying to work on a race setup. Having gone fastest in first free practice, but then they really struggled in qualifying. So they've got a lot of work to do from 18th on the grid with that 93 car, beg your pardon. Just ahead of them, the 36 Alpine. And Graham, driver lineup changes in Alpine.
Yeah, driver lineup change for Alpine with that shuffle around Nico Lapierre stepping away from driving duties, but more particularly with this car, with Charles Malaysia aboard the 36, it's the change they made post-Le Mans to make this car more reliable. The way in which they've managed the engine better since Le Mans. What a change around in fortune we've seen for Alpine.
And the reason that Charles Malaysia there with the red hair has joined that crew is that he is roughly the same size as Nico Lapierre and fits in the car, whereas Jules Gounon, who's in the other car, is too tall. So there you go. So Mick Schumacher in that crew as well, but it will be Charles Malaysia that starts. The lone Lamborghini looked for a moment like it might have got through into Hyperpole, but just came up shy.
Yeah, they were quick in FP2. They were in P3, weren't they? And finished that session 3rd fastest. But the car, as we've seen so many times this year, looks like it's got potential, and right when you have to commit and do the job, they lack that performance. 94
Peugeot lining up just ahead of them, and the 94 car in 15th place. 2.6 litre V6 twin turbo. They're not worried about their engine, but they introduced this new look to the car with lots more aerodynamic additions and changes to the previous wingless car. That came in after Qatar when we started the season in Imola. So effectively, they're still learning a new car. Laura Wontrop-Klauser in the blue shirts. She oversees the Cadillac and Corvette programs here in the World Endurance Championship. I'm very proud of their performances so far. The other Alpine, Paul-Luc Chatin, returns. Ferdy Habsburg has been there half the season, returning from his injury, and Jules Gounon has been super sub. He has subbed both for Habsburg and for Paul-Luc Chatin, and now he takes over that in that car again because Charles Malaysia has moved into the other car.
83 car, race winner already this season. Robert Kubica, what about next year for him? But we already know there's going to be a change for next year. Robert Schwartzman with his last race with Ferrari in this crew. It's going to be Phil Hansen next year. But for me, Anthony Davidson, this car, it's got something to offer here today.
It's definitely got pace, but unfortunately it went against them in qualifying where they impeded one of the Alpines and had a penalty because of that. I think the penalty was rightly deserved, just wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, just one grid spot down. They'll start unlucky 13th rather than 12th place. There's Ye Yufei. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to a strong race. And for the Cadillac as well, their worst qualifying performance of the season. Very disappointing. Lost perhaps their quickest 2 laps, Alex Lynn, with track infringements.
Yeah, I spoke to 2 of their 3-driver lineup, Sebastian Bourdais and Earl Bamber yesterday, and they were just complaining about the lack of grip in the car. It's this unique surface that we have here at this track, very old surface, and they said it just doesn't feel like it can bite into the surface here. So it's going to be a long 8 hours for them, I get the feeling.
Yeah, there's Alex Lynn. It will be Sebastian Bourdais' 3rd race for Cadillac in the World Endurance, but only 2nd in that car. There's Earl Bamber, chewing the flesh with Jenson Button, Phil Hansen, Oliver Rasmussen. They started again just outside Hyperpole. They didn't get through into the top 10 in the Jota Porsche. And again, last race for Jota with Porsches before they take over running the Caddies. So looking at teammates next year, probably there.
That was the star of qualifying, wasn't it? Brendan Hartley, a brilliant lap. We'll get on to him later. First of all, we'll look at the BMW car 20.
Yeah, both BMWs making it through into Hyperpole again, and once more showing performance. And these two cars, like their GT3 stablemates, actually have been sort of up and down. They're still really trying to get a handle on this car. It's his first year in the World Endurance Championship, Graham, but they have raced the car previously in IMSA. Different tyres, different tracks, I mean, a lot of different data.
Absolutely right. We got the two cars together on the grid. The narrative around BMW has changed completely. Here is the 15 car. From being seemingly nowhere at the start of the season, all of a sudden we're talking week by week about them challenging for podiums at least.
They seem to have taken the position of Peugeot, haven't they? They're now, I would say, comfortably ahead of them. And they're right up there mixing it.
Thank you to the police band for playing the national anthem.
Familiar tones of Bon Constantjuris, who's track announcer here, and Bahrain's police band playing at the national anthems and bringing in the national colours as well. So we head then back down to the grid into our top 8, and in the top 8, the only Hertz Team Jota car to make it into Hyperpole. Car number 12, Will Stevens, Callum Eilert, Norman Nato. Last endurance race for Callum Eilert as well, Anthony, as he heads off to an IndyCar campaign next year.
Yeah, Callum Eilert, a super quick racing driver, and yeah, got that race victory, of course, in Spa. There he is, Callum. Yeah, that brilliant drive he did at Spa, but he's always fast, and yeah, on to racing in the States next year.
Well, the door will always be open to Callum Eilert, I think, in endurance. Car number 5 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Matt Campbell, the only man in Hypercar car with 2 pole positions to his credit this season. Couldn't reproduce it here. They're acting as tail gunners to their teammates, the number 6 car, who are our championship leaders. So there's going to be 2, maybe 3 Ferraris in the battle, 2 Porsches and 2 Toyotas, all trying to guarantee that the correct car wins the championship. The odds are stacked in favour of the crew of number 6, but odds and what happens in real life can be very different. This is Lawrence Van Toor, ready to start the final race for this trio, because Andre Lotterer has been released by Porsche, probably to go and race somewhere else, and Kevin Estre will be the 3rd member of that driver lineup. They do lead the standings, and it is a very healthy lead, Graham.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it would be an addition to the Roll of Honour for Porsche, but a first World Championship potentially for Roger Penske, and that is the 5-minute board shown. That is a mighty part of the mission for, well, one of the absolute world leading figures in motorsport.
And you saw the captain on the grid. We haven't seen him for the last 2 or 3 races. He's had an awful lot to deal with in IMSA. Porsche have swept the board in IMSA, basically won every category that they entered, and they're looking to do the same here as well. Into the top 4 then on the grid, and the number 50 Ferrari. 2nd in the standings, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicolas Nielsen. And just to reiterate, the red Ferraris have never won outside of Le Mans, Anthony.
It's a stat that keeps surprising me. I know the stat, but I'm still surprised. They've never won outside of Le Mans. Will today be their day? I feel like they've got a quick car for the race conditions today. Car 50, in many ways down there in P4, in my opinion, out of place. They had a bit more pace in that car yesterday.
best qualifying Porsche was not a Penske car, it was not a Jota car, it was car number 99 from Proton Competition, third on the grid, and probably, Graham, the last time we're going to see a Proton privateer Porsche racing in World Endurance.
I'm not sure about that yet. Might be one, might be two, but they've put on the style, and what they have done is launch Julian Andlauer into a factory seat for next season. They've kept this field honest, and they were the top qualifier amongst those Porsches.
So that car fourth on the grid, third in the World Cup points for the privateers teams, and just a handful behind the battle for second place. So the Proton Porsche just behind the best of the front row. So Proton starting.
Minutes to start the first of 2 formation laps. We are under 3 minutes. Please start clearing the grid. Thank you.
Proton starting fourth into the top 3 with Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi. Now Giovinazzi's not won on this track, but the other two have won serial races in GTE Pro, so they do know how to nurse tyres here. And Anthony, that's going to be absolutely critical.
That's the name of the game today, just looking after your tyres, and I feel like going back to Ferrari, that's what they have in their armoury. And yeah, Giovinazzi, who we're just looking at, drove a stellar lap yesterday in qualifying, but it was down to the 2 Toyotas. He said that this car here, and the car in front of them, car 8, were in a different league, but Giovinazzi was very close to the time that Nick de Vries set in this car number 7 that we're looking at here. So Mike Conway at the wheel to start. We see very often. He's a good starter, is Mike. Always keeps his nose clean, and yeah, he's got a wise head on his shoulders, so very experienced is Mike, and we'll see what he can do at the start of this race today.
4 wins here in the top class, Hypercar and LMP1. He also won here in LMP2 as well. So he's got plenty of experience, and Toyota have won the last 7 straight here in Bahrain. They have not been beaten in Bahrain since 2016 when Audi won it, and they are starting on the soft tyre. They do use the soft tyre well. Sebastian Buemi in car number 8 will lead them away from pole position.
You didn't look at my tyre graphics.
The medium tyre,
sorry.
yeah. Softer of the tyres.
The softest they have here
yeah,
available.
Yeah. Exactly.
So yeah, and this is interesting. So you can see Conway's on the hard tyre, and then Buemi starting on the medium. So that's going to be very interesting there. And the Ferrari on the mediums as well. So yeah, different strategies up and down the grids. You have
1 minute, under 1 minute to start the first of 2 formation laps. Under 1 minute to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 8 hours of Bahrain. Please clear the grid immediately. Drivers may now start their engines. Please clear the grid immediately.
Always a tense time for the driver sitting behind the wheel there. Your car's in pristine condition. You want to keep it that way for as long as you can. In the same time, trying to make up as many positions.
Under 30 seconds to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 8 hours of Bahrain.
And this is the moment that the driver, for the first time all weekend, is all alone and focused on the job in hand. 8 long, hot, difficult, tyre-preserving hours ahead of them. So Bahrain's tourism minister.
We are starting the formation lap for the 8 hours of Bahrain. Start the formation lap for the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Hards on the first of the Ferraris, mediums on the second of the Ferraris.
Well, actually, the first, so the number 51 Ferrari, I spotted that it's got mediums on the left-hand side, hards on the right-hand side.
Right, because I was looking at the right-hand side, and you said it's on mediums. I thought they were red.
For the first time in our existence,
we
would have both right.
Okay, making a note of that. Cars
Will never happen again.
Cars heading off. Now then, you've heard from the 3 of us. There are 2 more members of our broadcast crew, part of the huge WEC TV crew. And down in the pit lane, Bruce Ioane and Louise Beckett will be bringing us all the news that they can over the course of the next 8 hours. And we'll be trying to make sense of what happens, both in terms of race strategy and the greater championship implications. On board view with Sebastian Bourdais. Great to have him back. Always fun to have Bourdais around. And he will be starting in that single Cadillac.
And there'll be people asking, well, how come it's so sporadic? How come he's in the car 1 minute, then not the next? Well, he's also racing in IMSA over the pond in America. But the main reason is because Caddy have ran 2 drivers the whole season in the 6-hour races. This being an 8-hour race, you need that little bit of extra arm power from another teammate to see you through those 8 hours. Speaking of 8 hours, well, other differences, more points here, so it's points and a half for this race. Hence why the championship's still open with the car number 6 that would have won it if it was just a 6-hour race by now. And also your tyre allocation. You have 6.5 sets of tyres for this race, so 26 individual tyres for the race today.
Information on tyres we're quite confident with. I think the Pole Toyota has mediums on the left. Proton 4 mediums, both Alpines 4 mediums, everyone else on hards.
It is going to be very interesting. Now, unless it rains, you have no tyre options at all in LMGT3. You put the smooth ones on and everybody has the same. Well, we're only talking about this year. Next year, we may have a chance to get into what might be happening next year, what's definitely happening next year. But bear in mind, when you look at the enormous grid of cars we've got here, it's not going to shrink. So on board with Lawrence Van Toor, the first of 2 formation laps, Anthony, because for the last couple of seasons we've not used tyre warmers to heat the tyres here.
Yeah, although I do believe that they could have been okay with just the 1 warm-up lap on this particular track in such hot conditions and an abrasive surface. Don't forget, this track's never been resurfaced since 2004. And the bitumen has left the stones unveiled, and you can see it there. It's like such a coarse sandpaper that these tyres run on, and it absolutely ruins them. You'll see loads of marbles within a few hours into the race, makes overtaking quite difficult towards the end of the race actually. Track's nice and clean at the moment, cars weaving around to try and get that cornering energy into them. A bit like squashing a squash ball. It gets hotter with the kinetic energy. That's what they're trying to do with moving the tyres around from side to side. It's not scrubbing the surface, you just want to work the shoulder of the tyre. But yeah, 2 warm-up laps to get that job done because of the no tyre warmers.
Another visual clue to visual point to look for as we get into this race. We just passed turn 1, but on the braking zone 2, turn 1 offline as the circuit crosses the tunnel. The maturity of this circuit is showing some marginal subsidence, and the cars compress there, and you will get major sparking from the underside of the hypercars in particular. Nico Lapierre settling into his new job as the sporting director at Alpine, very happy to be making that transition. It's great that a driver gets to make that choice in his time after such a great career behind the wheel.
So lights off on the safety car, and they will now start to look at moving into 2x2 formation. They need to be in that position by the time they get to the very top of the hill at corner 13. Kevin Estre limbering up, getting ready to watch things unfold. Toyota 1-2 on the grid in Bahrain. They have not been beaten since 2016. Is this the year that it happens? Porsche has not won here since 2015. Is this the year that it happens? What about Ferrari? What about Alpine? What about potentially Peugeot or BMW? Everybody, in theory, could be out front. Practice, fate is going to decide what happens to a lot of our 36 starters. Aboard with Ryan Hardwick in the 77 Proton competition car, right behind its sister Ford, as they are lined up 2x2, heading down towards the final corners here and getting ready to start the 8 hours of Bahrain. 5 red lights are on. And we go green for the 8 Hours of Bahrain. It's 6 wide and almost a BMW in the wall. The pole man looking down the inside. Sebastian Buemi leads, Mike Conway around the outside. Do they all get through cleanly? There's always a little bit of contact and something flew off a Ferrari or a Porsche, but they have all survived. LMGT3, McLaren 1-2, but somebody's gone across the grass. And Anthony, look at this, it's just absolute mayhem.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the Van Torka, and more contact for number 6. That's critical in turn 4, off of the track. Is there damage to the right-hand side of that Porsche? I believe a bit of bodywork had already been flung up through turn 1 and turn 2 between the two of them already.
Between the two Alpines comes the Cadillac, looking down the inside, having a good run to start the race.
Well, that is not the start that car number 6 needed for this 8-hour race today.
And the Ferrari 51 has split the Toyotas as well, jumping in at the start. 50 car a little further back ahead of the Lamborghini.
One of the Alpines off as well. That's car number 36. It's going to be a bit of a sandwich situation going on here.
And that's the number 6 Porsche squeezing between the Alpine and the Peugeot and trying to hold off 3 French cars right behind. That's a really hard start. It was always going to be a nervous 8 hours. It's going to be a very nervous 8 hours from here on in.
Yeah, the Alpine trying to recover from what happened there in turn 10 with a dive down the inside from the Peugeot number 93 and gets the job done in turn 13.
Here's the leader, Sebastian Buemi from Antonio Giovinazzi, and down the inside, Julian Andlauer takes 3rd away from Mike Conway. Conway on the harder tyre, and then René Rast, the first of the BMWs, is in 5th ahead of Will Stevens in the Jota.
The only problem that Andlauer might have here is overtaking any car into the final corner leaves you exposed for a re-attack into turn 1. Conway thinks about it, but thinks better of it for now.
The problem now is if you have a lock-up, you're going to carry that punishment for 2 hours down the inside, the second of the Jota cars. That's the 38 car, Phil Hansen passing Miguel Molina. We're with Molina, didn't get through.
Yeah, the number 83 is watching that battle as well. Now on the inside, car 50, Molina has to defend. We wait for what happens with the car 83, who's looking to the inside there, thinks better of it this time, and they've got to respect that gravel trap. There it is on the left-hand side. So gone are the days where they're trying to hang around the outside of that corner.
That Ferrari in 9th place, 2nd in the championship. The number 6 Porsche not scoring at the moment, down in 15th, so they've got a lot of work to do. That's the number 5 car, Matt Campbell.
It's at this stage in the race where you're definitely going to see the softer tyre runners, or those on the medium tyre, especially if they're running them all round, will definitely have the advantage. So start off with as one of the that was number 6 again, wasn't it? Oh, so close on the brakes. I thought there was going to be another bit of contact there at turn 10.
Matt Campbell nearly ran into the back of the yellow Ferrari as well of Robert Kubica, so that was very close indeed. And Kubica currently in 11th, so neither of the Penske Porsches is in the points at the moment.
And as tempting as it is to get the overtakes done and push the tyres as hard as you can at this stage in the race, you want to be introducing them kindly, as we so often hear, and that will pay dividends later on in the race. But it looks like none of them are taking that advice. They're going for it, hammer and tongs down towards the final corner once again between the Jota and the car 50. Molina at the wheel, the car 50 hangs onto it this time around, but look at the run that Hansen's had on the exit, and he's already side by side before turn 1.
This is a car he's going to be driving next year, the 83 car that's sitting behind them. He's getting a very close look at what the machinery is going to have for 2025. He's going to make that move here, Ant.
Yeah, there's that bump you talked about. You saw the plank dust get kicked up on the inside, and a nice move, and that all happened before the final corner.
And again, you can see the red sidewalls on the Ferrari, so he's on the harder of the 2 tyres, and it's not so much the consistency of the tyre, it's the temperature that they're designed to work in. But of course, part of that factor is the abrasive circuit here. Corvette on the inside, and that is Hiroshi Koizumi. No, it's 27 he's going by, so Francesca...
it's Tom Van Rompuy.
Tom Van Rompuy, that's right, with Ian James, retaking the place.
Front of this field, though, it is still a McLaren 1-2. You can see there as Josh Gill leads James Cottingham. Francois Areo hangs on in there in 3rd ahead of Sarah Bovey. So in the front of the pack, it's pretty much as you were, but in the middle of the pack, it's 3-4 cars having a battle royal here in the early stages, Martin.
Ian James in that blue Aston Martin, Francesco Castellacci in the 54 Ferrari right behind him. Let's take a look at the start further back in LMGT3.
So you see the two McLarens there already comfortably ahead of everybody else. They've given themselves a bit of a gap to the hypercars in front, and there's a BMW trying to go right around the outside of turn 1, further down the field, and actually gets it through. It's the two BMWs fighting each other. Not sure there was contact, but it got oh so close in turn 2.
Ahmed Al-Hati and Darren Leung, the bronze-rated drivers who qualified those cars, both starting in an LMGT3. Almost universally, you start your bronze-rated drivers. Francesco Castellacci is the one silver-rated driver in there.
Well, that's the one I want to watch, and riding on board with him here in the number 55 through turn 1. You got the two McLarens in front, but watch this. He's going to go off the circuit big time through turn 2, all four wheels off the track. Now, what kind of run did he get there?
That's
the two McLarens are still in front, so yeah.
That's the 55.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. This is the 54. I saw this coming through turn 1. 3-car battle between the 27 Aston Martin, the Corvette and the Ferrari. It was actually Castellacci that lost out there, the silver rank driver. The overall running order, though, it is McLaren, Cahill, Cottingham, Francois Ario in the first of the Ferraris, the 55, Sarah Bovey in this, the bright pink Lamborghini. Then it's our championship winning Pure Racing Porsche from Alex Malikin. Tom Van Rompuy making good progress in the TF Sports Corvette. Ian James right there in the first of the Aston Martins from Marta Racing. Then Francesco Castellacci, the only silver ranked driver at this point. And he's just dropped back another place behind Hiroshi Kazumi in the other TF Sports Corvette.
In our two Toyotas from first and second on the grid to first and fourth. After 3 laps, it is still Sebastian Buemi, the pole sitter, that leads. The 51 Ferrari, the 99 white and green Porsche from Proton in the second Toyota. There is your championship. No, that's not your championship leading Porsche. That's the 5-car Matt Campbell we ride on board. Behind Robert Kubica, that yellow car is the one that Phil Hansen will be driving next year with Yeyife and TBN. TBN may be a Polish driver named Robert, but that has yet to be fully confirmed. Certainly not sure that Kubica is going to find a better seat than that one. And that is the only Ferrari to have won outside Le Mans.
We're hearing that the car 50 and I guess you could call it the sister car, the 83 car, two different colours, but they're both Ferraris, suffering with rear tyre brake temperatures at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a hot day. I mean, we started at 2 o'clock. The sun doesn't really start to go down until 4, and then temperatures will change, but it's going to be hard work on the brakes anyway. This is a bit of a stop-start track out.
Speaking of hard on the brakes, that car number 5 just there, Matt Campbell, a bit of a lock-up into turn 1. Lost a little bit of time through there, but he's got the Ferraris in his sights who are suffering with those rear brake temperatures, as we know. Running on board with Robert Kubica through turn 4. Looks okay to me on the entry at least.
Now, with your experience of racing here, is that going to be better as the cars gradually spread out and you're less in the hot air of the car in front?
It can do. It's not a great sign though this early on in the race, although this is the hottest part of the race, having started at 2 p.m. So they will be getting into slightly cooler conditions later on, but when the car's heavy with all the fuel on board at the start of the race and you're following so closely, it can exaggerate those problems.
It's the right rear brake temperature which is high.
Yes, that reason is because I put rearward brake bias for the first lap.
Okay, so there's the explanation. He's purposely sent the rear brake bias rearward because he wanted to generate more temperature perhaps in the rear to save that off the front, but different drivers have different braking techniques and requirements from the brakes, and this is a braking circuit, lots of long straights leading into very tight corners, so he's done that on purpose for tyre warm-up reasons. You get more heat transfer from the brakes into the air inside the tyres, and it helps to heat everything up, and he didn't sound too bothered about it. He said, yeah, that's because I've sent it rearward on purpose. I'll send it more forwards as I carry on.
And you can see the yellow Ferrari down by the pit wall. Both BMWs trying to hug their way through on the inside line.
And that Alpine right to the other side of the track, it was 35. If you watch to the left-hand side of your screen, the Alpine's going to get nudged off the circuit as they try to go around the outside there. Didn't lose any time from it, but it's always a bit of a risky one.
looked a lot more controlled in LMGT3. The better qualified of the two Corvettes actually, I think, was the only car that made up a place. That's the 81 car.
Looking back from Sebastian Buemi, you'll watch Mike Conway really squirm around there, send the car sideways, the Ferrari, and there's that bit of bodywork. I'm still not sure whose car they got flung up by.
It's either 50 or 6. Watch the 6 in front.
Oh no, it's from the BMW hitting the back of the Ferrari, actually. So it might have been a bit of the diffuser coming off the back of the Ferrari. And that was the, looking back in the Porsche's garage, Andre Lotterer thinking, do not damage my car.
It's all arms and elbows, Anthony.
That was the other Porsche, that was the number 5. So that was Matt Campbell recovering after being off the track. And then we had this touch with the car number 6 to the right-hand side of the screen in the middle of the pack. And the red Ferrari, as he tried to get around the outside, there was definite contact that time around.
Yeah, 2 of our 3 championship contenders with contact at, what's that, turn 3 on lap 1.
This is on board with the Peugeot, sends it round the outside, and there's the flying bodywork, actually, of one of those cars. I'm guessing it's from the Porsche's right rear. And this is on board with the Ferrari 50, and that's the contact. As bigger than I thought, actually, from riding on board here with the 50. So that was Molina, wasn't it, going into the side of the number 6, our championship leader.
And I think he tagged the back of the car in front as well, a tiny bit. Josh Cagle leads in LMGT3 from James Cottingham. Anthony, how on earth do 2 different drivers lap 2 thousandths of a second apart?
Well, I'm sure, like I said at the time, if you look through the data, there'll be bits here and there, and if you put the perfect lap together, you'll be talking tenths at least that would make you faster. But yeah, it's great to see them nose to tail now, because they were nose to tail in qualifying. I get the feeling right now it's Cottingham's got the slight advantage.
Repeat what you said in about qualifying.
He
said James Cottingham regretting not having gone for a wee before hyperpole. and you know what? It's those. It takes 7 thousandths of a second to blink the human eye, so it's not even a third of that. Darren Leung on the outside. Yasser Shaheen, the 2 most bearded drivers on the grid, battling for 12th place.
Cracking battle between the 2 German makes.
I really like the flow of this circuit because it offers up overtaking. You can see there, BMW defending on the inside of 13. That gives you a bad exit out of the corner and a chance to attack the other car before the final corner. And then that plays out into turn 1. So, yeah, a good piece of track design as we look back now. The hypercar, car 83, Robert Kubica, and Matt Campbell in the car number 5. For me, it looks like the Porsche's got the slight advantage here, race pace, compared to this 83 car.
Well, we can see, can't we, the potential for this Porsche package, because one of them is sitting up in 3rd place. The 5th of them is sitting down in 15th at the moment because the number 6 car has not recovered any positions. Here comes the Mustang number 77. Ooh, yeah. That's a positional change.
Yeah, he's seen that fight going on in front between the BMW and the Porsche. I'll have a bit of that. And he squeezed himself in between them, but he's now under attack once again. As you look from Kimura-san's point of view, that fight continuing in front of him. And here we go. The Mustang opens up the inside momentarily. That was a mistake because it's allowed the Porsche to have a bit of a sniff of a chance, but he hangs it around the outside and holds on to that position.
Well, they qualified 15th and 16th. The Mustang's running 13th and 14th, 13th and 15th at the moment. So they have crept up the order. And here's Ryan Hardwick.
So it did give the chance into the final corner. So just before we broke away and looked at the hypercars, I was mentioning how 13, the penultimate corner, can give the car a chance to attack into the final corner, and then it carries on down into turn 1, and that's how the Mustang got involved.
Yeah, the rumour mill doing the rounds at the moment is that Ryan Hardwick might well be in that car, the orange car, next season. Maybe a switch coming from Ford to Porsche. So he's got a good, close look at what potentially might be campaigning next time, but boy, that Ford's quick in a straight line.
Yeah, and it's hard to get that braking right as well. I mean, of course, these cars have ABS in the LMGT3 category. It makes it a little bit easier for the, particularly the bronze-rated, the lowest-graded drivers. But still, hard to choose your braking point in a move like that, surrounded by other cars.
Back to the battle, Robert Kubica in the yellow Ferrari, number 83 car, just outside the top 10, still in 11th place with Matt Campbell, the better of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s right behind him. and still they are dropping away from the 10th place number 50 Ferrari. So those two early lap contacts don't seem to have hampered it too much. Ryan Hardwick in the Mustang, the turquoise car again, getting that pony car to pony up and leave the Porsche of Yasser Shaheen behind him.
Just to show the straight line speed it's got, the Mustang, doesn't it? It's in a perfect place to make the move, as here comes the race leaders through this traffic as well, Anne.
Yeah, the hypercars already coming through this traffic. It's always the hardest part in the race, actually, when you're in the leading pack, coming up to the GT cars that are still very close together because you're so close to the start of the race. And look, you see there, Buemi diving to the inside in desperation to get back to the racing line before turn 4. And now the Ferrari, who we ride on board with, Giovinazzi, right in the thick of this GT action. Can he clear them before turn 6? Yes, he does. But the Proton further back behind them, the green and white Porsche, he's right in the middle of them now. So yeah, a tricky time. Got to keep your nose clean when you're in the hypercar category. It's tempting just to overdo it and be desperate to get through them too quickly.
Proton Porsche around the outside of the Proton Mustang and then goes by the Manthey EMA Porsche. And often the faster cars coming through will offer an opportunity to the LMGT3 machinery to break the deadlock, close some gaps or open them up. Here's our LMGT3 leaders. United Autosport McLaren's 1-2 with Francois Heriot third in the 55 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. And actually the three of those with a little bit of a gap between them will make it easier for the leaders to get through.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on that little battle as the leaders came through the traffic. Looked to me as if Will Stevens made up good ground to the early part of that block of LMGT3 traffic in his pursuit of the top 4.
Just behind the blue number 2 Caddy, the championship leaders, 14th place for the number 6 Porsche Penske 963. You can see the 35 Alpine right behind. Race leader now carving his way through the midfield in LMGT3. The better of the two Lexi, Hiroshi Koizumi. And look at the speed differential on the straight. Ooh, now was that a challenge there from James Cottingham on Josh Cahill for the lead?
Yeah, he's looked to me. Oh, it's the spin, there's a race leader, Sebastian Buemi.
Yeah, Buemi facing the wrong way in turn 2 and 3, donuts it round, but surely, that's the BMW, so they were 6th and 7th. Top 6 positions lost for Sebastian Buemi.
Now, my guess this has got something to do with traffic. Was he hit from behind? He was. It was the Corvette. Oh, dear, wow. Oh, dear, and there's damage, I think, to the rear of that Toyota as well. A little bit of damage.
The 82 car that hit him, Hiroshi Koizumi.
This is from riding on board with Buemi, and yes, that's the hit. Not Buemi's fault at all there. Just part and parcel, like I said, getting through the GT cars at the start of the race.
There's the change. That's the 12 car ahead of the 7 of Mike Conway. Yeah. So Will Stevens is making rapid progress here.
So Will Stevens now up to 3rd place. Ferrari's Antonio Giovinazzi leads in car number 51. The Proton Porsche of Julian Andlauer in 2nd. Mike Conway down to 4th as Will Stevens moves up to 3rd. Porsche's in 2nd and 3rd, but they're not the Penske duo.
They're not. It's a car apiece from each of our privateer contenders. So number 51 Ferrari gifted that race lead. Now Julian Andlauer trying to pin down the Ferrari, but in hot pursuit some 4 seconds back. Will Stevens having put a move on Mike Conway, the number 7 car.
Anthony, it's at this stage where we say it's a long race, calm down, we've got a strategy, but this is so frenetic. 18 hypercars, only 10 of them even get a point.
I mean, the drivers know how hard it is. Overtaking is a premium. Even on this track where it is possible, they know in the hypercar category they're so evenly matched that you know, they don't want to give up a position, and they're on full attack to try and get one whenever they can.
It's a lead battle developing here through the final aspects of LMGT3 traffic. Antonio Giovinazzi has got his mirrors full, not just of the LMGT3 cars he's just passed, but now for Julian Andlauer, he's on full attack mode with the number 99 Proton competition car. This is developing this quite some race. I think it's going to be a while before we start talking about the championship.
Well, we will just highlight that this is the car that leads the standings, and the Porsche Penske 963 right up behind the Caddy, the number 2 Cadillac V-Series R. This is still only a battle for 13th, as it has been since lap 1. neither the Cadillac nor the Porsche seem to be able to close the gap remotely on the cars in front of them.
Well, a big old slide there, wasn't it, from Vantor through turn 6. You just saw that in the turbulent air of the Cadillac in front of Sebastian Bourdais. Just wondering how it was looking so close. I think it must have happened in traffic, the chance that Vantor had to get so close to the Caddy, because Bourdais was slowly catching that fight in front of him, and now he's lost ground to them.
I think the answer is something came with one of the Peugeots dropping behind both of them, because the 93 cars lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, all 4 French cars are at the back, the 2 Peugeots ahead of the 2 Alpines, so they better have a good tyre strategy, because right now they're lacking race pace. Sebastian Buemi Hiroshi Koizumi incident will be looked at by the stewards. I can't see how Buemi would be getting a penalty for that, and 50 is off.
That's another championship contender, remember?
Oh, whoa, and off very slowly and coming back on behind the GT cars.
Yeah, basically got onto the marbles and just off onto the dust as well, and just couldn't recover the speed before turn 13.
Matt Campbell flies by. Let's take a look again, Anthony.
That's right, he's gone around the outside, got onto the curb, beats the car, then he's onto the tarmac, which is super dusty, and that's AstroTurf there as well. Look at that, that could have been a spin. So that yellow stuff now is on AstroTurf. Some of it's painted, some of it's AstroTurf, and that's what he was struggling to get back off of. And now car number 83, Kubica, they're side by side into turn 1, crosses the line. That's going to give Kubica a much better run through turn 2. Now he's back on the throttle earlier than the car in front of him, and you can see 50 squirming around there as he desperately flashes the car in front of him, and that's going to give Kubica a chance for a double overtake here, GTs and the hypercars, but no, he's gone a bit too wide. I wonder how he was hanging on to that one. Kubica will be smiling from inside his cockpit there, because he would be thinking that he forced his teammate into a mistake.
Kubica was ahead at the line as they began the lap, and then the 50 car got back inside him, so Kubica retaking 10th place. So the 83 car is in the points. Miguel Molina in the 50 car is not, and right behind him is Matty Campbell, the Kiwi in full Hunter killer mode here.
Well, he's going to be tasked with putting that car under as much pressure as possible as Lawrence Vantor recovers positions further back. Here's the 8 trying to put a move on the BMW.
Yeah. Speaking of recovering positions, this is Buemi, who has race pace to be leading this race and pulling away, as we know. Now stuck there behind the BMWs as Vantor having a look down the inside now of the I'd say of the limping Ferrari number 50, who I believe is carrying a bit of damage at the front end there from that contact they had at the start of the race with the, I think it was with the BMW, wasn't it?
Sebastian Buemi between the BMWs now, so he's got ahead of Marco Wittmann, but René Rast was the car that was in our sights as we rode on board a moment or 2 ago.
As we get deeper and deeper into this race, remember, it's not just about where the number 6 Porsche ends up. It's about the fact that the number 50 and the number 7 have to score very big points indeed.
And there are 2 different championship battles with completely different ways of scoring, one for the manufacturers and one for the drivers. So, yeah, Porsche would love to win both. They want to win the manufacturers, and of course the drivers want to win the drivers. So again, Campbell, beg your pardon, in the 6 car, Vantor having a look at Sebastian Bourdais.
Seems to me the number 6 car is, at this stage of the race, adopting a minimum risk strategy. There's no lunges going on at all anywhere here. They had their excitement on that rather frenetic lap 1. That's dropped them back down to where they currently sit, 14th place.
You sort of assume, looking at Kevin Escher there with the headset on, there was probably quite a lot of unbroadcastable radio in lap 1 and lap 2. Hopefully things have calmed down a little. The BMW, René Rast just ahead of the black Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, who led from pole position for, 10 laps, 9 laps before he got tagged into a spin.
This is going to be a problem for Buemi, because the BMW looks to have slightly more straight line speed, even in the slipstream there, down towards turn 11. Buemi could see the BMW pulling away. And now, yeah, we look back to the Caddy versus the Porsche, riding on board now with Vantor. It's a difficult one, like you say, Graham. He's got to bide his time and be sensible now. They've had their drama at the start. Now it's time to settle into the race pace and just bring the car home, basically. That's all they need to do if car 7 isn't leading the race, which is currently not.
Well, the other things to watch, by the way, as this develops, with Matty Campbell all over the back now of Miguel Molina, they are being caught by the chasing caddy and the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. We could very well be in a 4 or 5 car battle with championship implications going deep through that group in just a couple of laps' time.
Now, the stint length is expected to be around 30, possibly 31 laps in the first stint, 31 to 32 for Hypercar the rest of the race. And there's the contact with Hiroshi Koizumi and the Corvette running into the back of Sebastian Buemi.
Yeah, I can't blame Buemi at all for that one, because he had so much distance between himself and the GT car. That's what I was looking for. Is it the case of the Hypercar swooping back to the racing line and then catching out the GT? No, it wasn't. There was more than enough clear air between them, and yeah, Kazuki Nakajima sees it as well. He knows exactly, he's raced around here enough times himself to know that that was nothing to do with in the hands of his driver. It was, I think there'll be a penalty coming Koizumi's way.
Yeah, the race pace, by the way, for Seb Buemi, now having got back up to speed and recovered after that spin. Nothing wrong with that. Doesn't appear to be any lasting damage to the Tota.
No lasting damage, but he had to do a serious spin turn, didn't he, to get it back going again. So I think he's probably done some, well, a lot of damage to the rear tyres at least. There's this fight going on here. The Lexus on the inside of turn 2. We just cut away there because that was going to be oh so close.
That was Takeshi Kimura, the car guy, and he almost squeezed through, didn't he, on Giorgio Roda. Giorgio Roda back in the black 88. Ryan Hardwick just in front, having a little look at the back of Darren Leung's 31 BMW. So Giorgio Roda back in 88 and joined by a rookie to the World Championship, Gianmarco Leverato, with Dennis Olsen as their remaining driver. And again, there's our champions, and that's a change of position, isn't it? It is. Alexander Malikin ahead of Sara Bovi out of turn 10. I
think ahead of Sara Bovi and of Francesco Castellacci, who is not making the progress you would expect for a silver driver at this point.
Already, I wondered if Castellacci had made a mistake and held up Bovi, but no, he's gone by both of them.
Yeah, that was a serious lunge, wasn't it? Look at that for a move. Nicely done indeed, and monitoring the rear on the exit as well. Yeah, beautiful lunge down the inside from the champion, Alex Malikin.
And Graham, that Pure Racing Porsche has had just one pole this year. Alex put it on pole in Imola. They've not won from the front, and they've carried success ballast, but they have won a lot of races.
Their performance, particularly when that success ballast has been applied, has been spectacular. All 3 drivers deserve a champions here in the FI World Endurance Championship. Alex Malikin, he will be a silver driver next year. I expect to see him in an LMP2 car, but I think they are planning to go out with a bang here at the top. But to do that, they've got to catch a couple of flying McLarens.
They've had 2 wins and 4 other podiums out of the 7 races this year. There's Manthey EMA, second in the standings. Yasser Shaheen holding off Ahmed Al-Hati in the 46 BMW.
Yeah, well, actually, remember, it was Yasser Shaheen who was in the battle with the cars we can see in the background there. He's made progress. He's come back past those 2 cars and has now got past the 46 BMW. So it's been a great recovery period here from Yasser Shaheen.
And this is how it was done, down towards the final corner there. Got the BMW on the outside, could have given himself less space, less gap in between the 2 of them, something you often see with drivers into that final corner. You want to stay away from the dirt on the inside as much as you can, and helps open up that corner as well.
Back with the battle between the 7th place BMW of René Rast and the 8th placed, I beg your pardon, 5th and 6th place cars of Sebastian Buemi. Buemi dropping away, and then the Lamborghini in 8th place. Where did that car qualify? It was about 14th on the grid, wasn't it? They certainly didn't make it into Hyperpole. Yasser Shaheen coming up a couple of spots in fact, he's made up 3 places from the grid position of that car. Biggest gain in LMGT3 is the Corvette that's gone from 8th to 4th. And yeah, 5 seconds stop and go for Hiroshi Koizumi. It wasn't intentional, but it wasn't exactly neat and tidy either.
While we're watching this battle, and we should be, between the Lamborghini and the Hertz Team Jota Porsche number 38, I can tell you that the battle we were predicting was closing up. The Cadillac has caught Matt Campbell under a second back now.
And look behind what's happened behind these 2 is 83, the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica, has shaken off the 50 car and is starting to close on the battle in front, whereas the 50 Ferrari, as they come through the corner, look, there's the red car. He's been caught by Porsche, with Matt Campbell was there anyway, but you're right, the Cadillac and the 6 Porsche are there as well.
Yeah, that is now that 4-car battle, but it's not 5 cars because of the progress been made by Robert Kubica, and it remains to be seen as we get deeper into this stint whether or not that's reported lack of front downforce as Sarah Bovey goes to the outside of Alex Malikin.
Yeah.
As I look there, don't think there's a way through. Goes defensive.
There might be. Malikin compromised there. He can't really pick up the throttle quite as early because he couldn't run out wide with Sarah Bovey there. So, Anthony, that's actually quite good running around the outside by Bovey because it compromises the car in front.
Yeah, but Malikin was too kind there. He was way too kind. He didn't run her out enough on the exit of turn 4, and then didn't do the same before turn 6. He definitely had space between him just to be a bit more aggressive and chop back onto the line.
She should have Verstappened him off into the gravel. The other way around. He should have Verstappen her off.
You're the one that just said that.
But right behind, as that goes on, in the Ferrari, not Francois Heriot, is it?
It is Francois Heriot.
No, it's Francesco Castellacci.
Sorry, the one we're looking at the foreground here.
Yeah,
yes.
no, behind those two, Castellacci is like rubbing his hands. Right, come on, you guys. Let's have a little bit of contact and I'll slip through.
Yeah, I mean, but for me, I can't understand why we've not seen better progress from Francesco. What we're looking at here, by the way, this is the second group. We've seen that first group of 4 with the 2 McLarens, the Vista number 55 and the 81 TF Sport Car. These are right there. It's just going to take one stumble. We've got a 6-7 car train.
10 laps before we start to see our LMGT3 cars peeling into the pit lane. McLaren 1-2, but there is a big battle for 3rd place. Francois Heriot in the silver Ferrari has got TF Sports' Tom van Rompuy right behind him now. The Ferrari was hanging on to the back of the McLarens, but now he's got to watch the back door, Anthony. The Corvette has closed up. Van Rompuy, the first ever LMGT3 pole sitter way back in Qatar, looking to move into the top 3, and behind, Alex Malikin in the white Porsche, Sarah Bovey in the pink Lamborghini, and Francesco Castellacci in the second of the AF Vista Ferraris is in that battle as well.
Oh, look at this. The 2 McLarens fighting it out before turn 4. That's the closest we've seen them. And yeah, that's allowed the other 2 behind to catch up as well. The Ferrari followed by that Corvette. There was no overtaking into turn 1 as we expected, but further back you've got the fight as well, which is a great, that 3-way fight that we have been watching. But yeah, look at this 4 that have properly closed in.
Now think back to Brazil where there was contact when the 2 McLarens were trying to change places. James Costingham showing his nose there to Josh Cagle going, come on, we're being caught, let's go.
Here we go, this should be an overtaking opportunity for car 38 down in towards turn 1 on the Lamborghini. Yeah, nice solid move there. Runs a little bit wide, but that's pretty common through turn 1. Now you've got to play the defensive game on the exit.
So Phil Hansen passed Eduardo Mortara, that's for 8th place. Edo had actually recouped that place on the straight, but Hansen back past him.
Yeah, so that good move in turn 1 has sent him through turn 2 and 3, and yeah, placed the car wisely there. Did Hansen, a nice move, and gained a position. As we look back at this brilliant 4-way fight, in the LMGT3, right at the front, the 2 McLarens. I kind of get the feeling that, yeah, Cottingham has the speed over Cagill here.
The other thing to watch as we get deeper and deeper into this first stint is which of these bronze drivers will continue for the second and final stint we need to see from them in this race. How deep can they go in these prevailing conditions? It is very, very warm out there.
James Cottingham in the second McLaren needs one of 2 things to happen. Either his teammate find a bit more pace so they can pull away from the Ferrari, or what's actually happened, Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette to attack the Ferrari.
Here we go, this is the closest we've seen the 2 McLarens. Is he going to pop to the inside or not? No, he stays there, but the Corvette does this time. Van Rompuy on the inside of Castellacci. Is that Castellacci? No,
no,
it's I keep getting them confused. Heriot, down the inside of Heriot, and gains that position for now. But watch this, on the run up towards turn 4, he's going to have to defend on the inside, is Rompuy, but he didn't do it early enough. He's given Heriot the chance to come back at him before turn 4, and he does go side by side momentarily. Van Rompuy hangs it around the outside. Oh, that was brave stuff, but he made his work harder than it should have been there.
Here comes Giorgio Roda and Takeshi Kimura. Kimura down the inside into turn 1 and gets the place away from the Mustang.
They cycle up as Hiroshi Kazumi takes that drive through, rather the 5-second stop and go penalty. He emerges, is that 35th position, still ahead of Claudio Schiavone.
Just to point out, by the way, the Corvette now up to 3rd in LMGT3 from 8th on the grid. So he is the big mover and shaker at the moment, Tom van Rompuy. And the 88 Corvette, the 88 Mustang, losing out there again to the Akodis ASP Lexus. Just Giorgio Roda battles with Takeshi Kimura.
Through this battle comes the 38 car, Phil Hansen, trying to make good his escape from Edo Matara, who's now under more pressure from behind from the 83 Ferrari.
Yeah, the 83 Ferrari still recovering from turn 1. But yeah, the Lamborghini is definitely looking more in the mirrors than it is forwards at this point.
No change in positions yet. It is still the McLaren of James Cottingham chasing his teammate Josh Cahill. Cottingham's got the orange windscreen strip. Otherwise, it's quite hard to tell the cars apart from dead ahead. A little bit of a Jota scenario going on there. Here's Julian Andlauer in the 99 Proton Porsche in 2nd place, but Ferrari lead here.
What a brilliant opening stint at the race this has been by Julian Andlauer. I think he's been a real star this season. Phenomenal performance that we saw from him in Spa earlier in the year. Arguably should have won the race that day. Running on board now with Will Stevens. You can see that white Porsche in front of him. Stevens has kept his nose clean, hasn't he, at the start of this race as well, looking after those tyres. The two McLarens ever so close again down towards turn 4, but I'm expecting this move from Cottingham soon. But Van Rompuy's getting involved here. He's looking more aggressive than Cottingham, and could we see the Corvette past one of the McLarens before the other McLaren overtakes the sister car? Is he going to have to defend down into the inside of turn 8? Yes, he does a bit.
Van Rompuy's got the advantage that it's not his teammate. He doesn't mind if he bumps them.
Yeah, James Cottingham's not getting the room to attack on Josh Cahill. He was he with the Ferrari behind? Now we've got the bright yellow nose of the 81 Corvette as they come through turn 10.
Yeah, we're going to have to get back to that action after watching this replay as soon as possible, because, oh, that was a lockout there, wasn't it, for car number 5. That's Matt Campbell through on the inside of the Mustang GT, and it's always hard to do that, splitting 2 GT cars before turning into turn 1. You're asking for trouble.
Looking racy here, Tom van Rompuy, looking for a way by at almost every turn, and we've got hypercar traffic coming as well, and that could play a part here.
Cottingham just needs to calm down. He knows he's got the speed to not only catch his teammate but pass him. He's done it already, and he can do it again. He's got to start looking forward instead of in his mirrors, because that bright yellow Corvette's on the attack, but he's got the speed as well.
2 race leaders in both classes side by side as they come into the braking zone.
Yeah, that's an easy pass there for Giovinazzi. It's not the ideal part of the track to overtake on because it is quite dusty on the inside, but you have to get it done as soon as possible, as Andlauer now gets the advantage of a bit of a slipstream from the GT car, seeing popping in and out between each one. And can he get that move done? You're desperate to get the move done into turn 1. No, you can't, but he's got free air around him, and that's not what he wanted there. So he loses out more than the car in front of him of Giovinazzi did in the final corner.
The good thing is that turn 1, the minimum speed of the GT3 is barely any slower than the hypercar, so it's a little bit less, but yeah, you can't afford to lose anything. Will Stevens with the same problem now, but he'll be passing them down the hill.
He lost it more on the braking though, did Andlauer. You know, braking offline into turn 1 is such a, you don't want to be on the inside there. It's such a compromised position as Stevens finds his way through now through a very tricky part of the track to get through traffic. Turn 6 and 7, a little bit higher speed, and the GT cars move around a lot more than the cars with more downforce. 5
laps until LMGT3 pit stops, we anticipate. Is the Corvette going to go from 8th to the lead of the class in one stint? He's certainly well placed, and he does look to have better pace than either McLaren. And again, James Cottingham coming under pressure. Now, is the Corvette going to try and follow the Toyota through? He can't, but he does put the leader, Josh Cahill, a little offline. And these are the opportunities, aren't they, for the GT cars?
It's been a great race to start the this 8 hours of Bahrain, remember, in LMGT3. good, solid pace from both the McLarens, but a very different tenor now for that second place battle with the Corvette getting involved.
Yeah, the Corvette was unfortunately overtaken right before the apex of turn 13, and it's never nice into there. So yeah, he would have lost a little bit of time there to the with the Toyota overtaking, but he looks like he's back in the mix before the final corner, and Cottingham once again just chipping away at his teammate, edging closer and closer, and he might have a chance this time around to be late on the brakes. So we've seen him closer before and still resisted that temptation. At some point, he's going to have to pluck up the courage and just commit to the inside and try and outbrake his teammate, but once again, looks set and happy to sit behind him.
The next group, by the way, to catch this leader battle is going to be that.
But this is interesting. Sorry, Graham, this is interesting. Now, Cagill's had a terrible exit out of turn 2, really compromised his line round 1 and 2, and now we've got the chance for Cottingham on the inside. Come on, late on the brakes. You can do it this time around. Surely, yes, it's done. The move has happened. Finally, it's been there for a long time, and Van Rompuy's getting involved as well. Before turn 6, is he going to stay on the inside? Yes, he does. Look at that for aggressive driving over the curb. So 2 passes in 2 corners there. Great stuff.
And all came from a mistake into and through turn 1 from the previous race leader.
Well, here's the second Corvette, and that is Hiroshi Koizumi behind Takeshi Kimura in the Lexus. Behind them, the 88 car Giorgio Roda has slipped further back down the order, ahead of Clement Matteo in the D-Station Aston and Claudio Schiavone in the number 60 Iron Lynx, struggling in the heat. There he is, the Lamborghini at the tail of the field.
That's Hiroshi Koizumi, by the way, making that recovery after the stop-and-go penalty. Already picked up, what is that, 3 places? 3 places since that stop-and-go penalty.
Look how busy this part of the racetrack is, all the GT cars and the hypercars trying to come through.
Josh Cagle getting eased offline there as the Lamborghini comes through, then Robert Kubica. And did he try and come back? Yes, he did. Came back, and Tom Van Rompuy trying to take second place, showing Van Rompuy the runoff area. The Corvette back up into second in LMGT3.
Just trying to think there, with Van Rompuy running wide, did he technically overtake the McLaren off the track? All 4 wheels were definitely off the track.
Well, he could say that he was in front and he was avoiding an accident.
Could say that, but you can't overtake a car off the track.
Now then, Corvette's dropped back, but here comes the high-speed hypercar train. Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari with Matty Campbell still behind him.
But Lawrence Van Toor still in self-preservation mode, I think, here, in championship preservation mode, making his way through the field as best he can with 0 risk.
Then you drive so much more tense. You shouldn't do. You tell yourself just to do it as normal when you're in the championship leading position, and you just can't resist to drive to that a little bit more digitally. You tense up in the car, every move you doubt, and yeah, we've already seen contact with that car number 6 at the start of the race. A lot of that comes from just this, you lack the fluidity sometimes when you're in a championship leading position.
Josh Cagle using some, Josh Cagle using some very odd lines there in the McLaren. Maybe he was worried that he was going to get lunged by the Peugeots. He is now. In fact, that's James Cottingham, isn't it, the leader, because he's got the Corvette behind him.
Yes, indeed.
There was, yeah. So James Cottingham now the first of the LMGT3 cars, and the Alpine just shuts the door a little bit on the Corvette, separating those. And here's the battle for second place. It is privateer Porsches. It is Julian Andlauer ahead of Will Stevens. We ride with Will in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota 963.
Yeah, as we're watching these two at battle, almost 45 minutes into this race, the gap from 1st to 18th, as we're looking at this potential place, under 40 seconds.
This is tighter than you thought it was, I think, Graham, before you started that, because Will is massively on the attack here. He looks to go to the inside, and he's going to get the job done here on the harder tyres, don't forget. So the same car platform, the Porsche platform, but 2 different tyre compounds that we're looking at. And maybe now, this is why we're seeing the harder tyres coming into play. Will defends the inside. See, this is great driving between these two. Will Andlauer try and go around the outside? No, he doesn't. He knows he's fighting a faster car, or a faster shod tyre car. And Will's through.
You can use more fuel to overtake, you can use more fuel. 8 laps to go, 8 to go. Guy in front on B.
Yeah, so there we go. So Will had, obviously was on the better tyre at this stage in the race, that harder tyre, and also had a bit more fuel to play with as well. So less lift and coast going into turn 1 gave him the opportunity to send this move down the inside. That's how he came back from so far back there, because he knew he could stay on the throttle pedal potentially longer than the car he was fighting with.
It's interesting, isn't it? 2/3 of the way through the first stint on the hard tyre, it's already starting to be better than the medium. Battle again between the Proton EMA Porsche Yasser Shaheen and Arnaud Robin.
And this is very much the second chasing group after the lead battles. Battles going all the way down to Francesco Castellacci in 7th. What a big gap there to Ian James is all alone in that 27 Aston Martin, and then the group behind, which is led at the moment by Arnaud Robin, but under attack from Yasser Shaheen.
This is the other Lexus. This is Takeshi Kimura ahead of the black car of Giorgio Roda and black and green Clement Matteo as our race leader comes across the line. Again, expecting around 30 laps here, and the Ferrari on the hard tyre as well. His last time round a 54.995. Will's was a 54.969. So
with an overtake as well.
300ths of a second quicker.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that gap as we close in on the first pit stops. We expect, by the way, that number 50 car, that is the Ferrari that's in championship contention, down in 11th place, likely nose change coming for that car after that report of lots of front downforce, the rushes at the start of the race.
Front nose, as it's otherwise known. René Rast under pressure from Sebastian Buemi. Buemi not making much inroad here. The BMW on the hard tyre and the Toyota. The Toyota can make speed and can make the medium last. We've seen it make the soft last in Brazil when everybody else needed a medium, but it's the medium, the softer of the two compounds we have here. And Anthony, you don't have to use both. You can commit to whichever tyre you want in whichever combination you want. You might have 3 mediums, 1 hard. You might have hard left, hard and medium right, whatever. It's not like Formula 1 where you are mandatorily required to use all compounds available.
Exactly, that's what makes it exciting in sports car racing. It's great that now we can see in the World Endurance Championship which tyre compound they're actually on. So look, before in the past they had this opportunity, but all the tyres looked the same. So from the outside you had no idea who was on what, and the teams obviously like to keep it secretive. So we see the energy remaining of the cars here, so less energy remaining for all of the LMGT3 cars. We expect them in before the hypercars pitting, and we're anywhere from lap 31 to lap 33.
Yeah, significantly less energy for Josh Cahill there, I was noticing, about 5% less, so he's been burning that energy, and now we've got a battle here for 3rd place.
Mike Conway gets in the slipstream of Julian Andlauer. Those medium tyres really starting to fall away, aren't they, on that car 99, as Conway on the hard tyre comes through down the inside. Andlauer's now starting to look in the mirrors quite a lot. Has he taken too much out of them as well? See another slide there on the exit of turn 2. I hope for his sake they're only going to single stint this set of tyres.
I think that was the problem for Josh Cahill, too much sliding in the McLaren.
For your info, car 50 will change 2 tires and will pit 4 laps earlier. And we might lose another 2 places if those cars change only 2 tires.
Yes, so for what you are asking, my opinion is that you don't want to do it. I mean, I'm telling you what will be the fastest to bring us to the end of 2 spins. Then that's up to you. Huh?
Copy code, that's what I was asking you. What is the quicker solution to you?
That is a very major problem for the 78 Akodis ASP Lexus. It looked initially like a left rear puncture, but it is broken left rear suspension. Josh Cahill again under pressure for 3rd place as the Corvette looks to try and take the lead in LMGT3 from James Cottingham. Yeah, the Lexus is going to try and make it back to the pits. That's Arnaud Robin. Don't forget he was in that battle behind Cahill, and Cahill with less energy, he was holding up his teammate. I think he's had too much wheel spin, he's been sliding the car too much, so his tyres have gone away, and now he's having to try and preserve energy, not to have to pit a lap earlier as well.
He starts playing out at the end of the first stint here in Bahrain. If you've been too aggressive on your tyres earlier on, it's really going to come and bite you at the end of the first stint. And fingers crossed, we don't see those drivers having to double stint them, because that's an absolute nightmare. When more fuel goes back into the car and you send them out there for another stint, it becomes almost undrivable. So yeah, you really have to babysit the tyres at the start. And some drivers are better at that than others. And I love this part of the race when you start to see it all play out, as now we look to that left rear suspension of the Lexus Graham.
Yeah, keep an eye on this pit stop. Just noting as well, by the way, the train of Alex Malikin and Sarah Bovey having caught that lead group as well. So as we come into the window for the routine pit stop, first routine pit stops for LMGT3, it's not going to be 2, 3 or 4 cars for the lead battle. It's going to be into the 7 or even 8 cars.
Wild ride offline there from the 99 car. We're with René Rast. This is the battle for 4th place. Julian Andlauer ahead of the BMW, who is right on his heels. Andlauer having to be very inventive to get through a solid knot of LMGT3 cars. And through goes the number 8 Toyota as well. That's the black shadow behind the BMW. And the second Beamer going through as well, Marco Wittmann. And on the inside of the remaining Lexus, the car Sebastian Buemi at 78 gets pushed back into the garage. Now, it's not all over. They can replace the suspension, and I'm sure they will try and make sure that they can finish this race, but they've got to do it in as quick a time as possible.
Yeah, 8 hours, remember, and they'll want to get to the end of this World Championship event and celebrate the end of their campaign.
Here we go.
We'll be back.
Rob Poy having a look down the inside of Cottingham now, so he clearly has the speed here, doesn't he? Faster at this stage of the race than both McLarens, but the faster of the 2 McLarens leading the pack at the moment.
Okay, down in the pit lane, Bruce Giovanni. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, I know that you're talking about the McLarens, and James Cottingham, who's in the car at the moment, haven't got any radio working at all, so he can't communicate with his engineer, and they're not sure whether they're going to do a driver change or not. But apart from that, everything's okay. Just no communications.
That's perfect for 8 hours. Radio silence. You saw 95, Josh Cahill in the pits, so he will take, I'm sure he's going to have to take at least rear tyres. And here's another battle, Julian Andlauer starting to struggle now. He's just dropping away from the cars in front. Don't forget, he was second. He's currently hanging on to 4th by the skin of his teeth. Anthony, I'm guessing it's rubber related here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's run out of tyres, and he's asked too much from them too early. And on top of that, one of the only medium tyre runners as well that's still out there. You can see the BMW, the red stripes on that. Buemi, though, is also mediums and clearly faster as well. But you'd expect that from that car. They've been quick all weekend on the medium compound. But yeah, this is now a stage of the race where Andlauer's got to think about the tyres he's on and not do anything silly. And it might come back around for him later on in the race.
Didn't look like a driver change there for the 31 WRT BMW. Darren Leung staying in. Yasser Shaheen, James, Josh Cahill both stayed in. Darren Leung did stay in. So we're seeing the first of our LMGT3 pit stops. Louise Beckett down in the pit lane.
We're also seeing the 50 Ferrari crew in the pit lane, ready for the car to come in. Molina has reported loss of grip at the front of the car after those incidents. They've got a nose ready, which I know you know already, and left side only on the tyres.
All right, well, we're expecting the Corvette to stop and do left side only, but a driver change as well to Charlie Eastwood now. Some of the other bronzes have stayed in. I think they might judge that on how the driver responds. If Tom van Rompuy can stay in for a second stint, that would be beneficial. There's the nose ready for the 50 Ferrari. Don't forget, that's our championship contender, not our race leading Ferrari. And Andlauer just hemorrhaging time here and just holding up everybody. They're all trying to get by the 99 Proton Porsche. And here's an opportunity for Sebastian Buemi, potentially, Anthony, to try and take 2 places in one go.
Yeah, Buemi sniffed the chance there, but to be that BMW is a little bit too quick in the straight line for him. But I thought that it would be actually the BMW Rene Rast harassing Andlauer a little bit more, as we see now car 50 in that pit stop. As we look to the that nose change, it's about to come off. Work can start after the fuel rig has done its job. Driver gets a much needed drink as well. There's the bodywork behind. Yep, out of the way. There we go. That's going to give the team a chance to actually change it.
Just while watching this, we have seen the previous leading group of LMGT3. There you see the damage. It was quite the hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, the dive plane's really taken a hit there, and you rely on that as Buemi's down the inside of Rast into turn 11. So he's capitalised. Oh, but no, he's run a bit too wide, and Rast is back through. Brilliant stuff here, but he's going to cross the line once again and potentially be under attack into turn 13. No, that was some brilliant driving between those two hardened pros.
Remember how downcast both parts of the WRT garage were after qualifying. The hypercars underperformed and their GT3 cars really underperformed, but the hypercar does look like it's got good race pace.
Reports of debris on the main straight, Seb. Reports of debris, start, finish straight.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, yeah, that came from my car when I got hit when I was in the lead of the race.
Yeah,
I know exactly where that debris is.
50 car is back out and running, 1 minute and 26 seconds on pit lane for Miguel Molina. He rejoins the race. Sarabovi hits the number 85 car from the lead after the cars ahead of it are all pitted. Ian James also on pit lane from second place on that pit stop cycle. Almost complete now in LMGT3.
Now into the pit lane as well has come Matt Campbell in Porsche number 5, the second well, best placed or better placed of the two Penske cars.
I love it when you slow this sport down and you see these super slow-mos. You see the drivers really working the car, sliding it. They look so stuck to the ground a lot of the time, and normal road car drivers might even think, yeah, I could give that a go. But when you see it slowed down and the attitude of the car and how you're dancing on that knife edge over those curves, yeah, that's where the drivers really earn their money.
Look, give us a month here and we could be acceptable pace-wise in a hypercar. Then throw 17 others around us and any pace we might have had a hope of maintaining goes out the window. It's literally not about driving the car, it's everything else you have to do.
The problem is, you know, like any sport, any sports person, when you see somebody right at the top, the elite at what they do, they make it look easy. It's exactly like all of these drivers, they just make it look easy most of the time. Of course, things can go wrong.
It's always been an athletic sport, it just doesn't look like it from the perspective that we normally see it.
I think the real problem is everybody who can drive a car thinks they can drive a car. Everybody can ride a bike. None of us think we can run the Tour de France.
It looks like we are good for overcut. So keep doing what you do and we'll try to play this in the pits.
Yeah. Do you want to hear something from French?
Now the overcut is running longer and they've been very good on fuel economy, BMW, even when they've had decent pace. So 20 René Rast is in, but 15 Marco Wittmann.
Oh, that was late, sorry, that was late from Sebastian Buemi. The car was squirming around on the brakes, and the Mustang luckily saw him there. Oh, that was tight as well, wasn't it, on the exit with Wittmann. But yeah, just to continue on from what you were saying, Martin, about that overcut. Wittmann has been sitting there quietly, going about his work, hasn't he? As the 94 there fights the car number 6 into turn 1. And they're talking about, in doing what he's done, Wittmann, he's saved loads of fuel. So he's going to let the others pit and continue around with lower fuel in his car and warm tyres and potentially try to overcut the cars. When he comes into his pit stop, hopefully he's virtually overtaken them by them being slower and doing their pit stops. And that was a dive down the inside, wasn't it, of the Peugeot on our championship leader, car number 6.
So look at the way that the Peugeot's race pace has improved as the tyres have worn, as the stint has gone on, compared to the Porsche's, which is dropping away.
Buemi's overtaken Andlauer there, and now it's Wittmann's go.
So Buemi up to 4th, Conway up to 3rd, and we haven't even hypercar stopped yet.
Highly impressive part of the stint from Sebastian Buemi in recovery from that spin earlier.
And yeah, if you were Rast in the number 20 BMW, oh, this is how it happened. Was it through a mistake? No, it was just a nice dive down the inside. very well judged by Buemi. For me, overtake of the race so far. So hard to do that into turn 9 and 10. You also need the compliance of the car you're fighting against and the awareness. That's exactly what Andlauer had.
And Andlauer loses another place. The BMW has gone by 2. So Marco Wittmann, as they picks up the place. I don't think it was compliance. I think Andlauer had no option. He was drifting out wide, but Buemi went down the inside like a can opener.
He really did. Great stuff from Buemi. But this is interesting. Oh, so Buemi is in as well. Oh, no, that's Conway. So Buemi, I thought I saw him flash past. So he's the one that's going for the overcut. That's a proper overcut. The amount of fuel he saved there behind Rast is something special.
Also, massive cloud of smoke as we had a shock in the pit entrance, so somebody's had a monster lockup coming in and trying to get the car stopped.
Now, what are Toyota planning on doing? I can see a shiny set there of the hard compound tyres. I think they're probably just going to do left side only.
Look at the 36 Alpine there, still on 6% compared to the cars around it that haven't yet stopped. 1, 2, 3%. So good energy saving from the 36 car as well. That car in the hands of Charles Malaysi, and as we cycle around here, still up in 5th, still needs to pit, will drop back, but not dropping back massive amounts of time in this first round.
Don't forget in hypercar, not all of the energy is fuel in the tank. It also incorporates their SOC, their electrical energy. So sometimes we've seen the cars coming in, as BMW explained to us, coming in with 5 or 10% usable energy, it would seem, but actually they've had to pit because they're out of gas and they still have electrical charge left, so you can't use one without the other.
So it looked like 3 tyres went on that number 83 there. At least 2 of them were old hards. By old, I mean it's probably done qualifying, first round qualifying before Hyperpole, because Hyperpole you have to run new tyres, of course. So yeah, just the 1 or 2 laps on them. So, but still, you know, they've been conditioned, they're older tyres, and you lose a little bit of that edge from them to take them through this next long stint of around 33 laps.
Stoffel van Dorn in the 94 Peugeot got ahead of the Cadillac in that stop. So the Caddy has had a horrible stop. 51 is in, the race leader. Sebastian Buemi's in, Phil Hansen is in. The top 3 are in. Mikkel Jensen, if he does not pit, will lead for Peugeot at the 1 hour and 1 minute mark.
So Will Stevens, who was in 2nd place, is heading around turn 11 right now as we speak, as Buemi pulls into his pit box after saving that impressive amount of extra fuel, as I believe so has Will Stevens. So yeah, really some fuel saving. That's why we probably heard from Stevens' engineer saying we've got fuel to spare for the overtake.
Race leader Charles Malaysi obviously saving fuel because he's so petite he can't quite get full throttle on the Alpine.
Confirmed, by the way, the number 8 car is under review for a possible overtake beyond track limits on Claudio Schiavone. That was 15 minutes ago. Damage there to the rear of the Toyota.
That's Buemi's car, isn't it, from when he got tagged into the spin? Yeah. Well, we know it is because he's in the pit lane, but yeah.
So replacing mediums with mediums. Clearly feels confident that he can continue this, and maybe didn't want to actually upset the balance of his car. Sometimes you feel that when you change compounds. I never really liked changing the compound from left to right, or even just one different compound. I always felt like it upset the balance of my car. And Buemi continues that on the medium tyres, as we see this drag race down the main straight between the Porsche Proton 99 and the
Marco
15 car.
Wittmann on the outside of Julian Andlauer. Wittmann under being examined for passing the 88 Mustang of Giorgio Roda outside of track limits.
Beautiful move there for the 5 Porsche. Just let them get on with it. I think nearly got them both.
Yeah, it was kind of handed to him there, wasn't it, with Campbell, because that was a little bit silly, in my opinion, to hang it around the outside of turn 1 and so compromise the entry to turn 2 with Wittmann. It was never going to really happen. You weren't going to overtake Andlauer on the inside of turn 2, and then he's pinched himself so much, Campbell just thought, okay, I'll just take that on the exit, thank you very much.
And don't forget, Campbell's got more grip because he stopped a lap earlier, and so his tyres are hot, and Andlauer's and Wittmann's are still cold.
Leader is in the pits, the 36 Alpine. Charles Malaysi going long on fuel. That is going to see the new race leader, Will Stevens, a minute and 16 seconds on pit lane for their first routine stop, compared to a minute and 25 for the 51 Ferrari.
Our new race leader, an hour into the 8 hours of Bahrain, Hertz Team Jota's Will Stevens, as Charles Lacey ducks into the pit lane from the lead, going a lap longer. 51 AF Corsa Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi in second place, and Mike Conway in third position. A 5-time winner here, 4 for Toyota, and once in LMP2 with G-Drive.
Slick stop there for the 36 crew. That's the last of our hypercars in and out for a routine stop.
Let's hear from Bruce Schwani in the pit lane.
Yes, that car number 36 had only 3 tires changed, and it went back into mediums, sticking to the strategy since the beginning of the race with medium compounds. And they look pretty old to me.
All right, well, replay here of that battle a lap ago, Anthony, between the cold-tired BMW and Porsche.
Yeah, so you can see Wittmann. I mean, it looked a little bit closer off-board than it did on-board, to be fair to him, before turn 2. But you always run that risk of getting pinched through turn 2. They're big, wide cars. It's hard to get through there side-by-side. And in my opinion, that Andlauer just about had enough of the cornering authority to stay in front. And it was an uncomfortable ride to be pinched that much, Wittmann. And then you expose yourself from the car behind. As we see the Alpines fighting their way through, or working their way through, the LMGT3s.
And the first of those two Alpines, Charles Lacey, fresh out of the pits. Fernie Habsburg on warmer tyres, goes around the outside. He'll have a little more grip. And as he goes by, that means on his pit stop, Charles Lacey went from first to last in hypercar, right behind 2 Ferraris battling, and that is Francois Heriot and Thomas Floor making his first few laps around the track. Floor right behind as Heriot is stuck behind Sarah Bovy in the Iron Dames Lamborghini.
So yeah, the 2 Ferraris now both with bronze drivers aboard. 8-hour race, remember, 2 hours and 20 minutes required, so it's more than 2 stints for every bronze driver and every silver driver in the LMGT3s. So there's a lot of racing still to do.
And they're going to have to dig in deep in this heat. And ooh, you see the Cadillac having a little look there at the number 6 Porsche, Lawrence Vantor. So Earl Bamber staying. Oh no, that was the driver change, wasn't there? Because it wasn't Earl Bamber who started, it was Sebastian Bourdais. So Lawrence Vantor stays in. Cadillac with a good run here down the inside, and the Porsche is going to be stuck behind the Corvette as well, and that aids in the pass. So the Caddy moves up from 15th to 14th, not where they would want to be. And a change here, Sarah Bovy losing ground as well. So who's gone by? Was that Francois Heriot going by Sarah Bovy, and Thomas Floor looking to have a chance as well. Great battle for 5th place in LMGT3. Italian brands, Ferrari with a Lamborghini, the meat in the sandwich, and Sarah Bovy with Thomas Floor looking early and a long way down the inside up the hill to turn 4. Bovy just keeps enough to stay in front, Anthony, but suddenly the Lamborghini is looking like it's very susceptible to these Ferraris.
Yeah, it's been a great fight, isn't it, all the way through this race so far in LMGT3. Hopefully it continues. And, yeah, the Lamborghini sandwich in between those 2 Ferraris there. But going back to the hypercar field as we do now, that fight we were looking at before with the Caddy, the number 2, versus the championship leader, car number 6. A bit of an unfair tyre advantage there for the Caddy. After that pit stop, you can see that they're running, they didn't change the right front. That's still got 31 laps on it, but the rest that went on were brand new versus the car number 6 that is still continuing all 4 tyres, or those hard tyres, still got 31 laps on them.
6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. It's all Porsches, but 3 completely different teams. The number 38 Hertz Team Jota car ahead of the number 99 Proton competition car, and then the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. And delighted they've been joined in the booth little wee while at this point. But none other than Timo Bernhard. Timo, this is quite the finale.
Yes, it is. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me again. So very happy to watch the WC race with you. And yes, no, it's a tight race. Obviously, I mean, Porsche is challenging or contesting for the Drivers' Championship. I think there is quite a margin there, but still, you know, number 6 car needs to finish, I think, around P9. And then obviously in the manufacturers, there's quite a battle going on with Porsche, Toyota, and Ferrari. And this is this is going to be quite challenging. I mean, it's still early in the race, but you see, this is where we need to move up, you know.
And for Porsche in the manufacturers, it's worth pointing out that neither Jota car nor the Proton car, although they are Porsches, they're not scoring for Porsche in the manufacturers because they're privateer cars, but they do block those points-paying positions. So if there's 5 privateer cars in front of you, you only score for 6th position.
Yeah, absolutely. So we rather have, you know, the Porsches up in the front, you know, on the top, regardless of which team. But for sure, you know, for the manufacturers championship is only the car 5 and 6, the 2 Penske cars counting. So yeah, it's going to be the challenge. Obviously, on the start, we lost quite some positions.
You've been a part of this championship for many years as a driver. You're now here as a driver advisor and in amongst the, well, I can't imagine what it's like in the Porsche Penske Motorsport garage at the moment. What is the emotional level there at the moment on the Porsche side? And with the captain and Roger looking for a first ever World Championship.
I know, for sure. I mean, first of all, it's cool that for sure Thomas Laudenbach is here as Porsche Motorsport boss, but also Roger Penske, you know, as this team owner icon, is here, and he's fully motivated, and the whole team. And right now, yes, I mean, we lost position at the start, it's true, and we need to actually be calm and collected now, you know, to fight back. It's not over yet, for sure, far away from that, but we need to do the right steps now.
It's a really long game, isn't it? 1 hour in, we've got 6 hours and 50 minutes still to go in the 8 hours of Bahrain. Only once in 12 FIA World Endurance Championship season has Bahrain not been on the calendar, but twice we've had double races, so this is the 14th World Endurance encounter in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The teams and drivers know the circuit well, and the fans and the officials here know the cars. Roger Penske on the grid, watching his team hopefully claiming victory, and for the captain in his 9th decade as a racer, a chance to win. But Toyota had locked out the front row in qualifying and managed to keep the lead into the first turn. From there on, though, things didn't go according to plan. Number 7 car dropping back, little too much wheel spin. Ferrari's 51 car squeezing through. But things went worse for the points leading Porsche, getting hit in the first corner. In LMGT3, McLaren become the first team to lock out the front row in LMGT3, and they led 1-2, but under real pressure right from the start. Privateer Porsches from Jota and from Proton were both going well, but the Penske cars seemed to be attracting all the contact and the bad luck at the beginning of the race. Trying to work their way through LMGT3 traffic, the hypercars, Will Stevens in the number 12 Jota car and the number 7 car Mike Conway battling to try and get back into the top half dozen. Disaster for race leader Sebastian Buemi, tagged from behind by the Corvette of Hiroshi Koizumi, who pick up a 5-second penalty for that. And then a big wayward moment for the best placed Ferrari in the standings, riding too far over the curbs, getting away without too much drama. But the number 50 car had early contact. Champions in LMGT3, Alex Malikin starting for Manthey Pure Racing. Manthey looking to secure a 1-2 in the championship for their Porsches. Porsche as a brand having dominated in IMSA, winning every competition that it entered, looking to do the same in World Endurance, having already tied up drivers and manufacturers titles in LMGT3. But with McLaren at the front of the field, Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette, having started 8th on the grid, was the big mover, closing up on the lead duo. And as Josh Cahill struggled, dropping back from 1st to 3rd, McLaren still had the lead heading to the pit stops. Number 7 Toyota Mike Conway working its way back up the order as the 99 Proton Porsche started to fade. its tyres giving way towards the end of the opening stint. Conway was up into third, and Andlauer's woes were not over. Sebastian Buemi was right behind him and carved up the inside into turn 10 to move by him as well, and into the top 4. A nose change for the 50 Ferrari, and it is the number 12 Hertz Team Jota car that leads the race. Well, Graham, it's been a busy first hour. Hertz Team Jota leading from the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, and Toyota third and fourth. And in terms of our championship standings, well, the number 50 Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche, who are the second and best placed car, currently not scoring points. Points only go down to 10th place. In LMGT3, it is TF Sports' Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette that leads, from Mantai's Joel Sturm, with the United Autosports drivers having swapped in 95. Nico Pino's taken over there. James Cottingham stays in 4th place in the 59 McLaren. Lots of racing still to go, 6 3/4 hours, so in a normal FIA World Endurance Championship race, cars would barely be leaving the pit lane at this stage. We've already had a frantic first hour.
Absolutely, you're just saying a little bit off mic, Timo, though. This is the first of 2 races. We're here in bright sunshine, it's baking hot out there, but that's not the way it's going to stay. And we're going to see, I'm sure, some ebb and flow in some of the fortunes and the strategy of these teams as the day cools, as we lose the light. What are you expected to see towards the end of this motor race?
Yes, and that's exactly right what you just said. And the second half of the race, as you so called it, will be around halftime when it starts to get darker, cooling off. There will be a crossover of different tire compound. I mean, we've seen some teams, they started already with a medium tire, so with a softer compound, but some teams are still on the hard. So there will be a crossover for these teams starting with a harder compound. This will be interesting.
Well, let's catch up with the Caddy team. Sebastian Bourdais in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, it is very hot. It's the hottest day of the week, so yeah, for sure. Following cars the whole stint is to be expected that you're going to get pretty hot, but the effort's not really hard. It's just standing in a car that's extremely hot, so yeah, we knew that going in.
Talk about the challenges out there, because obviously we're talking about saving tires, saving fuel. How difficult is that?
Yeah, I mean, actually it was better than expected, to be honest. I think we had a bit of a hint that our degradation was better than some. The problem is that at ISO tires, it's extremely difficult to make any kind of pass. So I just got bottled up behind the group that I was in. The start was less than perfect. It felt like it went, and then it bunched up, and I had to catch the brakes just under the bridge there. So not quite sure what happened, but I guess that accordion effect happens when you start at the back there. So I was just happy that we didn't get hit. I didn't hit anyone, and then we went on racing for 8 hours. So that's a good start. But yeah, definitely didn't make any positions, and yeah, it's an uphill battle from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back with Timo Bernhard. Timo, we've been treated to, what is this now, almost an hour and 20 minutes of green flag racing. All 18 hypercars still on the pace and separated by less than a minute at this stage. But then the next thing inevitably happens. We've not had any intervention yet into this race, and adversity happens. And you've been part of the Porsche team when that's come your way in the middle of an endurance race. I was talking to one of your guys earlier this week and reminded about the 919 and the race where, was it two of the cylinders on full throttle?
Yes.
That engine is now in the Porsche Museum, and you guys had to manage that for the rest of that race.
Yes, we only had 4 cylinders in total, so it was the 2 were completely open. Yeah, there was the race in 2015. Maybe Anthony can remember that time, but yeah, we were leading, and then we had this issue, and we were dropping back quite a lot. But we needed to finish in order to win the championship. So that was.
You were too fast anyway, so you.
Not after the incident, so but it was like not heartbreaking, but it was like, you know, we were not sure we were ever going to see the finish line, so it was quite. Crazy race. Yeah.
Just going to point out here, it's an epic run up through this field, by the way, at the moment from Thomas Fleur. He's dealt with teammate Francois Heriot, now goes past James Cottingham. He's got the 54 car up to 4th place in this hotly contested LMGT3 field.
I tell you what, a win will do wonders for a driver's mentality, won't it? Took his his third win in the championship and his 3rd win in Fuji last time out. So Thomas Flor he will feel the heat, and so I'm sure he will single stint, and quite a number of the drivers in LMGT3 will.
Got the yellows at the moment out at turn 8. They exit there. Just have a look and see who may or may not be in trouble there. Anybody dropping down the order? Not at the moment. One final question from me, Timo. We wait and see what happens in 6 hours and 41 minutes. But already, whatever happens here, what a year for Porsche Motorsport. We've seen the end of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season and sweeping the board there. Let's have a listen on board with the 50 car before we get down to this.
He's definitely struggling. We can get him.
We'll be referring to the 63 car ahead. The Lamborghini. This is a battle for 11th place. We've seen the inaugural LMGT3 title go to Porsche. It's an astounding 2024 from Porsche. What more could be added to the chapters of this season?
No, it's been an incredible year with clinching all the IMSA titles, LMGT, and also, you know, here in the last race of the season, also we wanted to clinch the WEC title. But so far, as you said, already a tremendous season. But you know, if you're close to achieving even more, you know, you want to get that, and that's kind of the mentality that the team is in right now. But we're only in the second year of the Porsche Penske Motorsport program, and already, you know, we had a huge, you know, success, and also you see where the program is heading. So that's a tremendous job of everybody involved, and, you know, proud to be part of it. But I have one final question, because it's interesting for the drivers that not everybody likes this place, you know. So I don't know how it was for you, Anthony, but actually, if you speak with drivers, also in the past, you know, it was like, because this track, you have such a high degradation, not everybody enjoys it, you know.
No, I always love this track. I don't know, I think I love it as a commentator. I think it offers up really good racing. It's an interesting track, but yeah, I enjoyed driving on it, definitely. Over the years, of course, it's degraded. The surface is 20 years old. Even makes us seem quite young. You know? But you know, I just think it's a brilliant track. I really do. But I understand why some drivers that maybe like more higher speed circuits like Spa or Suzuka, etc., maybe they find this place a little bit too different.
It's not an easy place. I mean, to race is quite interesting. You know, you need to know what you're doing. I mean,
speaking of racing, look at these two fighting it out, and that's exactly the kind of moments we're talking about. You're trying to get the car sorted through turn 13, and Andlauer really having to fight the rear of that Porsche there through that corner as he focuses on Phil Hansen in front of him.
Hey, he wants to keep the momentum, but then he loses the rear. That's exactly these moments, yeah.
We've got a BMW now involved in this, what had been an all-Porsche party. Is no longer. One of your biggest rivals, another big German mark, of course. There's the BMW behind, going by the Pure Racing Porsche, which is, by the way, up to second place in LMGT3. Charlie Eastwood mourns the loss of his father, and we mourn with him. Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport 81 car. The Corvette leads the race. Gold rank driver ahead of silver rank Joel Sturm as side by side.
On the inside, Earl Bamber just squeezing by Stoffel van Dorn.
And do you remember earlier on I was talking about the bronze-rated drivers in the LMGT3 category giving way too much room between each other when they're going into a corner, and that's why, you know, the pros, especially in the hypercar category, you're talking millimeters sometimes, and they do this in the straight line to try and gain a bit of slipstream advantage, the side draft. But that's the precision that we're all used to driving to.
We won't mention Spa then.
Nice fighting.
Spa.
Cadillac.
Oops. Sometimes it goes wrong.
But
from on board with Earl. Feints to the left, goes to the right, goes to the inside, almost goes to the pit wall.
Yeah, so you want to try to open up the corner as much as you can, hence trying to get as close to the car on the left-hand side. And Stoffel obviously trying to make his work as hard as possible.
Final question for Timo as we watch this battle still emerging, which is, there's never been as big a depth of competition in the top class. Let's have a listen before we...
I have some rattling in the engine on high revs.
Copy. We look at it.
That's Timo's 2 cylinders there, rattling in the engine.
some misfire starting. Yeah.
So we've never had this depth of competition between manufacturers with, as we can see, some very able privateers and amongst them. From the days when you and Ant were going head-to-head in the FI1 Endurance Championship, is that camaraderie, that spirit we love from sports car racing still here when the pressure is now bigger?
That's something we need to keep, because it's a different. There was a difference in the past with WC when you step into the paddock, that it was a kind of a family feeling, and this is something we need to maintain in this championship.
Good stuff. We'll give it all our best to Porsche Penske Motorsport as you battle away for remaining 6.5 hours this race. Everything's on the line here. The Manufacturers' Championship that means so much to brands, and the Drivers' Championship, we know, means absolutely everything to the three guys aboard the number 6 car. Thanks so much for joining us, Timo Bernhard.
Thank you very much.
So 2 world champions in one booth. Julian Andlauer under investigation for passing under double yellows.
Well done.
And that was very brief double yellows down at turn 8, the right-handed hairpin. But yeah, the slight worry there, engine rattling noises from Friday. Those tend not to get better in my experience of road cars. And, and Anthony,
it's an odd
racing
comment.
cars the same.
Odd comment. I mean, I mean, luckily that the engineers will have all of the information, all of the data in front of them. Sometimes the driver can help guide them where to look. But yeah, we haven't heard anything or seen anything yet to suggest from car 50 that it's any kind of terminal problem.
He's just been passed by the caddy, but not a massive loss of lap time. So
the caddy has been fast, anyways. For me, that car is out of position, the caddy, and since the last time I mentioned tyres, my app has updated itself, and the caddy actually took 4 brand new tyres in that last pit stop. Zandlauer has a bit of a look down the inside once again into turn 1. Nothing doing there this time around for him, but putting Hansen under serious pressure.
Great battling here in what is not the middle field. This is the bottom end of the top 10. And this battle has been going on for, what, a good half an hour now since we came out from those pit stops. The 2 BMWs now both pulling onto the rear of that 3-car Porsche battle. And here is the caddy you're talking about.
But actually, the 2 BMWs, well, one of them, the second placed of them, that of René Rast, on the radio has been reporting that, Anthony, he's got reduced throttle modulation.
Yeah, so they've been reporting a few throttle issues on that car. I think they actually looked at it during the pit stop and made some corrections, but seems like what he's been left with is a bit of a compromised throttle. Maybe he's gone away from it being a linear affair, so they've had to make a different throttle map or something, and he's lost that modulation that the driver's looking for.
Now, it's worth pointing out that unlike most of my old road cars, it's not a throttle cable. Everything is drive-by-wire.
Well, if you look to the bottom of your screen now, the graphics here, you'll see, oh, it's just gone away. But you had the throttle. You can see how important it is for the drivers to have to modulate. You don't just bang the throttle on. They don't have traction control like the LMGT3 cars do. So it's, you have to be working it all the time under your right foot. And if you don't have that sensitivity to allow you to modulate the lack of rear grip that you have exiting a corner, and there's plenty of tight corners here where you have to modulate the throttle, then it can be obviously an even more difficult task. So that's what René Rast is having to deal with right now. So we look at the caddy making up progress here, making up time on the 63 Lamborghini. The Lamborghini at this last pit stop took a used set of left-hand tyres only. The right-hand tyres stayed on that car compared to the caddy that we know took all four tyres. So now we've got the graphic on the screen. You see the throttle on the right-hand side. It's flat out down that main straight. As you look to the inside, lift and coast, see how long you're lifting and coasting for, and that's why he couldn't mount a challenge that time around. You have to respect the lift and coast most of the time. Unless, like we heard from Will Stevens' engineer, you're allowed to use a little bit more. But yeah, the caddy's clearly got that tyre advantage with those 4 brand new tyres that went on during his last pit stop. He's now done 11 laps on them.
And he's got to make use of them, hasn't he, while they still have that freshness over the rival car. Looking back again at the 38.99 battle, so 38 the gold car, Phil Hansen, Julian Andlauer, the white and green Porsche. So 3 Porsches here, and this is 5th, 6th and 7th, because Matt Campbell up to 7th place. And look at the top 7 cars. There are 4 Porsches in the top 7, and only one of them is one of the, quote, factory cars run by Roger Penske's operation. And the number 6 car, further from the points now than it was before the stop, so down in 15th place. And again, none of the other cars are invisible for points. In terms of the Drivers' Championship right now, the crew of number 6 and their closest rivals, number 50, are going to score nothing. And it's only the Toyota drivers that are in a point-scoring position. So an hour and a half in, lots and lots of racing to do. But at the moment, I sort of almost wanted to ask Timo Bernhardt, but he probably can't say. Imagine you're on the Penske pit wall. Neither of your cars are performing as well as any of the other Porsches in the race, but they're literally exactly the same car. So why not? And what are you going to do about it? And that's what their issue is now.
Well, as the car we run on board now, Vantor, they're on a different mission today. You know, this is they're driving for the championship, and you're not going to be taking the same amount of risks. As we see Bamber think about it once again down the inside of turn 1, but the Lamborghini of Eduardo Mortara has got it covered. But yeah, sorry, just going back to that car number 6, I mentioned the tyres before, so we got another move here. Now Bamber's finally going to get it done into turn 4, so yeah, making best use of that pit stop before. So I'm going to finish what I'm going to say about the tyres of car number 6. I said before that he didn't take any tyres at all. He took rear tyres only in that stop.
Okay, 50 Ferrari's just been passed by the 35 Alpine, and right behind him now is the 6 Porsche. So in that 50 Ferrari, Miguel Molina, championship leader Lawrence Vantor behind him. Now, neither of them are in a point-scoring position. And by the way, the caddy's move ahead of the Lamborghini is for 11th. That will become 10th because the 99 Proton Porsche has picked up a penalty. 6 goes by 50. So that's where they need to be. They also need to be in the points a little bit if they want to hold off Toyota, but the Toyota crew must win.
Car 50, just since that earlier moment, well, at the start of the race where they damaged the front of the car, they just haven't been in it, have they? They changed tyres only left side on that car at the pit stop, and they changed the nose. So unless there is that engine problem, then I can't really explain why they're losing speed so rapidly when the sister car, car 51, is right at the sharp end.
All right, well, neither of our top 2 in the championship are currently in a point-scoring position. Graham, only 2 drivers then could make a difference right now, and that's 2 of the crew of number 7.
Absolutely. Here comes the number 99 car after that drive-through penalty for the overtake onto the yellow. It's all about what points can you make up on that points lead in the Drivers' Championship at the moment. The answer is the number 7 car. We're going to see the replay for the overtake on the yellow, I think, here. There's the double yellow.
Who's on the GT car.
And he did indeed go past the number 27 Aston Martin. So pretty clear cut there. The reality at the moment for the number 7 car is Mike Conway, who's not in a championship winning position because he missed Le Mans, of course. They've not done enough. They will need to win this race. To even if the other 2 cars do not score. In the Manufacturers' World Championship, it is Porsche that leads Toyota by just 10 points. But the gap, because the privateer cars are invisible for that, is not yet enough for Toyota to have overhauled them.
They're invisible, but if they finish, let's say Hertz Team Jota finishes first, Ferrari will get points for 2nd, Toyota will get points for 3rd, not for being the 2nd manufacturer's car.
On board the number 6 car is Lawrence Vantor, beginning to start to make progress here.
You can see the driver points on the screen there, and yeah, why car number 6 just has to do what it's doing right now, and the race will come to them later on, I'm sure. So they're keeping their nose clean at this stage. Remember, in an 8-hour race, you get 38 points for victory today, as well as that 1 point, of course, for qualifying on pole position in the hyperpole. But neither car that's fighting for the championship in terms of the drivers got that 1 point. Usually in a 6-hour race is 25 points.
So those were points as they are now.
Absolutely
where
right.
the only car that is scoring currently is the number 7 car, but 3rd, as you saw there, not enough. they will be 14 points back, so they must win the race. Mind you, car number 7 has decent history here. They won in 2022, they won in 2021, they won twice in the 2019-2020 season, and the car number 7 also won in 2014. So it's been honours even between both Toyotas, and if they are 1-2 at the end, there won't be any McLaren. No, we're just going to let them fight. It will be the number 7 car that's get waved by.
Well, you know, if you are one of the countless new fans to endurance racing with this fabulous new era of the World Endurance Championship, and you're thinking, well, it's all done now, trust me, there's 6 hours and 25 minutes to go. There's darkness to come, and as we heard from Timo Bernhard, that brings in a whole new race. We've not yet, still not yet, had any intervention into this race. It's been full green from the very start, and still the top 18 cars separated by less than 1 minute. Fabulous stuff.
It really is, and obviously you're looking at the live action, and if you go to the WEC YouTube channel, in about a dozen days' time, you'll be able to see the latest full access program, which will bring you all the information and lots of what's going on behind the scenes in the garages. Maybe there we'll actually find out what Porsche are thinking at the moment in the Penske team, and what's going on with Ferrari as well. And that will be the key drama that will be unfolding from our Fly on the Wall documentary series. There will be a Christmas special as well. There will also be a new series profiling the legends of endurance racing coming up in November from the WEC crew. So lots to watch in the off-season. Season review as well being formulated even as we speak. Right now, Will Stevens leaves from Antonio Giovinazzi, with Mike Conway in 3rd place in the number 7 Toyota. Here's the battle not too far behind. Phil Hansen for Hertz Team Jota, and Matt Campbell up to 6th position and looking to move up to 5th place. And don't forget, this car started in 7th, so not really a big progress off the grid, but the number 5 car, like number 6, did get shuffled back in the opening lap or two.
Didn't really get the opportunity to run a tortoise and hare, did they, the 5 and the 6? With the troubles for the 6, they've had to be sort of in push mode from the very start. 6 very different body language that we're seeing here from Matt Campbell in this 5 car, Ant.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake there by Hansen there through turn 10. That's given Campbell an opportunity to send one down the inside into 11, and he gets that position for now. Is there going to be a switch back on the exit for Hansen? He's trying, but it's job done, and it's a round of applause from his teammates that watch on in the Porsche Penske garage. Good move that, and well judged by Campbell. He is on. They took 3 brand new tyres, by the way, did car 5 during their last pit stop. The left front and both rears, so the right front of over 30 laps old, but yeah, hence the handful of lock he had to give it through turn 10, and that's what, yeah, that's the way where we saw Hansen running wide.
One tiny mistake, position gone, and away goes Matty Campbell. What's this? This is the race. Oh, there's contact there between, that's the race leader, the number 12 car, Will Stevens, and the Ferrari GT car.
Yeah, that's you don't want to be doing too much of that when you're leading the race. And you've got to give that GT car a little bit more of a wide berth. I think, yeah, the GT is obviously keen to get back onto the racing line as soon as possible. And will just, I think, misjudge that one just ever so slightly.
Well, 2 questions. One is the damage to either car. 2 is there an incident to be judged here? And side by side, minor contact as well, by the look of it, between the 2 green and white cars. It's the 99 car from Proton Competition and the charging Lamborghini, the number 63 car. This is a battle for 12th place between Julian Andra and Edo Mortara. Ferdy Habsburg right there under the rear wing of the Lamborghini, looking to take advantage of the Alpines start to come on strong, and he's going to take that position, Anne.
Yep, so the Lamborghini losing 2 positions in the last 2 or 3 corners, but yeah, it's lacked the pace, isn't it, as we see this change of position there with the BMW through into turn 10. That was a nice move. So he's seen Matt Campbell do it, and yeah, so Hansen loses another position. Here we go. Oh, a bit of a lock-up as well, but nicely judged there. Yeah. By Rene Rast. He's on the move. He's had the speed the whole way through this race, hasn't he? So throttle modulation or no throttle modulation, he's recovering well.
They've got that done early, and he's now beginning to pull away from Phil Hansen as the other BMW gets onto terms. Fast and furious stuff all the way down this hypercar field. Porsche versus BMW, Porsche versus Porsche, Porsche versus the Ferraris at the front of this race. The Totas there, hunting for points and championship opportunities. So many storylines already and so many more to come. 6 hours and 20 minutes remain of this fabulous 2024 season. We'll finish it here under the lights in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
So yeah, I don't actually have any information on the tyres that Jota are on and how they've used them. So your guess is as good as mine on that one. And I'd be surprised if they put more than 2 new tyres on Hansen the way that he's slipping back here during his last pit stop. Both, the BMW seem to be faster as well. So we look back to that action with the Lamborghini, struggling for speed here, isn't he? He's now holding off or fending off, for all it's worth, the Alpine behind him. There's a bit of debris on the circuit there, a bit of blue bodywork I just saw get flicked up by one of the cars as the Alpine gets through into turn 4. That's a tight squeeze between the Lexus as well. But yeah, the Alpine making light work, that's Charles Malesi, light work of into turn 4 of the green Lamborghini, but runs a little bit wide through turn 6 and exposes himself through 7. He has to give the car space, and he does. So that was an error from Malesi into turn 6. He's lost out from that one.
Eduardo Mortara in full DTM mode there with his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, getting stuck in back down the inside of Charles Malesi.
Well, once he was alongside him around the left-hander of turn 7, he deserved the room, and that's exactly what Malesi gave him. But he should be further down the road by now, and he's got to do that hard work all over again. And he clearly has the speed. He looks into 11, but it's not going to happen into there. Wasn't quite close enough. And the Peugeot behind them now closing in all the time. So one little mistake like that, and you lose loads of time. It might even add up to around a second of time loss just in this one lap alone.
Interesting, I think, that we're seeing with the new cars, the Alpine, the Lamborghini, exactly what we saw when the Peugeot arrived, when the Porsche arrived. They've got speed, but keeping the tyres alive. That's the understanding of the car that you require. And that's been an issue for BMW as well. So all of these first-year cars should hopefully be much more adept at keeping that tyre life going as they get into year 2. Left sides only for both Jota cars, Louise Beckett reporting. So, yeah, a tyre deficit slightly there. Now then, in LMGT3, there's a very significant sea change going on for the Iron Dame Sara Bovi. She has been passed by the Iron Linked Lamborghini of Matteo Crisoni.
He's the silver driver, remember, and Sara's been in from the very start.
However, Claudio Schiavone was running 18th, or 17th after retirement of the Lexus, and although Matteo hasn't been in from the start, Claudio Schiavone started, Sara's been in from the start, but she has slipped from being in the top 5 to being down in 15th in this stint so far.
Principally that's because very many of the other teams, as we've got an investigation between on that contact between Will Stevens and Francois Rio, very many of the cars ahead of them have changed to a silver or gold driver. So it's all about, for Sara Bovi now, sticking on that lead lap, sticking as close as she can to the cars ahead of her. And yes, you're right, it's a significant positional change, but looking at the order ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bronze drivers left in the wheel.
And they're down the inside, Charles Malesi. Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot gives us a great view of it. Malesi got around Eduardo Mortara that time. Mortara's the nose of the Lamborghini is all over the place, just twitching away underneath him. He's trying to have a fight back again as they get into traffic. They're behind the Manthey EMA Porsche, and that holds up the Lamborghini, and here's an opportunity for the Peugeot. He's got a run going on Eduardo Mortara. He's going to steam down the hill behind him. He's not going to quite catch him down into the penultimate corner. Mortara squeezes by the 55 Ferrari. That is currently lying in 6th in LMGT3. Pit stop for Nico Pino in the 95 McLaren. Now he is in the pits a little early, I think, for...
That's about
right.
right.
No, maybe not, yeah. But
That's about right.
And it stopped early in the hands of Josh Cahill, 93 down the inside. So Mikkel Jensen tucks up Eduardo Mortara under braking.
Yeah, nice move there by Jensen, and well judged as well in the final corner. He knew not to carry on through the inside and follow the Lamborghini down the inside of the GT3 Ferrari. So he bided his time, he knew he had the speed in the car. And a nice late move as well.
Who is with the same condition as us, please?
The car around, now you have Alpine behind, Alpine is on medium, and the car in front, 94, is the same tires. Same strategy.
I have no more tires, I'm like sliding around, like it's undrivable.
We know it's complicated, it's the last 10 laps of the season. Do your best.
Yeah, so that's the kind of information the driver's looking for. Probably didn't get the information that he wanted. He probably wanted to hear that we're on the oldest tyres by far versus the cars around us, but that's not quite the case. And he continues to slip back with basically just faster cars around him. The Peugeot took, the car 94 took brand new tyres on the rear, for example, just in that last stop, so old tyres on the front. So yeah, and the Lamborghini took old tyres, took new tyres just on the left-hand side, continued the old tyres on the right-hand side. So yeah, swings and roundabouts, but all in all, the same age of tyres if you take all four of them into account.
It's an important battle in the manufacturer's standings. It's the second of the Toyotas in the order. This is Philip Braycar running in fourth, and the first of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars just behind. The hands were now charging again, Matt Campbell.
Yeah, Matt Campbell's been absolutely flying, hasn't he? It just looks like that car is faster than its position, but Buemi sticking with those medium tyres, and Campbell, clearly you can see there the red stripes of the hards. We focus on this fight into turn 9 and 10. Buemi, car number 8, was leading this race from the front of the pack. It was just edging away nicely over everyone and got turfed around, wasn't he, by the Lexus into turn 1. No fault of Buemi's at all. The penalty, the 5-second stop and go came the Lexus's way, but now massively under attack from the Porsche Penske behind him of car number 5, Matt Campbell, who really has the bit between the teeth. Nothing to lose here, Campbell, in terms of the Drivers' Championship, but a ferocious battle between Toyota and Porsche Penske and Ferrari, of course, for the constructors.
Buemi is just one of 2 cars in the top 7 unable to hold a 1-minute 54 lap time. Now, how much is that bit of damage at the rear of the floor affecting the pace of the Toyota? It doesn't look massive, but often, as we know in motor racing, it doesn't have to look massive to have just enough effect.
Yeah, he's moving to the inside. He did that cleverly there, did Buemi. Comes back to the racing line. He can do that because the car wasn't alongside him, so he can get back on the racing line. He's defended his position well. So Buemi, he's not fighting a completely fair fight here. He took 2 new left mediums at the stop, and Campbell took 3 brand new tyres, so he has the tyre advantage, and he's through down the inside to turn 4.
So a little bit of fresher tyre and about a half a second, 3/4 of a second a lap in pace advantage for Matt Campbell. So he goes through. Matt Campbell now up into 4th place. Mike Conway remains in 3rd.
Yeah, it's nearly 9 seconds up the road, Mike Conway, and this is the battle at this stage of the race that is going to matter. What can Matt Campbell do about Mike Conway? What can he force in terms of strategy from Toyota from his position in this race?
And he will be faster. There's no surprise now. You watch this move from on board, and yeah, there's no surprise that he has got the pace advantage now knowing that he's on 3 brand new tyres, the hard tyres. Mike Conway only took the left side as well. 2 brand new hards went onto Conway's car. So yeah, Campbell's got 1 tyre, that right rear, that does a lot of work around this track. Bearing in mind you've got all those traction events. 1 brand new tyre compared to Conway's, well, what's he coming up to 60 laps now on his right rear tyre, just to compare. So that's why Campbell's making progress now, but it will flip back around later on in the race.
Damage on the 54 Ferrari. Now, that's not the one that we saw contact with from the race leader. That was the 55 car, so he's had a biff with somebody else. He's in the pit lane. Heart of Racing lead in LMGT3 as both the 81 Corvette and the 54 Ferrari stop. So too have Manthey EMA and United Autosports 59 car as well. So all change at the heart, the top of the LMGT3 field.
That will cycle around as well. We have seen those mirrors on the 296 GT3 be fairly susceptible to contact, and what they've often done in those circumstances is change the door.
Right on board with Antonio Giovinazzi. He's driven a brilliant race so far and a cracking qualifying effort as well yesterday, narrowly missing out on P2. I think Brendan Hartley's stunning lap yesterday in quali was a little bit too far out of reach, but Giovinazzi is really taken to this world of sports cars, isn't he? And he's extracting all the performance that he can out of that car. Really enjoy watching him drive these things and just edging closer and closer to Will Stevens, who I think, unfortunately, guys, I think he might be getting a penalty for that contact with the Ferrari earlier on that GT car. I from how I read it anyway, it was more the overtaking car's fault than the Ferrari, but you never know.
Well, it's always what the race director says. It's the onus of the faster car to make it safely past the slower car. Julian Andlauer has done that with the Porsche. Now he's got to try and get by his rival in hypercar. The 94 Peugeot just in front. That's Stoffel van Dorn.
Stoffel's is a wide old customer, isn't he? He's a wise old customer. He knows exactly how to make his car as wide as possible, and yeah, fully experiences Stoffel. This will be a challenge for Andlauer, I'm sure. You see the tyre age differences and one compound difference as well between their two cars, but yeah, Stoffel wringing that Peugeot's neck for all it's worth, and now we see Giovinazzi closing. He's not just edging closer, he's really taking chunks out of Will Stevens' times here.
Lewis Beckett in the pit lane.
The number 8 Toyota is just about to come in now. It looks like a full set may be going on and a driver change planned.
All right, so that might be a little early. Will Stevens under pressure from Antonio Giovinazzi. Now, we've seen that the 38 car was abstemious on new tyres, and it may well be that car number 12 has got something in the locker for later as well. You can throw fresh tyres at the car now, but that means you're going to be in a deficit later on. Brendan Hartley taking over from Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota.
Well, we're watching this battle, by the way, for the lead. Decision has come from the stewards about that incident involved Will Stevens and the 55 Ferrari, and that's gone against the 55. It's a warning flag to the Ferrari.
I know why they've done that. It's because he had a blue flag. It's because he had a blue flag. Yeah, it's easy to forget that, isn't it? You see, well, you know, the car, they're not racing each other. There's a blue flag involved as well. So that's my racing brain not seeing it as the stewards look at it. They see it as, yeah, just they work in ones and zeros, don't they? And they see blue flag. If you make contact by turning in, then you get the penalty. It's not how I saw it in a racing sense, but that explains that warning.
And they will also have known how long the blue flag had been displayed inside his cockpit. So we saw the contact in the past. It might have been a corner or two that he'd been warned about the faster car.
Quick question, guys. That was the 8 car in and out.
Yes.
That's very early.
Yes. And driver change. And I wonder whether that drop-off in pace was potentially Sebastian Buemi related rather than necessarily car related, or if something else was done to the car.
I doubt it wouldn't have been driver. Seb's done way more than double stints around this track and not lost any pace at all. It would be probably the spin that he had. Well, when he got nerfed around and then had that massive burnout to get the car going again. I should imagine that caused some serious damage to the rear tyres.
Quick update from the pit lane. We now have 36 cars running in. 78 Lexus has had that left rear damage or left broken rear suspension replaced and is back in the race.
Yeah, an hour and 3 minutes on pit lane.
Race leader in LMGT3, Ian James. And the lead battle in the main picture still going on. Will Stevens with Antonio Giovinazzi. Giovinazzi, sort of the new boy in that 51 lineup a couple of years ago. Alessandro Guidi, Pierre Guidi and James Collado raced the 51 Ferrari for a number of years in GTE Pro, won a couple of championships on this track. And unfortunately, they're not in a position to win a championship this year. Miguel Molina, imminently due for the pits, you would think, and Mike Conway, the number 7 Toyota. They're both in an energy deficit. Look at the top three.
Absolutely
substantial
right.
more energy.
Mike Conway, by the way, is closing the gap to the pair ahead, but he's being closed down more quickly by Matt Campbell behind. Remember, we said it was almost 9 seconds when Matt got into 4th place. It's under 5.5 now, so stellar pace from Matt Campbell, who last time around was a full second quicker than Mike Conway, who was a full 1.5 seconds quicker than the cars ahead of him.
Yeah, like we expected Campbell with that one fresher tyre compared to Conway to be closing in on him. And that will flip around later on in the race. But Giovinazzi and Will Stevens here, this is a great battle, and it's good as well in many ways. Not great for them as Toyota that car number 8 is completely out of position after that getting a hit near the start of the race from the Lexus. They're going to be slowly working their way through the race now, and they've offset themselves by what, 14–15% worth of fuel. So if there are any kind of full course yellows or safety cars later in the race, that could really play to their advantage perhaps, that maybe they've saved themselves a splash by the end of the race by pitting earlier now. When you get yourself out of sync, sometimes, if you're lucky, the race can fall your way. And I guess that's what they're hoping for in terms of their strategy, but also I feel like they just had to get away from those medium tyres and get onto some hards.
As it nearly did in Spa for both Ferraris, who were looking to be in the catbird seat when the red flag came out.
Will Stevens checking the mirror again, and maybe a third time just before he comes towards the next corner. He senses how close the Ferrari is of Giovinazzi behind him, but he's keeping his cool at the moment.
Ooh, the heart of racing Aston, still with Ian James at the wheel. Yeah, still with Ian James at the wheel, fresh out of the pit lane, and squeezing through was the Alpine. So that was 35 car Ferdi Habsburg being very cautious. Took a lot of curb on the inside to make sure there was no contact with that GT car. 50 is in. So Miguel Molina out.
Yeah, and Nick Nielsen taking over there. We know how rapid he can be.
Yeah, for me, one of the drivers of the season so far, Nick Nielsen. Absolutely amazing stuff from him at Le Mans this year.
And they're going to need a bit of a turnaround, aren't they? Their race really hasn't gone the way we expected it to go. Car 50 has really struggled so far, and they struggled actually yesterday in qualifying. I thought that was just a bit of a blip yesterday, but it just seems to be built into that car this weekend. And then, of course, on top of that, they had that nose change. Now, lead of the race in hypercar. Giovinazzi sends it around the outside, late on the brakes. Is he going to stay within the track here? He does. What a well-judged move that was from Giovinazzi. Brilliant stuff, and we just got to that battle in time.
And he's got 3% more energy, so he could go a lap longer as well. Now, of course, that means that
it was Will going wide in turn 1. You opened it up for it. Just as I said, he was keeping his cool. Yeah, he just ran a little bit wide in turn 1, and Giovinazzi thought, thank you very much, I'll take that.
Easily done. Driver change in the lead car in LMGT3. Rui Andrade in the 81 car. And that ahead of Vista A, of course, is 54 car Thomas Floor.
Yeah, it's a great
He's
run
driving a great stint.
He is. We shouldn't forget, though, that they started their silver driver, so this is first stint for Thomas. He's got 2 hours and 20 minutes to do in this car.
But he didn't take it over in second. He took it over in 6th or 7th, and he has driven up the field. He's having a really good run. So Will Stevens in second, Antonio Giovinazzi showing the pace that was in the car as he moves up the order. 78 back out on track, that's Arnaud Robin. And there is your race leader in LMGT3, the 81 Corvette. Tom van Rompuy started, Charlie Eastwood has been in, so the third driver, Rui Andrade, and they're going single driver, single driver. You can see the tyres on the right-hand side, the slightly less used side of the car. Those have run in qualifying, they've got 4 laps on them, and the other pair brand new.
Watch the ebb and flow here. Looking at the side of the cars ahead.
Second of the United McLarens being passed by Simon Mann, who's just taken over that 55 Ferrari. Josh Cahill drops back from 5th place to 6th. This is coming to the end of his double stint.
Campbell on pit lane from 4th position. Will start to drop down. Expecting the leading Ferrari in imminently as well. It's a driver change too for that number 5 car.
Now that's interesting because the Ferrari had 3% more fuel or more energy than Will Steves. I'm misleading myself again, aren't I? The 3% more energy could have been electrical charge, not gasoline for the engine. And if you run dry on gasoline, doesn't matter how much electrical charge you've got left, you're not going to make it round, or if you do, you'll be dead last. So Michael Christensen taking over in the number 5 car from Matt Campbell. And this will be full service. And again, hard tyres. And as we heard from Timo Bernhardt, this really is 2 races. We've got a hot and sunny race in the desert, and then we've got a much cooler race in the desert. And once we get to about 4 o'clock, and it's 4 o'clock now, you start to feel the air temperature really change. It becomes a much more relaxed temperature. There's Antonio Giovinazzi, the race leader. Is he coming in this time? That's what we're hearing on the radio. And I'm sure Will Stevens will have to as well. And the number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway, looked like he was on roughly the same energy strategy. Louise Beckett.
The number 7 Toyota team are ready for Mike to come in. They've got a set of used hards, scrubbed hards, and Kamui Kobayashi is ready to jump in the car.
All right, so driver change. Everybody is going hard now. Little update with the Cadillac in 8th and moving up the order. Number 12, Hertz Team Jota, Will Stevens is in as well. The Caddy has moved up 9 spots since its last pit stop. There's the 51 car, the race leader. Door open, double stint completed. Eduardo Mortara's brought the Lamborghini in, by the way. And those seats, unusual looking seats, Anthony Davidson, we learned all about those at Le Mans from the manufacturer. They are actively cooled seats. They blow air through them to keep the driver cool.
Yeah, it's an impressive bit of kit, and it's, you know, if you can keep the driver cool, there's performance in that. Speaking of keeping things cool, look at the brakes steaming away at the front of that Jota, car 12 in the pits as well. And he got the tyres ready. It looks like a used set going to go on for the Ferrari here. Usually when you change driver, they give the opportunity to change all 4 tyres. We've seen that with a few teams so far. What are they going to do down here at Ferrari? Yeah, they're going to attack the right rear as well. Didn't quite see the right front, but I would assume they changed that on top of the others.
You're saying about the brakes smoking away on that number 12 car. It is typically very hard indeed on brakes here, Anthony.
Oh, it really is. It's such a braking circuit, and you see the Jota there coming out behind. So I think, yeah, we've got the driver changes. Now it's their responsibility. It's always such a good feeling when you come out of the pits. You just jumped in the car, you've seen your teammates battling it out, and you've seen the lap times that they're able to do. Jumping in, Kevin Estra here into car number 6, our championship leaders. And it's that responsibility that is such a good feeling. Look at the rush job it is to get yourself belted in, clipped into the air hose as well. That's another job that the drivers have to do today, particularly in the Porsche Penske run car. That air tube that comes in. We were talking about driver cooling and how important it is. It's a proper rush job to get in because the pit stops come and go as quickly as that.
And a snapshot, as things stand now, as we watch side by side, Ferrari and McLaren. Number 7 car just pitting from the lead, the number 6 car pitting in 15th place. The race would finish right now, that would be Tota winning the World Drivers' Championship.
Well, let's wait and see when the dust settles after all of the pit stops. No point overcomplicating things when cars are out of position. As there's Conway out of the car, and the boss gets in. Team principal and race driver for Toyota Gazoo Racing, Kamui Kobayashi.
Yep, from business to all business, away he goes for his first stint in this final round of the 2024 WEC. Great season it's been. We've seen these guys at Toyota Gazoo Racing as the target this year. Sometimes they've been tough to catch and sometimes they haven't.
It was a good job from Conway. the car wasn't quite as quick as I expected it to be, in all honesty, after their performance yesterday in qualifying. Now let's see, a used set goes on, similar to what we saw at Ferrari, car 51, so that would be a qualified set of tyres goes on. So not optimum, but they're good enough. They got one flying lap on them, so 3 laps total. And who's this fighting down in the background there? Is one of the Jotas. Is that car number 5? Very late on the brakes. And a lock up there for, is that still Campbell at the wheel of 5, or have they changed? No, so Michael Christensen. Yeah, so they did change driver as well in that last pit stop.
Joker up the inside of the Jota.
Well, Toyota managed to come in a little later and stay in front. The number 7 car of the number 5.
But look at Kamui. Look, he's really struggling there, getting overtaken left, right, and centre by cars. He's on a cold set of hard tyres. And number 12 trying to dive down the inside as well for good measure. That's Norman Nato. And now the teammate.
Brendan goes by him,
Brendan's
car number 8.
With the warm tyres, of course. And that's what it takes out of you when you're fighting. So he's lost 3 positions in 2 corners just because you're on those cold tyres.
The overcut is really difficult because you come out on cold tyres and everybody who's just stopped is on hot tyres, and you are just, yeah, it's so easy. It's like taking candy off a baby. And you just saw number 5 car, Michael Christensen, go straight back, and straight out of the pit lane and off the track, Earl Bamber.
Yeah, again, you know, it's we mentioned turn 1 right at the start, didn't we, at the top of the programme, how turn 1 is an important corner and the pit lane blends right into the apex pretty much, and it's hard to judge on cold tyres when you're in the inside line heading down, and then you pick up more and more marbles as the race starts to go on as well, and they get flung to the inside of the track. Look, you can see it starting to build now. If you look to the left-hand side of our screen, so the inside of it makes overtaking harder, it makes coming out of the pits harder as well.
Meanwhile, by the way, with that energy management strategy, it seems to be going on with the 36 Alpine. Charles Malaysia is cycled back round to the lead, stays out a further lap as his teammate Ferdy Habsburg pits the 35, and yet Mikkel Jensen in the 93 Peugeot. They start to drop back now, having made their pit stop. But Malaysia has retained that 1 lap advantage on energy management from the first stint that he was in the car.
Now, the only problem is that's 5 minutes past the hour. He needs to be in the lead at the hour, or 1 minute past the hour. However, it does mean that if nothing else changes, the Alpine can make a shorter stop at its last stop, and that won't guarantee it comes back out in the lead, but it will be a benefit. Less time you spend in the pits, Anthony, is more time you spend going quickly on track, and that's just a fact of life.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why maybe Toyota did what they did with car 8 as well, by getting themselves out of sync. I don't think those medium tyres were going anywhere for them at that point, and they've taken the opportunity to maybe get their splash out of the way that they might have needed towards the end of the race. But looking at that, it looks like Brendan may still be on a set of those yellow branded Michelin tyres, pointing towards the fact it'd still be on the mediums, but my tyre app hasn't updated yet, so stand by. I'll come back to you on that one with.
Well, let's take a look in the Mark 1 human eyeball as he comes towards us past the camera. Does look like a yellow sidewall, and that's certainly on the left-hand side, which is the harder used set of tyres.
He's on mediums, so they're stuck with them all the way through the race so far.
What's going on at Alpine? Oh, they're just clearing the rubber debris out of the brakes and out of the wheels.
And a tear off of the main screen as well. One of the disadvantages of driving a closed car, sports car, is that when your screen gets dirty, you got to live with it until your pit stop.
Did you drive open LMP2s? Are you that old?
I didn't. No,
you didn't,
I'm not quite.
So
I'm obviously nowhere near as old as you.
Or Alex Brundle, sorry. Yes, so Ferrari leading with the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car now up to 2nd place. Now the number 6 team must be wondering what they need to do to replicate that kind of pace. With the number 6 Porsche, the points leaders in 12th place. actually their sister car being right at the sharp end could be a benefit, because to win the title, the number 7 Toyota team and the number 50 Ferrari team must win this race. At the moment, 50 Ferrari is last.
Sebastian Buemi, there's a lot to debrief from that stint. We saw the damage at the back, we saw the incident. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I had left more than enough margin. I guess the amateur just outbraked himself. It's just a shame, because I guess he could have went to the left, you know, to avoid me. But yeah, I guess, you know, he could have done something. So I'm really annoyed. We fight for the championship, you know. The win is obviously extremely important for us, and to be taken out that way, it's hard to take, you know. It's a professional championship, and yeah, I guess we have to live with that. It's not a good season for us, but I just get the feeling that the medium was the tire to start with. I felt like I was well under control, but obviously the 20 laps behind the BMW afterwards, obviously I damaged the tires badly, trying to get by, and couldn't really, bring them to the end. So I guess without that touch, I would have done a much better job.
And Brendan's on medium still, is he?
Yeah, I think we had lots of faith in the medium. It's just really a shame what happened, because I really feel like, again, I feel like I had it under control, and you know, when you follow a car, you damage your tires more, so that's the way it is. The race is not over. I didn't see the damage, so it's hard for me to say, but let's see.
Thank you.
4 wins here for Sebastian Buemi. The last 2 with Brendan Hartley, Rio Hirakawa last season, and Brendan Hartley and Kaz Nakajima in 2021's 8 Hours. And 2 earlier wins for Toyota, despite having Anthony Davidson as his teammate in both of those races.
It's a good interview from Buemi there. You know, you can clearly see his upset. You go from leading the race and you get spun around, and yeah, that's the World Endurance Championship that we are out there with bronze-rated drivers, and I think it's easy when you're a pro driver in the top category to oversee the fact that what an importance bronze drivers have in the championship to keep teams going and keep the championship going. They have their place to be here.
Well, I'm with Malte Jacobsen, and it's bright to see you there. You're the future of Peugeot, you're the future of the racing drivers, super talented, very happy to see you here. You're going to be driving at the rookie test tomorrow, driving for the 2nd time in the rookie test. You're already confirmed for last year, you were a reserve driver this weekend. How are you looking forward to join the team a little bit more seriously and get to learn more?
Yeah, as you said, I've been very, very fortunate to be a part of this team for the last 2 years in a row now. I see myself in a very nice and comfortable position, being, you know, forced gently into this role as a reserve driver this year, and obviously now confirmed with a race seat next year. So I'm super, super happy, and obviously looking a lot forward for tomorrow, where I'll be driving again in the rookie test. So we'll see tomorrow, but it's a good start for the preparation for 2025 next year.
Okay, good luck to you for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as he's just said, Malta has already been confirmed by Peugeot as one of their full-time race drivers next year, because we lose Nico Müller to a full-time Formula E campaign. Kind of makes you wonder why their official test driver for the last 18 months needs to go in the rookie test, but nevertheless, he is going in the rookie test. And actually, there's an awful lot of drivers, Graham, already lined up for the rookie test tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you why he's in the rookie test tomorrow. He was in the rookie test last year and really impressed Peugeot. He's in to be the mentor, if you like, for 2 more drivers being looked at for the future by Peugeot. Theo Pourchaire and Clement Nouvelac, both out of single seaters, and with a little bit of LMP2 for Clement in the LMS this season. But a rich seam of talent trying out hypercars tomorrow. Charlie Eastwood and Danny Ucadella will be trying out the Cadillac, as will Fred Vesti. Another single-seater start. Fred is already confirmed for IMSA Enduro program in 2025. Resha De Geras will be driving the number 6 Porsche. He's the nominee from LMEM, the ACO, as the rookie in the hypercar for this season. Esteban Massimon from the Lexus program this year will be trying the the Toyota, mentored by Mike Conway, and Valentino Rossi will be aboard the BMWs listed for both of them, as will Dan Harper and Max Hesser, both two of the junior drivers from BMW. I'm hoping we're going to be able to chat to Dan Harper a little later in the race. Victor Martins will be with the Alpine team as one of their nominees. Thomas Neubauer and Arthur Leclerc, as well as Phil Hansen, already mentioned with the 83, all newcomers in Ferrari hypercars for 5 hours of testing on Sunday. Jordan Pepper and Frank Pereira in the Lamborghini. So he's still getting mega racing out there in the hypercar field. And finally, Proton competition will have Charlie Wirtz, a second-generation potential racer in the WEC, with Larry Tinvorn and Antonio Ciravale making a comeback to hypercar after part of the season here with, of course, the Isotta Fraschini that left us earlier in the season.
Nico Lapierre and a chat with one of his drivers, Charles Malesi there. As, look at this, the car 7 allowed through. Brendan Hartley dropping back there to allow the sister car through of Kobayashi.
And Anthony, just while Graham was giving us chapter and verse on the rookie test, we were looking at the fact that the number 8 car that Brendan Hartley is in is on the mediums, and you were saying off air, still not convinced about the medium, and it looks like the hard tyre number 7 Toyota has actually got more pace.
Well, don't forget they're offset as well from those 5 to 7 laps that I think the car number 8 has. The difference, so what have they got now? Hartley's done 11 laps on this current set of tyres, all 4 new mediums going on in the last pit stop. Yeah, compared to that of Kobayashi on the full set of hard tyres that we saw, just 5 laps on them. So yeah, and there's a freshness, a tyre advantage now. Kobayashi's got them up to temperature, and he was obviously rapidly closing in on car 8. But listening to that interview from Buemi, like I said, really insightful. You could see his frustration, but also he gave away that information about the tyre that they thought on their side of the garage they had full confidence in the mediums. And I think to lead the race from the front on them is one thing. But like he said, he admitted following other cars, it was damaging them exponentially. So, and that's exactly where Brendan is still. They've stuck to rigidly that medium tyre because they believed in it before the start of the race. Yeah, it might be a very different story once they put the. I hope they go for a hard tyre at some point. It might unlock some serious potential in that car, but we don't know the extent of that damage as well. So I don't personally believe it would be that much, but it's not ideal.
Well, the key there is that number 8 can't win the championship, so their role will be to try and fill places behind, hopefully, the race-winning number 7 and wherever the number 6 car comes through.
Yeah,
and a 50 car, of course, because although it's last at the moment, it could potentially still be a championship
When Seb
winner.
spoke about the championship, he was obviously referring to manufacturers' championship, not drivers. They're out of the drivers, like you say, Martin.
And that was the point of correction I was going to bring to this one. They could win the Manufacturers' World Championship for Toyota, depending on the way this thing finishes. We are only, 2 hours and 70 minutes into an 8-hour race. There's a long way to go.
Again, you'll be able to see and follow the trials and tribulations. Sebastian Buemi, one of the calmest interviews after a frustrating stint I think he's ever given. And pretty sanguine. That number 8 car has, sometimes the luck is on your side and sometimes it's not, and it hasn't so much been on the side of the number 8 car. And so, you just kind of, as the season goes on, you kind of, okay, that's our role. But you can follow those trials and tribulations in the Toyota, Ferrari and Penske garages with our full access program. It'll be out in about a dozen days from now, so the end of the week, a couple of weeks from now, and through for 3rd place. Good pass, Kamui Kobayashi dive bombs Norman Nato in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota car. Nato had no answer to that. Kamui 54-1 last time round, 54-2. 54-1 for Nato, 53-5 for Kamui. Brendan Hartley a 55-1. So Kamui Kobayashi on those hard tyres on the Toyota, really showing much better pace than the Hertz Team Jota car and way better pace than the medium tyre number 8. Yeah, just gone right by it.
Absolutely. Let's see what Brendan Hartley can do about the challenge from the Hertz Team Jota car.
Well, we didn't set that up because he hasn't spent laps behind the Hertz Team Jota car looking for the place. Yeah, he's arrived and drived, hasn't he? Straight by.
Just a reminder, it's the 51 Ferrari. Hands of James Collado leads the motor race by almost 5 seconds from the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport, 963 in the hands of Michael Christensen. Then this battle.
And again, we are looking at what the second team car can do for their teammates. Number 6 leads the points, and so number 5 is trying to make sure that 50 Ferrari and the number 7 Toyota can't win the race and overhaul them in the championship.
Yeah.
But right now, the 51 car is also making sure that the Toyota can't win, and hopefully to try and make sure that they are taking points away from the rivals of the 50 car. Back in our LMGT3 battles, United Autosports, McLaren and Nico Costa and Simon Mann. This is Josh Cagle, in fact, just behind. Josh Cagle's still aboard behind Thomas Floor. So Floor double stinting. This is Josh's 3rd stint, isn't it? He's been in from the start.
Did Josh get out of that car?
Woo!
Did Josh get out of that car for the 2nd stint? We'll check that out in a minute, because if he hasn't...
hang on, Nico Pino was in.
He did.
So Josh is in for the 2nd time. Okay, he started the car from pole position. And for those of you just joining us, the United Autosport McLarens were 1-2, 2 thousandths apart in qualifying. Josh Cagle in 95 there, the first of the orange and black cars, all over the back. And the 54A, of course, the Ferrari of Thomas Floor. Down the inside he comes. Former British Superbike racer, Josh Cagle. This is himself tucked up inside Thomas Floor, and Floor now starting to feel the heat and the pressure a little. 71 laps into the race from the leaders, but we are 6 laps behind now, so we're probably about 10 laps away from pit stops for our LMGT3 cars. Great aerial shot over this fabulous facility. I think this track has hosted more World Endurance races probably than any other in the 12 years.
Spa.
Yeah, Spa's only done 1 a year for 12 years.
We did miss one here.
We've had two races. th FIA World Endurance Championship race in Bahrain in 12 years. Even Le Mans hasn't had that many. We've never had 2 24-hour races in a year.
The elder statesman at Hertz Team Jota.
Easy for you to say.
Absolutely.
Hertz Team Jota having a good run so far. Norman Nato in 3rd. And here's where he got back at Kamui Kobayashi. Now, we didn't see that. We didn't see Kobayashi building up to the dive bomb on Nato a lap and a half ago. And Hertz Team Jota car came right back at you. Look at that. What happened there? Kamui Kobayashi, while Anthony was out of the room for 30 seconds and had his back changed, he had his back turned, here at corner 10, dive bomb Norman Nato to go through into 3rd, and now the Hertz Team Jota car, lap and a half later, has gone straight by the Toyota on the straight. Oh, and trouble for the Lexus. Is that the 78 car again?
It's Sana Raban, and he's taken the car off the circuits at turn 3. Yellows were there, and I think he's managed to back that car into a place of safety. So he might just have kept us from getting the very first intervention into this motor race.
Unless it's backed itself off. That car was in the garage earlier on with broken left rear suspension.
That looks like coming out of turn 1 through turn 2. So maybe taken to the escape road and then, I don't know, like, can you reverse the car back into that? You know from inside the car, you look for the orange barriers, and that's an escape, that's an access point for the marshals.
If you've driven a Lexus, and I'm sure you have, excellent driver aids development in that car.
Oh, you're right, yeah, we'll call it self-parked.
Well, it's nearly self-parked when the suspension broke in the first part of the race. Back with the action, this is 99. Harry Tincknell in the Proton competition Porsche that was started by Julian Andlauer, and that car was up in the top 5. It is now down in 14th. Harry Tincknell holding off Mick Schumacher. So Schumacher in the tall driver Alpine, the 30. No, he's in the short driver Alpine, isn't he, for 36 car?
Well, that got close, didn't it, on the exit of turn 4. It's so hard to judge the front of these cars in a crossover move like that. And you can very easily come into the pits and not even realise that you've damaged one of those tiny flick-ups on the front. And you think back to all those moments you had, all the overtakes and passing, getting through slower cars, lapped cars, and you rack your brains thinking, oh yeah, it must have been that moment where I got a bit close, but it's just completely out of your vision down there, and you need almost a sixth sense as to know where the bodywork ends.
Mick Schumacher's sort of come alive in combative racing as he's felt the Alpine a little bit more under him, I think, in the second half of the season. Really stood out in Sao Paulo, had a good race in Kota as well. Five and a half hours just over remaining in the 8 hours of Bahrain. Season finale for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Ferrari lead from Porsche, Toyota and BMW. And there is the second place Porsche car number 5. Not our championship leading car, but it will score manufacturers' points. And right now, that means, as the race is, Porsche will take the manufacturer's title, and Andre Lotterer, Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vanthoor would be drivers' champions. However, we're only 2 hours 25 minutes in, but a lot of racing yet to go. Normally, we would still be with 5.5 hours, 5 hours 35 to go, still on the first tank of fuel, first set of tyres, and there would be no gaps in traffic.
What's happening here with Kamui Kobayashi? I think he's lost position to his teammate again. So we saw them.
Intermittent power loss, they are reporting.
Now, this is the car that can challenge for the World Drivers' Championship.
And that explains why, having gone by Norman Nato, suddenly a lap and a half later, Norman Nato is steaming by him like he's got the handbrake on.
Let's listen to these gear changes. It sounds like he's struggling with the upshift down there. Look at that.
He's in big trouble here.
Yep, he's stuck in second.
Oh dear, I wonder if this is what Conway was having to battle with as well, and would explain some of the lack of speed from the car at points in the race. But this is a terrible situation. Just as you were saying, anything can happen in one of these endurance races. Who would have thought that Toyota would be the first car out there to start to falter?
I'd suggest the second, the number 50 car, which ironically is the other car in championship contention, had its issues after contact. But in terms of mechanical systems issues, absolutely. But that must be so frustrating.
It seems electronic to me, just when it's that intermittent like that, and it's nothing to do with there's no smoke coming out of the car, and it's just.
They're all queuing up to go by. Look, the BMW's gone by, Hertz Team Joja gone by, second BMW's going by. The Corvette is going to have to overtake the Toyota in a moment because the LMGT3 car is quicker.
Suddenly it seems okay again. The whole way down that straight, and then the braking. But
it's in the wheel, isn't it? It's something in the flappy paddles.
Well, no, I saw his dash going off as well every now and again. He was losing the display.
It is something in the wheel. That's all related, isn't it? I mean, it's a massive ball of electronics, the steering wheel, because it's got to control all that data, all of those electronic changes you can make to the car, all the twiddly buttons and wheels, the flappy paddles, everything is attached.
It can be the steering wheel, but it's incredibly rare that it's the actual hardware. Well, put it this way: in all my years at Toyota, I never once had a steering wheel fail. In all the endurance tests that we've done, 36 hours endurance tests, never saw a steering wheel fail. I mean, it can happen as the BMW gets a little bit sideways before the. It looks to me like they might have sorted the situation.
Big mistake from Dries Vanthoor. Louise Beckett in the pit lane, what do you know?
Well, I'm in the number 7 garage, and I could see all the mechanics and everybody getting up ready for that car to come in. We thought it was coming in, and then they all one else came back, and they're doing the hand signs as calm down, it looks like that the car's not coming in, they can sort it out. while it's out there.
Yeah, hopefully so, because one of our championship contenders is last in hypercar, and the other one, if it drops out of the top 10, it will allow the number 6 car into the top 10. Meanwhile, back in LMGT3, 27 Ian James chasing Thomas Floor. So Floor, who was second in the class.
Ian James has been in that car from the start. I don't think we've had a driver change in that 27 car.
I may be wrong. I thought Daniel Mancinelli had been in and out. I may be wrong.
Yeah, but that means Charles 20 is done if he has, and he may well be the only driver that's done that.
So 2 hours 20 for a bronze-rated driver and silver for an 8-hour race.
Correct.
As opposed to 1 hour 45 for a 6-hour race.
Yeah, we're now 2.5 hours in. We'll double-check that with Art of Racing. Come back to you. The other gap now to watch with that delay on track for Kamui Kobayashi is the gap between the 7 and the 6. The number 7 Toyota currently 8th place. The number 6 car is in 11th, but there's only now 23 seconds between the two. So that delay has cost him dearly.
There we go, back on board with Kamui Kobayashi, and he's still right behind that BMW, the number 15 that had that moment into turn 10, this very corner we're looking at now, with Dries Van Toor at the wheel of that one. And so Kobayashi's right behind him again, looking like he's on the attack. So, yeah, so far.
Okay, Kamui, is power now back to normal?
Yes, copy. Power's back to normal. How bizarre.
Well, we could see it was the gear change. It was.
No, I think it was just the gear change was just part of the. Obviously, you rely on electronics to trigger a gear shift. They're done hydraulically, but you need obviously the electronics to tell the car, the ECU, to change the gear, and then the hydraulics will kick in. So these cars, they're like computers on wheels. You need the ECU, your heart of the electronics, to be singing along, firing on all cylinders all the time. That's what I meant. The steering wheel is just a bit of hardware that tells the ECU what to do. So for me, it looked like there was a significant electronics problem that now seems to, as electrics for you.
We didn't see any kind of hard reset, Control-Alt-Delete in the way in which we talk about it in these broadcasts done.
Yeah.
Is there some kind of double redundancy in a system you can find a way around that problem?
There are loads of workarounds inside these cars that the team could do to sort that, and many modes. I mean, a failing sensor could be one of the problems, for example.
Yep.
If you had a wheel sensor that suddenly failed, the team could be onto the driver saying, change this mode, change that mode, we can rectify the problem. I think we can go down to Lou in the pit lane.
I can't give you an answer, but I wanted to say is that I'm asking the team, and they are still investigating. They themselves do not know right now, or that's what they've told me at this point.
I think they're probably right. I mean, with electronics, usually you have to plug it into a computer back in the garage and then look for the spike, look for that flaw in the data. And
no, they can see everything from their racks where they sit in the garage. And yeah, maybe they don't want to give absolutely everything away, but I feel like the team must have told the driver to make some switch changes, and the car's forgotten that badly behaving sensor, and then it can get back to business again. We see that so often. My guess would be it's definitely electronics, and therefore it has to be a sensor that started to fail. And weirdly, the car looks to that badly behaving sensor and takes all the readings from that. Now he's made a change here, and we see the
screen's gone off for a start, but he's now right behind the excuse me, Jenson Button Dries Van Toor battle with the Hurst Team Toyota and the BMW. Just worth pointing out as they went by the yellow number 60 Lamborghini. First Lamborghini drive in the World Championship for former Porsche race Matteo Cairoli, who's just taken over the number 60 car.
Indeed. Just a snapshot, by the way, of the way this race is going and how close this has been. On the last lap, these cars in hypercar completed. All bar 2 of them were in the 154s. Kevin Estre in the 153s, Jenson Button just tipping into the 155s in traffic, and with this battle underway, this is super close.
Yeah. So right in the middle is the Gold Hertz team, Jota Car, Jensen Button, all over the back of Dries Van Tor, almost up the exhaust pipe of Dries Van Tor there, Anthony, as they exit the corner.
So Van Tor's worked his way past Jensen, as does Kobayashi now into turn 8. So Jensen probably hanging on to this. I don't have the tyre information for the Jota team, Hertz team Jota, but yeah, both cars now I should assume on better shod tyres than what Jensen's on. And Kobayashi continues to fight the BMW. It seems pretty much impossible for the Toyotas to overtake the BMWs. Oh, and that was close. You just about stayed on track there, didn't you? I was watching those white lines, and Nick Nielsen, yeah, was pushed right to the edge of the track, and I think we have to give him that one.
Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini, elbows out.
Proper elbows out, but I think he felt like he had done enough, and that he had probably would have pushed Nick Nielsen completely off the track to make that overtake, but I reckon, I'd like to see that back again. I'm pretty sure he kept at least one piece of rubber touching one of those white lines, and therefore he's still within track limits, but only just.
I was about to point out when we picked up the shot, two Italian brands battling for last.
Watch the white line, watch the white line. Does he go right over it? No, he doesn't. Left front was in contact with the white line at all times. Yeah. Amazingly judged. Got back on track before the boards, the braking boards or the Goodyear signs to the right-hand side. Look at this. You go to the inside. You've got to go to the inside. And there's your white line. It's the braking marker boards. He just avoids. Don't want to take them out, but yeah, great stuff. Oh, and over the curb badly. That was Jensen, but that's how he lost the position to Van Tor on that run up towards turn 4. And then that put him out of sync, didn't it, through the next couple of corners, and that's what allowed Kobayashi through. So yeah, Jensen hasn't actually lost that much extra distance to Kobayashi in a lap's time, but yeah, clearly hasn't got the same speed as these two in front of him.
Did a 57.0 on the last lap. Battle between orange and black cars. And this is the Porsche 92, who's at the wheel of that. That is Yasser Shaheen, still against Josh Cahill. Now, Yasser has been in from the start.
Well, this is 91, isn't it?
I beg your pardon, 91, yeah. So, yeah, Maurice Schuring and Richard Leakes haven't driven yet. So the Aussie is doing all of his stint in one go, all of his time in one go. A massive triple stint for Yasser Shaheen.
Well, if that's right, that's a brilliant performance because he's in 6th place.
Yeah.
And with all the professional time still to come, that sets them up beautifully for a run later in this race.
In fact, and only just back down to 6th position. So he was in 5th ahead of Josh Cahill, who is having another look at. Cahill in his 2nd stint in the car will have to do more time after this, but here comes the Porsche. Was there a little touch there? Josh Cahill heading into the pit lane. So there are his teammates in the Manthey EMA garage.
Are you sure Josh Cahill has not been in this car from the start of this race?
No, there was a driver change, definitely. Nico Pino has driven the car. I've seen his name on the board.
Okay.
Eighth and final race of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 8 Hours of Bahrain, and it is being led by Ferrari. The Le Mans winners last year, the number 51 car. James Collado at the wheel of the car now, having been started by Antonio Giovinazzi, and a great double from him at the start. We're just over halfway through the stint, and as you can see, the 51 car not only out front and extending its lead over Michael Christensen's number 5 Porsche, but being abstemious with the fuel as well. Now, there is history here between the 51 Ferrari crew in GT Pro and the 92, wasn't it, Porsche crew, Christensen and Estra. Quite a lot of history, not all of it well-mannered either. Julian Andlauer not Julian Andler now at the wheel, is it? It's
Harry Tinknell.
Harry Tinknell, yeah. Is that the second contact? And that's a heavy contact with 46. That is going to be trouble in the stewards' room.
Well, maybe not. It'll be remember what happened in turn 13. There's a blue flag involved.
There is going to be trouble in the stewards' room, but from that view, I think it's coming the way of 46. You're right, because he was trying to make the corner, but he did turn in Valentino and hit the back of the passing car.
Just a quick update, by the way, on bronze driver time, which is going to be important moving forward, with thanks to Stephen Gilby in the press room. 3 drivers at that point that we made the point a few moments ago have been in the starts as bronze drivers. Yasser Shaheen, Ian James and Darren Leung have all been in the car and have all now completed their bronze driver time.
Well, Yasser Shaheen literally has, because he's now in the pit lane. Meanwhile, here's the battle with Kamui Kobayashi and number 7 Toyota trying to get back past Dries Van Tor. The BMWs in 5th and 6th position. First season for the cars. They were clattered out of the race in Imola, but actually they'd qualified really well after a very disappointing time here in Qatar, where they couldn't find performance with a map and a torch. And the new car has just gradually got better and better as the team have understood it.
Well, let's put this into context. We tend, as sports car fans, to kind of look at the downsides too often. Earlier in this season, people were talking about, BMW and Alpine may not make this season, may not go into. Then we're talking about both those teams now with real prospects of scoring massive results in major races. There's no real chat about that being at risk anymore. Great progress from them. Team WRT have done a stellar job with this car. They've got cars running in the North American Championship as well, and that's helping them. Alpine, with the work they've done on managing the reliability of that engine, with an update to come for next season to further engage with the longer races. We'll see a further step forward here in terms of whether or not what they've done for 6-hour races is going to help with 8, and then 10, and then 24. Great progress that we've seen, and that's matching the progress we saw at the end of last season for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Yep, change there. Kamui Kobayashi getting by Dries Van Tor once more.
He's going to have to defend in towards turn 4. Luckily, there's a Lexus in his way as well. Look at that for good teamwork between
good
the two
brand
Toyota
loyalty.
brands.
Exactly right.
Exactly, yeah. Cover me, yes, boss, anything. And no, great move there by Kobayashi, and finally he's released. And after those problems, the electronic problems that plagued him, good move down the inside. Well covered into turn 4 as well, and good placement of his car in regards to where the GT3 car.
And halfway through the stint, he got by Dries Van Tor earlier, and he just went straight by, and there they are, changing the door with mirror attached, because that's the cheap way of doing things when you're a Ferrari owner. My mirror's fallen off, get me a new door.
It's the quicker way of doing things, as you can see. One quick point here, just a quick view of the side of that Ferrari. We're getting a look at again at the top 3 car. This is the last race you're going to see those position lights in the FI World Endurance Championship, because there's brand new panels coming. We'll give a lot more information next year. There'll be a lot more on the social media channels of the FI World Endurance Championship through the off-season about the things that are new that are coming for next year.
Now, we saw earlier, as I was saying, here's the battle between McLaren and Porsche. I was going to say BMW, but McLaren and Porsche. And that was the moment where Yasser Shaheen nearly ran into the back of the McLaren.
Well, it was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? I think he did actually touch. Yeah, very much did touch. And broke the camera as well. Nice.
So I know only a few grand.
Just a misunderstanding of the driver in front wanting to come into the pits. And yeah, of course, we've just seen flash up on our timing screens that Valentino Rossi is under investigation. Oh, but this is for pit stop procedures.
All right, okay, well, okay, so they're building things up. Darren Leung out of the 31 car for the final time this season, but what a great triple stint. Yeah, big applause there from Vincent Vos in the garage, and rightly so.
2 hours 42 minutes at the wheel for the big man, Darren Leung.
Leader in, Rui Andrade stays aboard the Corvette, and full set of tyres for him. Go, go. There we go. So they came in from the lead. That cycles Ian James, Harter Racing, through to the lead. Ian James has not done the entire race. Has he? Daniel Mancinelli go in for the second stint? Well, there's Yasser Shaheen. Ian James is our new race leader in LMGT3.
Ian James leads the race and has been in this car from the start.
Has he indeed? Okay, so he's leading an LMGT3 from the TF Sport, no, from the Corvette. Now, we were talking about the performance of BMW in the hypercar class, and they have been very impressive in the hands of their 6 drivers and engineered by WRT. Let's catch up with Sheldon van der Linde.
The number 20 currently sitting in 5th, but this is your first year in WEC in hypercar. Sheldon, how has this year been for you?
Yeah, honestly, I can think if we look back at this year, we can be really proud of the work we've done throughout the season to develop our car in the right direction. We obviously started with a bit of a slow start in Qatar. We were a lap down a few months ago, so to look at where we are now is quite surprising, but also very proud of the team for the development we've done.
And looking ahead to next season for you, for the team?
Yeah, I mean, we plan to continue on this trajectory, obviously. It's not going to be easy because there's guys like Toyota and Ferrari that are ahead of us that are still also developing at the same time, so it's just about continuing to improve in small places and making small leaps forward, which at the end of the day will hopefully bring us forward and fight for the championship next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, Brendan, 5 laps to go this stint. We're going to go to the hard all-round next stint. We think that's faster based on what we've seen from car 7.
I hate to say I told you so.
But you heard it here first.
By the way, there was, I thought, a wonderful encapsulation of just what it means to be proud of your brand with the mechanic in the background cleaning the BMW M logo behind the interview.
And absolutely, I think he summed it up as well superbly there, Sheldon. They've had some real highs, some real lows, but the engineering depth, you know, when Jota take on a program, when WRT take on a program, you know they're going to do well. And Philippe Signot persevered in LMP2, stayed in the championship, enjoying their racing, but behind the scenes bludgeoned Alpine into eventually pressing the green light. And first of all, what a great looking car they've got, and secondly, a really strong performing car as well, and they've got more and more on top of their performance. And you mentioned Penske last year until Fuji were struggling and could not figure out what the privateers were doing right and they were doing wrong. They've really got on top of their car, and it does take, you know, a season to really get to understand these things. They're not straightforward. It's not a 4-cylinder engine in a 4-speed gearbox. These are highly complex competition machines, and you need that time to learn and to develop.
All we've seen through this season is it's tougher to win. It's tougher to finish on the podium. It's tougher to be in the top 10. It's tougher to be in hyperpole, and that's come because teams are making progress. They're understanding, they're unlocking the code.
You're talking people out of joining hypercar, but what it's also proving is that it's not one car or a second manufacturer or even a third manufacturer that's dominating everything. The way the rule set works, especially in hypercars, you can essentially bring anything and it'll be competitive.
This is a battle for the final points position at the moment. This is the 10th place battle between Cadillac and the number 6 car from Porsche Penske Motorsports.
2 LMDH machines, both with hybrid, but with totally different engine compositions and absolutely nose to tail. So the number 6 car starting to creep up the order. Kevin Esch gets by Earl Bamber and is finally scoring a point in that car.
You mentioned a little earlier, I was doing a great job of talking people out joining hypercar. I think I'm doing a terrible job of talking people out hypercar. Aston Martin will be here testing later this week with the new Valkyrie. Genesis, Hyundai have announced that they're going to be coming, we believe, in 2026, and watch this space for more. If I'm done talking about joining a hypercar, it's the worst job I've ever done.
Well, no, you're saying, you know, the competition is so intense, and it is, and the reason it is because every car on the grid here has got the same potential pace, and that's what the rule sets do. It's up to the teams and the drivers to unlock that on a consistent basis, and the more they're doing it, the tighter the racing gets.
James, what an incredible start of a race, a great fight with Josh, with Tom Von Rompuy, and you took the lead, and you're still up there with Nicolas doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you. It was a very good start to the race.
kept it very neat and tidy, just really looking after the tyres. Unfortunately, we have no radio on our car. We have a problem. So I was talking to the team, but no one was coming back to me, and then I realised it's because our radio's not working. Because I could see that Josh, just his tyres hadn't worked as well as mine. So I could see he was struggling a little bit with traction and on the curve a bit. And I was just faster. So in the end, where it was safe, I went for the move, got the lead and pulled out a bit of a gap and saw the Corvette come with me. So yeah, we've just got to keep it clean for the rest of the race. And fingers crossed that we can finally try and have that podium. But, you know, fingers crossed.
Yeah, and fingers crossed for you. Good job at the beginning.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Great job by James Cossum. Saw his dad David in the garage there as well. Josh Cagle and his dad watching the action as well from the other car. And yeah, it was the sister car that got the first podium for McLaren in a World Championship endurance race back in Brazil. And they are currently, where are they? Third at the moment. Nico Costa, the Brazilian driver, at the wheel of the 59 car. But 95 would love to take a podium as well. And again, you know, in LMGT3, we've seen so much progress with these manufacturers in their first season. And that's the key here. The rule sets in both categories allow for the same potential performance. You've just got to unlock it.
In James, by the way, pits after 2 hours and 50 minutes to give someone else a go finally. It's great being the boss sometimes, but he pits, by the way, as a bronze driver from the start, from the lead of the race. That's an epic triple stint from him.
Well, you know, these young kids, they're full of vim and vigour, aren't they?
20 car, there is indeed the number 27 Art of Racing Aston Martin. They'll be back next year in LMGT3 and in Hypercar with the epic looking and astonishing sounding Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Well, you know, we've got all sorts of engine combinations in Hypercar. We haven't got a V12 yet, but we will have.
Oh, yes.
So the Aston Martin V12 in the back of the Valkyrie, detuned from a 1,000 horsepower road engine to meet the 690 horsepower maximum of the Hypercar category. So that'll sound exciting. These cars always sound exciting as well. The V8 in the Ford Mustang, 77 driver change. Zach Robichon bringing the car in and handing over. Daniel Mancinelli taking over the Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
Meantime, by the way, TF Sports 81 Corvette spools around, cycles round. Tom van Rompuy working what should be his final stint aboard that car to complete his bronze driver time. Corvette lead Nico Costa's 59 McLaren and the Vista AF Corsa 55 Ferrari.
You might want to check that because Rui Andrade did a stint, same the way that Charlie Eastwood did a stint in the other car. So
I think he will still be getting this stint.
Could be. It's quite close on stint lengths. As you can see from on board, driving down into what remains of the setting sun, it is just dropping down behind the hills. And Brendan Hartley in fourth place with Kamui Kobayashi in fifth. One thing you never do is underestimate Toyota. They always find a way of coming back. And remember what we said about BMW and Alpine and the new cars learning how to operate their cars? Toyota know how to operate their cars.
Copy again.
Copy, stand by.
Something is stopping again. What? Okay, Kamui Kobayashi wants to go by Brendan Hartley, and this is not the usual, okay, I'm faster than him, right, you've got 3 laps to go. This is now, Brendan will make room for him to go by. In fact, Brendan's going to pit now, isn't he, because they're a little bit out of sequence, so he'll be coming in. So Kamui moves up automatically anyway, so he will move up into 4th place. And actually, he's got a little bit more energy than the cars in front. Now, that might not be fuel in the tank. And what we just saw when he came out on cold tyres in front of cars that had stopped a lap before him was not great news. So actually, they probably need to try and either undercut those guys that are ahead of them on the road or stop on at least the same lap. Don't go a lap longer.
Lots and lots of chapters to be written in this race. Still 5 hours and 8 minutes to go. But, one of them has already been written, and that is putting the Aston Martin number 27 into contention for a second race win this year. That's come through an epic stint from Ian James, and he's down the pit lane right now.
Yeah, I'm with Jan James from the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Great drive, slowly grabbing and climbing to the front.
Yeah, well, first of all, you know, that was my last stint of the year here, and what an amazing year it's been. Seattle Children's Hospital, Gabe Newell makes our dreams come true, and Heart of Racing. But yeah, I was out there for 3 solid stints, just chipping away little bit by little bit, and a lot of fun.
Excellent. Looking forward for the night. Maybe it's going to be a little bit fresher, and you think it's going to be easier on the tires?
Yeah, well, now the fast guys get to drive, so let's see what happens.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I joked about the young guns like Ian James. He could at least have the decency to look like he was warm.
Indeed.
Honestly, he's just spent, what is it now? 2 hours, 50 odd minutes in the car in sweltering heat. And, you know, he's in his late 50s. He could have the decency to look like it was hard work. What a stint. What an epic way to finish your season.
8 on pit lane,
Yep, so it's going to be a tear-off coming off the front there, and we believe they're going to put the qualified set of hard tyres on, at least on the left-hand side. I can't see any other tyres lurking around in the pit box there as we go back to the LMGT3 fight. Corvette versus Mustang as we head down towards turn 11.
I was just checking something that I just heard Martin say, and I'm going to use the phrase we use often, which is no, it's not that. Not late 50s, 50 years old, Ian James. I'm from my current hometown of Epsom, originally in Surrey, but now dual nationality, of course, with the United States. And what I'd say as well, what he was referencing there about the Children's Hospital is part of racing through the history of this team and the backing of Gabe Newell, raising money for charitable causes and children's health in the United States in particular. It's been a fabulous run of millions of dollars raised by the team through the successes they've had down through the years, and who knows what comes next. Headlamps went off just then on the Toyota, the Corvette as it came through.
Yeah, I spotted that. I wondered if he was flashing at first, flashing the car in front, but there would be no need for it. He has got some lights.
He's got the marker lights on, but not the headlamps. They went off. I wonder if that's just finger trouble.
And you need, obviously, all lights working at all times, don't it? Even in pit lane.
Potential dramas ahead here. Number 7, Kobayashi, number 10, Robin Prines, under review, going off track on a lasting advantage at turn 7. That was, what, 7 minutes ago. Didn't see that one, but no, since Kobayashi is ahead, you would tend to believe that was Kamui going by the BMW.
Yeah, that's what we would. That's how I read into it as well. We did see Kobayashi getting past a BMW, but that was into turn 1. But yeah, we missed that one at turn 7, or it just wasn't shown. And there's a move down the inside. Car 50, that's Nick Nilsson at the wheel there. Down the inside, nice move, decisive move on car 36. The blue Alpine with Mick Schumacher at the wheel.
And Nick Nilsson is making progress. Remember, that car was nailed to the bottom of the hypercar order, 18th place. That puts him up now into 14th. He's got a long way to go to get back into contention for the points they're going to need, the win they're going to need to take the World Championship. I think that's in the hands of the gods now for the number 50 car. After early troubles with front downforce damage to the front of that car in the early part of the race, we'll get a little while later to where things stand in championship positions. Not quite ready for another crack at that yet, but it's looking at the moment, and Davidson very good indeed on pretty much every front for Porsche.
Yeah, it really does. They've been, I think, a little bit lucky today with the faltering Toyota car 7 in particular. So we still yet to find out what exactly was going on there, or is going on there, with Kobayashi running down currently in 4th position. And of course, yeah, car 8 that was spun around from having led the race. Brendan Hartley now down in 17th place after that last pit stop. That will shake out differently once everyone else has come into the pits, including this driver we're on board with now, Mick Schumacher. And I bumped into Mick actually at one of the F1 races, and he was talking about his race in Fuji, where, do you remember how it all ended in tears with Earl Bamber, wasn't it, in turn 4, 5 and 6? And Mick was saying, wow, it's it's a jungle out there. You never quite realise.
Is he enjoying it?
Hard to tell, honestly speaking. Hard to tell.
It's always difficult, isn't it, in year one of a programme, in year one for a programme for a driver, as we set up the Ferrari number 50 on pit lane. But we have seen some flashes of real form from Mick Schumacher as he gets deeper and deeper into this season.
It looks like he's enjoying it. Oh, that was 3 into 1 there. Car 83 actually overtook off track. We'll probably have to give some positions back there, or a position back there, but would argue that took avoiding action.
That's
difficult
one. His final race in the Ferrari before we believe IndyCar fun to come.
I always look at it as a, sorry Graham, I always look at it as a racing sense first and foremost, but it's difficult when you have to factor in the fact that he was overtaking, he was lapping cars, and we're going to see that moment again. So the cars would have had a blue flag, should in theory get out of the way for the lapping car, and I think that 3 into 1. You know what? I would just call that a racing situation with 3 into 1. There were blue flags at play. But he has sent it down the inside, hasn't he, as well? So
I think what he did there, he had room. He just didn't take the risk.
Didn't trust him. He just didn't trust him. You know what? You can't trust the fact that 2 cars aren't going to turn in on you.
5 on pit lane from 6th place. Michael Christensen aboard that 963. This is the car that's at the moment it stands to take the points that matter. If Porsche are going to take this World Manufacturers Championship, you've been part of a factory team, multiple factory teams, and you know how much this means at manufacturer level to them. The Drivers' Championship is one thing, to come away with a Manufacturers' Championship is something they prize.
Well, it's nice for the driver to give that to a manufacturer, but when you're behind the wheel, rightly so, it feels like it's all about you. That's how a racing driver has to operate. That's the beauty of sports car racing as well, because you have to be there in conjunction with your other teammates, and you share that glory, and you share the responsibilities. But when you're behind the wheel, it does feel like it's your race, your car, and it's all about you. But if you can deliver that championship to a manufacturer, it's always nice.
And let's face it, it's not going to hurt your career prospects either.
Not going to hurt your career prospects, especially when Porsche is obviously so involved in all racing around the world in multiple different categories. And yeah, these drivers here are in a good place. Shame for, I think, the immediate car crew to be losing Andre Lotterer from that. He brings all that wealth of experience. We get to see him drive today as we focus on Keren Estra, but yeah, it's been a formidable, more than a formidable car crew this season.
Number 12 car in the hands of Norman Nato pits from 2nd place. 13 seconds down to the leading Ferrari as he crosses the timing line. James Calado continues to lead the race as we move into hour 4. 5 hours remain here in Bahrain and for this 2024 season.
It's not the race I was expecting so far.
I mean, I'm stunned.
A lot of strange names at the front of the field.
I'm absolutely stunned we've been full green for this long.
Well, it's not that. It's just where the various front runners in the championship, and here's a classic example, number 6 Porsche, where they've ended up, and why Jaguar and Proton have been really quick with their privateer Porsches. The BMWs are right up there. Peugeot and Alpine kind of almost nowhere early on.
Yeah. But I have a feeling we're going to see more of Alpine as this race matures. They're up into 11th and 12th position at the moment. That's beginning to come back to them. The Peugeots maybe a little further back. Their pace has not been awful. It was left sides only there, by the way, I thought, for the number 12 car.
It looked like it, yeah, you're right, Graham. But I'm not surprised. The one thing that hasn't surprised me at all this weekend, particularly today, is that car 6 has seemed a little bit lackluster, because that's usually the way. I think you go into it a little bit on the defensive when you've got such a healthy championship lead, and in doing so you usually have a little bit go against you, and you don't quite a little bit of a slow stop there on the left rear, a few sparks coming out the left wheel gun, but you know what I mean, we see it so often, and I felt that myself this very track where we had problems with the car on our way to winning the World Championship in 2014, and it's just, you feel like, well, you know, I'm doing everything like I feel like I'm doing everything like I normally do, but it's just you can't help being a bit more tense in the car, it seems, and things go against you. And the pack see you as the weak one in the pack.
Yep.
You're the one that's going to jump out the way because you've got everything to lose and I haven't.
Yeah, there's no mercy, is there?
There's no mercy. Oh, this lot can smell blood, I tell you.
Into pit lane, the number 51 car in the hands of James Collado from the lead. Also, the number 20 BMW and the 38 Hertz Team Jota car pit this time around. That cycles Kamui Kobayashi for the moment back through to the lead. But that's not really a fair reflection of where things sit.
But this is almost the top of an hour. Now, again, yeah, he's coming in this lap, so he's stopping a lap later, and that means as we get closer and closer and closer to the end of the final hour, they have a little bit less time to do in their final stop.
Door problem here?
Come on now, Door. This is shades of the 99 Proton Porsche at Spa, isn't it, with Neil Jarni going around behind the safety car, trying to slam the wretched thing because the latch wouldn't close and he wanted to avoid coming into the pit lane.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one, won't we? Because it looked like trouble to close the door, but seemed happy with it right at the end with a bit of extra arm power. But yeah, let's keep an eye and see if that door actually opens at all as he's driving around. If so, the stewards will be quickly on, race director will be quickly on that. Car 38 also exits the pits. Is that still Jensen Button behind the wheel? I believe it is.
Yes, seems to be. Dries van Tor coming out behind him in the 15 car, and yeah, of course, a car dropping down the order.
And the all-important study of the tyres when they come off the car as well. You can read so much into car balance and what the drivers are going through. Car number 7 under investigation.
We've seen that before.
Yeah, so they're still looking into that one, aren't they? It's just popped up on our screens again. I think you're out of the room, Martin, when that message originally came up, but be interesting to see where or exactly what happened there, because it wasn't shown on the screen, I believe, at the time.
Is that a fresh tail? No.
No, they're just cleaning it. So
Is
that's
it
Kobayashi
not?
in.
It's very clean, isn't it, compared to the front of it? No, it's not. It's not. It's just mine. Just they've got shiny
It's
paint.
the lighting. The lighting does make these.
Oh, now then, talking about shiny paint, we've had an email in from Peter Conlon, who's watching in Dublin. Hello, sir. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
It's all right. I'm an Irish citizen. That's fine. Wanted to know why almost all the teams are using exactly the same livery as they did last year. He said one of the advantages of being a model collector is that you can date your model collection by the changing liveries in them, like in Formula 1. And he was saying, don't the teams consider that it's worth changing liveries so they can flog lots more replica cars? I think some of the liveries could evolve.
Yeah.
Hello, Toyota, looking at you there again. And I'm sure Jotas will change next year, but then the base car will change as well. So
here we go. Look at this, though. Just a butt in there. So it's the Porsche. Remember, the championship fight in terms of manufacturers is still on. So that was a bit of an important moment with car 7 exiting the pits with car 5. Sorry, Martin. It's Kobayashi out the pits there, fighting the. I believe that fresh left-hand side that went on, fighting them for temperature, but you've got the help at least from the right-hand side that gives you that warmth, so it's not as bad, obviously, as changing all 4 tyres, but yeah, you've got car 5 of Michael Gisselson making hay while he can.
That is the handicap of stopping later, isn't it? Is you're always vulnerable to immediate attack. So it's been a good race so far for Hertz Team Jota. They looked a little disappointed after qualifying. I wonder if they still do.
I am with Will Stevens, driver from the number 12 Hertz Jota Porsche. Will, very strong start of the race, gently making your way up, taking the lead, and how is it looking now?
Yeah, I mean, we knew we'd be good on tyre deck. We needed to be aggressive in the first couple of stints to try and make positions up, which we managed to do very well. I think it's very close up front with pace between everybody, but it will more come down to when you use your tyres. So we're at the moment trying to use as little as we can. So come the end of the race, we've got a lot of fresh tyres to put on the car. So it's interesting to see what different people are doing. But we're in the fight. We're fighting up the sharp end. So I think it will play out good for us at the moment, but let's see how it comes.
It looked pretty relaxed to me, so good luck for the end of the race.
Yeah, I'll be going back in for the end for the last 2 stints, but we should be in a tyre advantage at the moment. But it just depends. At some point, they're going to have to do only 2 tyres, as a lot of people are putting on 3 at the moment, so we'll wait and see.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, mate.
This is the Jota strategy. It has been all year long. Bury yourself early on, save the tyres, keep them in the locker, and hopefully you've got something to fight with it. And exactly as he was saying there, we've got to be aggressive at the start, got to try and make up places, then nurse what we've got, and then as the race progresses, we'll have more left than they've got.
Well, it's not a bad strategy if you're near the front, as they found themselves at the start of the race, and therefore you minimise the amount of tyres you throw at the car, and you make as life difficult as it can be for the others catching you on fresher tyres or using more tyres. So the more you can hold them up, the better it is for you, because you're using your track position for good benefit. But yeah, what he's saying there is that once I've done all that and I've had a good time holding people up on fresher tyres, then it's going to be my turn to come back at them at the end, because you only have those 26 tyres individually to run through this 8-hour race today.
Well, let's have a little bit of a tyre chat as we ride on board with Loic Duval. Loic just freshly into the Peugeot, isn't he? John-Eric Vans also taken over the 93 car, so Loic chasing Alex Lynn in the number 2 caddy. Let's catch up with Mike from Goodyear after what has been an entertaining, aggressively driven and fiercely combative first season in LMGT3. We talked about this in free practice at the beginning of the race. You've not only had to design a tyre that works here, in Fuji, in the heat of Texas, in Brazil, in Qatar, everywhere else. So there's wide variety of different tracks. But in addition, it's not a single chassis formula. So you've got front engine, rear engine, mid-engine, every possible engine combination to throw at it as well. Where on earth do you start with a job like that?
A blank sheet of paper.
Yeah.
You know, we really did. We've talked about this a little bit through the season, but the way we approached the GT3 project was really to start from scratch. You know, having 9 manufacturers with very different philosophies of car type, engine configuration, weight distribution, aero, platform, kinematic is so different that really you do have to think about all of that when designing a tyre. And we did a rigorous test program, you know, to really understand what we would require.
It's been a busy race so far here in Bahrain. 3 hours ago, we started in the heat of the afternoon. Sun has already sunk below the yard arm, but facing up to the first 3 or 4 stints in fierce heat. A packed grid, including Roger Penske on hand to hopefully see his team win their first ever FIA World Championship titles. But it was Toyota that had locked out the front row in qualifying. Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car taking the lead ahead of Mike Conway. Conway, though, with a little bit of oversteer right from the first corner, jumped by the 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi. The 50 Ferrari had a tag from behind and lost a bit of bodywork. In the LMGT3 category, we saw the McLarens that had qualified 1-2 leading away from the start under pressure from Ferrari. In terms of our championship challengers, the number 6 Porsche had a clash in the first corner and in turn 4 on the opening lap. Jota aggressive, working their way through traffic. Number 12 car moving up by the number 7 championship contending Toyota, and then the race leader tagged into a spin by the number 82 Corvette. That cost half a dozen places for Sebastian Buemi, but they weren't on the right tyre anyway for the conditions and will struggle for pace after that. Sarah Bovey in the Lamborghini for the Iron Dames, getting passed by the championship-winning Porsche. And then, towards the end of the first hour, the McLaren's being split by Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette. Number 7 Toyota starting to work its way up the field, the third and most tenuous of our championship contenders. Corvette coming back out in the lead of LMGT3 after the first hour of racing, but McLaren still looking very strong in terms of race pace along with the Porsche. Recovering Sebastian Buemi, levering his way down the inside, 99 Proton Porsche of Julian Andlauer towards the end of the second hour. But still, the championship leading number 6 Porsche not in the points. Drive-through penalty for contact for Julian Andlauer in the 99 car. And the number 6 Porsche struggling towards the tail of the field as the number 5 car in the hands of Matt Campbell started to move up the order. Challenge for the lead from the Jota team. Norman Nato and James Collado battling in 51 and 12. Further back, Toyota starting to work their way back into the lead group. Technical electronic glitch briefly dropped the number 7 car behind. They seem to have got on top of that, and he is now back in contention. But the number 7 car must win this race to stand any chance of winning the championship. And right now, it is the 51 Ferrari that sits in front. So back with our live racing action, and there you can see the Hertz team Jota car number 12, Norman Nato in second place. Right behind him, Michael Christensen and Kamui Kobayashi. Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota, looking to move up to 3rd place. Don't forget to win the title ahead of the 6 Porsche team. Either the number 7 car or the number 50 Ferrari must win this race. That is their only chance. And if there's a 6-hour race now, not a 8-hour race with points and a half, the championship would already have been decided in favour of car number 6. 83 Ferrari having 5 seconds added to their next pit stop. That's the yellow car, which is currently down in 9th place. Robert Schwartzman, that's their second penalty of the race. They're not having the cleanest of times. And they are the only Ferrari to have won away from the Le Mans 24 Hours. So they won a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago in Kota. Right now, the car on the move again is the number 7 Toyota. Anthony, we saw this car having electrical problems of some kind. They do seem to have short-circuited that, so it's back on pace, and definitely that car's choice of hard tyre seems to be working better.
Yeah, well, the number 7's been on the hard tyres the whole time, isn't it? Kobayashi took a used set of left side only for that last pit stop, and I'm surprised he's able to put so much pressure on car 5 here, because car 5 took a brand new set all round in that last pit stop of hard tyres. So Kobayashi, yeah, the problem clearly has sorted itself out, or the team managed it properly, and both cars now catching the number 38 Jota.
And number 12, Norman Nato. Oh,
sorry, the number 12.
Drifts a little wide. Norman Nato under braking, under pressure from Michael Christensen.
Yeah, so both cars here, both Porsche and Toyota have the speed over the Jota in front. And I'm assuming that they've got a tyre advantage. Having listened to Will Stevens' interview, he's saying, look, it will come back round to us later on in the race when we're the ones on the fresher tyres. But right now, he's under attack from particularly hard-charging Michael Christensen. And Kobayashi desperate to make up for lost ground.
Yeah, they've been up the ladder and down the snake a couple of times, number 7 Toyota.
4th isn't going to hack it, is it, at this point? Needs to be by these 2 and then off in pursuit of James Collado leading this race. It's the win or nothing to give him any chance of the Drivers' World Championship. The 50 car, meanwhile, which is the other car in points contention, that's as we stand.
Look how
for
close
the
it is.
Manufacturers' Championship.
Yep, 13 points in it.
Toyota need to make up ground.
Yep.
And obviously, as the clock ticks by, I'm running out of time to do that. Still 4 hours and 43 minutes to go.
You start seeing more and more desperate moves, like that one from Kobayashi. Sends it down the inside of the GT car mid-corner in turn 13. It's a move maybe you wouldn't have seen if he wasn't in this vulnerable position right now, and he goes down the inside. Another desperate move from Kobayashi, not desperate but decisive, and gets the place there. A brilliant move by Kobayashi.
I think what meant was, A cracking move from Kobayashi.
A typical Kobayashi move.
It was
That's what I wanted to say.
brilliant. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he did to Julian Andlauer and just tucked him up, or what Boemi did. But he took advantage, didn't he, when the Porsche got held up by that GT car. He was suddenly right on him, and boom, straight through.
Yeah,
that
memo did not go through a drafting stage, did it?
Another lock up there from Norman Nato,
well,
just in front, and there was the pass.
And it was you could see that move under the braking from it's this moment right there. He's moving in under the braking zone, which a driver never likes to see, but Kobayashi handled it well. And,
so Christensen opened the steering.
And then opened it up afterwards.
Penske Porsche's Michael Christensen back down to 4th place after a demon move from Kamui Kobayashi, and it barely looks like Kobayashi was behind the Porsche 3 corners ago, because he's suddenly right behind the Porsche, but the other Porsche, the Jota car of Norman Nato, in 2nd place. Now they are 6.5 seconds behind race leader James Collado in the 51 Ferrari.
Closing that gap despite the fact they're in this battle.
Looks like that car's come alive, doesn't it? The Toyota is suddenly Kobayashi. They've sorted that problem. He's had that last pit stop, thrown a set of new tyres on the left-hand side, and it's just the car in these conditions, with the temperatures starting to fall now as we get into night racing, just seems to have come alive. I don't think it's over quite yet for car 7.
It's never over, is it? Until they're on the plane on the way home, it's never over for Toyota.
On board with the 36 car of Mick Schumacher, this is the car that's been doing very well in terms of its energy management through this race, beginning to get the pace together as well, on terms now with the number 99 Proton competition car with Harry Tincknell at the wheel.
And don't forget, the Proton car was in the top 5 in the first couple of hours, and now it's down way outside the top 10.
Here he comes again. Kobayashi down the inside and gains another place, this time on the Hertz Team Jota car, 12.
And what that means, by the way, is if he catches and passes the Ferrari, that points gap switches the other way at this stage of the race. This is a critical point in the World Manufacturers' Championship.
Yep, really is. And actually for Porsche, Michael Christensen and the crew of the number 5 car are going to be absolutely critical to their manufacturer standings, because the number 6 car at the moment has got nothing to show.
At this point, you might start to see a slightly different approach to the number 6 car, because they need to make up places for the Drivers' World Championship at this stage. If the 7 car is going to close down that Ferrari, it is about the 5 and the 7 for the World Manufacturers' Championship.
And then if you wonder, doesn't it? It begs the question, if car 7 suddenly found all this speed, what about car 8? They're down in P5 at this stage. The sister car that was leading the race, of course, got spun around.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley's target is Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche, but he is 6 seconds behind him, 5.5 seconds behind him. Down the inside of Harry Tincknell comes Mick Schumacher, straight through.
Big smoky braking there from Harry Tincknell. And if the brakes are beginning to go away at this stage.
I wonder if Proton are now taking the pain of old tyres, because they've used more early on and want to keep more in the locker later on. So at some stage, you've got to be at a tyre deficit, because not everybody uses exactly the same allocation at the same stop. So it is swings and roundabouts. You do have to take the pain somewhere. Looks like Harry Tincknell has drawn that short straw.
Freudian slip, as you saw the pink Lamborghini. It gives us an opportunity with a queue with a GT3 car in shots to talk to Mike McGregor from Goodyear. Mike, first year of this GT3 class. We've got a fabulous 18-car entry. We'll wait and see what happens next year, for what may come with the ebb and flow of this. Are you satisfied with what you've seen from the competition here this year?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, if you think what the tyre's done, we've stayed with a single specification for the whole season in the end, even though we've got the C specification ready for next year. And, you know, the tyres endured so much. Martin touched on it before, you know, the heat of Austin that we saw, the cool temperatures we had at Spa, the extremes that the tyre's been able to deal with, it has been amazing. And I think, you know, you have to look at circuits like this that are very abrasive. What we faced in Sao Paulo with the surface there, it's been resurfaced since we left, so when we go back next year, we've got a new challenge again. And, you know, we've seen it in the past. There's very good drivers, I know, one of them actually sitting in this room, that know how to manage tyres. And
Martin's not that good.
Well, and these types of surfaces that we have at Bahrain are so abrasive that you really have to think of the long game. And there's a race I remember in Shanghai where a certain gentleman was thinking of that long game, and it's like the old days of Thunder saying that actually if you manage the tyres well, they come back to you. It's not about you getting faster, it's the others getting slower.
Very often when we use the word compromise, it's seen as a negative, a derogative term. But here, it's a positive, because you've got to make a compromise across all those weather conditions, those surfaces, but also the massive variety of platforms that you've got to actually accommodate within one specification of tyre.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we've seen today in GT already in the race is that actually the strategies are very, very different. We've got people changing left-hand side tyres, right-hand side tyres, front tyres, rear tyres only, that actually in GT there isn't a clear strategy that anyone's took since the beginning of the race.
Are they mostly doing that? My take on that, Mike, is that they're doing that because of they don't want to get in a situation where they've got all 4 tyres that are cold. Now we're in an era without tyre warmers. Is it as simple as that?
No, not at all. It's about inherent balance, that whichever is the weakest point of the car, they're trying to compensate that, you know, if the car's got that little bit more exit understeer or entry understeer, that they're hurting the front tyres or hurting the rear tyres, that by compensating that in the hottest part of the day, when they get into the night and now into the cooler temperatures, actually they can then start to really exploit the performance and push more.
You've had that single dry spec of tyre throughout this first season. You said that C-spec tyre is already available. Where might and when might we first see that tyre in racing?
Well, actually all the teams are getting the opportunity to run it tomorrow, okay, in the rookie test, but we think we'll probably introduce it to Sao Paulo next year. The fact that it's had the new surface, you know, we don't know what we're going to get. We've already seen images. We're actually sending someone out in the winter to go and scan the new surface, but it looks like it's already a very abrasive surface for a new surface. And you know, if we think about examples, we raced in Spa in May with the WEC Championship. We actually went back there with the ELMS in September, and the lap time difference we saw was 4 seconds in GT3. And actually the gentleman drivers in qualifying were almost quicker than the professional drivers from what we saw. And that's how much a track surface can change tyres' performance.
Yeah, that's what I always say when people try to compare driver tests, for example, from one day to the next, or particularly from 1 month to the next. Impossible. You can never do that. So you should never do that, but lots of people fall into that trap.
So you're talking about the potential of using the different compound. Are you going to offer the teams both tyres at the same weekend, or are you going to tailor what the offering is depending on what you expect is going to be needed?
No, we will tailor the offer. I think, you know, the big thing in terms of the balance of performance, not giving clear advantages or disadvantages to any manufacturer, it's about us tailoring the compound to suit the circuit, suit the surfaces, suit those changes. You know, it's clear that you see here is obviously with a longer race distance, the allocation does favour the teams a bit more compared to the restrictions of a 6-hour race. But if we can give them a bit more margin and a bit more performance in the early stages of the first stints, then obviously they're going to welcome that.
Final question from me to you, Mike. At the end of this 2024 season, what's the biggest lesson, what's the biggest thing you're taking through to 25 and learnings from Goodyear and from the teams you've serviced?
I think, you know, the big thing with the WEC is how much the level has stepped up. I think, you know, even what we were already involved in with LMP2 last year, we've seen such a huge step in the team's capability, engineering capability, that the overall level that we're seeing now is that you know, all these GT3 teams are customer racing teams, but they work and act like factory teams. The level of data we receive, the level of information we receive, the feedback we're getting from the drivers is all to such a high standard. And already in year one we were doing 5 stints at Le Mans, which we never thought we'd be doing in the first year, and getting really strong tyre performance. So I think we just want to build on that for the future. We're already going to start working.
We swap.
Come back to that. It's a quick swap arranged by the team for Alpine. So very clearly they believe at that stage Mick
Could be an
Schumacher.
overtake here as well. Look, we've got car 5 on the attack with car 12 down towards the first corner. There's a GT car as well getting in the mix and round the outside. That was brilliantly judged there by Christensen. Used the GT car to box in Norman Nato and just drive round the outside of them. Amazing stuff.
Well, that's important at the moment because Kamui Kobayashi now just 2.5 seconds back from the leader, and this battle has been dropping off the back of Kamui Kobayashi, so now it's time to get serious for Michael Christensen and go off in pursuit.
And in terms of Manufacturers' Championship as well, that eases Porsche a little higher up in the lead of the category.
Absolutely right.
Nato was kind of damned if he did, damned if he didn't there, wasn't it? He wanted to brake on the inside to cover his position, and then in doing so had the GT car right in front of him and went extra slow around the apex and couldn't do anything. He had to watch his competitor drive right around the outside of him.
We'll say thanks, Mike. Thanks for everything this year in 2024. I know the viewers have loved hearing the insights from Goodyear. I know they've loved the developing battles in LMGT3, and I think we're all looking forward to that just getting bigger and better when we get into the 2025 Championship, and that doesn't seem very long away.
No, definitely doesn't, and we've enjoyed being along for the ride this year.
Thanks very much, Mike McGregor from Goodyear.
And just looking at the gap between Kamui Kobayashi and race leader James Collado in the last 3 laps, Kobayashi has halved a 5.5 second gap. It's now down to just under 3 seconds.
You look at that graph, it says it all.
Power down, but now come back.
Copy, it looks back to full power. Keep me updated and keep your driver default 214 prepared.
Now, that's the 87. That is Jose Maria Lopez, another ex-Toyota driver, driving in the Lexus, and he's bringing that in with what seems to be right front damage. Meanwhile, BMW on the attack. And this is 20. Robin Fries with a run on Brendan Hartley. Again, that number 8 car still seems to be on the wrong tyre, on the medium. He has got the mediums on. Yes, he still has. As the track temperature drops a little, maybe that will come to them, but oh dear, that's what the problem was for Jose Maria Lopez. Right front puncture. So either he's managed to hook a curb somewhere or he's found somebody's debris. It's the first puncture we've seen in this race.
This might be how it happened. Oh, that is how it happened.
That's,
wow,
okay.
Take that.
Proton's race is not going well, is it? They started so strongly, and that will be their second penalty through the pit lane, because there was no question there. He came from a long way back.
Not only that, you could hear Lopez actually lifting to give him the room. Yeah, that was as clear cut as I think you'll see from that perspective.
You're absolutely right there, Graham, because he did actually, he was getting out of the way under the blue flag. So there's no, what do you want him to do? Drive off the track. So, and then you get a whack and a puncture anyway. So, yeah, that's probably done some steering damage as well to that car.
We're going to shift from Goodyear in this phase of the race to talk to Pierre Hals at Michelin. Michelin, of course, are supplier for all of these hypercars. And as we said to Mike about the variety of cars in this LMGT3 field, it's not like you've got an easier task in hypercar with the 2 rule sets and all sorts of different solutions through this season. And we'll come on in a moment to talk about yet another challenge that is definitely coming in 2025. So first things first, welcome, and tell us a little bit about just how you believe it's gone for Michelin and your customers this year in 2024.
So we are very, very pleased what happened this year. We saw that we have been working with 8 different car manufacturers, and we had 6 different winners this season. So it means the tire range suits all the cars. So this is what we first thing we saw. The other satisfaction that we had, it's the performance in Spa, because Spa 2023 was a bit difficult for us due to the condition and the tire offer. So this year we provide the more suitable tires for this race. And we saw that it was a good racing, and we didn't see any issue on the tires. And the third satisfaction we had, it's Le Mans. Le Mans, we saw that we could do the 3 stints on these hypercars. So it was a very good thing for us.
We love to look back on successes, but I know our viewers would love us to look forward about what is coming next. There's 2 things to talk about there. One is an additional rung, if you like, in hypercar with the Aston Martin Valkyrie, a non-hybrid LMH car, another challenge to accommodate within the tyres that you provide.
Yes, it's a challenge with this new car coming. So we will test on Tuesday. We will have a development day with all the cars, and also Aston Martin will join this test. So it will be very important to see the level of this car at this stage. But we don't think it will be as performing as well. But we expect to get a lot of data to understand how this car reacts with the actual range, and also on the future range that we will plan that we are developing.
Would be remiss not to mention by the fact that while I've been talking to you, Pierre, there's been a significant pass. That's the 15 of Dries van Soort going by Brendan Hartley for 6th position.
More significant, though, is the rise in performance of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Our championship leaders, for the first time this race, they are in the points, so extending their point margin, and they are lapping at the same pace as everybody in the top 6, top 10. So the change in temperatures, the temperature is dropping, suddenly their car is starting to come alive. You can't just say, oh, it's because Kevin Estres in the car and the other two are hopeless, because they patently are not. But the car definitely looks more raceable.
And he's on the inside.
He's gone up the inside of the 83 car, so that's a change for 9th place.
Well, back
and
again.
back again. So, all right, he's dive-bombed a little bit, the 83 car of Robert Schwartzman. But the Porsche, which has been malingering down in 15th or 16th, now actually looks like a race car rather than something that's following all the others.
Pierre, you mentioned about this tyre warming side of things. We're going to keep an eye on this battle because this is potentially critical for the World Championship. All sorts of pressures coming, not just to the OEMs who are watching the cars from here, but also you as an OEM in terms of the way in which you use materials and technology, and that we look after resources. Tell us a little bit about the roadmap going forward for Michelin in this racing and elsewhere. As around the outside comes the number 6, he's not going to make it stick there.
Yeah, Schwartzman just kind of bobbled in the middle of the corner, and Kevin Estres had to take avoiding action, but they are right behind the 99 car now. That's not a rival, that is actually last at the moment, having served another penalty, but it is another car they'll have to get by. And look on the timing panel on the left-hand side, number 7 Toyota is now almost within a second of the 51 Ferrari that leads the race. So Toyota a second away from where they need to be to win the championship, and the number 6 car needs 2 more places at least to fend them off.
And that's probably why we're seeing a bit of a change in tactic from car 6. This car now, to me, looks like it's being driven with the kind of vigour that you would usually see Kevin Estres drive with.
Super aggressive.
He's gone from championship mode to, well, I might just lose this championship, so I better just start going for some positions and be a bit more feisty in traffic and taking a few more risks, like we're probably going to see here down into turn 1. But he's being attacked as well. I know that's from the off-board shot. Yes, he's going to slow the car down enough this time and just about hang on to it, at least for turn 2 this time around.
Robert Schwartzman on board in the 83 car, not now in 9th place, but down to 10th position, because Kevin Estres has come alive, or the number 6 Porsche has come alive as well at the same time, and Estres for the first time closing in on the top 8 finish that the crew of number 6 need to win the Drivers' Championship. Now, the position of the number 5 Porsche also means that Porsche maintain their lead in the manufacturer's standings. Right now, they are closing in with still 4 hours and 20 minutes to go on what they need to take both hypercar titles.
Well, what's basically happened here in the last 10 minutes is we've opened up the tin and we've poured in some Total Energies fuel and we've set light to it, because this is coming alive. We're going to finish very quickly with Pierre and talk about that roadmap, because really exciting things are going to happen here in the next few days after we finish the racing for the World Championship. And as a marker of just how far ahead you're planning, we've got the hypercar teams testing here this week, but not with the tyres they're going to use next year.
No, because next year we will keep the same tyre range, so we will just start the process. We have our ongoing process for the 2026 tyre range that we will offer for the hypercars. So this Tuesday we will have all the car manufacturers staying. It's only Cadillac will not join this test, but we will do some extra tests also in Qatar. Yep.
My apologies. My apologies, we didn't hear that, but you get more into Qatar in the
yeah, and the final loop, it will be in May in Paul Ricard. So we will do the final loop, and that's until then we will learn a different process that will include more renewable and recycled products into the tire, and to gain in terms of warm-up also, and also to keep the same consistency, of course.
We've got Aston Martin coming. You guys have been working with them for some time. We've got Genesis coming. We'll ask after we just hear from Kamui Kobayashi.
Okay, Kamui, if you need any help, let me know. Otherwise, I leave you alone now. 15 laps to go.
That's okay. I'll manage it.
I'm not sure the tyre graphic we saw on screen, by the way, was completely accurate with my lovely app that I have in front of me.
Yep.
From Michelin, of course. Tells me that the Ferrari 51 had new rear tyre, or used rear tyres that went on. We see the car 20 in the garage here. Sorry,
looks like a major drivetrain issue. Robin Fry's out of the car immediately.
Yeah, that is the first really big problem to hit a hypercar today, and it's come as we close in on the halfway point. The final question I was going to ask is, how early are your guys getting involved with these new manufacturers coming forward with exciting new projects?
So today with Aston Martin, it's the same as the other car manufacturers who are already racing. So we are already in the process, on track, and working on it. With Genesis, Hyundai Genesis, the car doesn't exist yet. So it's purely a simulation today.
But you can provide them all the simulation information so they can simulate the tyre, and that helps them with their design process. And anybody else who shows an interest and is starting to design a car can get that virtual tyre information as well, the same way that you would with a real car, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we are providing the same service to everyone to build their car, to decide which setup they want to do on the car with the weight distribution and so on.
In which case, Graham, you can twist his arm and we'll get him to tell us who else has got that information and might be looking at coming. But Pierre, it's been a fantastic year. Still is going to be a fantastic 4 hours. We don't know who's going to end up winning either of these hypercar titles. Always great to have you, and the information from Michelin has been invaluable. I know Anthony Davidson is geeking out enormously thanks to your help. So fantastic to see Michelin tyres, and long may it continue. As we know, the current rule set goes to at least 2029, so looking to play more development games for the cars and for the tyres, I'm sure, during that period. So always a joy to have Pierre Al from Michelin in the booth. Thank you so much for that. Looking at the battle now with Loic Duval in the Peugeot, under attack from Nick Nielsen. Now again, as the temperature has changed, we've just talked about the number 6 Porsche starting to move up the order. Don't forget that at the end of the last round of pit stops, the number 50 Ferrari was 18th and last, and suddenly with Nick Nielsen aboard, that is starting to creep in as well. Are they doing a Jota, both of those cars? Have they just settled back for the first 3 or 4 stints and gone, right, let's deal with the pain now, because in the end, it's where you are on the last lap, not the first lap, that's going to make a difference?
Well, I think Molina had a particularly difficult start, didn't he, with the nose damage that he had to that car. But it does, I agree, Martin, that since Nielsen's got on board, it looks like the car's come alive that little bit more. And shame for BMW as we look at the other one in the fight with the Jota as they head down the main straight. Shame to see that wheeled into the garage. And a look down the inside, thinks about it, crosses back over to the middle of the track, and to try and give himself the best run possible through turn 2 and 3, which he does. Still going to be tough though. It's going to need that momentum. We know the BMW's been fast all day in the straight line. Has another duck out, but not going to happen this time.
Right, well, let's catch up with what's happened with the number 20 car down at Team WRT.
Robin Fries, we can see the 20 behind you. What's happened?
We don't know. We suddenly lost power out of turn 8. Just, yeah, very low power, and they saw it in the data, but they don't know what the problem is at the moment. Obviously, we were on the run, overtook Hartley, and I was closing into Norman. So we were definitely on for, yeah, a good finish. It's very unfortunate.
It really is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not happy Frines, is it? That's unhappy Roberts, and Robin rather. Don't like to see it. We've seen such great pace on this entire 18-car field for almost half the race, and that looks like the first big problem to any of the hypercars in all this running. And again, that shows further the progress we've made with this amazing new class of sports cars.
Yeah. Super, work by the WRT team to bring on this program. They arrived at the beginning of the season with the car that they'd never raced before and had no major information on, so they have had to learn all the way through. The bitter irony, of course, is as we see one BMW retiring, we have a BMW group in the commentary booth with us as well.
Also, we've just seen a BMW taking fourth position from Hertz Team Jota's Norman Nato, Dries van Toor on a tear. Well, it's been a season of huge growth in all sorts of ways, and we're looking forward to exciting futures. The first chapter in that comes tomorrow with the WC Rookie Test, and there's a whole host, as we said earlier in the show, of new talent hitting the hypercar entry list for that, and one of them, delighted to say, was in the booth, and it is BMW factory driver Dan Harper. Dan, welcome to WCTV. Success in British GT, success at success in GT World Challenge, success around the Nürburgring, all in BMW machinery, and now you get a chance to try the M Hybrid V8. I'm not going to even ask the question. Are you looking forward to it?
Of course. I would be crazy if I wasn't. Firstly, thank you for having me here with you guys. Brilliant to be here. Only my first time here at WEC. So yeah, very exciting. And like you say, finally about time I get a chance to drive our hypercar tomorrow.
Let's just point out, when you came in, there were 2 cars running. I'm not laying that directly at your door.
You'll get me
Sophie's giving me that look.
I'll ask the question straight. When did you hear that you were going to get the opportunity, and how has this been sold to you? Is this part of, we know the BMW Young Driver Programme has had a hugely successful run in developing talent, yourself and a number of your colleagues. Is that part of this journey? Is this part of reward for your undoubted success over the last couple of years? What did they say on the phone call?
I think it's a bit of both. I think obviously we've had both Max and I, to be fair, we've been doing very well the last year or two in the GT World Challenge, and especially this year the Nürburgring 24 Hours was probably our standout event this year. Constantly fighting at the front and getting the podium there. But also I think part of the program, I mean, they have young drivers like myself, and they want to give us an opportunity, and I think the rookie test is the perfect chance to do so. They need to promote young drivers. It's something BMW Motorsport also wants to do more of as well. So yeah, it's the perfect opportunity for them to give us a chance, and it's the perfect opportunity for myself and for Max to get our first try in the hypercar.
It's WRT, it's a factory BMW team. What kind of preparation have they offered you for this? You've been through the simulator and all of that. They're not presumably just chucking the keys on the desk and saying, off you go, son.
Off you go, good luck. No, thankfully not. I was a bit worried about that. But yes, I was in the sim in Munich last week, just one day actually. I got a go in the sim a couple of years ago at the very beginning of the program, but then I've been away from it, so oh dear, that doesn't look so good.
Really not great news, and unfortunately for the team, they're going to try and run both cars in the rookie test tomorrow, so you can see they've tried to, and now they, have they actually fired it up?
I think they fired it up and that went badly wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not you're named in both cars, Dan. You're going to be fine.
At the moment, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think I'm supposed to be in the 15. So
that's bad news by the look of it for the number 20 car. And that does look to me to be end of days for that one. What do you hope for? You're watching, I'm sure, with great interest the growth in GT and sports car racing. You've had fantastic success in GT3 at this point, but this must be catching your eye as this could be a big step forward for you.
For sure, yes, for sure. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never had any high downforce experience before. I never drove a single seater or any sort of prototype. So it's going to be a lot of learning, a steep learning curve, and yeah, there's not so much time also when we're sharing the car together. Yeah, it's mainly just a great opportunity to learn how the car works, get used to driving without all the cheats like TC and ABS again. So yeah, just very excited, and yeah, it's going to be cool to be flying past the GT3 cars.
It's going to be interesting to see, to get the answer from you after you've tried this in the real world, but you've tried it in sim. We hear very often it's like a big GT car. You know, these are prototypes, but they are heavier than we've had previously. As off goes the 6 car.
Oh,
let's regain the track, but what happened there? Just too deep in.
Yep, down in turn 1, wheels on the paint.
From 8th position, Kevin Estre.
Doesn't lose a place, but he was gaining ground on the car in front. Don't forget, they only need to be in the top 8 to defend their points lead.
So the challenge we're going to set you in 10 seconds each here is explain to our viewers what it's like driving, racing and winning in a GT3 car. And then I'm going to ask you the same question about the simulation compared to that with a hypercar.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, the car is actually quite a heavy prototype, so it is not unlike a GT3, similar in weight, actually. Yeah, the last 5 years I've been in GT3. You've got your ABS, you've got your TC, but because of that, it makes it even more tricky to be that little bit faster than anyone else. Whereas a hypercar, I believe, it takes a bit more precision, and the driver can maybe make an even bigger difference. So I'm excited for that. It's going to be a challenge, and obviously the drivers, you just look the whole time through the whole race, the names that are in the hypercar grid is fantastic. So to be involved in that tomorrow is going to be pretty cool.
Well, we're going to say thank you. Thank you to BMW, by the way, for giving the opportunity to young, talented drivers to take a look at the next step as the 99 car gets 5 seconds added to its next pit stop for an instant at T5 20 minutes ago. We'll be catching up with you after you've been in this that car, young man. You've got a grin as wide as your face, and it's not going to be any less than that. So thanks for the moment, Dan Harper.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Well, busy times here in the LMGT3 field as well as in hypercar. Let's take a look here. Francesco Castellacci back at the wheel of the 54 Ferrari under real pressure from Richie Leeds in the Manthey EMA Porsche, and in between them is the number 8 Toyota, and that car is currently in 6th position. Number 7 car now just a second off the race leader. And there behind number 8 is Hertz Team Jota. So Jenson Button chasing down Brendan Hartley in the Ferrari, just in front of the 91 Porsche, hanging on in 2nd place. In 3rd place, Francesco Castellacci. Tom Van Rompuy leads in LMGT3 in the 81 TF Sport Aston Martin. And James Cottingham's 59, United Autosport McLaren. James back in the wheel of that car in 2nd place. So there you can see Vista AF Corse of the 54 car in 3rd, flash of the headlights from the Manthey EMA machine. Richie Leeds, he's their pro driver.
Well, he tried last time around, didn't he, into that corner, and it didn't go so well, so he's done the right thing this time around and focused on the run that you can get on the exit instead, and now puts himself in a much more powerful position before turn 1. It looks like the Ferrari's just a little bit faster in a straight line. He has to duck back into the slipstream momentarily, and now he's lining himself up. Resistance from the Ferrari, but he's got the job done late on the brakes, and yeah, it makes the move stick this time.
Pro driver Richard Leeds, he's the platinum, silver-rated Francesco Castellacci, and that's Francesco's 2nd run in the car. Here's our lead battle. So the 51 Ferrari ahead of the number 7 Toyota, number 20 BMW has retired. So one retirement in one retirement in LMGT3 as well. That's the 78 Codis ASP Lexus.
So that surge, that attack that Kobayashi was on, and he was relentlessly catching that gap, wasn't he? At a rate of knots with car 51. James Collado still at the wheel there. And although he is continuing to chip away at that time that he's in front, it's like the momentum slowed down, and Collado's been able to kind of hang on to that 1 second-ish advantage at the moment. There's nothing that Kobayashi seems to be able to do about it.
And at the last stop, each of the cars had half a new set. It's interesting, isn't it, the way the tyres, or the way the cars use their tyres, that Toyota went for right sides only, whereas Ferrari changed a whole axle. So they're kinder or harder on the front or rear of their car. And this is all part of different engine packages, different hybrid packages and everything else. You know, the overall lap time should be identical. How they produce it can be absolutely, totally worlds apart. Riding on board with Kamui Kobayashi. Now, right now, with the number 7 Toyota in second place and the number 51 Ferrari leading, the number 7 crew, as of now, are no longer third in the points. The 51 Ferrari crew have moved ahead of them. So 50 Ferrari is in second, the number 6 is in the lead of the point standings, the number 6 Porsche team, but the number 7 Toyota team, they absolutely can only be champions by winning this race.
Kobayashi navigates his way through turn 10. You can see the Alpine in front, and would have had the blue flags for these two to get past. Now, Collado's going to catch his GT car next up, car number 81 through turn 11, 12, the Corvette, and not an ideal place to catch through turn 12. He will overtake on the inside. And it's at this kind of distance where Kobayashi is, you start to look at and analyse every single lapped car you come up to. Is it going to be an advantage for me or the person in front of me? Someone always wins out, someone always goes against them. So that time around, slightly went against Collado. And back on board with Kobayashi, see all the lights at play there, the gear shift lights in the centre of the screen. Every time the blue lights come on, it's up through the gears in the 5th. And then 6th gear as you head down the main straight, and then up into 7th gear before that bump and the braking zone into turn 1. Collado can see the Toyota ever closer all the time, but as you said, Martin, very evenly matched in terms of tyre life, but a very different balance clearly on both cars. Ferrari opting to go for the rear axle, the used tyres that went on just the qualified set of tyres, of hard tyres there, compared to it was actually the left-hand side for Kobayashi.
And lest we get tied up too much with World Championship points and chases, what you said earlier in the race, and Davidson, about the 2 red Ferraris that they've not won a WEC race outside of Le Mans being surprising. I think it's fair to say that the guys aboard these Ferraris, it's not surprising, it's really irritating, and what they want to do is win this race.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, they should have won Imola this year. I believe they threw that race away in terms of their tyre strategy in the changeable conditions. They had the speed. Well, and also it was a bit of force majeure because without the rain, they clearly had the speed in the dry to win, hands down. But Spa, really, that was the one where it was so unfortunate. Again, they should have won the race, but we had that massive incident, didn't we, with Earl Bamber and Sean Galale, and the race got red flagged, and we didn't think it'd be restarted. If it wasn't restarted, Ferrari would have won, but it did get restarted, and their fuel strategy at the time just completely went against them. Nothing they could have done, and lost out on the win that day. But could today be their day? At the moment, you'd have to say again, Kobayashi in that car 7 looking very, very fast.
And at Spa, unlike Imola, they had made all the right decisions for all the right reasons. Strategically, they looked very strong, as well as in terms of race pace. And that's just fortune, isn't it? And you can have the best team, the best car, the best drivers, the best strategy. You also need the best luck. Just to, if bad luck comes your way, it just does. And, you know, we heard that from Sebastian Buemi with the number 8 car. You know, they were hoping not to win the race, but to play rear gunner to the number 7, and they're still sort of in there as well. But
4 minutes the halfway point here. It is still James Collado leading this motor race, and that's for the number 51 Ferrari, 1.3 seconds ahead of Kamui Kobayashi. Malcolm Christensen is beginning to edge towards that under 7 seconds for the first time in a while. In comes the number 8 car from 8th position with Brendan Hartley.
Right, they told him they were going to put hard tyres on before. We heard the radio message. We're going to see a driver change here. Yeah, the drinks tube comes out and Hartley places it on the headrest. We're going to see a driver change. There we go. Here's Ryo Hirakawa about to jump on board the car number 8. Now, please put Hirakawa on the hard tyres.
Hartley is getting out of the car because he's going into the pit wall to poke people in the chest, going, you said I was getting the hard tyres and you lied.
There they are. There they are, sitting on the side.
Yeah.
So they're finally going to do it. I guess they couldn't do it earlier on because it would have cost Hartley more time. And now the car crew get to work.
While we're watching this pit stop underway, by the way, we've got a reprimand for the Cadillac, technical infringement tyre pressure, and immediately under investigation for a technical infringement for total power. So that's 2 investigations within about 3 minutes.
Again, when your race is going well, it is, and when it isn't, it isn't. And that would be the story. That would be the story of Cadillac's season. Promised so much, and yet, again, like, a little bit like the Iron Dames, the only luck that's come their way has been bad luck. Nice, smooth stop for Ria Hirakawa. Just having a little weave to make sure the tyres are all attached. You know, no point finding out at 160 miles an hour that they're not fully on.
As the lead battle goes by, that gap over the line, 1.1 seconds. Toyota in some traffic.
Yeah, poor old Hirakawa out there on a fresh set, brand new set of ambient temperature hard tyres, and that's a shock. It's not easy. I mean, these drivers make it look easy, but it's like walking on ice for these first couple of corners. You're either upright or you're on your back. It's you're pointing the right way in a race car or you're pointing the wrong way, and you go out there. Your eyes are on stalks and your hands are gripping the steering wheel so tight because every movement the car squirms around under you, and every corner you go through starts to get more and more grippy, and you get that balance back.
So Porsche 5 is you're fighting for a position, but if you get blue, you might get blue flag, so keep an eye out.
All right, so Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche
there
on the
is.
hot tyres, and that was the warning about the blue flags, not actually for one of the GT cars that was pushing the Toyota through the first couple of corners, but because Christensen is 3rd place.
So this is really important for Hirakawa now and the whole of the Car 8 crew to keep this car we see on screen behind him, and Christensen knows equally that although his tyres are older, they're hotter, and he can see his prey in front of him, and if he can get in front, he claims track position and can then try and hold up the progress of Car 8 as much as he can. But for Hirakawa, he's thinking, I've got to get the temperature up into these as fast as I can, get myself into the groove, stop this car that we're running on board with, catching me, passing me, because he's vulnerable right now. No, Christensen, he's into the pits.
Yeah, all right, so that's a break for Hirakawa. And in the words of Eminem, Christensen, you know, when you're on hot tyres and the guy in front comes out on cold tyres, you have one shot. And that's it. By lap 2, too late. Gone and done. And actually, Hirakawa was pulling away. Now, he's dropped down to 13th place, and that means that Christensen, or the number 5 car, will drop back behind him. This might well be a driver change as well for the number 5.
Yeah, he's been there in a while, hasn't he?
Yeah,
yep, sure enough, he jumps out.
So Fred Macko should take over. Matt Campbell started. And Fred in his last race in the Porsche factory team.
Possibly not his final stint aboard a works Porsche, but certainly absolutely right, his final race here with this team. What a servant he's been to Porsche down through the years in GT and now in Hypercar.
Now, right
they all
there.
going hards, still going hards.
So how many are they going to put on? Is it just left side only? They seem to be in sync with Toyota in that regard, don't they? Still a bit of a clumsy stop there on the left rear. The tyre didn't go on properly, didn't seat properly. And then the gun just sparking away as it wasn't completely at the right angle. So yeah, a bit of time wasted there, I think, on the left rear.
And the answer is, it was a 1 minute 25 pit stop. Number 8 car had a 1 minute 22 pit stop, so that's 3 seconds advantage on track, or rather, the number 5 car will be 3 seconds closer to the number 8 car as he leaves the pit lane.
Into the second half of this 8-hour race, hour 69 of 72 this season.
And that is for position, sorry Graham, Jean-Eric Verne going by him in the 93 Peugeot, so that is for position.
Just pointing out as well, by the way, league gap is coming out again. last time around. That may have been a little bit of traffic, but 1.7 seconds lost by Kamui Kobayashi as the third place number 15 BMW and the fourth place number 12 Hertz Team Toyota Porsche, both on pit lane.
If anything, it seems like, and it would fit with qualifying, the qualifying advantage that Toyota had. It seems like, if anything, that the car, Toyota's got the advantage when the tyres are newer. And the Ferrari, good longevity. And I think the car 51 crew so far said they're driving a brilliant race. And yeah, Joe Benazzi swaps to Collado. Collado continues that momentum on. And yeah, like you say, Graham, gap's back up to 3 seconds now from 1.
6 in the pits. So Kevin Esch stops for tyres, and that will be a fuel stop and maybe 2 tyres. Hopefully we'll get a look at that in a moment. Fred Macco's in the car, we know that. This is wildly relevant. Norman Nato, Dries Van Tor in the remaining BMW arena as well. And I'm looking at the monitor over Jason's shoulder. And there will be fresh tyres going on the number 6 car. Oh, monster lockup from the Alpine, and that is the 94-36 battle. So Loic Duval whipped the cape out of the way, and Mick Schumacher out-braked himself down into turn 1. Oh.
Big old lockup. Yeah, big. That's a huge error there, isn't it? And you're going to feel that. But yeah, tried to go for the move. A little bit too late, really, wasn't it? And too late on the brake, too aggressively. Nice try, but yeah, just that inside wheel grabs, and then you just can't slow the car down. And now, hopefully, for Habsburg's Mick Schumacher's sake, he's not going to be fighting a flat spot, which can easily happen at that.
Leader in. Kamui Kobayashi now leads the race with just under 4 hours to go. And James Collado bails out, hands over to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, really, I mean, Pierguidi's got it. It's been teed up for him, isn't it? And he's got to run with this momentum that the other 2 drivers have served up.
Can you imagine how good they'll feel to end their second season in hypercar with the first win for the factory team? Of course, the first win for a Ferrari outside of Le Mans came in COTA a couple of months ago, and they have obviously won the one that everybody wants to win, and will not down talk that in any way, shape or form, because if you're only going to win one race in a year, that's the one everybody cares about. Now then, they're going with hards. The number 6 had left side only mediums. So there is a disparity in what people think is happening with the temperature, and that was
busy,
close to an unsafe release, wasn't it?
That got very busy. I wondered why he was creeping away out of his pit box.
That was close. Somebody was on the radio going, slow, 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 slow. Because the 83 was incoming, and it wasn't the only car either.
Well, I wonder, yeah, I'd love to have seen that from the onboard of the 83.
Yeah.
Were they compromised in any way at all?
Has he got the limiter off, or is it just the tyres?
It's literally just the tyre. Those first couple of corners, it's a nightmare.
I thought he only had left sides. Driver change as well in the 83 car, so Robert Schwartzman out, and Ye Yifei is in. He's really developed into such a quick driver, this guy, hasn't he? Since he started in LMP2 with WRT, so nearly, I mean, he knows your pace, so nearly won Le Mans last lap 3 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago. The car died under him. In comes the number 7, and out goes the number 2. Hopefully they've checked their tyre pressures and various other things on the caddy.
Okay, so Nick de Vries getting ready to jump in. Kobayashi out. And he catches the seat. He catches sometimes the front of the seat on the steering wheel, and it's just you're in a rush. You're desperate to get into the car, and then that's why they rehearse this so many times during free practice. You've got to have that slick operation in just knowing exactly how to put your seat in, take it out, and maybe that's with de Vries's lack of experience within that particular team. Little things like that can sometimes catch you out.
I've got to say, he's really developed, hasn't he? We knew he was quick. You don't accidentally become world karting champion and have a stellar single-seater career, but he's really developed into a very good sports car racer. Shout out, by the way, for all of our camera guys out in the heat of the day, and especially those in the fire suits down in pit lane. Bumped into a couple of the guys earlier on. They are absolutely melting. So that's for the officials and for the marshals and for the team members as well.
Right, now, where is car 51? As I think all 4 tyres were changed there, weren't they, on car 7?
Yeah,
there's
there he
51.
Comes. So he had left sides only. There's James Collado.
Once again, by the way, the number 36 Alpine cycles round to the lead.
So the Ferrari, Hards on the right and Hards on the left.
Potential trouble coming, by the way, to car 46, Team WRT. Ahmed El-Harti at the wheel of that car at the moment, not having served a 5-second penalty. That was a penalty to be added to the next pit stop. Have WRT not served it at the last pit stop?
They've forgotten, haven't they? 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, the erstwhile race leader, out on fresh tyres and being caught quickly by Nick de Vries in the Toyota. De Vries not quite close enough, though.
Well, no, de Vries is in front of him on
beg
track.
I beg your pardon, yes, yes.
So
De Vries has come out on the cold tyres and Pierguidi on the fresh tyres, yeah. On the
so there we go.
tyres, correct.
All four have changed. So it's even Stevens between these two. They've changed all 4 tyres on both cars. So what has happened to that pit stop or the outlap of the Pierguidi?
It was the release.
Yes.
He crept away, didn't he?
Creeping out.
Was it all that he
well,
lost there?
That was 4 or 5 seconds, I would have thought.
Or did they have to hold the car as well? I don't know. But yeah, either way, because of that pit stop, or that round of pit stops, the Toyota's now in front. And the Toyota crew are just recognising that and a clap of the hands. From
he had a slight problem with the rear left as well on that car, putting the rear left back on.
Wait a minute.
2 cracks at it.
How come Toyota's got 3% less energy having only just stopped? Stopped a lap after the 51 Ferrari and it already has less energy on board.
Where it might be the electrical energy
State of
as well,
charge,
like we know. The state of charge of the battery might have gone down, but he's got to hang on to that position as we're seeing the car 8 fighting for position with the Jota. Pushed right to the edge of the circuit is Jenson Button, and this is a great fight into the final corner.
That's Oliver Rasmussen taking it to Rio Hirakawa. I think, you know, we heard from Will Stevens, I think Jota think they can win this, and I'm not sure that they're wrong. And don't forget, this is their final race with the Porsche. Both these Porsches were bought by private individuals, so they're already pre-sold. They're not going to be raced again. And this is their final encounter. He goes by the Toyota of Rio Hirakawa.
Now, Rasmussen on the medium tyre, at least on the left-hand side from what I saw, made people when we're thinking, have we just put them onto the hard tyre when the mediums are just coming in?
We've gone from the wrong tyre onto the wrong tyre again.
Please, no.
There you go.
It can't be.
Cracking stuff from Oliver Rasmussen there.
Absolutely. 100%. But also, actually, for Rio Hirakawa, who came back at him again then and got back in front.
So look behind Rio Hirakawa, because that is Andre Lotterer, the number 6 car.
Yes, it is.
And this is a very significant moment.
Yeah, because this is the battle for 8th place, which is where the number 6 needs to be. And Rasmussen currently occupies that 8th place in the gold Hertz Team Jota Porsche. Now again, they're not the same team. Hertz Team Jota are not run by Porsche, and they don't actually need to run any Porsches again in the future. So they're not necessarily going to respond particularly accurate with much acuity to a demand from the Porsche pit wall. Let's hear what the team have to say to Andre.
So the Toyota in front on hard, the Jota on medium.
Yeah, Lotterer also on the mediums at this stage, and they put a U set on the right-hand side and a brand new set on the left.
We know what the air temperature drops like here when it gets dark. It's been dark for 2 hours. How much has the track temperature dropped? Have we now got out of the hard tyre window, even on the gentle on its tyres Toyota?
I like how it's been close today, at least. Usually there's one obvious choice of tyre compound, and you stick with that, and everyone converges, and you all run the same. But yeah, today, real different. And honestly, I still can't work it out. I was convinced at the time that Toyota had got it right finally by going onto the hard tyres. But looking at this, the opening part of this stint at least, it looks like it's a bit uncomfortable.
It's always the end of the double, isn't it? When you've got 4 fresh tyres on, it's not about the first few laps, it's about the last 15 where there's anything or nothing left. But if you've hemorrhaged time early on because you are on the hard tyre and the medium is the one to be on, then it's not going to come back to you. Whoa, lock up from Hirakawa. Going around.
Just talking about Hirakawa, so the only thing you can compare is Nick de Vries. He's on the same set of tyres, on the hard tyres. His last lap, 1 minute 52.3 as he leads the race, and Hirakawa's last lap, 54.4. What is going on?
What's going on at the moment is Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6 car, by dint of those 2 late stoppers, the Peugeot and the Alpine, is in 8th position in this race. And that's going to have a dramatic effect from this point forward on what we can talk about in terms of predicted points at the end of this race at the World Championship.
Andre Lotterer could become the 2nd driver in WEC history to win World Championships with 2 different manufacturers. He was World Champion with Ben Trillier and Marcel Fassler and Audi, and he could well be here with Kevin Est and Michael Christensen and Porsche in his last drive as a factory Porsche driver.
So
the other driver, of course, Brendan Hartley, who won with Porsche and Toyota.
There we go. It is even Stevens in terms of the points totals in the manufacturer's world title. That comes by dint of Toyota leading and Porsche 3rd place. We'll have to look at the count back on that, because that's going to be critical. Count back is going to come into play. So how many wins for each of the teams? And also, in terms of the Drivers' World Championship at the moment, it is the number 6 car with a 12-point advantage over the chasing Toyota as things stand.
2 wins each for Toyota and Porsche Penske in hypercar. On board with Tom Van Rompuy.
Damaged
and
bodywork
damage
on the back of the
back of the Lexus, the Mustang.
Big damage there.
Looks like there's been contact on the back of the 77 Mustang. Who is at the helm at the moment? Ben Barker. He might have pushed his seat back too far there.
No, this is how it happened.
Oh, it had to be, didn't it? The big 2.
Not quite enough room given, I'd have to say. If that was an overtaking move, then it's not quite enough room given.
Massive damage for our cameras.
That's 2 cameras down now. Yeah. The onboard guys will have much less to play with. Luckily, it's the last race of the season. But
every car that doesn't have a camera, by the way, you know that they have to add 3 kilos of ballast to the cars.
Well, it's the same in Formula 1 when they had the camera pods. Whether it was full or empty, it had to weigh the same.
So that Mustang, we'll wait and see what the decision is from race control as to whether or not they must come back. That is very loose indeed. Back to the point standings, and that's changed again. 190 for Toyota and 184 for Porsche.
How's that happened? Because Toyota number 7 still leads and Porsche number 5 is still 3rd?
I think someone's done different sums.
Okay.
Watch this space, might change again.
156
points bingo.
Yeah, for Andre Lotterer against 151 points for 2 of the 3 drivers in the number 7 Toyota. So 5 points is the difference as things stand. But we've only got 3 hours and 45 minutes of possibility of carnage and chaos to come.
So that threat, that immediate threat, it seemed, from Lotterer on Rio Hirakawa seems to have gone. Hirakawa's found his pace a little bit, but de Vries is slowly getting caught up here by Pierre Guidi.
Yep. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, goes to the 36 Alpine, a 151.648, so lap 130.
Oh, hang on, Graham. Look at that.
It's a Mustang.
That'll be a bit of Mustang, yeah.
There's going to have to be some intervention here. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, that'll be the first for the year.
It might
first
even
for
have
the race, by the way.
It might even have to be a safety car, because you're going to have to put people way out on track to run out and come and get this.
Okay, minimize curb usage. Minimize curb usage.
was almost hit by the car that hit him.
Who he hit?
It hits it.
Yeah.
I wonder why De Vries has been given that message, minimise curb usage. I wonder if it's something to do with that problem that they have. But either way,
he's been caught.
He's hemorrhaging lap time here to to car 51.
Left on the curb at T12, exit T12, drivers right. Exit T12, drivers right on the curb. There is Debris on the curb.
Yeah, the other right. He was right the first time, driver's left. He's looking at it from the wrong side. It is on the driver's left to T12. So they will try and do it under full course yellow. Potentially get somebody to scamper out there.
You know what? There is a big gap. Looking at the driver tracker at the moment, the circuit map. They're lucky. We've got a huge separation of cars. Yeah. So that if full course yellow comes out, they'll give them a chance to actually run out the circuit. It's effectively like having a safety car out there to get that gap.
Race lead battle. Nick De Vries in the black Toyota right behind him. Alessandro Pierguidi going by. De Vries just told to stay off the curbs by the team in the last couple of laps. And Anthony, you were talking about the fact that his electronic problems earlier in the number 7 car, not Nick De Vries, but Kamui Kobayashi, might have been something like a wheel sensor that wasn't working properly and the team have had to bypass it. He's been told to stay off the curbs. I wonder if that's exactly what it was. Something in the wheel monitoring or the tyre pressure monitoring or something.
Well, the way that car just didn't accelerate coming out of turn 10 there would suggest to me that that problem that they had earlier on is back, that electrical gremlin. And we heard Kobayashi, didn't we, being told to remember when you come into the pits to change some kind of mode on the steering wheel, to reactivate a mode or something. I would imagine that after a pit stop, it's having to be reset every time.
Yeah.
Let's have a listen there. Oh, just
we've got full course yellow, by the way.
Stay on board.
In 20 seconds. That Debris.
Because that's how 51 overtook. It wasn't like De Vries wanted him to overtake. Here we are. I just hear a little hesitation there, but I can see as we go to full course yellow, I could see that the steering, the dash was going crazy like it was before as well when Kobayashi was having all those problems. So he's
shaking his head as well.
Well, they've managed to sort it out at Kobayashi. They can do it again.
And now's the golden opportunity because he's not doing 175 kilometres an hour. You know, okay, now, guys, now what? Oh, well done, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what.
In this temperature, that is superb work.
But that was a bit close.
4 hours
shouldn't
and
have people
18
running
minutes.
across the track like that with cars so close to you. That's why I thought it would go to a safety car.
Yeah, 4 hours and 18 minutes of green flag running before this first full course yellow of the 8 hours at Bahrain.
All right, well, let's hope that caution doesn't breed caution.
It looked impressive, you know, and congratulations, and I'm glad that nobody got hurt, but yeah.
Well, the only problem is it was at the end of an absolutely massive gap of the entire length of the front straight with no cars in it.
It's because I know that part of the track is so far from any barrier that you've got to basically
commit early.
Usain Bolt to get there and out there safely if you're just going to do it under a full course yellow.
And they did the pickup without breaking stride as well. Superb work. I wonder if they play cricket. Andre Lotter, Kevin S, Lawrence Vantor leads the World Championship from Kamui Kobayashi and Nick De Vries. And notice how Mike Conway is no longer in third. Antonio Fuoco and his teammates Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen have moved up to third in the standings because of what has just happened. The 50 car behind the number 2 Cadillac.
Marshall's going on the curb at the exit of T8, drivers left to remove a chunk piece of rubber from the curb.
All right, so he's doing a bit of house cleaning.
I'm not sure how the 50 drivers have moved up to third when they're not going to score drivers' points where they currently stand. They're 11th.
I don't know. I'm not sure that the counting upping is any more accurate than me doing it in my head live on air, which we know never works well. Let's hear from Toyota about their ongoing travails.
Okay, Nick, we need to survive like this. We need to avoid any curb usage for vibration. And you're doing well with the driver default.
Thank you, I'm trying. It just misfires all the time,
Nick, it was also improving in the last stint, so let's keep fingers crossed and just try to keep the head down. We operate, we try to maximize whatever we have now. The race is still 3 hours 40 long.
Now please stay off radio because it might be a short one.
That was David Fleury coming in at the end saying, right, okay, I know it's important information, but no more talking because it's about to go green, or we suspect it's about to go green. And the driver needs the call to be able to hear that countdown before it does, otherwise you'll lose even more time. And there is David.
Of course, he also gets the countdown on the dash.
Removed at 18, 22, 30. In 45 seconds, more or less, we're removing full course yellow.
He also gets a countdown on the dash, but he wants to be slightly in anticipation of it happening. Aboard Antonio Fuoco, and in front of him is the man who started the race in the number 2
30
Cadillac,
seconds to remove
Sebastian
full
Bourdais.
course yellow.
And in our booth here in Bahrain, the dinner ladies
20
arrived.
seconds.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Sebastian Bourdais with fresher tyres, but Antonio Fuoco with a bit between his teeth. They are desperate to get into the points, the number 50 Ferrari crew. Okay, they're not going to win the championship with 10th. They can only win the championship with 1st, and even then, it's predicated by what happens to the number 6. But if they don't fight, then they will never win it. He's showing his nose already. He's got slightly older tyres. Interesting, they've gone for 3 hards and a right front soft, I beg your pardon, medium. So they've gone for a different strategy on tyres, and this is that sort of temperature crossover where nobody's quite sure exactly what's going to work best. Here he comes, looking down the inside of Bourdais. Bourdais leaves the door wide open. He doesn't have a dog in this fight in terms of championship. I think Seb is too much of a gentleman to heave somebody off, even for 10th place, when they are potentially in a championship battle, and he isn't.
Yeah, you can tell how Fuoco was lining himself up, even behind under the full course yellow, getting as close as he could to the back of the caddy. It was a matter of time, wasn't it, before he would mount a challenge. Speaking of which, we look at car 8 and 6 again. So Lotterer has managed to close back up, probably because of that full course yellow, close back up on the back of Hirakawa. And here's Callum Eilert down the inside of car 5, Fred Makovici, into that final corner. Not a brilliant place to overtake quite often, because you're then left exposed to have to hold on to that position, as he's having to do here down that main straight towards turn 1.
Battle for 3rd place. Makovici on the inside in the red and white number 5. And Callum Eilert loses 3rd place
well,
again.
hang on, hold on, because he crosses over the line. Makowici's aware of it and actually did that very well. He came back across. He knew he had gone in a bit deep, came back across to stop the sort of undercut happening, the slingshot. And yeah, that was some wise driving there from Fred Mako. And Callum's going to have to think harder to try and mount the next challenge. And remember, yeah, like you said earlier on, Martin, equal machinery between these two cars. Callum tried to send it down the inside in turn 6, but you've got to give the GT car a bit of space as well. Sam Hignett watches on down at Jota.
Yes, you're watching down at Proton Competition and the rear end of the 77 Mustang being rebuilt.
Actually shows how little of a race car that looks like a road car is actually a road car. Now,
yeah, it's just it's sort of like a fascia that goes over the back to make it look like the road car.
If your road car was built like that, you'd be going right back to the dealer going, excuse me, what have you done with the body?
You've got a Morris, mate.
Where's my car gone?
Where's my car gone, Governor? You put anything in the boot there, it falls straight down onto the floor. Meanwhile, back with the Toyota battle for 7th place. Number 6 Porsche right behind him. And just in front, 38 from Hertz Team Jota, Oliver Rasmussen. Leaving his way past Rio Hirakawa, didn't he? And Rio is not the Toyota that's got the issues, and he's driving away from Hirakawa.
These are telling moments in these battles, both of which are involving Toyota machinery. Battle for the lead between Alessandro Pierguidi, Nick de Vries, with de Vries nursing a problem pretty clearly. And now the number 6 car looking to secure its place in the World Championship. Andre Lotterer trying to go up to terms of Ryo Hirakawa.
Now, is Hirakawa on the medium tyre?
No, he's on the hards.
It's on the hards. They finally went to hards, and again, it didn't seem to be the right time for that, did it?
Well, he was starting to pull away from Lotterer earlier on before the full course yellow, and then after the full course yellow, obviously the tyre temperatures drop massively, and then you're exposed being on the harder tyre against the medium. So he's got to survive this challenge from Lotterer once again, and then because Lotterer's on the mediums, as is the Jota in front of him. So it should start to come good for him later on in this stint. But like I say, just survival at this stage, and then you can be hopefully in a position where the hunter has the hunted is becoming the hunter again.
The problem is the track temperature is dropping all the time, so the later we get into the double stint on the hards, which are built for the hottest track temperatures, the more you actually want to be on the mediums.
46 BMW, we saw a little while ago under investigation for not serving a 5 seconds added to the pit stop. Well, the punishment comes with a drive-through. That car will be coming down pit lane.
Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac being investigated for full course yellow procedures, which may well be not having slowed down within the 3 seconds of extra allowed time or leeway.
Sort of surprises me, bearing in mind how close the Ferrari was behind him.
May not have been behind him before the countdown.
Well, if that's the case, then that's a significantly more serious thing than...
Yeah, because the Ferrari was right up his chuff, so if he didn't slow down in time, maybe the Ferrari didn't either, but yeah. Ryo Hirakawa, we ride on board with him in 7th place. Not what you would have expected from a car that started on pole position. Ben Barker with a whole Mustang LMGT3 car around him now, leaves the pit lane. And the reprimand, second reprimand of the race, like 2 public warnings in a wrestling match on ITV in the 70s. Second reprimand of the race handed to the number 2 Cadillac. That was for total power infringements.
Riding on board with Pierre Guidi, and he's 1.8 seconds in front of Nick de Vries, who's been told to stay off those curbs. It is a circuit where you do need to use a bit of curb on the exits particularly, but luckily no real, and like here as well, before turn 9 and turn 10, you grab an extra bit of track there to help open up the corner, and you'll use a bit here again on the exit. Look at the difference. Pierre Guidi uses that. You can see where the black rubber lines are going over the curb, but de Vries well away from it, and each time you're driving on, you're taking a tighter line than necessary.
And don't forget how much curb we've seen the Porsches use. I mean, they don't like ride a couple of wheels up, they hit it with the centre of the plank, bang, right over the top. It sounds awful. And so, yeah, that makes the corner wider and more open, and a tighter corner is a slower corner, and Nick de Vries, all of the corners he's now using are tighter. Talking about Porsches that clatter over things, here's the 99 Proton Porsche, under pressure from behind, and Nico Müller in his last drive for Peugeot goes by. So Harry Tingle in the 99 car. They are struggling. They showed speed at the beginning, but it's absolutely vanished.
But they've had so many penalties as well, haven't they? 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, and you just can't go through an endurance race. No matter how long it is, you can't go through an endurance race and have these kind of penalties coming your way. It's too competitive these days.
De Vries is not dropping, or Alessandro Pierguidi is not dropping Nick de Vries, is he? De Vries has really adjusted to this, and I always think that's a phenomenal sign of a racing driver, that you can drive a car with a handicap, not in the normal free-flowing way, and yet you can still keep it up. Drive-through penalty for the number 2 car. I'm betting he did make a pass under the full course yellow countdown.
So 2 reprimands for technical issues, and now a drive-through penalty, quite correct, coming through 11th place. That's going to hurt them. It's going to drop them back at least 2 more positions behind the 94 Peugeot and the 36 Alpine.
So this problem with de Vries, this intermittent electrical problem. So that last message from the engineer, what I take from that is that they've got no idea how to solve it. So it is literally coming and going, depending on whenever it wants, and it's no matter what they're trying to solve it. I don't think there's any permanent fix by any stretch of the imagination.
Is this drama? We've just seen a message popping up.
We have just seen drama message popping up on our screen. Team manager of car number 5 to the race director. Now, if there is a penalty coming the way of the 3rd placed Porsche Penske Motorsport car, that will significantly alter the manufacturer's point standings. If they have to take a drive-through, it all changes. Back with the number 5, Fred Makovici ahead of us as we ride with Callum Eilert. Look at the age of the tyres on the front of number 5 car, Antti. 75 laps old, according to that graphic.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times in the race. I mean, some teams choosing to go for new rear tyres or fresher rear tyres and keeping the front tyres on.
That's 2.5 stints they've done already then. Because it's a sort of 30-31 lap stint, so they're into their end of their 2nd stint maybe, but plus a few laps in qualifying. And Callum Eilert closing on the number 5 car, so this is going to be significant as well. Hertz Team Jota, although the car is a Porsche 963, it does not score manufacturers' points. What it does do is take manufacturers' points away from the number 5 Porsche Penske team if it gets in front. Now, what the race director wants to see the number 5 team manager for, I'm not entirely sure. We will find out in the fullness of time or not, but I think right now Fred Mako has got more pressing problems in the form of Callum Eilert shaping up behind him.
I think it was similar to what we saw with Lotterer, wasn't it? Eilert's on the medium tyre, and after the full course yellow, you got a bit more grip available to the driver. And that's why he was putting Makowiecki under pressure straight away, but it looks like Makowiecki's got him covered for now, just about, but I love this. At least when you watch these two cars, you know it's equal machinery. It's just two different teams doing their thing here, Jota versus Penske, basically. Yep. And with the same platform underneath them, same power unit, everything's the same. Of course, you've got two different tyre compounds at play, and I think that's what we were seeing after the full course yellow, but yeah, we do have balance of performance in the hypercar category, in the World Endurance Championship, all across the board. But this fight you're watching on screen, the only difference is team running the car and the tyres that they're on and the drivers.
And two drivers in their last drive with their respective teams. They would both love to be on the podium.
Look at this.
Careful on the entry of right-hand corner just to protect a bit the front left. We stay in front of the Toyota. We can go 29.4 energy target, 29.4.
Now there's the key bit. That was the useful bit, Alessandro Pierguidi. I think possibly his plan might have been to stay in front of the Toyota anyway. But I mean, I'm just, just saying.
Yeah, I was thinking of letting him through. Yeah, no, I mean, I do believe though that he's driving to the gap of the Toyota behind, because they're now only lapping in the 1 minute 54s.
So he's driving to an energy metric, and actually probably so is Nick de Vries. Otherwise,
let's have a listen to this. Still there, isn't it? It hesitated out of turn 10.
Yeah, it didn't want to select second gear. What's that button on the top right? He's pressing that all the time. It's not a radio button. Is that the flasher? Can't be. Look how quick that little hesitation in acceleration from like 0 speed in first gear. Look how far Pierguidi's gone ahead of him.
Well, his engineer said to him, remember the driver default, to use the driver default. I wonder if that is driver default. Basically, it's an important button. I don't know what it does, but it's an important one because it's close to where the driver's thumbs and fingers are at the top of the wheel. Anything that's less important goes to the bottom of the wheel. That's just general practice when designing a steering wheel and where you place the buttons. So very prominent position, like say DRS on a Formula 1 car, really close to the driver's thumb, or radio button as well. So just that's how they design these steering wheels. So yeah, clearly a button that they're used to using a lot. But I don't know if it's anything to do with this electrical frame. But what a nightmare. Stay off the curbs, and by the way, your car's going to have this hesitation. Oh yeah, and if you can, try and close the gap to the car in front because it's for the championship.
Yeah, and try and win. Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Fred Makowiecki in 3rd place. And Callum Eilert still all over the back of him. You can see again, two Porsches, but that right front tyre that Fred was told to preserve, 78 laps old, so they haven't changed that basically since 3 weeks last Wednesday. Callum Ilott with fresher tyres, universally fresher, just a couple of laps on the right-hand side, newer than Mako's. He's definitely looking like he wants to get by, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do it sooner than later, as we heard from Buemi when Louise interviewed him, that he spoke about this very point, didn't he? When you're stuck behind another car, and particularly when you're on that more fragile medium tyre compared to the hard, it's going to take the brunt of the force in that turbulence, and it's going to go off quicker, even quicker than it normally would do. So you kind of get the feeling that Ilott's got to make this work while he can before you start, before you have to give up and back away to try and preserve your tyres more.
Watch the two onboards, you've got the same view of the same car, and yet look at the amount of steering input the Macavici's putting in compared to Callum Ilott.
I mean, it can just be driver
style.
I mean, I remember Jimmy Bruni, for example. He would really wrestle the steering wheel all the time. Super quick inputs, particularly in single-seaters. But yeah, it comes down to driver style a lot of the time, and that's why drivers end up with different requirements because they can't balance.
And watch the eyes as well. Fred Mako at the top, his eyes periodically flicking up, so he's looking in the mirror. That's just above their eye line, just below the windscreen strip. Of course, it's a rear view camera with an HD display, but he's still looking at it. Callum Ilott, 4 mediums, Fred Mako, 4 hards. The medium, the longer this goes on, should still be the better tyre. Oliver Rasmussen on mediums as well, and he's just 2 spots further back. He's a little bit behind Raffaele Marcello. Ferrari lead in Bahrain, the 51 car ahead of the number 7 Toyota, and here massive lockup from the number 8 car of Ryo Hirakawa, trying to chase Oliver Rasmussen. He had been closing in, was down to within a second or so, and then a big old lockup. Well, Anthony,
I can't work out what happened there, Martin. Just it's like he forgot where the braking point was. But I mean, I'll give the driver benefit of the doubt there and say maybe there was an issue with the fly-by-wire brake system that they have. You know, the energy recovery that we know these power units have, but it just looked like the car did not want to slow down, particularly on the rear axle, hence the front lockup.
Oh, hello. No, that was the Lamborghini coming up behind the number 7 Toyota.
But why is it coming up behind?
Well, never mind coming up behind, going by, because the Lamborghini is running in 16th place, and he has passed De Vries. And De Vries can't get back past him.
Makovic, by the way, who had been some 11 seconds back, is now under 2 seconds back from the Toyota. Desperate moments.
What a nightmare for them, and it's something that's clearly incurable. And at this stage, at least in the race, after having sorted itself out miraculously when Kobayashi was driving, it's back with a vengeance, isn't it? There's nothing that they can do about it.
Electronics never fix themselves. Think about your laptop when it freezes, your phone when it freezes. They never fix themselves. And he was a second behind the Ferrari. He's now 8 seconds behind the Ferrari. And as you pointed out, Graham, Fred Mako is right there. And so is Callum Ilott. This could be Ferrari in the lead, but the number 7 Toyota, by the end of this lap, might not be second, it might be 4th.
Well, the mathematics a couple of laps ago were about whether or not the Toyota could get to the lead and put the number 6 car under pressure for the Drivers' World Championship. Now it's can it survive?
You saw the flames come out the back of the Toyota, the exhaust on the exit of turn 8. It's done. Yeah, it makes a hopeless jink to the left-hand side because you can't stop these cars coming through.
It's barely any quicker than the Corvette behind. And do you remember before when he had this issue, it's the same Corvette that almost ran into the back of him trying to go by because the Toyota was so slow. Now he's got speed, but it's no use occasionally having speed.
Well, last 2 laps for Nick De Vries, 157 and 156 against 153s for the cars around him. these desperate moments for Nick de Vries and Toyota, and I think they can see both championships, manufacturers and drivers, ebbing away in these moments.
For the first time in how long?
I mean, it's...
Well,
it's fought well here. We've still got 3 hours and 19 minutes to go, and these cars have still got to finish, but the reality is the 6 car came here with a points advantage, and with every car that goes by, he's further and further away from the win he needs with the number 6 car in 10th or better.
We're going to hear from car 7 now.
Okay, Nick, use short shifting until 7,500 all gears. Keep doing the short shift, and in case you do the driver default.
Wow, I mean, it's talk about overload for the driver. Short shifting gears, driver default every time. He's still on that top right button, you can see there, pretty much after every gear shift. But I don't, whatever they're trying, it's not working.
Meantime, in the number 60 car, which is coming up through the order now, up to 6. Remember that the bronze time, that was stone last. Matteo Caroli, now Matteo Grissoni. Caroli, by the way, becoming the 2nd driver this season to drive in the WEC in both a hypercar and an LMGT3 for the same brand. First driver, Toyota and Lexus, albeit, was Jose Miro Lopez after Mike Conway had to pull out of Le Mans. That's a change. Ferrari going up the inside, but is he going to be able to retain that position? Not there.
Just a little bit too late there on the brakes, and yeah, shake of the head there.
That's Thomas Fleur, by the way. That's the bronze driver. That's Thomas Fleur.
Back in.
Yep. Well,
back
he needed.
no, he hasn't driven yet.
Yeah, no, he had. He's done single stints interspersed with the other 2 drivers. No, and again, I mean, we talked about his first stint in going terms. He was really strong. Now he's in slightly cooler conditions and still having another good run.
Yep, it's what a season we've had.
Yeah. In both categories. So we talked about this a couple of years ago when Hypercar was on its, well, a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, when Hypercar was on its way and LMGT3 was on its way. And I said, either Hypercar is the top class or LMGT3 was enough to get any sports car racing fans' juices going. And here we are with both. Well, a swathe of different manufacturers that I don't think 3 or 4 years ago we expected to get quite this number in either category. Well, it's just been astonishing.
Well, to be honest with you, no matter what brand you're a fan of, with the exception of a couple of really high-end, you know, not properly road car brands, they're either here or they're coming. It's the straight and honest answer. It is an it's an amazing time to be a sports car racing follower and fan.
And driver.
I can certainly count myself as part of it. And, you know, as we said earlier in the show, there's more to come. We already know that Aston Martin are coming next year with the Valkyrie. A Valkyrie LMH is here. It's going to be running next week in a Michelin tyre test, as you heard from Pierre Alves, to do with the 2026 part of the tyre roadmap that they've actually got. Beyond that, we know that Genesis, the newish Halo brand for Hyundai, is coming, probably 2026 for them. There are going to be more. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to write early next week, but it will push another brand closer to the point where they're confirming, and there's more to come beyond that.
Tell us now, I'm taking your website offline again.
It's orange.
You know I can do it.
It's orange. Beyond that, there's the distinct possibility we may see expansion in the number of GT3 manufacturers next year. Will AMG find a place on this grid? And then we get into the drivers that are talking about coming and looking at going. Talking to some of my friends and colleagues in other areas of motorsport, whether or not it be over in North America, whether or not it be in Formula One. There are drivers looking at the opportunities that are offered here, either for an appearance in a couple of races, including Le Mans, or full season career opportunities here in the FI World Endurance Championships. At least one recently ex-Formula One driver actively being talked about in the paddock right now.
Oh, Anthony, not recently. Anthony, put yourself back in your younger years as a Formula 3 driver. this has got to be a massively open prospect for any young single-seater race. You know, at what stage do you go, actually, do you know what, I'm going to do that, I'm going to try and become a world champion, I'm going to try and win Le Mans, instead of I'm going to try and fill the money hole that is Formula One?
Well, I mean, sports cars, to put it simply, it just wasn't on my radar at all when I was a younger driver. It was single-seater, the focus was on that, because the sports car, I always called it, when I first became aware of the world of sports car racing, it wasn't the World Endurance Championship, it wasn't a World Championship. And I always called it the secret category of racing, of motorsport, because it was these amazing cars, these LMP1 machinery that I'd never heard about. Maybe I'd heard of Audi had won Le Mans, that might have been about it, but when I saw one up close, I think I bought one to the British Grand Prix once, and I saw one there, I thought, wow, these things were amazing. Then I was intrigued, I wanted to try one. Started speaking to a few drivers like Alex Wirtz, who was already driving Porsche. We hear more of these. We hear more of these hesitations from De Vries under us as we talk about that. And yeah, you know, we come to the stage now where it is very much on a young driver's radar, and that's why it's booming.
I can't drive like this.
Nick, I know we need to maximize here the situation. We need to maximize.
Let me give you the scope and the scale of the problem here for Nick De Vries. Remember, some little while ago, I said one of the gaps we should be looking at is the gap between the number 7 car and the number 6 in time terms. That gap is approaching 15 seconds now. The car's between, but if that car gets closer and passes the 7, it's all over.
Well, effectively, it is all over for the number 7 Toyota, hobbled by some random electronic issue. They have to win this race with the number 6 Porsche outside of the top 8 to take the Drivers' Championship. And that would be the first time that Toyota have not been world champions in both categories since 2017, when Earl Bamber, Timo Bernhardt and Brendan Hartley won it, with Porsche taking the manufacturer's title as well in LMP1. So a whole different era.
As things stand at the
dominated.
moment, my apologies. As things stand at the moment, polishing the helmet there. As things stand at the moment, the number 6 car is catching Nick De Vries at between 2.5 and 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah. The number 6 car doesn't have to pass them.
No.
They just have to be in the top 8.
They have finished in the top 10 with the Toyota winning the race.
Yeah. And the other active party is the number 50 Ferrari, which is behind number 6 anyway, so you can't overtake from behind, not if you finish behind anyway. But again, what do we know about sports car racing? And while Anthony's got a mouth of food and can't argue, we know it is never over.
I can always argue that.
I know you can always. I hate
Don't
to bring,
you dare remind me about that.
I hate to bring it out. I hate to bring it up. You were a world champion, but you know that was the day that everything in sport, in motorsport, suddenly changed, because on the last lap of a runaway victory,
yeah, all right.
It all went.
Anyway, back to the present.
Right, you eat your sandwich. And by the way, the dinner lady's got a fearsome right hook. Oh, monster lock up from the number 8.
There's a braking problem with that car. Has to be. It's the second time we've seen just that out of control.
That's the 6 car going by him as well.
Yep.
That is another place gained by the 6 car.
This is the least Toyota race I think I've ever seen.
I mean, looks to be braking okay into turn 8, but it seems like any time Hirakawa wants to stamp on the brake pedal and really stop the car, that it's just not there, and it's grabbing a front wheel every time. A driver just wouldn't do that. It wouldn't just overcommit by so much, get it wrong by so far. I can't see it, and it would explain why they lack this. Here we go again. So where is it? Looks out, and then immediately the front left just locks, and it's like it doesn't want to unlock.
Now, you talked about all the dirt offline. Is that a factor, going so shallow so deep rather into turn 4?
But it would be the inside front that should lock up, the unloaded tyre, not the outside tyre in a corner like that. It just doesn't make sense. There's clearly a problem.
51 Ferrari leading here in Bahrain. Just over 3 hours of the season finale for the 2024 World Endurance Championship to go. Number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car up to second place. Hertz Team Jota in third. Then the number 7 Toyota in fourth place, hobbled by electronic issues. 15 BMW in fifth. Hertz Team Jota in sixth. The number 6 Penske Motorsport car battling here with the number 8 Toyota, who's just gone back in front of him. So really, if there's one thing wrong, worse than having a problem with the car, it's having an intermittent problem with the car. If you can't trust your brakes or your gear shift, then what can you trust?
I'll tell you one thing that the number 6 Porsche doesn't want to be, which is in close contention with the car that can't trust its braking.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And isn't in contention for the Drivers' Championship. There we go, that moment just around the exit. Yeah, it's like I talked about earlier on, when you get that pinch into turn 2, you have to back out of it. So that was the right thing to do there.
That was Andre.
From Andre Lotterer. You need that experience there at that moment.
Nick de Vries drops to 5th place behind Raffaele Marciello. Let's listen to Rio Hurricane.
Need to recover. I don't know what happened, the braking hit the floor when I overtake.
These things are hewn from solid, Toyota's race cars. And again, it's not a pedal pressure issue relating to the master cylinder. This has got an electronics problem as well. It's a brake-by-wire system. The driver is connected to a computer that talks to the brakes.
All I know is that the outside front, the loaded tyre going into turn 4, shouldn't be the one that locks up. It just didn't make sense when I saw that.
Visual confirmation there. Raffaele Marciello up into 4th place now in the number 15, the surviving BMW, after, we believe, drivetrain problems eliminated the number 20 car. 2 retirements from this race. It's the number 20 BMW into the garage in the hands of Robin Frines with what we believe has been reported as a drivetrain issue, and then the 78 Codis ASP Lexus from LMGT3 after suspension problems, had the car in the garage and then stopped out on track some little time later.
Don't forget the number 15 BMW finished second in Japan last time out, so they've had their first podium of the season, and I'm sure they will be hungry for another. Number 7 Toyota, well, its lap times are as erratic as the braking in the sister car. 159.5 last time round for Nick de Vries. The leader, 154.1. Let's hear from the number 7 Toyota team.
And 8 laps to go, 8 laps. Keep doing the driver default 214 on off.
And this is getting to a very extreme point. I cannot do one straight without pressing the whole straight on off.
All you can do is drive the car until it blows up or stops.
Just on track, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just on track with a nice pass, nevertheless, down in towards turn 8.
Into ninth place for Antonio Fuoco, ahead of Ye Yafei. I don't think Ye particularly fought that hard. He wasn't going to roll over and have his tummy tickled, but nevertheless. Down in the pit lane, Louise Beckett, can you shed any light on Toyota's woes, Lou?
Not at the moment, no, but the number 8 crew are ready for that car to come in. It possibly is a standard pit stop, but they're ready. 7's nowhere near ready.
No, number 8 has been ahead in the pit stop cycle, hasn't it? They were sort of 3 or 4 laps in advance of most of the others. So I'm guessing that whatever else they do, they're probably going to get off the hard tyre that they belatedly fitted as well. That's not going to help them in the long-term strategy, but nor is having no brakes.
3 hours 5 minutes to go. That's up to 9th place now for the number 50 car. That car needs to win to be in any chance of the World Championship. We have not had a safety car yet. That would close the field up.
I'm
just going to say this. The top 10 cars are still, after 5 hours of racing, within a minute. The top 10.
Just pointing out here, Thomas Floor, bronze driver in the Vista AF Ferrari, attacking Matteo Cressoni in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Matteo Cressoni driver rating is
silver.
He's a silver. Okay, so again, gentleman driver Thomas Floor, the man behind VistaJet, who sponsors this two-car lineup, having another good run. They won last time out in class when we were in Japan.
Yep.
So that has definitely not hurt his get up and go.
Spoke to Thomas yesterday evening. There's Claudio Schiavone.
He is Mr. Iron Links.
Yes. But Thomas telling me he will be back next year, we believe, with the same driver lineup in that 54 car.
Why wouldn't you? Those guys have a lot of fun, and he's going for a fourth win in Fuji, clearly. He was saying after the race, we've only won 3 times, and we've only won in Japan. So, you know, you can't argue with that.
Gap Nick de Vries to Andre Lotterer in time terms now is under 10 seconds. And Antonio Fuoco is next up, by the way, behind Lotterer. He's 21.5 seconds back and is on a hurry up right now.
And yeah, Andre Lotterer is 7 tenths behind Ria Hirakawa, and they are 6 seconds behind Oliver Rasmussen, who is 6 seconds behind Nick de Vries. So the real battle at the moment is Lotterer getting by Ria Hirakawa in the number 8 car, as we see the battle for 5th place. Matteo Cressoni holding off Thomas Floor. Floor may be giving away a few years on his birth certificate, but not in terms of determination here today. It's been a cracking run.
So here's Hirakawa again, car 8, now looking a bit more comfortable. And he's pulled away from Lotterer, and he's...
Not much he has, there's Lotterer right behind.
But Lotterer was harassing him properly, wasn't he, before, and he's got him at bay, and it looks like he's kind of back in the swing of things. It's such an odd, sporadic performance from Toyota today. Obviously, car 7, we know the reasons behind it, but car 8's been just so up and down. Not a clean race at all. Like you said, very un-Toyota.
Yeah, this trio are catching Nick de Vries. So train now about 6.5 to 8 seconds back from the seemingly increasingly stricken number 7 car.
I just imagine they'll just keep number 7 out there until they're just running in last place, and then I get it, when all hope is lost, and then you have to box the car, because like Nick said, he can't drive like this.
His lap times are going from 154 to 155 to 157 and back again.
Well, I've seen 59 in there at one point, so it's just like you said, I can't do one straight at the moment, it seems, without having to go for this driver default button every time to, I guess that's cancelling out the hesitation, but you never know when that hesitation is going to come, so you're kind of ready in anticipation, and it happens, and then you go for the button and it cancels a bit. He's saying, it's now got to the point, I'm doing this every single straight.
So a moment with LMGT3, the 2 Montai cars together on the main straight as the battling Piper cars come through. It's Richard Leitz under pressure from Joel Sturm, who's looking to close down the Montai EMA car in the already championship winning Pure Racing number 92. We talked about next season for Montai. I believe it'll be all change with the driver crews here.
Manthey Pure Racing with 2 wins this year. Manthey EMA with 2 as well. They won at Spa and at Le Mans.
Richie is on double stinted tires. He's on double stinted tires. We'll find a good way to overtake. We'll find a good way to overtake. We'll ask Richie, and I will pass the message to you where we can overtake. That it's a clean one.
Well, there you go. And that's where it happened. I think that was worked out between the team.
Yeah, he saw the left-hand indicator show for Richard Leitz. He's let the car go. Nothing to be won here. The championship has gone. And why in the way of a car that could chase down the first and second place cars? It's coming down again, that gap.
Yeah, but don't forget, Manthey EMA are in a relatively tight battle for second in the overall championship. Manthey would love to go 1-2. So, yeah, they still need to watch their tail on that one.
Yeah, Nick de Vries losing another 2.5 seconds to the chasing pack this time around.
You can see on the top left-hand side of his dash, it says default quite often. I'm guessing that is the driver default that he's going for. It's in blue. Next time we see it, yeah. So top left-hand side, you've got the blue text there, the lap time. And every once in a while, it's just changing to default, and it's just gone away from it. I should imagine it would have gone. It would have happened again. Oh, is that him coming in now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luis Louis said they were ready. Porsche leading the manufacturer standings from Ferrari and Toyota in third.
It's the 8 on pit lane.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Hirakawa. No, but Lou said the 8 was due to come in, and it has. It's stopping earlier than all the other cars in Hypercar.
Lotterer now 3 seconds and only 1 position back from the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, and that was a 58.4 last time around for Nick de Vries.
Fastest car on track on the last lap, a 1:53. And that was for one of the 2 Jota cars, I forget which one now, but they're still keeping the pace up. Fastest race lap, Mathieu Vaxivière on lap 130, almost a whole stint ago in the 36 Alpine. Previous fastest lap was set on lap 2.
Just a quick catch-up while we're watching this pit stop for the number 50 Ferrari. LMGT3 being led by the TF Sport Corvette. Marie Andrade, their silver driver, 34 seconds to go for Gregoire Saucy. In the United Autosports 59 McLaren, then it's those 2 Porsches.
50 Ferrari is in as well. Now, I don't think that normally stops on the same lap as the number 8 Toyota. However, they are both in. That looked like it was a relatively decent getaway. And,
pit stop. Yeah, just left side only, good pit stop. So the Ferrari, different tactic here. A few more tyres going on there, definitely right rear, and I think I definitely saw a left front as well.
Was that a rear axle? Oh, 3 tyre.
I think it might be left front, both rears, and they might have left the right front alone.
Lamborghini on pit lane, just in the background there, Danny Kvyat ending his stint. Car down in 16th place.
So just 2 retirements in the race so far, and we are into the final 3 hours. Number 6 Porsche due in this lap as well. There's your race leader, 51. Number 6 Porsche is in the pits, 51 Ferrari leading.
Number 6 Porsche on pit lane now, and Andre Lotterer will pit from 7th place in a great position right now.
And the key to the manufacturer's points is the number 5 car, which lies in 2nd place.
Well, the problem for Toyota, we're in that battle, is all that's happening is their closest car to the top of the timing charts is dropping back in terms of lap time, and very soon in position as well, because Oliver Rasmussen is closing in now on Nick de Vries. Actually a pretty good lap last time around, a 54.8 for de Vries against a 55 for Rasmussen, so didn't drop time for the chasing Hertz Team Jota car last time around, but he has consistently been doing so over the last half an hour or so.
Medium tyres again for the Porsche. As the temperature drops, the medium likely to be the tyre that most are going for, but Toyota's number 8 car stayed on hards, and so did the Ferrari. So the Porsche stays on mediums, fresh left side, used right side for Andre Lotterer. Final drive for Porsche in his 2nd time as a Porsche factory driver.
So there's that battle that they were having earlier on, and the warmer tyres of Rio Hirakawa car 8 just about gets through, doesn't it? Through turn 1, so it was a good pit stop by both teams there, and very, very close through turn 1, but it's car 8 that just about stays ahead of the number 6.
Car, but the number 8 car, by the way, 3 seconds quicker on pit lane than the Porsche.
3 tyre change for the number 6 Porsche, that's why. Now, see the number 5 car here, the better place to them is on hards all round. Louise Beckett.
They are on hards right now, but they've got a set of mediums ready to go on to that number 5 Porsche.
Okay, there we go. So whether they take all 4 or just a pair, they've got 2 at the front.
Yeah, 4 ready.
Yeah. Don't forget, you're only allowed to use 4 people to change tyres, so there's a pair working together, a gunman and a tyre man. Fist pumps from the guys at the front. Come on, let's do this.
Yeah, and you can only do it once that fuel rig is off. And there they go. So that's a strange one, though. So when the driver stays in the car, usually it's just either a side that gets done, but all 4 tyres getting changed there with the driver staying on board.
Gets out without too much problem. That was close as 12 from Hertz Team Jota was leaving as well with Callum Eilers aboard.
who's taken that position, by the way. Callum Eilert has passed in that pit stop.
Paul de Resta here ahead of Mathieu Vaxivière, the man with the fastest race lap. So nothing wrong with the pace of the Alpine. It's maintaining the pace. And again, this is the first-year problem that Porsche had last year that we've seen from every new manufacturer. Remember Ferrari, the first year, 2 years ago, they put the car on pole position in Sebring and just wilted.
It's not, but this track is unique in that because it's such high tyre degradation, as we were hearing from both tyre manufacturers earlier on. It's a valuable commodity when you put a new tyre on, and in a way it's a little bit irresponsible to just go for the fastest lap, because you take so much out of that brand new tyre, it's going to come back to bite you later on. So it's a game of attrition when it comes to the tyres here on this circuit, and actually, if anything, you really shouldn't go for the fastest lap time. So fastest lap on this particular circuit has less of a kind of like less weight to it. I'm not like taking any wind out of their sails. It's just that's the harsh reality of this track. You're rewarded almost for not getting the fastest lap.
The number crunchers out there, and I know there are a lot of you, will be intrigued when looking at the data for this race for a battle that's been quietly underway throughout this race. And it's the battle that at the moment is for 6th and 7th place and cycling up with that energy management strategy underway from Alpine. It's between the 94 Peugeot and the 36 Alpine, and they've been pretty much together as the ebb and flow of this race has been going ahead. It's Paul de Resta and Mathieu Vaxivière. They're now second and third again, but always those pit stops. The Alpine's a bit later, and they're about half a second apart. I think that's been the case with those two cars for about the last 3 hours.
Yeah, the problem is now they're artificially high. They are still hovering outside the top 10, predominantly on pace, and the two French brands, Peugeot and Alpine, have been, I'm sure, disappointed with the way the race has gone so far for them.
Yeah, they've not been that far off the pace, but they've just not been on it. They've been, broadly speaking, a second or so back from the ultimate pace in this race.
Now we're hearing that when car 7 hits this lap, it's in turn 13 at the moment, is Nick de Vries. He hits this lap, they're going to do a hard reset on the car. Okay. Engine off, and it's going to be, driver default hard reset, whatever that means.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, exactly. Like the closest you can come to a racing car to a Control-Delete.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally is Control-Delete. If not, then it's a big hammer. Number 2 is in, this time not for penalty. Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel of the caddy. When it came in, here is the number 7 on pit road. So let's stay on board and see what happens.
No, they're not listening to you.
No change there then.
Pardon?
There's so many things I could say right now that would get me in trouble.
So here we go then. So car stops, engine off. Are we going to see it go up onto the stands or rear bodywork off? I'm intrigued by this one. You can clean the car while the fuel's going in, but nothing of real value until that fuel rig's off. Then we're going to see the team jump into action, cleaning the front, the splitter there at the front. Tyres are ready. We believe they're going to carry on with the usual service of the car. And here we go. So definitely left side. They're going to do the right side as well. No.
Go.
Oh, and it didn't sound healthy as it pulled away either, did it? Even on the startup, pulling away, it wasn't clean.
Didn't see a full electrical reset on that car. The lights remained on throughout.
But the pit wall were giving him instructions over the radio on driver default resets while he was sitting stationary. So they were trying to do it without having to turn it off and on again, sir.
94 on pit lane.
Apparently 2 driver default codes were given to him from the pit wall, but you know what? If anything, it's made it worse.
Default there, you can see, as you said, on the steering wheel.
The car lurched very, very violently, didn't it, in towards turn 4. And if anything, like I say, this is whatever they've done here. The screen is going absolutely crazy. Look at this. The text is all over the place. Ah, poor old De Vries. For the whole team as well. And what a problem to have. Super frustrating as a driver. For the other drivers watching on as well. And for one moment in the race, it looked like they were going to win when Kobayashi was closing in on car 51, and now you're limping around with, it just looks absolutely helpless, doesn't it?
And 4 fresh tyres as well, making it even harder to handle.
Well, let's see what's going on aboard the 7.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but...
Okay, driver default 511 off, driver default 511 off. And keep doing the driver default 214 on off every time.
Yeah, all the while trying to drive at as close to 200 miles an hour as you can.
And warm up tyres.
And that's why they tried to do as much as they could just then in the pit stop while the car was stationary. So, yeah, it's a situation they clearly can't figure out. There is no fix for it. And, yeah, look, Buemi's getting involved there, but that's for car 8, of course.
Looking through all their data because they've got an intermittent issue as well. The car not deciding to stop 4 square, locking up its left front wheel. Now, we haven't seen a major repetition of that. What that means is that we haven't seen a major repetition of that. It may still be an issue for the number 8 car.
Well, we came into this hypercar era with everybody having to understand that to beat Toyota you had to be perfect. And tonight, Toyota having to learn that they have to be perfect to beat the opposition, and it's not happening.
Yeah, they've had 2 or 3 seasons of malfunctions, all throwing themselves at the cars in one go, haven't they? Michel Gatti for the Iron Dames, 7th place in the Lamborghini. Alessio Rivera right behind.
Yep, it's the Corvette leading, then McLaren, 81 from 59. Then the 2 Porsches, Pure Racing's 92 ahead of the 91 of Montai EMA. Joel Sturm, Ricard leads. Thomas Fleur doing a great job holding 5th place here. And then TF Sports silver driver Sebastian Beau putting the 2nd TF Sport Corvettes into the top 6. Heimdam 7th. Alessio Rivera in the 55 Ferrari is 8th. And completing the top 10 is Daniel Mancinelli in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin and the 95 United Autosports McLaren and Nico Pino, so another team with both cars in the top 10.
Now in that Ferrari, behind the Pink Iron Dames Lamborghini, Alessio Rivera, another championship title won last weekend.
The LMS, in LMP2 Pro Am, yet another title for Francois Perrodo, who is here in spirit, by the way, because it's his number, 83, that adorns the yellow Ferrari that's currently in 12th place. To explain the 83, it has been traditionally Francois Perrodo's racing number. He races in LMP2. There is no LMP2 class in the FI World Endurance Championship at the moment, and AF Corsa decided to preserve that number should a class emerge that he might want to come back and race in.
Well, of course, he's won in LMP2. He's won in GTE AM as well with that number with AF Corsa, and they won again in LMP2 and continues to win in LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series.
Last weekend was his 6th major endurance title.
Astonishing, astonishing, and that crew that he's had for the last half dozen years with Alessio Rivera, who's racing here in the Ferrari as well, they're just such a good combination. Into the pit lane comes which of the Alpine?
Should say, by the way, an astounding European Le Mans Series season finale. I think we're going to go down to Bruce in the pits, though.
Yeah, Bruce is right there.
Yep, 4 new tires are going to go to the Alpine. Actually, 2 rears for sure, and the 2 fronts are ready as well. Brand new slicks, and they keep on the same strategy, medium since the beginning of the race.
Yeah, Mathieu Vazivier having a well-deserved drink as well as he comes in with the 36 car. Drops down the order. Nico Muller also on pit road. There you can see, pulling in behind in the 93 car. And the leader in LMGT3, Rui Andrade in the TF Sport Corvette. I have to put £1 in the TF Sport Aston Martin pot. Force of habit. And know it's not a TF Sport Aston Martin. My brain knows it's not a TF Sport Aston Martin. My mouth just says TF Sport Aston Martin. It's a TF Sport Corvette.
It most certainly is, and likely be seeing more of those in the future.
And he comes in with a 40-second lead in LMGT3 over Gregoire Saucy. So a race being led by the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Are they going to win for the first time since Le Mans 2023? Five hours into the 8 hours of Bahrain. Roger Penske among those here on scene to watch the action from the season finale. Toyota locked out the front row with astonishing speed from Brendan Hartley to take pole for the number 8 car. And Sebastian Buemi held the lead for the Japanese team ahead of teammate Mike Conway, who I think probably got a little helping hand from the number 99 Porsche of Julian Andlau. There was contact in the midfield in the hypercars. LMGT3 all got away fairly cleanly. McLaren had locked out the front row in qualifying in LMGT3. They went 1-2 from the start. Halfway round, a third of the way round the lap, the number 6 Porsche, a second contact with the 50 Ferrari. And then the Hertz Team Jota crew, Callum Island starting to work his way up the order. Number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi tagged out of the lead. That earns the Corvette a penalty and cost Toyota 6 places. Towards the end of the first stint, from 8th on the grid, Tom van Rompuy took the lead of LMGT3 from the McLaren duo. They came out in 2nd and 3rd. And a drive-through penalty for the 99 Proton competition for another contact with one of the LMGT3 cars. Number 5 Porsche working its way up the order, trying to guarantee the team some manufacturer's points. And a fantastic pass by the Toyota. Tyre strategy a major factor always in the heat of Bahrain and on the abrasive circuit, but the biggest story of the race has been the drama for the number 7 Toyota. Electronic issues have robbed it of consistent pace. The driver's struggling just to complete every single lap. And as a result, they have gone from being in a potential race-winning situation to nowhere in the championship. One brief full-course yellow so far in 5 hours of racing. The number 5 Porsche back in the top 3, trying to guarantee Roger Penske and Porsche the manufacturer's crown, along with the number 6 team looking for the driver's title. Number 8 Toyota, Ryo Hirakawa, struggling as well. That car's got braking issues. And they're at a loss to explain exactly where those have come from. Somewhere in the brake-by-wire electronic system, there is a gremlin. So Toyota having the least Toyota race in the history of Toyota racing in World Endurance. And right now, they are on the back foot. Ferrari leads, and Manthey Pure Racing are on top in LMGT3. So here's how we are with a mere 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Ferrari 51 leading from Hertz Team Jota and the number 5 Porsche Penske car. BMW in 4th, looking for a second podium for the 15 car. Number 8 Toyota struggling with braking issues, and the number 7 car down in 8th. Number 50 Ferrari, a potential championship winning team. They're in 9th position. Right now, Andrea Lotter and his teammates are looking good out front. Manthey Pure Racing from United Auto Sports and Manthey EMA, the top 3 in LMGT3. TF Sport is just pitted from the lead. They're in 4th ahead of Vista, AF Corsa, the 54 car, and the Iron Dames in 6th position in the class. Just 2 cars have retired. The Codis ASP car, the Lexus that had a broken left rear suspension, and the BMW number 20. But back with the live action, while everybody else eats steak bought by Hertz Team Jota.
I'm outraged. Hertz Team Jota's Matt Sankey has been into the booth, and I think Hertz Team Jota's Matt Sankey feels that giving us a plate of beautifully rare Wagyu beef on top of this, beautifully seasoned. I think the Hertz Team Jota team representative, with his Hertz Racing Gold coloured forks thinks that we're going to mention Hertz Team Jota more than we otherwise would mention Hertz Team Jota. That's false, completely false. Matt, I'm appalled.
Yeah, but can you tell which slice is from the 12 cow and which is from the 38? Number 7 Toyota. And that is a change of position.
Doesn't get any
Hang
better,
on a
does
minute.
it?
Look at the difference here in the predicted championship running order at the moment. It's a massive advantage now going towards Porsche in both the drivers and manufacturers' titles, with the woes for both of the Toyotas in the last hour or so. At the moment, it is Ferrari, of course, are leading this race, the number 51 car from the number 12 Wagyu Beef fueled Hertz Team Jota, Callum Eilert, 9 seconds back. Then the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsports, 963. But the important cars in this race, in championship terms, are the number 7 Toyota, now down in 9th place, and behind the number 50 car, which is a championship challenger. That's how that happened, and ahead of both of them in 6th position at the moment, Andre Lotterer, who's 36 seconds off the lead of this race in 6th place.
Actually, you missed out the number 5 to Porsche, which is going to win the manufacturer's crown for Porsche.
That's what I said in terms of the 3rd place thing. That its position against the 2 Toyotas is what's doing the damage at the moment. But let's not forget, before we finish that roundup, that's delicious Wagyu beef from Hertz Team Jota.
Well, at least they're not bringing us an idiot's guide to eating this year. Hertz Team Jota, always friends of the family, and their last outing with the Porsche, and right now, well, 8.3 seconds off the lead. This would be a big, big result if they could win it. A big result for the 51 Ferrari as well. Manthey Pure Racing now back in front, where they have been for much of the season, as Manthey EMA pit from 3rd place in LMGT3. Can United Autosport pull off a win for McLaren? Manthey have won twice with the Pure Racing team, twice more with EMA, including Le Mans. By the way, Manthey EMA have only scored 3 times. Victory in Spa, victory at Le Mans, and 4th place in Kota. Those are only 3-point scores, and they're still going to be 2nd in the championship.
Marino Sato about to climb aboard the McLaren from United Autosports. Remember, locked out the front row here, 2,000 of a second between the 2 bronze drivers, Josh Cagle and James Cottingham. 59 car currently running 2nd to hands of Greg Warsausi.
And 59 in 95, the relevance there, it's not just that they read the same in either direction. 59, the year that Bruce McLaren set up his eponymous team. 95, the year in which they won at Le Mans.
Strategic blunder, I'm afraid, from Hertz Team Jota right at the last, bringing only 3 apple crumbles into the...
Well, that's all right, because Jason, our producer, will deal with those. Oh no, he can't deal with those, can he? So it's an apple crumble all right. So we'll get Jason to do commentary for 10 minutes while we eat apple crumble. That's the way that will go. Right, time to head back down to the pit lane and take our eyes back off the food and onto the race. We'll catch up with the TF Sport Corvette team.
I am with Daniel Giuncadella, driver of the TF Sport Corvette. Danny, how is the race going so far? Top 10, not fantastic, but you might have also good things that are coming up tomorrow that you want to speak about.
Yeah, I mean, we are very competitive right now. Like our teammates are leading by 30-35 seconds, so that shows that we have a very strong car. Unfortunately, on the first stint, we had a penalty because Hiroshi had contact with the Toyota right at the beginning, so we lost like 45 seconds with the penalty. And we are like 1 minute 25 behind the leader. So, yeah, I mean, anything can happen. Hoping for us, obviously a safety car would make things way easier, but I'm excited to be in the car for the last 2 hours and see how far I can go.
Okay, good luck for the remaining 2 hours while you will be driving, and also maybe you can say a little word about driving the Caddy tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously very excited to get my first taste of the LMDH tomorrow. It would be a first time for me, and it's great to get the opportunity from Cadillac to show what I can do, and I think I would like to drive those cars more often.
Okay, well, good luck then, and for today as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Danny Juncadella sharing the number 2 Cadillac with Charlie Eastwood tomorrow, and both of those LMGT3 drivers being rewarded by the GM Racing family. Oh, trouble for the Mustang.
It's on fire.
And that's a big fire.
It is very much on fire. Now that is a bank of cylinders, I would suggest, that has gone AWOL in a hurry. And it is just revving its little heart out.
It's fire from both side pipes briefly.
In the end. And this might be our first
Standby.
major intervention.
Virtual.
Boris Fauzi, our assistant race director, on the radio there. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do if that does really take light.
Marco Laverato, that is.
He is not by a Marshall's extinguisher
Standby
point.
for virtual safety car at 1927. Virtual safety car at 1927.
Right, and virtual safety car means we will then go to safety car.
Absolutely will.
Virtual safety car in 30 seconds.
So if you're not familiar with this process, we'll take you through it just briefly.
That's exactly what Juncadella wanted, wasn't it? Safety car.
20 seconds to virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
So virtual safety car, we effectively go at this point to a full course yellow situation.
So the
open.
drivers have to slow down and do 80 kph. They press the button in the same way that they do the full course yellow, but you're just neutralising the race before the safety car can actually get out there on track and pick up the cars in front, and then they can. So once you've neutralised the race, then you can bring the safety car onto the track. It's actually quite a safe way to do it.
Indeed. But what it means is that everybody now gets a chance to pit. So a couple of laps behind under a virtual safety car, but to bring the field back into position, the safety car itself will then be called. And at the moment we see on the screens that the safety car has been deployed, the pit lane entry will close.
Yeah, those will happen simultaneously, but it does allow everybody at least to have a chance to pit. And then, of course, we have the option for pass arounds to make sure that in the safety car queue, any car that is in the queue in front of its category leader doesn't lose a lap, effectively. It goes wave round to the back of the safety car queue. And this is, well, this is one bank of cylinders just absolutely revving its heart out. That's why you're getting these huge sheets of flame coming out.
Fire, big fire under the engine bay.
Yeah, it's let go in a big way. And actually I think that's the first dramatic engine failure since Ferdy Habsburg's Alpine let go at Mulsanne Corner in a monstrous 1980s Formula One turbo style blow up.
We've said it before, it bears saying it again, albeit in the wake of disappointment here for the Mustang crew. One of the big changes we've seen through this era of the World Endurance Championship is reliability.
I was going to say, yeah, normally it's electronics, as we've seen from the Toyota. Things don't tend to blow up these days, and actually, because the engine's run by electronics, it's probably that's gone on the fritz first.
But this gives Toyota just a little bit more leeway to try to solve that problem if it is a hard reset that's required.
So apparently a different engine map they're trying going into the car as it sits stationary here.
Now, they are the first car to come into the pit lane, along with the number 2 Cadillac and the 35 Alpine. Of course,
Mike Conway in the garage there, suited and booted, ready to go.
Yeah, people don't rush into the pit lane because they're only doing 80 Ks out on track, so they crawl into the pit lane. That's certainly what it will feel like to the racing drivers. 80 Ks, 50 miles an hour, that's on track. 60 kilometers an hour, the pit lane speed limit, so even slower. And we are under virtual safety car with 2.5 hours remaining. Wholesale pit stops expected, driver changes. 2 hours, 30 minutes. Is it going to be the final driver change of the race? Alessandro Pierguidi getting back into the 51 Air Corsa Ferrari, beg your pardon, Alessandro Antonio Giovinazzi getting back into the 51 of course, a Ferrari. Now, don't forget, of course, that although everybody is only doing 80Ks out on track, any time you lose in the pit lane is still time lost, because you're doing no more or no less speed through the pits than everybody else does or would do at any other time. So you still must be absolutely flying at your pit stops to make sure you don't lose any time. Oh dear, disaster for the white Kia. What's happening here? I think that's actually rescuing our driver, who was in the 88. It was, Gianmarco Leverato, as you say. First time in the car and he's blown it up. He's not going to be popular, is he, with Christian Reed?
Did very well.
He's probably saying you said Ford, Mustang or similar.
Did very well to bring the car to a safe place to stop it, though, and
I think so.
Near the access point so the marshals could get to the car as quick as possible.
And I wonder whether it was the dash lighting up like a Christmas tree, or whether the team were on the radio going, pull over, pull over, pull over, you're on fire.
I think he would have seen the smoke coming through inside the cockpit, actually. That's, I think, probably the first thing. And, well, he would have felt that the engine had started misfiring. As soon as he opened the door, you could see the smoke just coming in through the cockpit as well. So, front engine car, obviously, it's
hello.
Yeah, cold tyres.
Cold tyres.
We see that so often, don't we?
Even at 80Ks.
The problem is you get so used to the car being stuck on that limiter at 80Ks. It feels so slow. When you get to the corners, it's easy to think that it's just going to hold the car at that speed. You can easily go through the corner at that speed, but it's even slower through turn one, and around it goes. And there's one sorry-looking race car.
Yeah, they're not completely convinced that's not going to self-immolate again, are they? It's a good time to say, as we see some of the dramas on and off track. Remember, there will be another episode of Full Access on the FIWC social media pages, principally our YouTube channel, after this race. And as we were saying earlier in the show, Christmas special to come, long form again, proved to be very popular indeed. What is Full Access? Well, it gives you some of the background stories to the stories you're seeing and hearing, but you'll see a lot more detail of the dramas, the emotion that goes with the FI World Endurance Championship. It's proved to be a hugely popular part of our offering to you, the general public, the viewing public, and of course free of charge to watch.
Think of those live pictures at Le Mans of the crew of car number 50 absolutely unable to contain themselves on the last lap. That's the sort of thing you get. Driver change for number 46 BMW, and it was Maxime Martin who brought the car in. Valentino Rossi will take it back out. Another stint for Valle. Slightly surprised not to see Valentino testing a hypercar, actually, in the rookie test. I know he's not exactly a rookie, but he would be in a hypercar.
He is.
Oh, is he? Did I not read the list?
Oh, no, he is. He's racing, he's testing the BMW.
So, what about Porsche? Let's catch up with the Penske Porsche Motorsport team. Car number 5.
The number 5 Porsche is currently running in 3rd, and you're running your own race, but this is really about teamwork and working towards that manufacturer title.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a win would be nice as well, but the ultimate goal is the manufacturer's title. Of course, the title for Car 6, but it all looks decent in that regard. So we have to keep focused on the job, but ultimately, if we can win, all is good. So that is the goal, but we have to be smart here.
And how is the feeling in camp? Because I'm imagining the number 6 that are a little bit more nervous than you guys. But so how is the feeling generally in the Porsche camp?
Well, the start of the race wasn't particularly good for us, and Car 6, it was not what we wished for. A few things happening on the first lap, which was not good for us. We kept cool and did some strategic moves on the first stop, which helped us a lot on Car 5, and Car 6 slowly came back in the game. So I think things are more under control now, and we're a bit more relaxed, not relaxed, but more calm about the whole situation, but I think it looks good for us.
Thank you.
But yeah, nervous times, 2.5 hours just under to go for this race and this championship season.
So like I always say, to try and win a championship, you don't need good luck. You just don't need bad luck. And that's what Toyota seem to have had today, it just, well, particularly from the driver's point of view, the team, they control their own luck. And, you know, that the car has let the drivers down today with that misfire. The drivers were doing fine. Mike Conway started a solid first stint, a couple of stints, and Kobayashi as well, really closing in on the Ferrari. So for the drivers, it's just been bad luck.
Absolutely.
It does happen. I do believe in luck, and it particularly it hurts you in motor racing. But from a team's point of view, it's not bad luck. They're the ones that designed, prepared the car, and yeah, they'll be hurting after this one.
Yeah, pit entry is closed as the safety car boards are deployed, and the safety car will follow. Doesn't mean to say that this car can't leave pit lane. It just couldn't have come in after that pit entry was closed.
It's going to be close, though.
It's going to be very close.
If the light goes red, he better not break through it. Safety car boards are out, and every flag signal around the circuit is relayed to the driver in the zone in which it is being shown as a physical item on that onboard safety system. So because full course sealer and safety car are applicable all the way around, you see them all the way around. When you come into a yellow flag zone, normally on a green racetrack, it'll show up yellow, or you'll get a blue flag. Well, there's the Mustang. Hopefully not massively major damage done, but the problem with fires is wiring doesn't like a fire very much. So
not a lot, no.
No, so it's usually quite a long rebuild after an underbonnet fire.
It's still attending to that stricken Ford. Probably a good time as we watch the reason for this safety car, and it is the expiry, I'm afraid, of the number 88 Ford Mustang. To just bring you up to date with who's where, because these gaps are going to close to next to nothing. There are going to be 15 hypercars on the lead lap, led by Callum Eilert in the Hertz Team Jota number 12 car.
No, shouldn't be, because he's just stopped. So I think he will drop behind, and the 51 Ferrari should have been the car that...
I thought it was the 38 that came out. It was the 38 that just came out.
Hang on, Callum Eilert has just left the pits. He's on an outlap, or he's shown as being on an outlap. We will wait and see who the safety car picks up.
Well, it will be 15 hypercars on the lead lap, and for the LMGT3s, with or without a wave by, it is at least 8 cars on that lead lap. The Porsche safety car takes the track now.
Now, and you're right, Callum Eilert was at the head of that queue, so either by good fortune or extremely good planning.
39 seconds on pit lane, that's why.
Okay, there we go. So they did what? Fuel?
And not a full tank of fuel either at that.
No.
They've just taken the opportunity to top it off. 2 hours and 22 minutes to go, and this field is going to close right up.
Just trying to get a close look at what tyres the Jota's on. We know that the car 51, they'd been running the hard tyre. Callum was on the mediums. Did they keep those on?
Well, I can't imagine they would have gone to hard, because it was performing so well on the medium as the temperature has dropped.
All I know is that Will Stevens, when we spoke to him earlier on, was saying it's going to come back to us as the race continues, because we've conserved tyres at the beginning. Well, now this is the dream ticket. Surely you've got loads more tyres available than the other teams you're fighting, and there's a safety car, and you're right at the front of the field. So the whole group got bunched back up, and because of that virtual safety car leading into safety car, they're now leading the race, and they got more tyres than anyone.
And even if it's only 2 tyres, that can be enough to make the difference,
Absolutely.
as we've seen. Even if sometimes if it's only 1, it can be enough to make the difference.
Once this field is under control of the safety car, we will go through, I'm sure, the wave-by process. What is that? Well, we have 2 classes of car here. We have the hypercars and the LMGT3 cars. Wave-by means that if your leader in your class, or the lead hypercar, if it isn't, or the lead LMGT3 is behind you in the safety car queue, you will be waved by to join the back of the queue.
And let's
you won't
point
lose
out,
a lap.
let's point out in this picture what it means. There is a yellow Lamborghini,
Yes.
that will get waved by. There's a Ferrari, that will get waved by. There's a 777 Aston Martin, that will get waved by as well.
Situation with the tires. So Porsche 5 directly ahead, all medium. The Ferrari 51 ahead of him, hard on the left, medium on the right. BMW 15 behind, left-hand side medium, right-hand side hard. And the lead car, Jota 12, is all on medium.
Okay, it's funny, we are
We are doing opposite, but
they've been doing the opposite all day, haven't they? In car number 8, started on the mediums when everyone else was on the hard, and it's inverted now. So what this does mean under the safety car, and we saw this earlier on, briefly, just under a minor full course yellow of what, half a lap to a lap only, how much better the medium tyres were at warming up, and that's why he's being given the information.
And instead of just taking it on board, he came back with, oh, so we're doing the opposite. No, that was absolutely a questioning criticism. Why on earth?
Yeah.
Why on earth?
Other points of interest, by the way, in LMGT3, it is still the number 81 TF Sport Corvette that leads. I'm down to second. Sarah Bovey back at the wheel, what I presume is going to be her final stint as the bronze driver. One other bronze still out there, and that is Takeshi Kimura in the surviving Lexus down in 15th. Everybody else has done their bronze time.
Here we go with the wave by for LMGT3, and the 81 Corvette is quite a long way back in the queue. I was trying to figure out actually how many cars that's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the 81.
Five cars.
5 cars. So that's the half dozen, 5 cars that have gone by, and in 6th place in the line was the class leader. And what are we talking about losing a lap? Well, if you were, let's say, half a lap or a minute behind the class leader before the safety car, but with the safety car he then closes right up behind you, he's then got the option to jump you in traffic and put you a lap down, whereas in fact you might have only been half a minute behind him.
Yeah, imagine it. You're racing another person around, you're running around a big circle, but you're equidistant in that circle, separated by half. And then somebody comes out and decides to catch up with one of you and slow you right down. But they actually catch the leader. They slow you right down. And suddenly, one of you is going to win big time. You win half a lap.
Yeah.
And you're going, hang on a minute, that's not fair. Suddenly, the one you've picked up, they're now sitting right behind me again. So, and they're about to lap me. Yeah. And when we were equidistant, so it's really unfair. I'm out the race. Yeah. So it just allows you to basically go back to where you should be, because there are a whole bunch of cars in between you. In reality, you're talking about. It's the best way I can describe it. It is complicated to get your head around, but that's why we have the wave by.
So that group of cars is already scuttling off as the safety car comes up to turn 4. They're on the back straight. And in fact, when you get an overhead shot, actually, of the back straight, you'll see beside it, between it and the support pit lane, is the drag strip here. So they have a quarter-mile drag strip as well, running parallel with the straight between corners 10 and 11. We don't use that,
actually,
obviously.
crosses the Grand Prix circuit and the braking zone for that drag strip further out and out of the quarters of this circuit we're watching here. This is where we stand at the moment. Porsche looking sitting pretty for the World Manufacturers' Championship by 13 points as things stand. I'll talk about why in a moment. And Ferrari perilously close to Toyota and taking second place, just 3 points back at the moment.
7 years since Porsche claimed the Manufacturers' Championship in the top class here at Le Mans, in the World Endurance.
And in a similar vein, André Lotterer, Kevin Estre and Laurens Vanthoor, well, ahead now of the 50 crew by, what is that? That's 38 points as things stand. Where things need to be for anything other than the 6 to win the Drivers' Championship, the trio there, Vanthoor, Estre and André Lotterer, is either the number 50 Ferrari or the number 7 Toyota need to win the race. And in the case of the Toyota, no points going to the
anyone else
to the 6 Porsche. In the case of the Ferrari, I think it would have to be 6th. I think that's correct. At the moment, both those cars are sitting behind the number 6. But here's the but. This closes up the field, and anything can happen in the tussle when this goes back to green. Ultimately, if the 6 finishes this race, the position it's in at the moment, world champions. If the 6 finishes the race anywhere ahead of those 2 cars, world champions. If the 6 doesn't finish the race, either one of those 2 cars has got to win the race to take that title from them. In terms of the Manufacturers' Championship, it's pretty simple. Unless Toyota can be ahead of Porsche, it's a pointless discussion. And at the moment they're not, and both their cars have been carrying problems.
Now, what has happened in the virtual safety car pit stops is the number 15 BMW who's dropped from 4th to 5th. They were knocking on the door of a second podium finish. The number 8 Toyota scuttled out of the pit lane in front of them, and they've done that by stopping in just 50 seconds compared to 60 for the BMW.
Well, we're now into, as Ant was saying a little earlier, in relation to what's happening with the race leading number 12 Hertz Team Toyota car. Who's got a healthy car underneath them, and what tyres do they have left in the bank, either on the car now or sitting in the garage waiting to go on the car in the last, 2-3 stints that we've got remaining in this race and in this season. It is not quite a whole new ball game here, but it is a hefty reset.
It is a little bit. It's probably more so actually in LMGT3 because although the title has been decided, second, third, fourth places and so on, and actually the race win might be up for grabs, I still don't see anybody other than maybe the 51 Ferrari and the number 12 Hertz Team Toyota car winning this one. I think it's a bit of a flight of fantasy, although the number 5 Porsche is now right behind the Ferrari in the queue. Quite sure it's really showing the pace. Safety car building up to full speed now, and the safety car lights, they're not going to go off this lap because they're still rescuing the 88 Ford Mustang.
I think that's behind the barrier now.
Hasn't moved, it's still in the extinguishment.
But they were still extinguishing once it moved it.
Yeah. It looked like it was being attached to rather than disattached from the frame, but we'll wait and see. So lights remain on, and they would, they've gone out now, so I was going to say they would go out on that line.
Safety car is coming in this lap. Be advised, we are still on lap 3 of the safety car, by which all cars must cross the line before we open pit entry.
So to explain that, 3 laps beyond the safety car before the pit lane reopens, and that's 3 laps including the end of that lap, so effectively you're allowed to come in on the 4th lap. That I don't think is going to be the case for anybody here, because I think we saw just about everybody take the opportunity to pit.
And if it goes from a full course yellow, not virtual safety car, but full course yellow, to then a safety car coming out,
yes,
you've already served your 3 laps. It goes down to 2 laps for the safety car laps. It kind of makes it just minimising the time that you're sitting behind the safety car. But we are about to go racing again, and Callum Ilott sitting there in front of everyone on his medium tyres.
Bit of deja vu, really, isn't from Spa?
It is a bit like Spa. Yeah, they definitely benefit, don't they, from a safety car or even like in Spa, a red flag intervention. But he's got that 99 Proton Porsche behind him, who's not in this direct fight. They're a lapped car, so 51 has to get past as quickly as he can, does Antonio Giovinazzi, and we go green.
Back to green flag racing here in Bahrain. Callum Ilott leads for Hertz Team Toyota, flashing the headlights. The 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi goes by the 99 Proton Porsche, who's a lap or 2 down, and through also goes the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Fred Makovic. So that's your top 3 in the race, and Makovic looking to latch onto the Ferrari. I'm sure they would love to win this race in the number 5 car.
So hard tyres on the left-hand side. If we see a fight here with the BMW and the Toyota,
and the Porsche.
And we know Hirakawa's on the hard tyre as well. So I'm not surprised to see the BMW trying to go around the outside of him there. Does he make it stick? It looks like he's going to. A little bit argy-bargy before turn 6, but he just about makes it through from what I could see. Yes, he does. And now here's the number 6 Porsche as well, getting involved in the action. Tries to get around the outside of Hirakawa. I think he's going to make this move. Stickers on. No, he's pushed out wide. He's got to give that back and yield that position there, but he's on the attack.
And he will have been told that Hirakawa was on the hard tyre and is going to be vulnerable. You saw Lawrence Vanthoor with a massive handful of understeer and again there, but he has got the advantage. He's going to get by down into turn 11. He's got to have a look here. The longer every metre that he leaves it, Hirakawa's tyres are going to get warmer.
Yeah, Vanthoor has got 3 new tyres on.
Here he comes. He's coming through on the exit as they start to climb the hill.
Not going to do it there, but he's going to think about crossing the line and looking towards the inside of turn 13, and Hirakawa knows it. He shuts the door early. I kind of get the feeling this is inevitable that car 6 is going to get past here. Lots of sliding going on in the exit of 13, and still Vanthoor looking to have a look down the inside into the final corner. Hirakawa, look at the smoke coming off the brakes. We know, well, we suspect that there's some kind of braking issue there on that Toyota. And here we go. This is for the lead of the race.
Yeah, this is 51. Antonio Giovinazzi around the outside of Callum Islet. Hertz Team Jota. The Ferrari is back in front. So Hertz Team Jota jumped them in the pit lane with a shorter stop, but the Ferrari retakes the lead and still can't get by the number 6 Porsche, bottled up behind the number 8 Toyota.
There'll be a zero risk approach, I'm sure, or as close as they can at 150 plus miles an hour.
Not so much. He's going the long way around the outside to turn 4.
He's going to cross the line on the exit, and that is it. That is the move he was looking for. Just more tyre grip as well. Like I said, 3 new tyres, medium tyres as well to boot on that championship leading car. And that was easy pickings. Maybe it will turn around later on. There's still 2 hours, 10 minutes to go of the race. But right now, Hirakawa firmly looking in the mirrors.
Just confirm a penalty for the 95 United Autosports McLaren for an undefined incident that happened about an hour ago. They've had 5 seconds added to their next pit stop, and they've dropped right back to 12th in the standings.
Here comes another Ferrari. This is number 50 car. Niklas Nielsen all over the back of Ryo Hirakawa. Hirakawa, this is lap 2 on those tyres, and he's been behind the safety car, so they have dropped their temperature, and hence the answer to that message about what everybody else was on. Oh, so we've gone the other way.
So Niklas Nielsen is on pretty much brand new tyres. They've done 5 laps, so they're a quality set of, well, not set. He's got 2 mediums on the rear, and he's got 1 medium on the right front and a hard on the left front. So he's amongst the drivers with the newest tyres out there. So yeah, Nielsen, we expect great things from him now because he had the speed earlier on as well.
A bit further back here, by the way, Nick Nielsen in one of the championship challenging cars coming into this race. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Well, and the other car, the number 7 Toyota, is dropping back. A 2:02 last time around. Dries Vanthoor, meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race, a 1:51.562, and his brother 300 slower is the next fastest, and next behind, and trying to catch Dries and Lawrence on track in the final 2 hours of the race. Step back from the barriers.
So Lawrence Vanthoor in that number 6 Porsche, you said 0 risk.
Yeah,
over second fastest
I said it out
lap.
loud, didn't I? Yes.
Iron Dames hanging on to second place behind the Corvette from TF Sport, and there's the Heart of Racing, the Aston Martin up to 3rd place. And so it's Alex Riberas chasing Sarah Bovy and Rui Andrade in front. Sarah Bovy in for, I think, what will be her last stint in the car. Now, whether it's a full stint because of the virtual safety car and everybody topping off with fuel, they may need to just get her to the window where they can go with just 2 more stops. Looks like Alex Riberas got in a hurry and knocked the rear view mirror in the Aston.
At this stage of this race, 2 hours, 7 minutes to go. Alex Riberas, obviously very close because of the field being bunched up on the safety car, but he's got a silver driver leading the race in Rui Andrade and a bronze driver second, and he's there as the gold in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and in 3rd place and pushing hard to get the lead of this race.
That iconic view back from the Porsche 963 that we saw for Le Mans the first time in the dark, with those big sheets of flame coming out of those high mounted exhausts. And Callum Islet, you just saw in 2nd place. His teammate looking for a move here, Oliver Rasmussen, right up behind Ryo Hirakawa. So the number 8 Toyota on those hard tyres. Not only are they the wrong tyre, but they're elderly wrong tyres. And look at Rasmussen. He's got new mediums on. This should be like taking candy from a baby, Anthony.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Look at that 51 lap old right-hand side tyres for Hirakawa. There's nothing that he can do to stop these cars overtaking him. This track really rewards new tyres or fresh tyres. So Hirakawa, unfortunately, this stage in the race has really gone against him.
Rasmussen also producing lots of brake dust. Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
The number 7 Toyota looks like it's coming into the garage. They've cleared the garage, they've got the dollies out. He's coming down the pit lane right now, I believe.
Yes, he is. So they're out of the race. Meanwhile, 3-way battle for the lead. This is Rui Andrade in the TF Sport Corvette. Outbreaks himself. Sarabovi's all over the back of him. And right behind, Heart of Racing, Alex Riberas. And look at Andrade, the car squirming underneath him as he tries to fire it out of turn 3. And a great opportunity for the Iron Dames to come around the outside. The Toyota is in the garage, out of the race and out of the championship, it would seem, as we ride on board with Alex Riberas in the Aston Martin. But it is the Lamborghini that now has the lead over the Corvette and the Aston.
Well, whatever future Sarah Bovey has with the Iron Dames, that's quite a moment. Here, though, comes Alex Riberas. Now it's going to be Sarah Bovey versus Alex Riberas for the lead of this race.
Bronze versus gold. It is a really sad way, and it's so rare to see a Toyota retire. The last one I remember is Sebastian Buemi jumping out of the 8 car in Spa last year. Or was that 2 years ago now with hybrid issues?
So that was the story of the race really today, wasn't it? Story of the championship. Car 7 really were the only ones realistically in a shot to have a chance to win the Drivers' Championship. But yeah, like you say, Martin, so rare to see a Toyota wheel back into the garage. And I'm not going to be surprised in the slightest to see the other Toyota out on track, car 8 getting overtaken by car 38, who we know is on way fresher tyres at this stage.
The other potential champions for the drivers' title are in the number 50 Ferrari. Yes, currently they're behind the number 6 Porsche, but 2 hours ago the number 7 Toyota looked quite healthy. Just over 2 hours remain in the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship, the season finale, the Babco 8 Hours of Bahrain, and still as Ferrari leads, the championship looks to be going to Porsche in hypercar and to the crew of number 6, who are 5th overall, having had a tough first half of the race. Their car seems to have come alive.
Yeah, 2 hours, 3 minutes. 7.2 seconds, and a pesky Porsche stand between the 50 Ferrari and winning the World Endurance Championship. But at the moment, very much the odds go the way of the car that sits ahead of the 50 on track. It is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car to bring Porsche back into World Championship winning form and potentially to hand Roger Penske his first ever World Championship.
Second Corvette under pressure here. This is the 82 car, Sebastian Bode. Right behind him is the remaining 77 Proton competition Ford. In fact, that's a lap behind. That is not for position. Or is it? To have 2 cars gone past the Corvette since they crossed the last timing line? I think that actually might be for position. The 82 car may well be struggling. That is for position, so the 82 car was 10th at the line, and the 77 was 15th. That can't be right. Let's get back to something we do know. 51 leads the race, 12 in second, 5 in third, and 15 right there in fourth.
Kamui Kobayashi with a debrief. And yeah, real sorry scenes down at Toyota. It looked like for a moment the race was really on. It looked like they were going to have a chance to win the race today and also in the process really take that fight to car number 6. And also for the Constructors' Championship, it's not the way we envisage this day going.
Well, you know, a team of the quality of Toyota Gazoo Racing, a team with the record of Toyota Gazoo Racing, if you're going to lose a championship, you want to lose it on track and not in the garage. And that's a really sad way for this to end.
It is, yeah. You know, Porsche have been the most consistent, it's fair to say, all season, particularly the car 6 crew. They've put together such a phenomenal season, but yeah, car 7 have been there to keep them honest enough until this moment. But yeah, as we look back now at the LMGT3 battle, this rages on the approach to turn 4.
4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. We ride on board there briefly with Klaus Bachler in the championship winning crew. Manthey Pure Racing, they're in 5th, but all over the back of Rui Andrade. Don't forget, Rui Andrade led the queue behind the safety car, so he was first 2 or 3 laps ago, but tyres are not as even as they might be. Klaus Bachler goes through, Maurice Schuring goes through for Manthey EMA, and is he going to go around the outside of Klaus Bachler as well? Not there, he's not. Might not get around the outside of the Corvette there either. Oh, but Anthony, he does. He's got grip to spare, hasn't he?
I've seen it happen before. I've had it happen to me before. A car just driving around the outside, and like I said before, if you're on just slightly fresher tyres and you line yourself up nicely, you can. But the Corvette's not giving in. Just has to accept defeat. Admit defeat, I should say, on the approach to turn 11. So finally, that move was done, and a bit of contact there, surely.
Between the two Vista Ferraris, because that's Simon Mann in 55, in front in 54 was Davide Rigon.
Wow, that was, well, like I said, just as we came to it, I thought that was contact. If not, definitely a bit too close for comfort between those two Ferraris, and they're side by side on the drag race down towards the final corner.
And Simon Mann coming back on the inside of Davide Rigon.
Oh, way too late on the brakes, way too late, but just about somehow gets the car stopped, does Simon Mann.
Well, he avoided the Corvette, and I think that was more luck than judgment.
That was a proper dive bomb down the end, a lunge and a half. But yeah, he's now going to have to do it again into turn 1. Oh. So much for taking it easier with your teammate.
And he is.
Just a quick moment as we watch the amazing Stings on GT3. We're 27 races into the hypercar era. That means 54 starts for Toyota Gazoo Racing. This will become only their 4th retirement in that era.
Yep.
They've had an incredible record.
Well, I hope you were watching that Vista AF Corsa inter-team battle. I was Doctor Whoing it. I was watching it from between my fingers. Hertz Team Toyota already crowned as the Hypercar World Cup Teams Champions, ahead of AF Corsa, the 83 car, the 38 car in 3rd place. There is the 38 car moving up ahead of 83. They might need a little bit more than that to be able to overhaul them for 2nd place. So the number 7 Toyota in the garage is the 4th retirement of the race. That's an unusually high number for this race, particularly since we're not on the last lap.
Number 8 Toyota, it will be due down pit lanes very soon. That seems oddly early.
They have been pitting early.
But they've just come out with a safety car.
Yeah, but what was their last pit stop? They tried to gain track position. Yeah, they only did 50 seconds. Louise Beckett.
They've also got Sebastian Buemi ready to get in the car, and a set of mediums for that Toyota number 8.
All too little, too late for the number 8 Toyota. And again, 38 comprehensively outbraking himself, Oliver Rasmussen.
It's cost them a position, hasn't it, to the AF Corsa number 83 car and to the Alpine of Mathieu Vazevière that is making progress here up the order.
Who's going very slowly? It's got to be a Toyota, hasn't it?
That's Peugeot 94.
Okay, so 94 car going very slowly in the hands of Ferdy Habsburg.
No, that's Paul di Resta.
Paul di Resta, yeah.
And that car has stopped. Sorry, and that car is not in a place of safety either. It's turn 11, drivers left.
Now that's not in a position on the track where it's easy to recover. I'm looking around to see where any orange barriers are. Meanwhile, we've got a fight here with the BMW versus car 5. Fred Makowiecki still at the wheel there.
Makowiecki is going to have to be a little bit cautious here because he is carrying Porsche's hopes of the Manufacturers' Championship. Luckily for him, not too far behind is the number 6 car, which, if the number 5 drops out, would move up a spot and would keep Porsche as the Manufacturers' Champions.
Yep, BMW and Porsche factory drivers and podcast co-hosts of Vanthoor Brothers. Soon to be together on track as number 8 car goes through that pit stop to put Sebastian Buemi aboard the surviving Toyota.
When they should have been on hards, they were on mediums that didn't work. Then they went to hards when everybody else went to mediums. Yeah, finally, they seem to be heading to the right tyre, but there's still that question mark over the brakes.
I was just wondering there if Buemi had managed to plug his radio in. I could still see the radio on top of his helmet on the Velcro. It was definitely the coiled bit resting on top of the helmet there. So he looked a bit rushed, a bit panicked there to jump into the car and get belted in. And Yeah, we have to keep an eye on that one. It's very hard to do. It can be done, but it's very hard to do on the move. To get that radio jack into that tiny hole at speed over the bumps is, yeah, easier said than done.
This could be the defining final battle these last 2 hours in hypercar.
So 9/10 of a second cover the number 5 Porsche in third, the number 15 BMW in fourth, and the number 6 Porsche in fifth.
Would remind you as we're on board now, that's changed as Alex Riberas has taken the lead from Sarabovia. That's just happened. Number 94 Peugeot is still down at turn 11. Drivers left on the exit.
Was it last year that Paul parked in at turn 2 and 3 with a gearbox problem? 2 years ago. How time rushes by.
This is going to be the overtake for the lead.
Down into turn 1. Great move by Alex Riberas. Just enough room to survive from Sarabovi.
It's a great piece of circuit design. It really is. Turn 1, that long straight leading into turn 1 and turn 2 is, in the early days, was often criticised, but yeah, it definitely offers good racing. Here's Nick de Vries.
Nick de Vries, we can see the number 7 Toyota in the garage here. It's not what we're used to seeing from Toyota, and it's not the way you want this race to go, or championship indeed.
No, it's obviously very unfortunate that we had to end our final race of the season like this. I think Kamui and Mike did a great job in the first 2 stints, and I think we were looking strong to fight for the win today. We had a strong package, and we came out in front with a bit of a gap, but unfortunately this issue, fuel pump issue, came earlier in the race, and we were trying to deal with it, but when I jumped in the car it just got worse and worse and worse, and yeah, unfortunately we decided to retire the car to put our focus on car A to see if we can still minimize the damage.
Tell us what you were doing, because we saw the pictures from the onboard constantly pressing buttons. What was going on for you?
Yeah, we were trying to obviously kind of cancel a safety mode that was constantly kicking in due to the fuel pump issues we had, but in the beginning it was reacting and responding, but later on it wasn't really doing what it should, and then we were trying different settings to reduce the power and to kind of avoid triggering the issue, but yeah, it didn't work.
It looked like a tough drive, thank you.
Very tough, yeah.
Well, thanks to Nick de Vries and Louise Beckett in the pit lane. On board with Lawrence Van Tor. Is he going to put in the move on the number 5 car, Fred Makaviki? His brother has just gone by, and he does go by the number 5 car. Well, that was always going to be uncontested, wasn't it? Because for the Porsche Penske team, it doesn't matter which one's in front, but for the drivers, number 6, it sort of does. And Fred Mako, in your last drive as a Porsche factory driver, do not tub off the number 6 car out of the championship. But Dries Van Tor made the move first in the BMW. That is now third. They're looking for their second consecutive podium, the number 15 team. They were second in Fuji last time out. So Dries Van Tor third, Lawrence in fourth place.
Dries Van Tor only 4 seconds off the lead, remember, here, and with the second place car of Callum Eilert right there in his sights, this could be a famous day for BMW.
Well, what a result it would be for BMW if they could end up winning this one somehow.
Well, they've been fast all day, and that's why we've seen quite often a Toyota stuck behind them, not been able to find their way through, and we've seen their phenomenal straight line speed as well. That's really going to be an advantage for them.
New fastest lap of the race goes to Ryo Hirakawa in the now 10th place number 8 Toyota, 1:51.201.
So Sebastian Buemi did not get his helmet plugged in, did he? Because the car still thinks it's Ryo Hirakawa. We saw Buemi's helmet getting in, and Ryo Hirakawa is using a Red Bull helmet. Into the pit lane comes car number 12, Callum Eilert. So it was a short fuel stint, 39 seconds last time round for Jota, but they are now within a window of 1 stop gets you to the end.
20 seconds.
We're going to virtual safety car. That will be for recovery of the Peugeot.
Virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
So Antonio Giovinazzi leads the motor race, 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, and he's going to have his mirrors full of Dries van Tor and Laurens van Tor, with cars pretty much midway through a fuel stint here, an energy stint, my apologies. And
yeah, you can see the graphics on the left-hand side of the screen, so it's pretty much a split, isn't it, 50-50 of what the team's strategies are. And these kind of moments in the race really, well, they can either go your way or completely against you, as we're now looking at, looks like, yeah, Will Stevens back behind the wheel in car number 12. So yeah, it's people that have been saving fuel or maybe done a pit stop earlier on in the race, like we saw with car number 8, for example, put themselves out of sequence. Sometimes these moments can win you a lot of time, and cars that were doing the perfect strategy in a clean race sense, it can completely go against you through no fault of your own. So we have to see, based on that's the energy strategies, the graphic, how it plays out afterwards. But there is the Peugeot still on the inside of 11.
E-safety delegate on track. That is a hybrid issue for that car. That car will be red. The red light, I'm sure, will be on that car. What that means is there can be no guarantee that elements of that car are not live.
Or if it's off as well, if there's no light at all, then they treat it as if it's red, yeah.
So that might take just a little wee while. This bit to be safe. I have to say, in this era where this hybrid technology has been advancing, it's been remarkably rare. Remarkably rare. I think I can recall it happening maybe twice during a race meeting. Once for Toyota at Spa, and once, if I recall, for Ferrari at Sebring.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, that's why the safety delegate, the e-safety delegate, is on the track, because it is to be taken seriously. There's an awful lot of energy sitting there inside these cars, and if you had seen the driver earlier, I'm sure that Paul di Resta would have had to have done the safety jump away from the car, switch it all off, P0, everything's on. It might have been off already, but then you have to jump, leave the car, so there's no contact between yourself and the car before you hit the ground. And I'm sure if we'd seen that, that's exactly how di Resta would have exited that car 94, as we now ride on board with Fred Makawiki. That was close though, wasn't it, with his teammate going in towards turn 6. I thought, wow, what's going on here? Because it looked like he properly lost the rear of the car and panicked slightly. So you see the cars peeling off into pit lane.
Well, the two Porsches have stayed out at this point, whereas Dries van Tor has opted to pit from second place. Who else has taken the opportunity to come into pit? The 50 car certainly hasn't. That's still out there. And meantime, in the LMGT3 class, it is the 55 Ferrari from 5th, 92 Porsche from 6th, and the 54 Ferrari from 7th, and others taking the opportunity to top up. Not quite in their fuel energy window. An hour and 47 minutes to go.
But if you're anywhere in that, they call it like that safety car window, they know it's worth their while putting fuel into the car.
Absolutely.
Because it's effectively it's as close as you can get to a free pit stop.
So Giovinazzi still leads the race and is out there circulating, awaiting the inevitable safety car to be deployed. It will be then the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, the number 6, the number 5, Laurens van Tor.
That was good work there by the Manthey crew, wasn't it? Car number 92, really slick operation.
Worth mentioning, Anthony, at this point, we are actually now getting hands on that car, so that is good news. So that should be going to replace safety relatively quickly now. How long did we see that number 6 car, 14th, 15th, 16th at the start of this race after the tag with the number 50 in turns 2 and turn 3? They took the conservative approach. They've made progress as and where they can. Now they sit second place in Ferrari and sitting on top of a pile of points coming their way.
This is why they're leading this championship and on their way to winning it today, because that's the way they've approached this season. They've been wise behind the wheel. They've survived all of those moments that can really go against you, and they've chosen their battles.
Their season win in Qatar, second at Imola, second at Spa, 4th at Le Mans, and a disappointment for them at Le Mans. Sao Paulo and Interlagos, second place again, 6th at Kota, and then the win last time out at Fuji brought them into this race with a mighty points advantage.
Hirakawa coming in again. Surely he... No, not Hirakawa, it's Buemi again.
Bruce Rani is down and may have some further explanation about what was going on with the Toyota. Bruce, sorry, Bruce, we had the wrong button pressed there. Talk to us again.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was lucky to have a quick chance. I had a chance to speak to Nick de Vries following their retirement, and he was just explaining that car number 8 also had similar issues, and his initial issues were fuel pump. Same problem as what they had in Brazil, basically, and it might be the same for car number 8. He didn't go into details, but that's what I've got so far.
Thank you very much indeed, Bruce. Number 8 in and out. Well, just exactly what the issue was with the fuel pump. You would guess there, Ant, that that's just simply a matter of taking fuel when you can relatively cheaply in terms of time on track. Down pit lane, meanwhile,
so
comes
strange.
number 5 car.
It's so strange how it was so fast to react. It seemed like this intermittent problem that was electrical, the way it was, how quickly it was interacting with the car's performance. Yeah, and then the dash going crazy as well. It just screamed of electronics. But and the fact they were having to go around all the driver defaults. But wow, yeah, I'm surprised to hear that it's the fuel pump.
So Ferrari still out the 51 car, the 6 car cycles around the second place. Then the 5 and the 50 both on pit lane now in what should be the final lap before we get the safety car deployed.
So everyone, I mean, including Buemi, just there taking a bit of free fuel basically, because then they're going to go to the safety car, and even though he had just been in, you might as well get onto the same fuel strategy as everybody else. Now at least they're on the same tyres as everybody else, but where are they? Down in P10, car number 8. They started this race from pole position, obviously. How 2 days could be so different.
Full green flag running after this. Will be basically 2 full stints remaining in this race. Now Dames on their way out of pit lane, and they came in from 2nd place in LMGT3. There goes the stricken number 94.
Strange, the lights were green on the. Did you see that on the?
Maybe a reset
screen
for some system on that car. But either way, now Sarah Bovey. Is that the last we're going to see of Sarah in the FI World Endurance Championship? Future uncertain, with a silver ranking looming. I'm absolutely certain whatever happens, she's going to have a future in some regard in the Iron Dames project.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Leader keep the pace. Leader keep the pace. Everyone do its best to join behind car 51.
Clear instructions there from Eduardo Freitas. Pit lane again will now be closed. So we just saw Sarah Bovey, history maker in the FI World Endurance Championship at the end of the GTM era. What's she got to say about a race-leading stint aboard the Lamborghini?
Sarah, sorry, I've jumped on you as soon as you got out of the car. So you said it was pretty hairy out there. You did a super good job, took the lead. How do you feel?
Well, feels like what Deborah said, it's never over until it's over, is pretty true. This race started really, really in a difficult way for us all, but mostly for me in the car. So it was nice to have, for once, a safety car happening at the good time for us. We knew we had the pace, but what happened in the first 2 hours of the race is still a mystery for me. So yeah, I mean, it looks like we have a pace and we can fight. So this race is not decided yet. It's going to be extremely tight until the last corner, so we'll try to push.
And do you think you can reiterate 2023?
But, I mean, that's the target, of course, but I don't know, to be honest. It's extremely difficult, you know, the competition is super high. It's it's not easy on track with the tire deck and everything. Obviously, with the temperature now, it's a bit more manageable. But what I can guarantee is that we will try until the very last corner.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, and the reference to 2023, of course, is a win here for the Iron Dames in GTE Am was the very last win in GTE history. So they didn't take the first win in GT3 history, but there's no question that Sarah would like to round out probably her time as, it will be her time as a bronze driver, because she will be upgraded next year with victory here, and it would certainly be not for want of trying this year. The Iron Dames have been on the pace pretty much everywhere they've raced, both in World Endurance and in European Le Mans Series, and have had wretched fortune. Well, there is the 94 Peugeot on the flatbed. So that will be taken off to Area 51, which is where hybrid cars with questionable status are taken. So Paul di Resta, for not the second year in a row, but 2 years out of 3, car coming to a grinding halt under him. Remember 2 years ago, the gearbox packed up and it took a long time, and eventually the car did come back from effectively behind the barriers, and he was able to continue with it, but that's not the case here. So the number 7 Toyota out, the 94 Peugeot out, and the number 20 BMW out as well. Proton's 88 car caught fire, the black Mustang, and Akoda's ASP's Arnaud Robin gave up the uneven struggle with rear suspension that was trying to throw him off the road. Nearly succeeded twice, and that was the end of that one. So 5 retirements from our 36 starters. Safety car is out after the pit lane was closed. So 2 laps of virtual safety car has allowed everybody to pit for fuel. Not everybody has taken that option. And certainly in hypercar, when we went virtual safety car, I would have thought we were within the window for making it a one-stop race after this. Now, those who haven't one-stopped or haven't filled up to one-stop obviously don't watch much US racing or are better than me. US racing, as we know, never, well, there's 2 things. Never give up the option to take fuel, always fuel, but also always maintain track position. Now, sometimes those are mutually exclusive, and if you're leading the race, like the number 51 Ferrari, or you want to win the championship by winning the race, like the number 6 Porsche, then you stay out and hope that fate saves you a little bit later.
Okay, so as it stands, we need 1 more pit stop. We can change 4 tires, so you have to nurse them. Both cars in front will need 2 pit stops as it stands. So at the moment it's looking good. We're fighting more with the cars behind than with the cars in front.
Okay, so we are fighting the cars behind.
Copy. Exactly so. So what the message there is saying, look after these tyres, we're going to win the race. Don't attack the guys in front. They are in a fuel deficit. That's the sort of message that you want to have from an engineer when you're lying 3rd in a safety car queue.
Yeah, so they're on a decent set of tyres. They've got the mediums on the left-hand side, hards on the right-hand side. When they went on, they've done 18 laps now after that stint, but they went on with only 4 laps old on the left side, 1 lap old on the right side. And they're amongst some of the cars out there. I think car 50 is another one that has tyres of similar age. Car 51 as well, similar age, but critically, as his engineer mentioned there, a lot less fuel on board. This car we're running on board with, half tanks basically.
Yep.
This car and car number 6 compared to that of Dries van Toor in car number 15. Could this be BMW's day? His engineer sounded mildly confident.
Well, the slight worry for him is the car immediately behind, because the number 50 Ferrari has to win the race.
Absolutely.
To stand any chance of winning the title.
That was the point I was going to make. I mean, it's far closer to the front of the queue now behind the safety car. You're right, I think the 51 is very marginal indeed. Everybody is going to need at least 1 fuel stop to get to the end of this race. Most of them only need one fuel stop to get to the end of the race. There might be 2 or 3 of these cars that are going to need a splash, and that's going to count them out with the cars so closely spaced. The 50 car, it's pretty simple at this stage. Get to the lead and hope something befalls the 6 car that is currently ahead of it in the chain.
I don't completely agree with his engineer, though, in that I cannot believe that the lead cars, 51 and number 6, don't know what they're doing. I mean, maybe less so number 6, so their tyres aren't the same age as they've got a really old front right, for example, that's done over 40 laps. It's almost up, it's over 50 laps actually now on that car. So yeah, they're going to be the vulnerable ones here, number 6, and they're also half tanks. But I can't believe that 51 have got it that wrong. What it means by having half tanks at the moment, it's a very short stop for their second stop.
You need a safety car or a
yellow.
yellow.
No, it's just going to be a splash and dash at the end. And right now, they'll be pulling away because they're half tanks. And there's a lot of lap time in that.
With a little bit more on what happened to the 94 Peugeot before we go back to green. Bruce Ioani. Bruce. We've lost Bruce. He did have more on the 50, on the 94 Peugeot, so we'll try and catch up with that in a moment.
So approaching 90 minutes left of this race.
Now, lights would normally have gone off on the safety car if they were coming in this lap, but they're not. So, we don't have an update from Bruce. Let's catch up with the BMW and car number 15's Marco Wittmann.
Marco Wittmann, we can see where the 15 is out on track right now. You've got a lot to play for out there.
Yeah, right. I mean, so far we did a great job from the drivers, from the team, from the strategy guys. I think we made the right call actually to pit now once again. Obviously having now an advantage over the 2 front runners. I mean, the race is still 1.5 hours to go, and I think it will be a big fight in these last 1.5 hours till the checkered flag. But obviously we are in a quite good spot at the moment.
Yeah, we did just hear the radio. I don't know if you were listening at the time. So really it's about looking behind you because you're going to be hunted down.
Exactly. I mean, I think there are some different tire strategies as well. I think some guys stopped and changed tires. Some cars didn't. So yeah, I think it will be a big fight. I think it's great to see for the spectators, for the fans on TV. So obviously we try our best. I mean, so far the end of the season is going very well for us, and I hope that we can finish on a good one today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, one thing Marco Wittmann is 100% right about, it's going to be a tough battle to the end. We expect nothing less. This field is so tight in terms of performance potential and realised performance, and now they're tightly jammed up behind the safety car as well. Porsche still leading the manufacturer standings, and for them that is absolutely key. They're looking to add driver and manufacturer's titles if they can here in the World Endurance Championship to the slew of titles they earned in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. And the crew of number 6, currently lying in second place, are way ahead in the points.
So Jovi, to let you know, for the very last stint we have 2 options. Either we go for 2 hard on the left, 2 medium on the right, like we have now. Either we go for 2 hard on the left, 1 medium on the front right, then we can put on the rear right the hard of Alley that gets only 10 laps. So 3 hard plus the front right medium.
I mean, it's okay for me, but so far also the medium is not too bad. Of course, there's a lot of cool down in the middle, so depends how many laps. If the full stint, maybe better the hard. What do you think?
It will be full stint, for sure. I'm ready for both options. We can decide late call. I'm ready for both options.
Well, Anthony, literally the biggest advantage of not having tyres in a tyre oven is they can be sitting ready to go. All options can just be sitting there because they won't be cooling down because they're not heating up.
And that was some great radio communication, both from engineer and driver. And now Giovinazzi is fully aware of, quite literally, his options. And he's saying that in moments like this, the medium's really nice. All this stop-start that we got going on here with safety cars, he'd prefer to be on the mediums. But if it's a full stint, which his engineer confirmed it will be, and less pit stops and no pits, just going for it, then he's tempted by the hard tyre. tough decision, but either way, for championship aside now, this is a great motor race from this point on. 1.5 hours to go. Hopefully no more safety car periods, because I think we're lined up with the fastest cars on track right at the sharp end of this race.
Look at the 50 Ferrari. It's got the red sidewalls on the front and a yellow sidewalls on the back. So that left front is a hard, and it looks like it's got mediums the rest of the way round. So that's the option they're talking at. Safety car has beetled off, lights are off, and Antonio Giovinazzi is not restricted. He can go as hard as he wants. Nobody else can overtake before the start-finish line. So cars that are out of sequence behind the leader can affect things, but he comes across the line leading from Vantor L, Vantor D in third place, Nick Nielsen in fourth, Matt Campbell in fifth. That is your cue. 2 Ferraris, 2 Porsches and a BMW in the middle. 90 minutes to decide the championships in hypercar. 90 minutes in the season, a full Grand Prix distance. Oh, and a big problem, left rear puncture for the number 12 Hertz Team Joe Takov, Will Stevens. So what's happened? Contact from behind?
I should imagine so. I mean, yeah, we're going to see a look at it here down the inside. Oh, and just completely locked up. No, or is it? Did the lockup come because of the puncture?
I don't think it's a left rear puncture. I don't think that tyre's down.
I think the lockup was effect, not cause. I think the tyre is down, or the suspension has collapsed. One or the other, yeah.
It looked like it on the dark, on that dark survey in the shadows, didn't it? But maybe it was right on the inside there. Let's see if he can get going again and what the performance looks like. But he is circulating. He's just exited turn 4. I can see as we look back at the front pack here.
We've got white flags being shown in the car of Matt Campbell. That means a slow car in front on circuit. There's only one other car, but that can't be Will Stevens. He's behind them.
He was very lucky not to hit any cars there, wasn't he, Will Stevens, as the car lurched to the left-hand side.
It was contact with a GT car. He has got a puncture. And here comes the pass for fourth. This is Matt Campbell down the inside of the 50 car of Nick Nielsen. Up to fourth place goes the Porsche.
Makes that task, albeit a distant and unlikely one, even more unlikely at this moment. The 5 ahead of the 50, which is the only other remaining car in title contention, comes back at him now.
What does Anthony say about passing out of the final corner? It always leaves you vulnerable to counter-attack, and around the outside goes Nick Nielsen. That becomes inside of turn 2, takes the place back. But not for long. I think the Porsche has got a little more pace. Maybe that left front hard is just taking a fraction longer to come back in. We saw the Toyota struggling on hard tyres for 2 or 3 laps to get the temperature.
Some great racing there between those two, wasn't it? And
oh, McLaren on the inside of Ferrari. That's for fourth place. And that is Nico Costa inside Alessio Rivera, trying to take the place back. Rivera got back past him. Charlie Eastwood in the yellow and black Corvette is right there as well. And Rivera keeps his nose in front in the Ferrari. That's fourth place. Hard to racing lead. The Aston Martin, there it is. The pink Lamborghini of Iron Dames in second. Manthey EMA, the orange and black Porsche in third. Ahead of that little battle. And it is Rahel Frey. Okay, Charlie Eastwood coming up the inside of the United Autosports car of Nico Costa. He gets by him in the Corvette. Costa now under attack from behind. The second of the Ferraris of Davide Rigon.
Yeah, that's Corvette and the Ferraris have had pace all afternoon, and it's looking like that again.
Davide Rigon, a winner here in GTE Pro for Ferrari. And in GTE App, unless I misremember. But he's got move shaping up on the remaining healthy McLaren. 59 car.
Quality move down the inside there into turn 8 by Charlie Eastwood. Nicely judged on the brakes, and now eyes forward for him.
Up the inside comes the second of the Ferraris. Davide Rigon having a look at Nico Costa. And he's fully alongside. Going to come down into the braking area side by side with the McLaren, and out brakes Nico Costa as well. So he slips by into 6th position. United car in 7th with Manthey Pure Racing behind. Don't forget, United Autosport started 1-2 with the McLarens, and into the pit lane eventually comes Will Stevens. And it is that left rear. Now, it did look like he's managed to nurse it back, but it is absolutely shredded.
Yeah. Absolutely correct. 2 GT3 cars under investigation, virtual safety car problems. One of them is a second place car in the class, the Iron Dames 85 car. The 87 Esteban Masson, running last, has served a drive-through penalty, is under investigation again for virtual safety car.
So looking back from Rahal Frey, there's the Manthey EMA Porsche of Maurice Schuring. Schuring right behind him has got Alessio Rivera. Meanwhile, back with the Jota car. This is the 38 car. 38 in, where is he? 6th place with Charles Milesi of the Alpine team behind Jenson Button.
Milesi just getting in the dirty air there. You can see how he picked up the understeer through turn 12, one of the highest speed corners on the track. And yeah, Jenson Button will be looking in the mirror to see where Milesi's placing his car. And Milesi's got a little look to the inside, but you're not going to intimidate such a wise head there, Jenson Button. And yeah, look at that, gets on the curb again on the exit, runs too wide, and you've taken away the chance to threaten down the inside of turn 1.
Alessio Rivera around the outside of the Porsche Maurice Schuring. It didn't work, but they are still bottled up behind the Aston that leads and the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 2nd place.
Yeah, Alex Riberas, what lies ahead for him? Maybe a hypercar drive, who knows, we'll find out soon enough, but it's the factory drives behind that are really getting stuck in, including Alessio Rivera in the number 55 Ferrari. He goes up the inside of the Manthey EMA car, puts that car into 3rd position.
Yeah, good move from the Ferrari driver. And behind him at the tail of that top 6 is the other Vista AF Corsa car of Davide Rigon.
Watch for Charlie Eastwood here in the Corvette, the yellow Corvette versus the Porsche here. Where do you go, Charlie? To the outside. You're going to use the braking zone, the line, the racing line.
And for the lead, Rahal Frey around the outside of Alex Riberas in the Aston Martin, who shuts the door again, and the Iron Dames lose out. Rahal Frey over the curb, so Ferrari goes through. Here comes the Corvette, here comes the 2nd Ferrari, and the Manthey EMA car shooting out backwards. Vista AF Corsa Ferrari suddenly all over the place. They've gone up to 2nd and 3rd, and now they're going to go by the Aston Martin for the lead of the race. Absolutely sensational few hundred meters, totally threw all the names up in the air, and they've come down in a completely different order.
Rahal Frey took the position, ran wide.
Wow.
And then the Aston Martin regained it. There's Ferraris and the Corvette back into the mix.
Ferrari's back up to 1-2 in GT3. Absolutely astonishing half a lap. The 55 Ferrari leads from the 54 Ferrari. They were 3rd and 6th in this queue at the beginning of the lap.
It was like watching a go-kart battle, wasn't it? Cars were everywhere, and it still continues down towards turn 11. The McLarens are getting involved as well, and we had, just around the outside, but runs too wide there.
That's Nico Costa going through. Will calm down when they calm down. Charlie Eastwood up to 3rd. The Iron Dames down to 4th. United up to 5th. There's the Heart of Racing that started the lap in the lead. And the Iron Dames have got a drive-through penalty. And so too the 87 car, which probably doesn't matter too much. Esteban Masson in the sole surviving Lexus.
That's 2 drive-throughs for Esteban Masson in 2 laps.
Oh my goodness, is all I can say here. And it still isn't settling down. That's what safety cars do for competition.
3 factory drivers lead the way now. It is Alessio Rivera in the 55 Ferrari, Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari, and Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Corvette number 81. 1, 2, 3.
And of course we've got different variety of drivers, gold graded, platinum graded, silver graded. So it's not just the tyres, it's not just how the cars were performing, and the drivers have kept the heat in the tyres. And suddenly Manthey EMA starting to come back, Manthey Pure Racing rather, starting to come back into it. As we ride on board with Alex Riberas, this car led a lap ago, and Riberas is currently down in, I don't know where, so far way down. 10th place.
It's Danny Juncadella now on the move. He's got in between the two Porsches. He's gone by the Pure Racing car. Now he's trying to close the gap to the Manthey EMA car. He's in a hurry to get back to the front of this queue.
Meanwhile, apparently things haven't settled down in hypercar either. Matt Campbell on the attack, number 5 Porsche Penske, right up behind Dries Van Toor's BMW. The BMW in 3rd place. And remember Dries' engineer saying it's about the cars behind us, not the cars in front. Well, first among those equals is Matt Campbell in Porsche number 5. Andreas Roos ahead of BMW Motorsport, watching with pleased fingers.
Yeah, Matt Campbell really is the driver on the move here, isn't he? He took fresher tyres actually in that last round of pit stops, fresher than anybody else, including Nick Nielsen's car number 50. So that's why Nielsen's fallen back from that threat of Campbell. And look at the two of them.
He's gone by him.
Yeah, it's got him. So I'm not surprised to see that. And yeah, absolutely flying at this stage of the race is Matt Campbell.
Outbrakes himself a little into turn 8, but gets away with it. That extra grip helps with rotation and traction as well. So he's up to 3rd, the BMW down to 4th. But the 51 Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche that lead do owe us a fuel stop. No matter how short, it's still going to cost you at least 30 seconds going through the pit lane. And look at the clump behind. So there's all sorts of insanity going on with the 38 Hertz Team Jota, which has just gone by Sebastian Buemi, Jenson Button. So he's just gone by the number 8 Toyota, and in the right-hand side, again, LMGT3 is all arms and elbows.
But Sharma Lacey has made his way past Jenson Button, is now up in 6th place. Most significantly in terms of the championship, at the moment not in the fight in that top group is Nick Nielsen. He's in 5th and not closing the gap to Dries Van Toor.
Well, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche has dropped back behind the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. That's in the hands of Matteo Cressoni, right in front of us as we ride with Manthey's pro driver. So this is already the championship winning car. Klaus Bachler playing definitely his part in the lineup with Alex Malikin and Joel Sturm. Klaus Bachler, platinum rated driver, so we've got a lot of platinums out there, a couple of golds and silvers as well.
Yeah, Pure Racing will shift, as we said before, to LMP2. They'll start that campaign with the next live sports car racing you can see live and free on YouTube, which is the Asian Le Mans Series, kicking off in December in Sepang with 2 back-to-back races.
There's the number 8 Toyota, struggling for pace. Behind Hertz Team Jota's Jenson Button, and closing in behind the Toyota, Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot. How much would he love to put in a move on a Toyota and get by him? Then there is the 83.
I think it's actually the opposite, Martin. The number 8 is on the attack. That's why we went to them. So he's on fresher tyres now, finally on the same tyres as everybody else, it seems, at this stage in the race. And yeah, now Buemi absolutely flying like he was at the start of this race a long time ago.
Yeah, when they were in the lead from pole position till he got turned around by an Aaron GT car. There's the drag strip on the right-hand side as they drag race down from 10 to 11. Right, Sebastian Buemi has come back up. Rear Hirakawa and which of the Van Toor brothers? Car number 6, that's Lawrence Van Toor, under investigation for an incident earlier on.
That's an hour ago.
These things take time and ruin. And 38 now, Jenson Button coming under the cudgels of Mikkel Jensen.
Oh, it was the moment, wasn't it, when Hirakawa seemed to push wide car number 6 on the exit of turn 8. And when I mentioned that car 6 wasn't going to be able to get the move done because he was off track, maybe they thought there was a little bit of too much argy-bargy on it. Personally, I thought it was okay. I thought it was hard racing. It's always hard to try and go around the outside of somebody in a corner like turn 8. You almost expect to be run out of road, and it's a very aggressive curve on the exit there as well, so you don't really want to venture out there.
Bit late at the moment, the 777 car for D-Station Racing, Marco Sorensen, a previous WC champion, of course. Is this the last race for D-Station? 4 years with us in GTM and now LMGT3. Tipped to be a team that will be stepping away, at least for a while, from the FI World Endurance Championship to be replaced by another Aston Martin team for the 2025 season.
Marco Sorensen hasn't won here for 4 years. His last victory with Nicky Thiem in the Dane Train 95 Aston Martin, the first race of the 2019-20 season, and the Peugeot goes by, gets the move done on Jensen Button, Mikkel Jensen, but for how long? That's Jensen on Jensen.
And you see how Jensen had to just back out of that from being pushed onto that serrated, heavily serrated curb. So he knows that corner very well, and you don't want to really go placing the car over there, and you almost expect to be pushed out when you go through that corner if you're hanging around the outside. It's not like one of those tracks at that part of the circuit where you've just got a sea of flat tarmac just to run out onto, which obviously, from recent experience in other categories, creates very different racing.
Yeah, very different racing. There's a touch more gentlemanly stuff to it. Here for the drive-through come the Iron Dames. So that takes them way out of the frame, and trouble for the remaining Lexus. This is not the way the Dakotas ASP wanted to end their season. They've been working hard with this car. Again, a little bit like the McLaren, it was all at sea at the beginning of the season in Qatar, somewhat 8 months ago. It's been getting progressively better, but this is the second car in the team running to a halt.
Esteban Masson will be the winner of that car. He'll be aboard the Toyota Hypercar tomorrow at the test.
Number 8 Toyota starting to work on the tail of Charles Milesi, Sebastian Buemi now. Milesi currently lying in 6th position and just 6800s in front, but unless they can safely pull that back, and the flatbed seems to be going in the wrong direction there. I wonder what was going on with that. Back with Paul-Luc Chatin. Chatin in the other Alpine, and he's chasing Robert Kubica in the yellow Ferrari, the 83 AF Corsa car. So again, at the start of the race, the Alpines were running 15th and 16th, beg pardon, 17th and 18th out of our 18 hypercars, behind the 15th and 16th placed Peugeots, and now suddenly their race seems to be a lot more promising. They're running in 6th position, and this is the battle for 10th. Both Alpine in the points, and that has happened just once this season when they finished in 5th and 9th place in Kota.
But whilst the 51 car seems to be at the moment just consolidating a lead, Lawrence Van Tor was beginning to catch. Now the wick has been turned back up. Is there a looming problem for Nick Nielsen? He's not on the attack here, not in any way whatsoever. It seems helpless to catch or defend. Yellow at turn 10 exit, that's going to be full course yellow.
20 seconds for full course yellow.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
There you go, and the full course yellow reflected in the onboard safety screens of every car in the field. Introduction of those screens some 6 or 7 years ago now. I think it was a massive step forward in terms of safety. Every flag signal, every instruction is related to the cars when they're in the zone that requires it. Race director can actually send messages individually to any particular car as well. They're being warned about track limits. See the yellow button flashing on the top right of the steering wheel. Oh, and trouble for the 77 Mustang. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, is that why we've gone full course yellow?
No, that's the recovery, and it is again fire control being, it's deja vu, isn't it?
All over again. That is the same place. So we went full course yellow for 87. And the Mustang took its opportunity to fall by the wayside as well. Zach Robichon bails out. 77 Mustang and 87 Lexus at the side of the track on the same lap. We are full course yellow. And there is a gap in the barriers there through which the Mustang could be recovered. And that is exactly where the 88 stopped, having caught light. Tough end to the season for Christian Reed's Proton Engineering team with those 2 Ford Mustangs. Zach Robichon, pretty sure he can't believe that he stopped in exactly the same place either, even if he realises it. There's the Lexus behind. left it in neutral, so the marshals are able to push it back out of harm's way, and we should get these two cars tidied up under full course yellow without the need to go virtual safety car and safety car.
Part of the fabulous marshals team here.
Shout out once more to the marshals and the officials that have been working all day in searing temperatures, rescuing first the Lexus and then the Mustang, which both decided to depart the race stage left on the same lap. And all the rescue workers, the officials in the pit lane, as well as our camera crews, sweltering away in some pretty fearsome heat this afternoon.
We could go back to green flag racing in under a minute, in 40 seconds in fact.
Yeah, there it is, same camera, two different Mustangs. And so the marshals, having been bitten once by the 88 car, the black car on the left, were taking no prisoners with the 77 car. Let's just make sure it's not going to catch fire as well. Wisely so. So full course yellow does not close the field up. It means that everybody is progressing at 80 kilometers an hour, and so the gaps should remain constant. As we ride with Sebastian Buemi. Like with trucks limited on the motorway, some 80 kilometers an hour are closer to 80 kilometers an hour than other 80 kilometers an hour. And away we go, back to green flag racing now. Just when we get the drop here, he had a little bit more of a run into the corner than the 36 Alpine driver, Charles Milesi, but Milesi managed to hold him off. So Buemi did not get through.
I think Milesi parked it. He parked it and he couldn't get through.
That's the way. Park it at the curb, and suddenly Buemi's not got the speed to go the long way around the outside.
Yeah, Milesi might be difficult for Buemi to overtake here. I think the Toyota's been naturally a little bit faster for most of the day when it's been healthy and on the right tyres. But yeah, Milesi's they're on equal tyre age basically, so that's why I think Milesi will be a bit of a difficult customer for Buemi to overcome. But yeah, Buemi certainly had the speed at the start of the race as Mick Schumacher watches on from the garage.
What this will have done under the full course yellow, gentlemen, is it will have taken the 51 Ferrari closer to not needing that splash.
6 and 5, that was change of position.
Yeah, that was Campbell getting back ahead of the car number 6, who we know is on slightly older, well, very much so, older tyres than his teammates. So that's why number 5's found his way through there.
Also owes us a stop, the number 6 car. So the number 5 car goes in front. Under investigation, number 6 Porsche, 99 Porsche and 54 Ferrari for full course yellow procedures.
Okay.
So the number 5 car goes in front. It needs one stop only. That potentially is now the race-winning car. Because although 51 lead and 5 is second, 51 owes us a stop compared to 5.
Tell you what,
are we all into the one-stop window?
If we were looking at the 50 leading the race and the 6 looking down the barrel of a drive-through penalty, that could be dramatic coming out of a caution, because this field is very closely spaced indeed. So a drive-through penalty at this stage could drop that into the zone where it's losing points it can't afford.
Which makes it doubly important for the number 5 car to deny the number 50 victory.
Correct. It will do.
So, I mean, not that the 5 car doesn't want to win anyway. Okay, so where are we in LMGT3? Well, after the last safety car madness, the Ferraris went from, I think they were something like 3rd and 7th or 4th and 8th into 1st and 2nd ahead of the 81 Corvette, and the 82 Corvette is now up to 2nd, and that was Charles Milesi, wasn't it? Losing it on his tyres, and through went Nick Nielsen and Sebastian Buemi. Oh,
that was a joy to despair. Took the position, lost it as he came off the turn, was clipped by the Ferrari and taken then by the Ferrari and the Toyota.
Yeah.
You know, when I said it was going to be hard for Sebastian Buemi to overtake Charles Malesi, it wasn't. Oh, is this a problem
doesn't
here?
sound like this. Doesn't
Nielsen,
sound right.
he's down to 9th.
Yeah.
Puncture. Left rear puncture, surely.
That's it.
And that's the end of the championship. Never mind a drive-through potentially for car number 6. 50 has to win. It's like the number 7 Toyota.
That's down to 12th.
So 18% energy remaining for the leader, 17% for the number 6 car, and that's it. All over for the number 50. So that contact where Malesi got sideways, just enough to snag the tyre.
I'll add into the mix, by the way, there was some fairly significant debris on the racing line at the point of that impact.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was so unfortunate for Nielsen there, wasn't it? As Malesi, it looked like the move was on, and that's why the team were congratulating him at that moment. Oh, it's really going to start flailing around here and damaging the world. So Malesi looked like the job was done, but he lost the rear of the car, and then because he slowed down in losing the car, the Ferrari had nowhere to go, so tagged him, and almost Buemi got involved as well. And yeah, there's Lapierre trying to explain to Mick Schumacher exactly what happened.
And the dive planes off the Alpine, that's the debris that was in the road. There's also a tyre carcass now on the run down to turn 14, out of turn 14.
I think it's very likely they're going to get another caution here.
Yeah. I think if we don't go full course yellow, I will be surprised. Charles Malesi, well, has that got more damage further back? Here comes the Toyota past the BMW. That's number 8 moving up to 4th. Sebastian Buemi got by Dries van Toor.
Yeah, great recovery from Buemi here, isn't it? So he narrowly avoided that that half spin of Malesi. That's so on the bottom left of your screen. That so easily could have been him as well, but yeah, narrowly avoided, and then passes the BMW as well, who we heard from his engineer saying we're fighting cars behind. Well, look at the distance that Buemi's already been able to gain over him. So yeah, this is suddenly looking terrible for car number 8. They're very much back in the fray.
Don't forget, Dries van Toor was told he really had to look after his tyres, but his battle was with the cars behind. Unfortunately, he's been looking after... Oh! Battle for the lead in LMGT3. Alessio Rivera with Davide Rigon behind him, and Rigon losing ground there. Is that going to cost him a place to the Corvette? Here comes the yellow and black Corvette at the back. Just in front, Alpine on Peugeot action. Like a bit of that. This is for 6th place. Mikkel Jensen and Charles Malesi. Jensen had better watch his mirrors, because Malesi clearly not averse to having a wild lunge here or there.
I'm just wondering if that Alpine of Malesi's car, he's going to go full course yellow for that tyre inevitably. And look at the lockup. It's that Jensen button, the lockup there, just desperately trying to get down to that 80 kilometres an hour. But yeah, Charles Malesi, I wouldn't be surprised if he's carrying a little bit of damage as well on his car, considering the amount of damage that it caused to the Ferrari.
Well, we won't see it here, but it was the right front corner. He's lost the dive planes. I'm sure that those were the bits that we saw, and they've got 2 on the front of the car there. So here's your race leader, and the gap was 3.8 seconds. Well done, that Marshall. Rescuing a bit of very hot and actually probably quite sharp around the edges Michelin tyre carcass. That's why they wear gloves, not just to stop their hands getting dirty, but to stop all the nasty stuff lacerating them.
I think that was the first bit of the tyre that disintegrated as well, wasn't it, on the exit of turn 12, which I'm sure they're going to have to get to.
So, Antonio Giovinazzi leading, and the gap actually went out by a second there. He's gone out to 4.8 ahead of Matt Campbell.
Yeah, there is that extra bit of tyre I saw around turn 12. And
is that tyre or is that wheel arch liner? Because it looked like the tyre was intact until he suddenly slowed down just coming into the pit lane. So it might be a bit of wheel arch liner.
Might be right, but we're coming up to that part around here. This is the exit of 11 as they come up the hill. But either way, I think that's definitely going to have to be picked up, or even more so if it is actual bodywork.
Well, now, of course, because we've recently had a safety car, we've got a massive gap on the track where you can go out.
Back to green.
Here we go, very quickly back to green. So they're leaving that debris, and that was, no, look at in the Corvette in the middle. I think he's picking picking up a position on the Ferrari. He is up to second, and there was some stuff going on as well in hypercar. The Alpine stayed in front of, got in front of the Peugeot.
Oh, Charlie Eastwood placing his car to the inside there, blocking the Cadillac by surprise, and the Cadillac thinking, what have I got myself into here? In the depths of a GT hardened battle with the pro drivers. Wow, that's close stuff through there, through turn 13, but Eastwood is ahead.
Leader in the pits, 51 car pits as we go back to green.
Okay, an hour to go and 10 seconds. They should make it on fuel. And that means that it is now a Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2. So here's the 51 Ferrari. Are they going to win the final race of their second season in hypercar? That would be a big, big step forward for them. They won last year at Le Mans, the 50 car won at Le Mans this year, 83 car won in Texas, but the red cars have not won outside Circuit de la Sarthe. Here's the battle for the lead in LMGT3. Alessio Rivera leads, and Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Corvette with a bit between his teeth looks for the cutback on the inside. Here he comes, he's got a good run as they start to come down the hill. Rivera's going to ease him out wide. Leaves him the debris to deal with. Eastwood can't get through there.
We've seen Eastwood make a desperate lunge down into the inside of turn 8 before. Doesn't think about it this time, but Rivera had it closed. Nevertheless, he didn't trust that that Corvette wasn't going to pop one down on the inside. This is great stuff between these three.
Brilliant racing, isn't it? Charlie Eastwood knows that if he gets it right, he'll lead. If he gets it wrong, he's going back behind Davide Rigon, and Rigon has a lunge out of turn 10 anyway.
Yeah, if anything, I'd say out of the two Ferraris, it's Rigon that looks like he's got the speed, but yeah, outfoxed after that full course yellow period, and somehow Eastwood's found himself in front of him.
And look who's coming up behind with the black nose. We've got Ferrari, Corvette, Ferrari. Corvette number 82 is fourth in the queue. There he is. So the longer this battle goes on, the closer Danny Juncadella gets. And if he gets up behind Davide Rigon, that takes pressure off Charlie Eastwood.
Eastwood looks like he just lost a bit of speed through turn 13, and Rivera very much on the attack once again. He wants to regain that position that, well, he was the one putting pressure on his teammate before, and suddenly he's found a Corvette in front of himself.
Yeah. Into the pit lane, 83, so the first of our lead group to break for the border. Final fuel stop for Robert Kubica. Not sure there's going to be a driver change. He'll probably finish out the season. Here comes our LMGT3 battle. They've all got the headlights on full blaze. Charlie Eastwood doesn't throw it up the inside. And what's the gap now? Back down to fourth place. Danny Juncadella. It's down to 1.4 seconds. So he's not closed, but he remains a constant threat behind Davide Rigon. If Rigon makes a mistake, then Juncadella is going to be all over him. So, looking at our battle for LMGT3, that championship is done. We're looking at the minor battles, but in our overall plan of action, Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2, Graham Goodwin, that means manufacturer's title, as of now, with an hour of racing, is definitely going the way of Porsche.
Only if the Toyota doesn't get by them, and if it does, I think they take it. And he's quick. He's properly quick. It's 7 seconds for the lead. It's a 10-point gap at the moment. It's a, let me get this right, it is a 11 point between first
Start
and
the
second.
sentence again with calm.
It's really close here if Buemi can pass the two Porsches.
The winner of the race gets 38 points, second gets 27. So if a Toyota is first and a Porsche Penske Motorsport car is second, that's an 11-point gain for Toyota, and they're only 10 behind.
Who is on pole?
Number 8 Toyota.
So it was a
9-point gap. Either way, if the Toyota wins ahead of the Porsches, they take the manufacturer's title.
Well, that means this pit stop is
Critical.
super critical for car number 8 and for car number 6, and then nose to tail as they come in. That last lap around alone for Buemi, the last time lap they had done, was 8/10 faster than the race leader.
We said this wouldn't be done. We said it wouldn't be done. This is astonishing stuff.
It's never over, especially with Toyota.
Now, what happens in terms of tyres here? I can see some medium tyres sitting there for the Porsche. What are Toyota going to do? Do they have any left? I mean, Buemi was clearly on. He had a tyre advantage during that last one. Yeah, more tyres are going on.
Full four set, brand new
mediums on the left.
stickers. They changed the inside first. That is a full set of 4 for the number 8 Toyota.
They've gone by.
This is all guns blazing to win the title. This is everything on black. Toyota, well, Porsche betting everything on red, but suddenly you're absolutely right. From a car that was struggling with this intermittent brake problem that doesn't seem to have recurred, number 8 Toyota could end up winning this and snatching the manufacturer's crown from Porsche.
Looks to me like there was 4 tyres for Lawrence Vanthoor, 2 tyres only for Sebastian Buemi. They've taken the track position, but there's an hour to go. This is going to be epic.
Yeah, but look at the smiles in Kevin Estra's face in the Porsche Penske Motorsport garage. Now, that's partly Drivers' Championship, partly not. Back to LMGT3. Calm down, everybody, calm down. So, our LMGT3 leader, Alessio Rivera, Charlie Eastwood having another look, and he does seem to be the quicker of the two. And right now, where's the 54 car? It's dropped away, and closer behind it is the 82 Corvette. So pressure off Eastwood. This is where you want to be as a driver, Anthony, attacking with nobody in your seats.
Exactly, I'm loving watching this fight. We go back to car 5 in the pits here. We've been talking about the importance here, the championship, Porsche versus Toyota. What can they do?
See our all-access cameraman on the far side there, as well as our regular broadcast camera crew. And they are all watching the action from this 3-way title decider.
They're putting 3 tyres. I think they're changing 3 on that car, which they've been doing pretty consistently through this race. Car number 5 at least.
It's that right front that they sort of keep on for a long time.
Yeah. Here's Charlie Eastwood again. He has a little look to the inside.
And look how much closer the second Corvette is now to the second Ferrari. So that is Danny Juncadella coming up behind Davide Rigon.
On board now with Dries Vanthoor. One other point about Charlie Eastwood, racing course to the win, racing for pride and in memory of his dad who passed away just a day or 2 ago, and he's wearing his dad's name, Coco, his dad known to the family as, with pride on that car. There's huge emotion involved here.
Oh, I can't imagine what he'll be feeling in the closing stages. 15 BMW, Dries Vanthoor still ahead of brother Lawrence, but they are down in 9th and 10th places.
Meantime, remember I said about that Peugeot and Alpine that were cycling back up and down through the race? They're still doing it. It's about 5 hours of this, 8 hours they've been together. Charlie Eastwood going wide again this time, looking for a way by down the hill on the 55.
He's going to cut back underneath him, isn't he?
Yeah, Rivera's got this. He keeps turning in very early into the corners to cover the inside just in case Eastwood's going to park it there or send one down on the inside. As now we see the car number 5 overtaken. This is a tough battle to get involved in. Little do the hypercar drivers know when they're approaching these two. I mean, you don't know whether it's the pro, amateur, the silver drivers or the bronze or gold drivers at the wheel when you approach a GT car. You're none the wiser when you're sitting in the hypercars, and that's very difficult.
Yeah, Charles Lacey currently second. He's under investigation after that incident that involved the tag with Nicholas Nielsen and effectively counted that 50 out. That car, by the way, down in 12th. Charles Lacey is second place at the moment, but requires a pit stop.
Was that Juncadella having a look down the inside of the Ferrari? No, it was a Toyota coming through. I thought for a moment down into turn 11 that the hypercar coming by the Ferrari was going to push him way offline. Didn't quite happen, but here is Juncadella. This is for 3rd place to move up ahead of Davide Rigon in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Does he get it done? Does he get it done? Yes, he does get it done, but can he make it stick?
He will do, because he managed to just pivot the car, get it rotated enough and not run out too wide through turn 1 and get on the same racing line critically as the car that he's just overtaken. Eastwood now crossing the lines. Does he go around the outside? He's going to try it, you know. He's going to try it. He's got to stay on track as he does. Dips a wheel onto the gravel. This is neck and neck coming down towards turn 6.
This is like GTE Pro last lap battles that we've seen between Ferrari and Porsche over the years. Fantastic action on board with Charlie Eastwood. Not yet, he hasn't. Down to turn 8.
Going to cross the line once again and go for the traction on the exit. But he had a little snap of oversteer, but he has the momentum on his side. It's very tough to go around the outside of here, but you know what? He's going to give it a go once again. But Rivera's got the inside covered, and the next crossover of lines happens on the exit of this one. He's going to give himself the inside for turn 11. Surely no, but Rivera's got that covered too. So he goes back to the outside once again.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and it might fall into the lap of Danny Juncadella yet in the third place Corvette. Charlie Eastwood not giving this up. And
but
again,
here we go on the exit. He's crossed the line once again. Surely it's going to work this time around, and yes, it does. Job done, Charlie Eastwood. Brilliant, brilliant driving.
What a lap from the pair of them. It's clean as a whistle. Absolutely ruthless at every single apex, but beautifully done by both. But finally, the aggression paid off.
Well, one of those crossovers was always going to work, and I thought it was going to work into 11, but Rivera just managed to get his car back over to the left-hand side to stop it. He couldn't stop it on the exit of 11. That was some cracking driving.
Breathless stuff in LMGT3. It is TF Sport Corvette that leads, and they're third as well. Alessio Rivera under pressure. Now, meanwhile, news coming through that Sebastian Buemi and the number 15 BMW of Dries van Toor, both under review for an incident they had at turn 10.
But Sebastian Buemi fully understands the dramas that could be coming here in the last 49 minutes. He's on it. It's the fastest lap of the race, a 150.492 on lap 208 of this motor race. This is not done, not even close.
Well, we didn't see that moment. We saw Buemi just suddenly appear, didn't we, in front of the BMW. We never actually saw it happen down at turn 10.
We have got in-car, of course, on that car.
Yeah, the stewards will have seen it. They've got the circuit cameras as well as all the TV feeds and the onboards, and down the inside of the BMW comes the Porsche, and right behind, the third place battle is back on. Davide Rigon in the Ferrari on the inside of Danny Juncadella. Does he come through? Yes, he does.
I think that was Lance van Toor passing his brother off track.
Yeah, it was. It was 15 and 6.
Yeah, it was off track on the exit of turn 7. You're right, Graham.
Meanwhile, Peugeot's Mikkel Jensen leads the race with 48 minutes to go. No.
Paul Chatin, by the way, in the 35 car, passed by Jensen Button, currently second. This is all going to be in the mix, remember, with final pit stops. But we're getting closer and closer to the point where some of these cars that would have needed a splash don't need them anymore.
Well, those full course yellows and virtual safety car and safety car sort of extended the fuel life of those that were likely to be running on fumes at the end, and it might well be that they don't need anything. So look at the energy. What do we need to get to the end? Well, we don't know. We do know the 99 Proton hasn't got enough. I mean, apart from that, who else doesn't have enough in the lead group? Is 25% enough? I mean, for 47 minutes? No, shouldn't be.
About 8 laps, isn't it?
So does that mean that Hertz Team Jota then are with a 38 car potentially in the catbird?
Well, when the Buemi car stopped, they put 96% in. So it wasn't a full 100%. So that, for me, suggested that they know 96% will get you through to the end.
Davide Rigon on the pit road. So it's TF Sport first and third, and the other Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in second place. So does this then trigger the whole of LMGT3 coming in for their final stop?
Well, this is the first of the bar brawl at the front of this field that's come in for another half pint of Stella. But it's astonishing stuff at the front of LMGT3 with these top-class factory drivers coming together at the end of this race. Here comes the number 60 car. That's been in the mix of late. Matteo Cussoni handing over, I'm sure, to Matteo Caroli.
Yep. Seems highly likely. Final fuel stop and some fresh rubber. Full set of tyres going on to the 54 Ferrari, and Davide Rigon is on board, but does the 60 Lamborghini come out in front? It wasn't on the lead lap in the class. 38 Hertz Team Jota in as well. Jensen Button came in from third place in that car. That's the other Hertz team. Oh no, that's 99 Proton car in there.
Just to the right-hand side of your screen, you've got the number 5 and number 8 hypercars. that is effective race leaders.
Yeah, that's about the third right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Once these cars that we're looking on screen pit, inevitably with only 20% energy remaining, it's going to free up car 5. It's going to come down to a fight between car 5, Matt Campbell, versus Sebastian Buemi. I believe they're on equal tyre age as well.
And whichever finishes in front decides the manufacturer's title. If Porsche win it, they stay in the lead and take the title. If Toyota win it, they will overhaul Porsche.
And by dint of the fact it's an 8-hour race, because that's the difference in points here.
And this is it, momentarily riding on board with Buemi. He is absolutely fired up, isn't he?
You confirm, if we finish second, we lose. If we pass them, we win.
Confirm.
Yep, that's it.
I'm not sure if it'll be quicker or not, but any level of cuts is available. So smaller cuts are available, but only if you think you can go faster with it. Get in there, Seb.
It comes down to this. It comes down to this. What is that? 4 car lengths, 45 minutes, 2 cars, 2 mighty teams, 2 manufacturers. Will Roger Penske win the World Championship for the first time? Will Porsche win it for God knows how many World Championships they've won? Or will Toyota snatch it at the very last? Astonishing finish to the World Endurance Championship.
And just so it's clear in my mind was Buemi's message, if I pass him, we win. If he stays in front, they win. Exactly. That's all you... And again, Anthony, as a driver, okay, you're free to do whatever you want. You can stop cutting, you can stop lifting and coasting if it'll get you past him, but you must beat him.
We're going to see fireworks here. 2 drivers that aren't in the drivers' fight for the World Championship, but very much so, it all depends on the manufacturer's championship for these 2 right now. And I mean, wow, these two, if you could pick any 2 drivers to choose to go head-to-head, Sebastian Buemi versus Matt Campbell. We saw the fightiness of Campbell right from word go in Qatar this year, didn't we? And yeah, Sebastian Buemi, he would be still seething. I know him so well, seething from what happened to him in turn 1 getting spun around, and also seeing the car struggle at points during the race. Well, now this is a fair fight. May the best driver win. Well,
imagine if they hadn't done 3 consecutive stints on hards when everybody else was on mediums. What a difference it might have made. 1:59.9 average compared to 2 minutes 0.1 average for Sebastian Buemi. But average and last 43 minutes of the World Championship are not the same thing. Buemi is closing.
You know when I said it's a fair fight? It's not. Advantage Buemi. I just looked at my tyre app, and Matt Campbell continued on those sets of tyres. The 3 new tyres that he put on after that last. I was waiting for it to update, and it has. And I can tell you now that Campbell's right front tyre is 51 laps old.
It says it's for second, but Paul-Luc Chatin is in the pit lane, so when they cross the line, these will be the leaders. But will it be the Porsche or will it be the Toyota? Last year's world champions in car number 8, they took the driver's title and the manufacturer's crown, and they are level on energy. Sebastian Buemi again, hey, I'm here.
And yeah, if you're going to overtake him anywhere, maybe a left-hand corner would be pretty good. That would be a good start, wouldn't it?
Well, wherever it is. And you know, it may not be the pass there. Car 6 and car 54, car 92 and 99, all with drive-throughs. So just as well that Lawrence Vantor in car 6 doesn't have to win the race, but if the number 8 crew win, and the number 6 car drive-through drops them out of the top 10.
No, that's still fine for the Drivers' Championship.
Oh, it's number 7, isn't it?
Just a reminder, energy is free. So if you want less cuts to go faster, you can have them. Up to you.
He's talking about fuel cuts, of course, so the lift and coast cuts will be shorter for him if he wants.
Meantime, no further action for the incident between car 8 and car 6, but it is a drive-through for the number 6. That is going to drop them out of the top 10, so no points at the moment for the championship leading number 6 car, but it's not about that. It's about the 5 and about the 8 and about the manufacturers' championship.
And in GTE LMGT3,
information
the
to the
54
pit lane,
car.
information to the pit lane. Cars 6, 06, 54, 54, 92, 92 and 99 have drive-throughs for full course yellow violations. Car 6, 54, 92 and 99 have drive-throughs for full course yellow violations.
The giggling all-French crew at the back there, Andre Lotterer and Kevin Escher, looking pretty relaxed. Their car has a drive-through penalty. Critically in, as I was about to say, in GT3, the 54 Ferrari of Davide Rigon has got a drive-through. Here comes the Toyota. He's got 40 minutes to make up a tenth of a second.
He's going to look to the
Sebastian
inside here.
Buemi.
He's close enough, and that's why it was covered off by Campbell. Was it enough, though? It seems to be at the moment. Buemi's going to think about doing the switchback, but once again, Campbell parks the car. This is some great driving here from the Porsche number 5 driver, and already thinking about defending on the inside towards turn 4 as well. You'll see him, just drift over. Buemi knows it, so once again, you go to the outside. Does he try to get around the outside? No, that gravel chap's waiting for you these days, boys, on the exit of turn 4.
I tell you what, if Campbell is still in front in 40 minutes, that will be one hell of a defence. Number 6 comes down the pit lane. 99's already served his drive-through penalty.
And here it is, down the inside into turn 8. Buemi makes a late lunge. There is contact between the two cars. I think Campbell tried his best to keep turning in there, and Buemi had his right to be on the inside. Campbell, did absolutely everything he could do to the point there was contact, but it was Buemi's corner. A nice lunge down the inside.
That is the new tyre grip, and that is the manufacturer's championship lead for Toyota.
Look at that for a late lunge. And he was given space initially, and then there was contact halfway through. Would like to see a different angle, though, from maybe behind the two cars, or maybe from the onboard. Oh, and it's if by magic. So yeah, Buemi had the right to be there. Now, was it more Buemi running out wide, locking up potentially into the Porsche, or was it Campbell turning in, trying to make his life as difficult as possible? I would need another angle to make 100% sure in my statement, but I stand by what I said. Campbell knew he was there as Buemi saw that gap open up, and well, he had to do it, didn't he? It's for the championship.
Of course.
Manufacturer's championship.
And Buemi came in sort of locked up and squirming, but didn't whack into the side of the Porsche hard.
Well,
I mean,
he did hit him. But
he hit him side, flat on, not like punched into it. Meanwhile, what's going on in LMGT3? Into the pit lane have come the lead duo, the 82 Corvette and the 31 BMW, and that means the 55 Ferrari is back in front of the 81 Corvette and the 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Well, again, that car producing a really great run towards the end of the race.
But it's factory driver Matteo Caroli, a one-off in this car here, with Frank Pereira choosing to prioritise his test run in the hypercar tomorrow. But Matteo Caroli brings his record as 2 appearances in the WC this year, 1 at Le Mans in the hypercar, the second car, and this in LMGT3. What can he pull off?
Sorry, 54 Ferrari just went in to serve its drive-through. 31 has gone in, I'm guessing, for fuel. Sean Gallale in the BMW. So Charlie Eastwood having to do it again. He's come from behind to take the lead in the class. He's got his teammate in front, Danny Yucadea. But Alessio Rivera in the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari leads in GT3. Under 40 minutes to go in the season.
Well, having dealt with both Ferraris, they're going to deal with a Ferrari again and a Lamborghini from behind here.
Whoa!
Oh, what's happened here?
This is the number 8 car of Sebastian Buemi, and Matt Campbell goes right by him. Now, did the team say there was contact, maybe you ought to give the place back, or has Buemi got a problem? Well, this is live, so...
He's back in front again,
yes.
Live shots, but what was that replay all about? Maybe did he let him through because he felt, or the team felt that it was a bit harsh?
And if he did, when did he pass him again?
Seb, we need to give the place back to car 5 and to pass him again. We need to give the place back.
Well,
there you go.
That's why we saw him giving the place back into the same corner where he made that last-minute lunge. But where did he get back past him again? That's what I'd like to know, because he's had to do that hard work all over again. So, Yeah, I think that was probably the right decision if you were being safer than safe. But for me, it was
100%.
hard racing, and but the stewards have a different camera angle to what we saw, I'm sure. And maybe they felt that it was, a little bit more on Sebastian's side in terms of where the contact came from.
And also on the Toyota pit wall, we've got new tyres. We know we've got the pace to get by him, and we've got the time. If it was the last lap, no, leave it. We'll argue the toss later. Now we've got time to undo any potential damage, go again.
For me,
that's what they've done.
For me, they've done the right thing.
Yeah, by the way, all kudos there to Calm said Calm, because it must have been a big wind-up to give that back, and he's got it back in seconds flat.
He must have been
Amazing stuff.
I do think that a younger Sebastian Buemi may have been arguing for a little bit longer on the radio than the one we're seeing today.
Charlie Rees is back in front of Danny Juncadeo, so 81 ahead of 82. This is second, third and fourth, the yellow cars, all three of them together, or yellow and black and yellow. So Vista AF Corsa still leading by 6.3 seconds. Alessio Rivera, who needs to stop still in LMGT3.
Meantime, by the way, that drive-through penalty for the number 6 car. Remember, our Drivers' Championship leaders drops them out of the points by 1 place. Charles Malaysia is ahead, but he's going to have 5 seconds added either to the next pit stop or to race distance for that contact with the 50.
Well, bear in mind that number 6 car doesn't have to score at all if neither 7 nor 50 win the race. 7's out and 50 is behind the number 6 car.
There are the graphics at the bottom of the screen. Toyota 190 points to Porsche's 188.
How close do you want it?
That's it. Toyota taking the lead have overturned Porsche's year-long championship lead, because they led after qualifying when that man, Matt Campbell, took pole position and 1 point in Qatar. So Porsche Penske and Porsche have led the entire season until the last 40 minutes.
34 minutes to go. It's 1.8 seconds for the championship.
Just to throw another thing in there as well, it's not over yet until it's over. Have we seen a decision yet with the car number 8 versus car 15 for the turn 10 incident?
Don't believe so.
No, let's hope they get it sorted out in the next 33 minutes.
There's been so many incidents, my head's spinning, I'll be honest with you. This has been a stellar second half of this race.
Well, this encapsulates the entire season. Lots of different cars with lots of variety of pace throughout the course of the race, throughout the course of the season. And it's never over. How could Toyota possibly be snatching the manufacturer's title away from Porsche?
Well, you immediately answered. Car 8, car 15, no investigation necessary. Incident at turn 10 at 20:56. So someone's listening. By the way, we're reminded by Dangerous Dave that actually that's not correct. Porsche have not led the championship through the year. Toyota took the championship after Kota, but it was retaken by Porsche after Fuji.
Okay. So what looked like a shoe-in for Porsche at the beginning of the weekend seems not to be. Now then, what about LMGT3? So you've got Corvette and Lamborghini. Second, third and fourth. Are they catching the Ferrari in front?
No.
No, they're not.
It's very quick, these 4 cars. But it's going to come down to whether or not Alessio Rivera can keep up that pace.
Battle for third place. And this is Jensen versus Jensen again.
Well,
Mikkel Jensen versus Jensen Button.
That's just switched because Mikkel Jensen was behind Jensen Button.
No, he got by him a few laps ago, didn't he, down at turn 10?
No, you're right, Graham. I looked at the timing.
Oh, was he?
board
Oh, he
earlier.
got back
just
again.
Last lap, it was car 38 in third place. Now car number 93, so there has been that change of position there. Mikkel Jensen, and this is how it happened on that run down towards the final corner. A tricky one to pull off this late into the race because of the marbles on the inside.
Second race in succession, gentlemen, that this Peugeot's pace has come late.
The best race result for Peugeot was 4th and 8th last time out in Fuji, and they've had 2 other points finishes this year across their 2 cars, so they suddenly come good late in the race. And again, that new car with the rear wing introduced, after the start of the season, so it is effectively first year of that new car.
Yeah, hugely strong run, didn't they, at Qatar in the final outing for the old car until the very last stage of the race where the car ran out of fuel.
Oh, don't start that again. Yeah, so each of the cars has had an 8th place, and the 93 has had a 4th place last time out in Fuji as well. Can they finish on the podium? It's Mikkel Jensen versus a Formula 1 world champion in a Porsche, so he's got to hang on tough. Meanwhile, 99 is down in 13th place. Julian Landauer, who started the 99 Proton competition Porsche, working his way through this battle for 2nd place in LMGT3.
That battle for 3rd, by the way, isn't done because both Mikkel Jensen and Jensen Button are being caught by Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari. Jensen. Thank gosh we haven't got a Jensen factory team.
Jensen and Giovinazzi.
Yeah, so there's only 8/10 behind, isn't it, Antonio? Or now half a second behind.
Yeah.
With Giovinazzi catching all the time. 2 cars in front, the Peugeot and the Jota we were just talking about. As we watch this fight still in LMGT3, let's not forget, of course, with all the talk of the championships, this is Giovinazzi trying it on the inside of Jensen. That was a little bit too late, wasn't it, by the Ferrari driver. Jensen gave him room anyway because he could see that car coming. But talking about the championship fight, yeah, of course, for the drivers, car number 6 still has it wrapped up at this stage. Well, he still has it wrapped up because car 7, they're out of it.
This is going to be a 5-car battle for the final podium position. Mikkel Jensen Button, Antonio Giovinazzi, and catching all of them, Dries van Tor and Paul-Luc Chatin.
But Mikkel Jensen has disappeared. There's the Peugeot, look. And here comes the Ferrari chasing the Jota car. So the Peugeot is gone. So Jensen is gone in 3rd. Now this is about 4th place. Jensen Button versus Antonio Giovinazzi. And Giovinazzi looks like he's got more pace. Has he got more pace than the chasing BMW and Alpine? At the moment, just about. And now, unfortunately, though, he's caught up behind the Hertz Team Jota car, so that pace might be a tad blunted.
Well, this is the developing story of the FI World Endurance Championship, isn't it? You're right, the Peugeot is away at the moment, but that battle for 3rd, 4th features 5 cars, all 5 from different makes.
Yep. Last race for Hertz Team Jota with Porsches as they become the Cadillac factory team for next season. Chip Ganassi Racing will continue to run the Caddy programme in the IMSA. Oh, they won't in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series.
Yeah, that will go to Wayne Teller Racing.
Here we go. Yes, I did read that. You're right. Down the inside, Antonio Giovinazzi. And that car, of course, had 4 new tyres at the last stop as well. We didn't see what Jensen Button had. Well, we know what he's got in terms of determination, but he didn't have the grip to back it up, Anthony.
Yeah, Jensen gave it, only gave up just at the last second in towards turn 2. Now put himself a little bit vulnerable with the BMW behind him to turn 4. But Giovinazzi, I assume, has got the tyre advantage here. He certainly has with the Peugeot in front of him. Now, what can Dries van Tor do towards turn 6? Can't do it there, but you can have an opportunity into turn 8, as we saw from Buemi earlier on. He has a look down the inside. Does he commit to it? He does, but Jensen goes round the long way.
Don't forget, his engineers were telling Dries, we're dealing with the cars behind us. You will get a full set of tyres at the last stop, so he should have a tyre advantage. But he's got Paul-Luc Chatin in the Alpine right behind as well. Any miscue on Jensen Button means he's going to go back one, not up one.
Even though Jensen, for me, it looks like he's on slightly older tyres. Clearly he doesn't have the pace. You can see the quality of where he's placing his car, the quality of driver that he is. He's making everyone's life as painfully hard as possible, like this, staying around the outside of the BMW through turn 11 to give himself the inside of turn 12. Slows down in the middle of turn 12 to make sure he's got the inside cover of 13. Not quite enough that time around for Jensen. Finally, the BMW gets the move done. It was inevitable, of course, but JB's having fun here.
Isn't this one of the brilliant aspects? We've got to go 3 wide here.
Oh, shut up. And Jensen gets stuck up behind the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Paul-Luc Chatin makes contact with the Iron Dames, and he does not get by the BMW. And so Jensen Button gets another chance. The Ferrari flashing the headlights in front is in 3rd place. Antonio Giovinazzi, Dries van Tor ahead of Jensen Button and Paul-Luc Chatin. And the Iron Dames, they are way down the order, and they are last in LMGT3. It's around the outside, Paul-Luc Chatin. Jensen Button still making life difficult for everybody and rolling his sleeves up with delight.
We've waited 71.5 hours for the message on the screens at the moment. Van Tor and Van Tor under investigation, incident at turn 6. That, I think, will be the overtake off track by the elder brother.
On ball with Paul-Luc Chatin, going by the 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, Chatin's taking a lot of risk here, and I think Jensen can sense that as well. He's clipping body work here and there, banged into the side of the Iron Dames around the final corner, turn 14, and then clipped the BMW through turn 1. It's all a little bit scruffy. He's going to have to calm it down. Around the outside, he tries to go this time around Vantor. It's going to set himself up for a potential run towards turn 11. No, you're going to have to back out of it because Vantor's got that covered, and he did just so at the last minute. Pops it. Oh, that was a little bit last-minute stuff from Vantor himself there, wasn't it? Before turn 11, and it's getting a little bit nasty between these two as Button just watches back and thinks, whoa, what are you guys doing?
And now he's suddenly right with them again. Yeah, you can imagine on the radio, he moved in the braking zone. Yeah, he did. Yeah, we saw that. Oh, Paul-Luc Chatin almost running into the back of the BMW.
I can barely watch.
Honestly,
I can barely watch. It's this is risky stuff.
Head of this group, by the way, is we'll keep watching this one. Mikkel Jensen has been caught by Antonio Giovinazzi for third place. Big lock up there for Vantor. That's going to leave the door open for Paul-Luc Chatin. He drives by.
And Jensen Button had a big lock up behind as well. But still on the back of the BMW. So the BMW down to 6th place now as they cross the line. Paul-Luc Chatin, slightly wild, but up to 5th.
Yeah, I wonder what the kind of lock-up, the flat spot that Vantor is going to be carrying there in this BMW. Let's watch for the vibrations as he exits turn 2. No, we're back to the off-board.
Is Jensen on the radio going, are you seeing this stuff? He really is.
This is great.
Meanwhile, battle for 4th place, and this is the 82... Third, 82 car of Danny Juncadella. Right behind him, Matteo Cairoli in the Lamborghini, looking on the inside. Juncadella's got still 24 minutes to defend 3rd place, but the Lamborghini just looks like it might have a fraction more pace. Maybe an extra bit of Matteo Cairoli determination. Let's have a look again. He threw it up the inside. Outbraked himself, though, Anthony.
Yeah, outbraked himself. I mean, the ABS on these cars, you're never going to see the telltale puff of smoke from the tyres, but clearly ran out wide, and the switchback was made as we're now on board with our race leader. I never thought I'd hear myself say that after what happened to them earlier on in the race.
Well, Toyota telling us, by the way, that what we said earlier, it's 5 seconds out to the next pit stop for car 6. That barely matters at this stage. That there was not a problem with the number 8 car. He clearly was dealing with whatever was going on for them, but they're denying there was a problem. We heard from Bruce that he'd heard from the team that there might well have been. But the pace the car's going at the moment, 153 last time around, 154. Here is championship positions, and they're going to take this manufacturers' championship at the moment by 2 points. Ridiculous.
Great for the manufacturers. For Toyota, of course, they'll be happy. For car 7, though, a little bit bittersweet, more than bittersweet, you'd have to say, because they're looking at the speed that car 8's got now in this race, thinking, you know what, we were going for the race lead way earlier than you, and look at the speed we got now.
And if the number 7 car had been now where the number 8 car is, they'd be leaving the drivers' points as well.
Unbelievable.
Toyota would have swept the lot away from Porsche.
Staggering.
So
yeah, they are the margins.
Porsche lead the drivers' title, but Toyota lead the manufacturers as long as they stay in front. As long as they stay in front of this car. And at the moment, the gap is out to 7.4 seconds. So Sebastian Buemi, I mean, he was on pole. Brendan Hartley put the car on pole by over 0.3 of a second from the sister car, never mind anybody else. So they definitely had pace. And they've raced here, what, a dozen times? They've raced here every year of the World, 13 times now. Every year of the World Championship. So they know how to get the best out of this place. It's a story that you wouldn't have put big money on. Oh yeah, Torres all good, don't worry. Really?
Keeping an eye on this battle, Charlie Eastwood pushing so hard to try to close the gap to Alessio Rivera. It's under 7 seconds. That's coming down by a few hundreds here and there. Here comes the 5 car in pursuit of Sebastian Buemi, but that looks pretty fruitless at the moment.
Now we saw the 54 car stopping earlier on. Or was that a drive-through? So yeah, so they don't need a stop. So it is on pace. Well, if he's on the podium in memory of his late father, then he will be absolutely an emotional wreck. he's on the top step of the podium, then what a fairy tale that would be.
Is it going to be a second consecutive win for Ferrari after not having scored a podium until last time out this race, or is it going to be a first race win for the Corvettes and TF Sport?
And what about Peugeot, a car that was, down in the late teens early in the race, is in third place, being caught by the 51 Ferrari. The gap's coming down, but it's not coming down in a hurry. It's coming down a 10th here and a 10th there.
Yeah, so the Peugeot has 3 semi-new tyres, used tyres, only a couple of laps on them. In that last pit stop, they've done 9 laps in this stint so far, has Mikkel Jensen. The problem is his right rear. It's now coming up to over 40 laps old. So, that's the problem, because Giovanazzi's tyres are in better condition. Yeah. Giovanazzi's he had used tyres on both sides, being the hard on the left-hand side and the mediums on the right-hand side, but both only 4 laps old. So he has the car advantage. We know the speed is there in the car. He's driven a brilliant race, as Giovanazzi, and also he's got that right rear, giving him that extra grip. Through corners like this one that we're in now, turn 11.
He's closed right down on Jensen as well in the last couple of laps, hasn't he? Under a second. So in Formula 1 terms, he'd be within DRS range.
Before we get into the action on track for the last 20 minutes of this World Championship, another car in trouble, the 63 Lamborghini. That's just been back on track after 25 minutes in the pits. It's back in again and looks to be in major, potentially terminal trouble.
Yeah, that'd be a real shame for them to end their season with a retirement. So I'm sure that's why they ushered it back out, to try and get it onto the track. So the gap at the last split was 0.9 of a second. Mikkel Jensen ahead. It's now 0.89 of a second. So he's within striking distance, Antonio Giovinazzi, with a tyre advantage.
Yeah, Giovinazzi took out 7/10 of a second that last lap around between himself and Mikkel Jensen. But so we say catching's one thing, overtaking's another. And Jensen is definitely going to get his elbows out here, as we see now the tyre graphics at the bottom of your screen. So it's that. Well, I have it as his right rear for the car, number 93. That's the oldest on there, not the graphics that we saw.
Front right, didn't they, on that graphic? Other battles, by the way, as we'll keep an eye on this one, is for the bottom of the top 10. Robert Kubica being caught by Charles Malaysia, who's been caught by Lawrence Van Tor for the last point-scoring positions in this race and in this championship.
Well, that definitely won't be fireworks at all, will it? Malaysia being caught by Van Tor and Kubica trying to hold them all off.
What could possibly go wrong? 18 minutes to go on board.
It's now at this stage when you're the Peugeot in front of Jensen, you hope that every single car that comes your way is an advantage for you. It's going to delay the progress of Giovinazzi.
And immediately Jensen is held up by the 60 Lamborghini. He squeezes through, but so does Giovinazzi on the inside down into turn 8. And Giovinazzi is all over the back of Mikkel Jensen. Traffic did not break well for the Peugeot. 18 minutes Mikkel Jensen's got to hang on to this podium spot in the 93 Peugeot. That's going to be a very long time.
It's kind of inevitable, but Jensen's going to do everything he can here to stop Giovinazzi, make that move. And I mean, luckily we've seen the Peugeots had really good straight line speed all season long. Hopefully that's part of their armoury here.
Well, they were quick, weren't they, in free practice? It all fell to pieces in qualifying. We thought they might have better race pace, so it's proving with this car. We've lost the other car, the 94, but the 93 is keeping this Ferrari honest, isn't it?
Well, they haven't been on the podium this year, Peugeot. It would be a massive boost to the team. In fact, they've never been on the podium, have they?
No.
So it'll be a massive boost to the team if he can somehow cling on under the gun of a Ferrari that has been, probably for a third of the race, the race leader. The real turnaround story here, though, is the number 8 car in the hands of Sebastian Buemi, finally on the right tyre. Look at the gap now over Porsche number 5, 12.7 seconds. And the Porsche hasn't given up, because by winning the race, they will win Porsche the manufacturer's title And at the moment, they've got nothing to show the Toyota. And there's barely quarter of an hour left in the season.
Jensen's doing pretty well here. He doesn't look flustered. And as he heads down towards turn 11, like I thought before, that car has got decent straight line speed. If Giovinazzi's going to have a chance anywhere, it will be lining him up, setting him up on the exit of the final corner and having a go down the inside into turn 1.
As we watch them, by the way, they pass Alessia Rivera in the lead of GT3. The gap is closing to the lead again, under 6 seconds, and coming down sector by sector, 10th by 10th, the Corvettes are catching.
I want to see some more of that action that we saw before.
Mind-blowing.
I'm not sure my heart will take much more of that, to be honest. I think we're going to have quite enough going on here with Mikkel Jensen and Antonio Giovinazzi. The Peugeot drifting out wide as they come through the final couple of corners. He's got just about enough. Giovinazzi is picking up a bit of a toe, but look, the gap opens up. The Peugeot has got great speed. What are we seeing here? This is Charles Malaysi.
Oh, that was a hit for Malaysi with the number 6 car as the pair of them were trying to catch Kubica.
Lawrence Vantor on the inside, and he lost a dive plane. That was a proper thump into the back of the Alpine as well.
I think he lost more than that.
That was clumsy, just clumsy. And his teammates know it as well. And it's those kind of moments. If car 7 was still in the fight here, it wouldn't want to happen as Giovinazzi tries around the outside here. What's going to happen on the exit? Oh, he's kind to him. Jensen gives him the space. And Giovinazzi had earned the corner, and through he goes.
Yeah, Giovinazzi had the grip advantage. Mikkel Jensen, in the end, a little bit like Jensen Button a few laps ago, fighting it as long as you can. Maybe his straight line advantage will help him.
Best result for that the current spec Peugeot, 4th last time out, 4th again here. The old car, 93 was 3rd at Monza last year.
Okay, so it was the 93 car that was 4th in Fuji as well, and they're not going to get a podium yet. Yeah, last year the car really looked like a competitive proposition in very mixed conditions at Le Mans. Into the closing stages of the race and the season, everybody with enough fuel to make it through, and a very wide run out of turn 10 from Lawrence Vantor.
Well, he got on the curb on the exit of turn 9, and you daren't do that because this is going to grab the right front and induce understeer. That's exactly what happened there. But yeah, his smiling teammates watching on, they're just thinking, just bring it home, no heroics, just, you know, we're in a good... And obviously, that's just popped up on our screen that it's under investigation, that contact, and I'm sure another penalty will come their way because of it.
But their only remaining moving championship contender, the number 50 Ferrari, is behind them. Even if they get a drive-through penalty, it won't move the 50 car up into a point-scoring position, never mind the race lead that it would need. So, yeah. Kevin Est and Andre Lotterer. Lotterer in his final 13 minutes as a Porsche factory race driver, and on the way to becoming a world champion for the 2nd time.
LMGT3 lead 5.1 seconds now. So Charlie Eastwood is catching. Is he catching quickly enough?
Danny Ukadea having his nose cut off there by the hypercar battle coming through as Charles Malaysi in the Alpine went by the black-nosed Corvette. Charlie Eastwood, it's under 5, down to 4.9. Now then, 27 and 85. This is the battle effectively for the honour of being almost not last. Iron Dames, Michel Gattin goes by, Alex Riberas just. And don't forget, after the safety car, they were 1st and 2nd in LMGT3. What on earth happened? Well, you have to rewind half an hour to find out.
And in fact, the 27 car with Alex Riberas is under investigation for total power. And that's going to be data that's been fed back to the powers that be through those torque sensors on the rear axles of the cars here. 27 and 85 side by side.
Now, what's that result? Did this overtake come running on wide out of turn 10? We really need to see what happened in turn 11, how she got past. But yeah, that was clearly off track on the exit of 10.
Well, she did go by. I mean, it is immaterial. They're not even in the points. Team WRT's BMW Augusto Farfus, the 31 car, the winners in the rain in Imola. They are in 10th place. Charles Malaysi once more with Lawrence Vantor right behind him. Lawrence obviously has 2 speeds, flat out and stopped.
I think that's what's putting his teammates a little bit of unease at the moment. But yeah, you just kind of feel like the message needs to get to him. Just, it's fine. You've been brilliant all season. I've been massively impressed by him. Really have. He's had some standout moments as Laurent Fantor. But now his job is not to drive 100% flat out. As hard as that may be for him to compute.
Well, he can't win the manufacturer's title for Porsche and Penske Motorsport. He can just keep it on the island for 10.5 minutes.
He can't win a manufacturer's title, but he can't lose the driver's title either. What he can do is wreck a valuable car, and I don't think he wants to do that either. What he wants, he's a racing driver. What he wants to do is get ahead of the car in front of him until there are no more cars in front of him or no more laps in which to do it. 6 to go after this one. 10 minutes remaining in the season.
Weirdest thing, I want him to overtake the Alpine in front, because the weirdest thing, when I won the championship at this very race in 2014, I finished 11th. Don't want history to repeat itself, really.
Our race leader is Brendan Hartley. 10 minutes left in the season and an astonishing recovery from Toyota. Brendan Hartley led, beg your pardon, Sebastian Buemi led from pole position, earned by Brendan Hartley, and Sebastian Buemi was tagged off by a recalcitrant 82 Corvette early in the race, and they have come right back to lead into the closing stages.
Okay, Seb, gap is 17.0, energy margin is 8.5 megajoules, so no problems, and 6 laps to go. Great job.
It really has been a great. It really has. I mean, he's put in some phenomenal performances, and I've witnessed that firsthand as his teammate in the past. But today, wow! Today he's kept. He hasn't given up. It's so impressive with Buemi today. At times in the race, it looked like all hope was lost.
We said it. I'm sure we said it at some point. That's it. It's all done for Tota, and he's fought back to the lead of this race, and with it has come the manufacturer's title.
And what do we know from Toyota's endurance racing history? It's never
over. It's 2 points to the good in the Manufacturers' Championship as it stands now. Meantime, by the way, this is the driver points. The Lotra Estra Vantor, 150 points to the crew of the 50 car, 35 points behind. Astonishing stuff.
Cadillac battling with Hertz Team Jota, Jenson Button and Earl Bamber. Button hanging on in front of Bambi. So I'm sure Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn will remain in the Cadillac lineup next year, but who will join them in a 2-car lineup?
I could tell you, but it wouldn't be fair.
And will it be 6 drivers or 4? Tell us that at least for
6.
full season. 6 full seasons?
Yes.
Okay.
What I can tell you is the number 6 car's got another 5-second penalty.
Of course it has.
And that would be for the overtake off track. So 5 seconds added to the pit stop, which it won't take. So that will be added to the final result.
I tell you what,
topsy-turvy stuff for the 6, isn't it?
It's just as well the number 6 car didn't actually need any points, isn't it? Because they have done everything humanly possible to toss this championship away. Have they got jiggly leg yet? I'm not sure. Here we go.
Has a dive to the inside. You're going to have to wake up a little bit earlier in the morning to catch Jenson Button out with a move like that. But he might have something to say down the inside of turn 1. Let's see how Button handles this one. Bamber versus Button. Jota, Porsche versus Cadillac. And he has a look. He's late on the brakes. We're not quite close enough or late enough. But Jenson does go in a little bit wide there, a little bit deep in turn 1. That's going to give Bamber a big opportunity now on the run up towards turn 4. And Jenson's going to have to cover the inside as early as possible, but he doesn't. He's just going to let Bamber go through on the inside, it seems. Thinks about crossing the line on the exit, but it's clear the caddy's got the speed at this point in the race with 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Jenson's been losing ground to everybody that's come up behind him, and that's the end of the tyre battle, really, for the 38 car. Of course, Will Stevens was talking earlier on quite bullishly about we've got tyres in the locker. That puncture, absolutely nothing he did wrong. Caught out by Charles Malaysia making a mistake. Bang! And and that puncture, suddenly all their hopes of a good result up the Swanee. They are currently running last in hypercar.
Well, we watch General Motors' hypercar effort making progress. I can tell you the LMGT3 attack for Charlie Eastwood seems to have stalled at the moment, and we're running out of time. 6 minutes left, and it's 4.7 seconds. If anything, Danny Juncadella and Matteo Caroli are both catching.
Meanwhile, Peugeot in 4th place ahead of the Alpine. Mikkel Jensen from Paul-Luc Chatin. And the gap is down under a second as they whistle past the Iron Dames Lamborghini.
It's a good run from Paul-Luc Chatin. He was a bit wild a little earlier on, wasn't he? But the pace has certainly been there. And this is a battle between the two big French makes that might well be further up the order next year.
Yeah, the Alpines had speed this race, isn't it? Just it fell away from them yesterday in qualifying, and they looked a little bit puzzled by that.
Mikkel Jensen, I thought he was looping it into a spin at the apex there. He was so tight off turn 1.
Yeah, he was just focused on the rotation there. We know that his tyres are starting to die here, but Chatin has definitely got the speed.
Well, Alpine, disastrous Le Mans with the engine problems they had then. From there on in, adapted their strategy of managing that engine. It's done wonders for their form and for their reliability, and therefore their full race performance. There's another change coming for 2025. You should see another step again in terms of reliability, which will lead to better performance, and we're going to see them come back rejuvenated as well. Peugeot aren't done yet with this package. They're clearly learning. This car has been significantly more competitive the last 2 races than we've seen earlier on in this season. 4.5 minutes to go, and they're 1 point of their 1 place off a podium for the time being.
And the good news is the start of the Grand Prix has been delayed by a rainstorm, so everybody can stay with us. No need to tune into anything else. Inside the final 5 minutes of the season, a season that is as long as 2 full Grand Prix seasons.
Message for Karen Chaddock from me personally. What's a Grand Prix?
I don't know. So Paul-Luc Chatin with 4 minutes to try and get by the Peugeot in front of him. It's a tall ask, but again, it only takes one little error to give away that time. Mikkel Jensen just 6/10 in front. The lead now for Sebastian Buemi over Matt Campbell, by the way. 23 seconds, and Ian James out on the side of the race. Not Ian James, who's in Heart of Racing, Alex Riberas.
And there's damage on the left-hand side of that car.
Is.
Has there been contact here? And if so, who or what with?
31. So 31 BMW is Augusto Farfus. There was some feisty Brazilianing there on the inside. That was a little bit untidy.
Yeah, this is the shot I wanted to see. I thought it was going to happen earlier in the corner, but that's, I'd say the BMW should have been a little bit further to the inside.
He'd already got damage on the left of the car.
He was nowhere near the white line on the inside. I don't know why. Yeah. Oh, damaged already? Did you say?
Oh, the Aston Martin had damage on the left-hand side as well as the right.
That might possibly be a bit of afters.
I do wonder. That was the reason I made the point. I wonder whether or not that was a second incident.
Yeah. I mean, it's entirely possible that, remember from that safety car restart where the Aston was first and came out of the rugby scrum in about 9th? That might have happened there as well. 2 minutes and 45 minutes remaining in the championship, and unbelievably, unless something very bizarre happens to the Toyota, they are going to win the manufacturer's crown.
We're talking about a sport, Martin, where we've had snowstorms out of nowhere, baseball on the track in Mexico City some years ago, and a cat on the circuit here that's interrupted racing from time to time. But 2.5 minutes, and this looks like a run to an inconceivable title just 2 hours ago.
No kangaroos so far. The battle for 4th place continues. The 93 Peugeot, half a second now ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin's Alpine. Mikkel Jensen hanging on. And the Ferrari team getting ready for a second consecutive win. The 54 car won in Japan, 55 leading. 21:58 local time. 1 minute and 50 seconds. And what do we know? Do not celebrate too soon. This is an astonishing fight back from Toyota and the number 8 car. And it hasn't been the lucky car this year, it's been the unlucky car this year. And it looked like that was continuing when he got knocked out of the lead by the GT3 Corvette. and that looked like it was all over. And then they had 3 stints on the wrong tyre. No question, on the wrong tyre, at least compared to what everybody else was doing, and they were lost ground, and still they came back.
They certainly made their life difficult today, but I mean, not all of it through their own fault, like the Turn 1 incident, but yeah, so being on, well, I call it the wrong tyre at the wrong time, I don't know, but it seemed a bit out of place with what others were doing, but certainly once they got onto the same tyre as pretty much everybody else out there, and to be fair, when Buemi got back in the car, it really came alive.
We may have a change looming here for second place, because all of a sudden Antonio Giovinazzi is right on the tail of Matt Campbell.
Okay, Sebastian Buemi is out of the final corner, and he crosses the finish line to start the last lap of the race. There will be 1 to go at the stripe for these guys. 7/10 of a second in the battle for second as well. Which are we going to watch? Let's watch the Porsche Ferrari battle for second. Drive through for Augusto Farfus for that contact with the 27 car. So that will be commuted to a 30-second additional penalty. Here's the battle for second.
Yeah, Giovinazzi right up into the slipstream of Matt Campbell here, and he's going to have to think about looking to the inside. Is this lap or never? And he does. He sends it down the inside. Campbell resists, as we would have expected. And it's not over until turn 4. Giovinazzi's given room around the outside of turn 2. Were there all 4 wheels over the white line? I think there might have been, and that's why he's backed out of it.
But also it costs him traction over the curbs, doesn't it? And so Campbell had a cleaner run up the hill, but he's inside the Porsche and he's going to be compromised on the exit.
Giovinazzi's got a really good run there towards turn 6. This is not over on this lap, is it?
Campbell couldn't run wide because the Porsche GT car was in the way, and Giovinazzi coming down the hill around the outside. Fantastic stuff, up into second again.
Really good stuff there. There's nothing left on the rear of that Porsche, is there, until he lost the rear going through turn 6. And Giovinazzi capitalised. He sensed it happening, went round the outside of 7. That was really respectful driving between the two of them as well. A little bit of contact, but you have to expect that, just door to door, but nothing too over-aggressive. And they gave each other enough room, in my opinion, at all times.
And as a driver, you'll know, and I'm sure that Giovinazzi knew what was happening.
Absolutely.
Final lap, final corners of the season, and it is Toyota who are going to claim their 8th consecutive win, their 9th out of 13 races here in Bahrain, and they take the manufacturer's title. Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable. The number 8 Toyota wins in Bahrain. Toyota continue with that streak of success, and they are the manufacturer's champions. Halfway through the race, not a hope. They never give up. 51 Ferrari in second place, and the number 5 Porsche that needed to get in front of the number 8 car comes across the line in third. We heard Sebastian Buemi asking for clarification from his engineer. If we finish in front, we win. If they finish in front, they win. Absolutely right. So Buemi wins the race, and the number 8 car takes the manufacturer's crown for Toyota, but the driver's title will go to a different crew from a different manufacturer. Car number 6. They have been in the lead of the championship almost, well, not from day 1, but from the end of race 1. They claimed victory in Qatar. They don't win here, but they are the drivers' champions. Kevin Esche and Andre Lotterer embrace each other and their crew as Lawrence Vantor brings the car undamaged across the line, and Andre Lotterer becomes the 2nd driver in World Endurance history to take a World Championship with 2 different brands. Tears from Lawrence Vantor. The emotional release for him and for Sebastian Buemi actually must be enormous. And in LMGT3, so much so as well for Charlie Eastwood, who finishes 2nd. Let's hear from Toyota.
Absolute unit. What a legend. Thank you for giving us something to celebrate, my friend. Constructors champion.
Well done, Seb. Well done. Great job.
Well, for Toyota Gazoo Racing, Actually, that's the one that counts. That is the one that counts. Yes, they'd love to have won the driver's title too, but if you're going to win one for Toyota, that's the one.
That's why you saw the whole team celebrating at Toyota. Only 3 or 4 people celebrating down at Porsche. Car number 6 is very specific to that car crew.
Yep.
Well done to both.
Unbelievable. What a race. Oh, my goodness me.
Well, the other thing that did for Toyota Gazoo Racing, here are our champions. That was confirmed last time out. It was the Vista AF Corsa 55 taking the race win, a second consecutive win, and the other Ferrari winning this time. The gap at the line, 3 seconds to Charlie Eastwood in a TF Sport Corvette 2-3 with Danny Juncadella finishing 3rd place. What a result. The other thing this has done, by the way, is it's prevented a Porsche clean sweep in Hypercar and GTP. All the titles won in America by Porsche Penske Motorsports. The driver's title won here by Porsche Penske Motorsport. The Hypercar World Cup won by Hertz Team Jota, but the manufacturer's title in Hypercar is in the hands again of Toyota Gazoo Racing. What a result.
But they were bound to win, there's no competition. I mean, honest to goodness, we do. I mean, and this is what the intense competition of Hypercar has done. It has really shown us what Toyota Gazoo Racing are capable of. You know, before, when it was them and almost nobody else, we didn't know. When they were racing against Audi and Porsche, we had an idea, but now they're racing against a massive field of equals, and they have still got what it takes.
Well, digging deep enough that they're going to emerge in Australia to get that. It's a ridiculous turnaround in fortunes. I mean, and Davidson, midway through, 3/4 of the way through that race, this was inconceivable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we all just assumed coming into this weekend, this race here today, that this was just going to be a formality for Porsche, just to get through it, wrap up both championships, drivers and constructors. It was written in the stars, wasn't it? People had already pretty much written their notes on this race. Porsche walking away with victory. Toyota have grabbed this away from Porsche Penske. No question about it.
And the start was that front row lockout, and the Porsches being really on the back foot in qualifying. Okay, that's really interesting. Again, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, when it's in the clinch,
well,
boy.
Car 6's day. By far their worst weekend they've had all season.
By distance.
And great for them that they walk away with the Drivers' Championship today. Lucky, because car 7 failed.
And car 50.
Because now we've seen that speed of the Toyota car number 8. Well, car 7 would have been further down the road.
Absolutely right.
No word.
This could have been an even more extraordinary evening.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, thank the lucky stars for car number 6 crew that car 7 failed.
It's the only non-points finish of the season for the number 6 crew. They had 3 race wins, and they've only been off the podium once when they've been in the points. I mean, they've put together an astonishing championship campaign, and they are the drivers' title winners. But Roger Penske does not have a world championship.
Quick word to mention the 2 other drivers in that 55 car. Alessio Rivera, it was, brought it back. Good middle stint from Simon Mann aboard that car. And Francois Heriot again putting in a great stint. The emotion hits with Sebastian Buemi.
Without question, driver of the day.
Oh, yeah. By a million miles.
Drive of the race, no question. I mean, just...
Look how sweaty he is. I mean, he has worked... Not for himself. I mean, yes, he wins the race today. He's won plenty of races. He's won championships and Le Mans. He's done this for the team today.
Well, remember his interview early on. You know, we haven't had luck. It's not the way it's going. But you know, that's racing. He took it on the. He was the, like I said at the time, the calmest, most phlegmatic Sebastian Buemi interview ever. Second only to that radio message clarifying, "I've got to beat him to win." Yes. Okay. As a driver, that's the target you want. It's so clear, it could be nothing else. All in, on black, that's it. And he did it. They came up trumps.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Sebastian Buemi this emotional and this tired. That was an absolutely epic effort.
You know when an athlete has performed at their peak.
Yep.
And for some of people out there that were starting to question Seb, you know, a few chinks in the armour here and there. He had a clash with a a Ferrari, was it last year? A clash with the Aston Martin.
Yeah.
And it seemed a little bit out of character the moment he had with Porsche number 6 on the exit of turn 11 in Austin, where he made, again, an out of character move where he made contact and received a big penalty. That was a bit of a ballot. But anyone that was doubting him in any way at all, well, put those doubts aside, because today he's back.
And aerial drivers champions, car number 6. So, Andre Lotterer, Kevin Esch, Lawrence Van Toor.
Well, we'll say it one more time because they said it at the start of the season. What was it? 80-year-old Lotterer passed his best Estra and second best Van Toor are the world champions.
Not even the best Van Toor in the field.
I mean, honestly, what a season!
Yeah.
Right across the board. You know, as these extraordinary stories come together, there's all sorts of people who will snipe, of course. There's nothing less to snipe at here. This has been a magnificent motor race.
Oh, this has been fantastic. I mean, it had everything, didn't it? Absolutely. We didn't know what was going to happen at any stage through the race. And we try our best with the tools that we have available and the strategy help that we have from other teams. And we got Bruce and Louise down in the pit lane. But, yeah, it just seemed like every single corner there was a new challenge coming our way.
Seb, I'm going to start with you. What a drive today. At some point in the race, it looked like all the hope was gone, and yet you showed what it is not to give up until the end. You're exhausted, but what an amazing drive. One of your best drives, maybe.
Yeah, I guess maybe the best. Yeah, I guess obviously the tire mileage was helping, but I knew I had to take risk, you know, even if, you know, the last overtake on the Porsche 5, I thought, honestly, that was not too bad. But still, they asked us to let him by again, and I didn't want to lose time, you know, passing him back again. So in the end, it's a team sport, but today we did a good job.
Yeah, Anthony Davidson said, I think the Seb Buemi from a few years ago would have discussed that he had to let him pass again and pass again. It didn't take you long.
Oh, I had the idea of doing what I did, basically.
Okay, all good. Congratulations. Rio, a few words, you must be delighted. It's a team's effort, a fantastic drive from you as well.
Yeah, it's what a day. You know, it's up and down, but you know we never gave up. You know, it's our slogan. You know, we fight as a one team in the end. So yeah, happy for today.
Thank you so much. The last word for you, Brandon. An amazing drive, a pole position, and in the end, the Constructor Championship as well. So that's amazing.
I'm so happy for everyone. Seb was the star at the end, incredible. We took pole position yesterday, which helped. The race didn't go as smoothly at the beginning as it could have done. Seb got spun around. We tried the mediums, didn't work. We saved tires for the end, and Seb he delivered an unbelievable result. But yeah, thanks to everyone in the team. That meant a lot. We wanted to spoil the Porsche party, and we really had to fight for it this year to take that Manufacturers' Championship. And also for us to end with a victory, it feels good going into the winter break.
Congratulations to you again, to you three guys. Thank you so much.
So, if they hadn't got that point, it would have been a 1-point championship victory. If either of the Porsches had taken pole, it would have been level on points. After 193 hours or whatever it is of racing.
I'll have to remember that next time you ask me. Does qualifying matter for an endurance race, Anthony?
Remember, that's what we said during qualifying and Hyperpole yesterday. I don't think we've had a qualifying that mattered as much, ever, in the World Endurance Championship. And by the way, just a note there from Brendan Hartley, talking about taking that title from the team he's won the World Championship with, Porsche.
Fantastic. Well, let's hear from our world champions. They have taken the team's title, and Andre Lotterer, a 2-time world champion with 2 different manufacturers.
I'm not going to interrupt the hugs, that's okay. World champions, that is just fantastic. It looked close today, you know, like it wasn't a done deal.
It was a horrible race. A really horrible one. Also for myself, I didn't know what I was doing today, but yeah, we did the baseline for this during the whole season, driving without mistakes, being successful, having great strategy, a great car, not making much mistakes. So that's why we're world champion today. But yeah, I still can't realize it. probably one of the best days of my life, but it has to sink in for a moment, I think.
Not just today, this season, the car number 6 has just put in an incredible performance.
Yeah, it's like I said, a season we'll never remember, never forget. But just let's forget this race. But besides this one, flawless in the pit stops, on track, and strategy. Everything was always smooth, and we worked together, all of us, like a perfect group. There was never a discussion or a hard feeling with anything which we decided or we worked together. So yeah, just picture perfect.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, the 2 World Championship drivers there. Sebastian Buemi, probably my greatest race. And there you heard Lawrence going, I literally don't know what I was doing.
Well,
a horrible, horrible race.
And Davidson just said to me, talk about saving for a rainy day, astonishing stuff.
Unbelievable. What a season finale in both classes. Well, Toyota were the dominant force in qualifying before the 8 hours of Bahrain, the final round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, with Roger Penske on hand to try and see his Porsche team take the world title. The front row lockout benefited Toyota at the start. Sebastian Buemi controlled the pace from pole position, with Mike Conway tucking in behind. Right behind them there was contact. Conway, the first to get touched by the 99 Proton Porsche, allowing the 51 Ferrari through into second. The other championship contenders, the 50 Ferrari and the 7 Toyota, struggled a little away from the start, but in LMGT3, the front row starting McLarens held sway early on. Number 6 Porsche got a touch at corner 4 on the opening lap as well. They were already set to have a tough race. So too Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car turned around before the end of the first stint from the lead, dropping 6 positions before he recovered. 81 Corvette leading early on in LMGT3 as the battles raged between the Porsche and Toyota crews for World Championship domination. As the sun started to set midway through the race, Andre Lotterer and Ryo Hirakawa, I beg your pardon, Kamui Kobayashi having a flying attack down the inside of the Porsche. One of the BMWs parked up car number 20. First full course yellow after more than 4 hours for a bit of debris. And there was battling all the way through the race. But trouble for the number 7 Toyota, the only Toyota crew in the championship hunt for the drivers. They had electronic issues, and eventually they would continue to lose ground until they parked the car. 88 Proton Mustang caught fire at the side of the track, bringing out our first safety car. And as we rejoined, the number 8 Toyota started to work its way back up the order. Virtual safety car allowing fuel stops. That was for Paul de Resta's Peugeot coming to a halt. That went to safety car. Big lock-up from the Hertz team Jota car after a puncture for Will Stevens, robbing them of any chance of a good finish. In LMGT3, away from the safety car restart, the heart of racing Aston Martin that had led the queue got shuffled all the way back out to the top 10, and it was equally chaotic in the closing stages in hypercar. Charles Milesi damaging the 51 Ferrari, the 50 Ferrari, giving it a puncture. And then Sebastian Buemi reeling in and passing Matt Campbell for the lead of the race, giving Toyota the manufacturer's points lead. 51 Ferrari and the number 5 battling in the closing moments for second place. And it was 55 Ferrari, Alessio Rivera bringing the Vista AF Corsa car to take the win in LMGT3, as Sebastian Buemi won the race for Toyota Gazoo Racing and the manufacturer's title that went with it. An astonishing turnaround as the number 6 crew took the driver's crown.
Number 5, Porsche Penske Motorsport from Germany.
Well, what a bizarre end to a Porsche career, a second Porsche career for Andre Lotterer. Won 10 of his 12 World Championship endurance races in his first 26 outings, all for Porsche. And the remaining 2 have come this season.
Great race from the number 5 crew. Matt Campbell, one of the drivers of the day, you're right, and Seb Buemi basically edged him there. But a big up here as well for the final race with Porsche from Fred Makovic. What a great servant he's been to that team. The 51 Ferrari crew getting onto the second step of the podium right in the final minutes, chasing down and passing the number 5.
Yeah, they had a really strong race today, didn't they? The car 51 crew still need to look into the strategies, how it unfolded, that they weren't the ones standing on the top step, but it was this crew here, car number 8, against all odds it seemed. Still can't quite believe that they're taking this top step, but somehow they're there.
I'm going to have to look at it all again.
They had the pace, they didn't have the luck, but somehow Sebastian Buemi turned that on its head. The drive of his life, it very probably was. The Japanese anthem for our winners, Toyota Gazoo Racing. They win the race and they win the championship. Toyota's record here is simply astonishing. In 13 outings in the FIA World Endurance Championship, they've only been beaten 3 times. Mark Thomas, CEO of Bapco Energy, the national oil company here, a Canadian who's been an expat here and raced in the support races in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East yesterday.
That's where I know the name from.
That's why you know the name, and that's why Bapco are so invested in motorsport, because he's the boss and he's a petrol head.
I'm going to say it while we're just watching these trophies go out. We do often talk about, do catch up with the behind-the-scenes stuff for the FIA World Endurance Championship with full access, but there's never been a better race to see what was going on behind the scenes, because it's going to be amazing.
I honestly don't know how they're going to stitch it together into any kind of sense. It's just carnage from start to finish.
I'm going to give a shout out as well to something else if you're a fan that you'll want to catch up with, which is whenever they put it to air, the Vantor brothers and their Over the Limit podcast. That's going to be something to listen to this time, because there's going to be stories galore.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to our winners, to our champions, and the AF Corsa Ferrari team still have not won apart from Le Mans. They came close, but not enough this time. And
struck him with the corks.
Yeah, number 5 crew can't even get a cork out of the bottle.
Sparkling rose water, never tasted sweeter for the number 8 car crew.
Now here's a question you might know. Does it sting the way champagne does if you get it in your eyes?
No. Very sweet though.
Excellent. Well, look at what it meant to the crew of the number 8. And look what it meant to Toyota Gazoo Racing. When the 7 car was parked, they thought they were down and out. But again, Anthony, I keep saying this, it's never over. And boy, Sebastian Buemi carried that all the way to the World Championship. They won the race, they won the title. Ferrari's number 51 car in second, the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, even had it stayed in second, wouldn't have done enough. Whoever finished in front, 8 or 5, would have taken the title. In LMGT3, Vista AF Ferrari, the 55 car wins after 54 won last time out in Japan. TF Sport completing the podium. There will be some emotion there for Charlie Eastwood, who lost his dad this week and finished in second place. And a big number of retirements, only 28 cars running at the end. That's unusual. Well, let's get down to our LMGT3 winners, the Vista AF Corsa team, as they round out the season with 2 wins.
Again. Guys, an amazing drive, and I'm going to start with you, Alessio. You had a great fight, and he was really tight with the Corvette, but a good strategy in the end, and finally a win that's well deserved after the season.
Yeah, exactly. We are super happy with this win. The guys made an amazing job in the pit stop. I think we won the race there because they were super quick, really cool, and yeah, I'm so glad we won this race because, as you said, we deserve at least one in this season. The fight was really tough with the Corvette because I think they were a bit faster in the end of the stint. We had something more in the beginning, but it was a nice fight.
Excellent, thank you. François, we were just talking before the interview and he said how hard it is here for the tires with the heat and the fact that it's really hard on the tires?
Yeah, it's really hard on the tires, and we had a tire strategy to try to save as many tires as possible for the end of the race, which makes the beginning of the race even tougher. So I'm pretty happy with what we've done as a team. Also, the guys in the pit stop they have been really amazing today, and yeah, we were hiding a bit in the beginning of the race because we were saving a bit of tires, and we are really happy that it paid off in the end.
Thank you, François. And last word for you, Simon. A strong drive as well from you today. You must be super happy to end on a high like this.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really good race. A big thank you to the team, because as Alessio said, they did a mega job in the pit stops. And yeah, we suffered a bit in the beginning with less tires, but at the end we had the tires, and when it mattered, we made it count. So yeah, really happy.
Excellent. Well, it's time to celebrate on the podium. Thank you very much, guys.
Super tight race from that trio, and Simon Mann, I thought, particularly had his elbows out. Well, here is the Corvette crew of 81. Tom Van Rompuy following out Rui Andrade and Charlie Eastwood. They finished in second place. The 82 car, Hiroshi Koizumi, Sebastian Boll and Danny Juncadella in third place, but our winners from the 55 Vista AF Corsa car, Francois Heriot, Simon Mann and Alessia Rivera.
Yeah, Francois Heriot pole position last time out, but it was the other car that took the win. Ferrari, from nowhere in terms of podium finishes, finished the season with 2 race wins with the Vista AF Corsa team.
Well, we know the pace that the Corvettes had. Hiroshi Koizumi there, bottom right-hand side, got a drive-through penalty, didn't he, for turning around Sebastian Buemi, and they still finished third. Charlie Eastwood just holding it together on the podium. Well done, Charlie.
Well done, Charlie. Our thoughts are with you and your family. Astonishing run from you today. He gets to drive the hypercar tomorrow, does this? Danny Juncadella. It'll be quite the weekend, and his family will be very proud indeed. Hiroshi Koizumi, by the way, what a big turnaround in form for him. It was that one fumble with the turnaround for Seb Buemi, but a good result from him too. Just wanted, before we moved on, by the way, from hypercar, to make one further point about this season. It is Toyota for the manufacturer's title. It is the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew for the driver's title, and Ferrari won Le Mans. The 3 big things of this season going to 3 completely different teams with completely different cars.
Obviously, our food donators, Jody, would point out that they won the World Cup as well in a Porsche. So, but you're right now. I mean, it shows how tight the competition is. The championship decided by 1%, less than 1%. 2 points out of a total of 190 points decide the championship. That's very, very close. I don't care which way you slice it. If it's that close in Abu Dhabi in Formula One, then they'll be very happy with the result.
Francois gets the party started.
They need lessons from Tom Coronel. And don't forget to try and make some sense of all of this. Our full access crew have been behind the scenes with Toyota Gazoo Racing, with Porsche Penske Motorsport, and with Ferrari AF Corsa. And they will be bringing you all the behind-the-scenes reactions all the way through the weekend in about 12 days from now.
Lawrence, what a relief it must be. It was a long day today, I guess, and also behind the wheel, and you especially having to not drive 100%, just bring the car back. You must be happy now.
Yeah, that didn't really work out, but
it doesn't matter. I hope everybody tomorrow has forgotten about it. I mean, we did it's still, I'm not able to put it to words, but it's one of the best days of my life, of our life, I guess. And the whole year where we worked as a dream team. There was never a discussion. There was never any hard feelings not between us, not between our engineers. It was just picture perfect in the end. And I think that's the reason why we're standing here today. And yeah, super proud, but too early to put it really into words. Maybe those guys can do it better than me.
And you can be proud because you're world champion. And I'm sure being with Andre and his cool and his experience, he's relaxed, so it must be great. Andre, as a last race as a Porsche factory driver, you must be feeling super happy to finish on such a high.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's been an amazing season, so thank you to my amazing teammates. A great spirit, great push all the year, and fantastic team effort. So I think all the job has been done before here. Today, not the best day, but I think we set the foundation from the first race, and like Lawrence said, really, really cool teamwork, and was a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll miss working with them. And yeah, of course, to be able to go as a world champion, it's always nice. But now I'm just happy that I'm world champion. You know?
I can understand that, and I see one image of you two guys as well. You at the back, but you two guys sitting and giggling most of the time during the year and working your magic, working your way through up the field again and again. Every time you manage that. And then so amazing, such a big number of an amazing drive. Sorry, Kevin, you put this year, helping your team to build and to get there as a world champion.
Well, I think we all did an amazing drives at some point, and we all had our moments, and that's what made us world champion today. And Lawrence had mega starts. You know, he always put us at the front, save energy. We get some positions in every race. Andre nursed the tires, consistent, no penalty, no contact, nothing, and he's there when we have to be there. And let's say when there is somebody to do the extra push, probably I'm in. So in the end, we were a dream team. We always worked really well since 2 years, and we had a tough season last year, but this year everything started in the right way in Qatar. And yeah, our engineers did a great job in the winter throughout the season to give us a great car every time we went out, and yeah, mechanics as well in the pit stop. So. No, really proud of the whole Porsche Motorsport Penske team, but especially the car number 6.
Excellent. You can keep on giggling and party, have fun, and it's time to celebrate. Congratulations.
That's my main takeaway. 2 things. First of all, bullying the young kid by making him start all the races. And secondly, the spirit that they had, that trio particularly, the fun that they were having, and you know, that's all part of the mix, isn't it? And for Lawrence Vanthoor, a first world championship. For Andre Lotter, a second. For Kevin Estre, what about 4th?
Kevin Estre, well, they've got the full house. They've got LMP1 World Championship for Andre Lotter. You've got a GTE World Championship.
Yeah, two for Kevin Estre. British national anthem for Hertz Team Jota as they win the privateers category. Jensen Button there, having had a thoroughly entertaining time behind the wheel from everything that we saw in the closing stages.
Their first win of the year in the category. I think it might be.
Bear with, caller, bear with. Yes. So it's the no, I've only got overall positions. It might.
The answer, by the way, Kevin Estre, no, he took the GT World Drivers' Championship in the Super Season. That's his only world title.
Only one. Okay.
It does mean we now have in that trio LMP1 World Champion, a GTE world champion, and obviously now 3 hypercar world champions. That's the full set.
Well, congratulations to Hertz Team Jota, the 38 car claiming victory, and 83 in second place for AF Corse Ferrari. Our winners outright, of course, in Cota, and the 99 Proton Porsche. That's been a highly entertaining car to watch all season, and especially when it's had Julian Andlauer behind the wheel. Julian Andlauer will remain, or will become, a Porsche factory driver. He'll be in the long distance races.
Second class win for 38. They won at Sao Paulo in Lagos in the summer. But they also take the title this evening for the best effort in getting us to mention them on there with that excellent Wagyu beef.
And dessert. So, our Drivers' Championship, Andrea Lotter, Kevin Escher and Lawrence Vantor take the title ahead of Ferrari's Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen in the 50 car. Camus Kobayashi and Nick de Vries in third, ahead of the number 8 team, Brendan Hartley, Ria Hoakawa and Sebastian Buemi. With a Mike Conway, I hear you say, well, because he had to miss Le Mans, he doesn't join his teammates in that group. He'll be 5th or 6th. But Toyota, by, in the end, 6 points over Porsche, taking the manufacturer's crown, with Ferrari in 3rd position. And Hertz Team Jota 1-2 in the FIA World Cup for teams. Those are the privateer teams. So a dominant season for Hertz Team Jota. And in LMGT3, Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm, Klaus Bachler taking the title ahead of their teammates, Maurice Schuring, Richard Leeds and Yasser Shaheen. 2 Manthey Porsches, 1-2 in the championship. And they are 2 in the Endurance Teams Trophy in LMGT3, with a 55 Vista AF Corsa victorious today, moving them up to 3rd in the overall standings.
Yeah, 8 races in this astonishing 2024 World Championship. That means across the 2 main classes, 16 possible winners, and 12 different teams managed it this year. That's an astounding range, an astounding season in a brand new look, and by the look of it, a very successful look to the FI World Endurance Championship.
And we're delighted to have been able to bring it to you. The 8 Hours of Bahrain rounds out the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship season. We are in a golden, a platinum era of sports car racing, and if you're half as excited as we have been, and hopefully you will be back next year. If you've enjoyed it, tell a friend, tell all your friends, because World Endurance is catching fire. Until next season begins in Qatar, for the entire FIA World Endurance Championship TV team, for everybody here in Bahrain and throughout the season, Martin Haven saying thank you, for Graham Goodwin, for Anthony Davidson, Louise Beckett and for Bruce Shawani. Bye from us. Don't forget, Full Access brings you all the inside gossip in 10 days' time.